In the 9th month of the 7th year of Qingli, deep autumn had already brought a touch of chill. This was a small village by Taihu Lake in Pingjiang Prefecture, under the jurisdiction of Wu County. The village was modest, with about 100 households. Early in the morning, as the dew on the red maple leaves quickly evaporated, clusters of maple trees appeared even more fiery and vivid, painting the entire mountain village in crimson hues. A man in his 60s strolled slowly along the riverside. His face was deeply lined, bearing the marks of a life full of hardships. Dressed simply in a loose, dark blue robe, he occasionally bowed his head in thought, then sighed softly, his gaze always tinged with an indescribable sense of loneliness. He had been in this small village for 4 days now, and every morning at this time, he would walk several li along the riverbank to breathe in the fresh country air. At that moment, from not far away, came the clear and elegant voice of a child, seemingly narrating a story with great enthusiasm. That day, Marshal Tianpeng, filled with sorrow and anger, shouted to the executioner, "I am a high-ranking marshal, commanding 80,000 celestial water troops. That change is but a lowly maid of the Moon Palace. Even if I offended her while drunk, apologizing to Lord Taiyin should suffice. Why must I suffer such severe punishment and be banished to the mortal world?" The executioner sighed deeply. "Even now, do you not understand? The matter with change is merely an excuse. Your unauthorized changes to the Celestial Navy's regulations have caused dissatisfaction among the immortals. This is the real reason." Marshal Tianpeng grew even angrier, but the reform was ordered by the Jade Emperor himself. "How is it my fault?" The executioner shook his head, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. "The reform failed. Surely, the Jade Emperor cannot take responsibility for it. He must demote you, but he will grant you some special privileges." When the elder heard the words, "If the reform fails, surely the Jade Emperor cannot take responsibility," his body trembled, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He quickly looked around, realizing the voice seemed to come from the direction of a large tree to the left. Hurrying toward the tree, he tripped over a stone and nearly fell, his ankle throbbing with pain. Ignoring the discomfort, he limped to the tree. There, under an ancient maple, sat 7 or 8 children with their hair tied in top knots, perched on stones and listening intently. The storyteller was a young boy, tall for his age, appearing about 10 years old, but with features suggesting he might only be 7 or 8. Wearing a patched brown tunic, his skin remained fair despite years of sun and wind exposure. His eyebrows and eyes carried a rare refinement uncommon among rural children. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a maturity in his gaze that seemed beyond his years. This storyteller was Fan Ning, only 8 years old. Fan Ning's name had been given by his grandfather because his cries at birth were so loud that his grandfather hoped he would grow quieter. As he grew older, however, he became excessively quiet, not only speaking rarely, but also reacting more slowly than other children, earning him a reputation for being dull-witted. Aside from his parents, who still remembered his official name, the villagers called him a dull. From childhood, his nickname spread far and wide, and even the village schoolteacher referred to him as Fan Dai Dull in class. But just a month ago, after a serious illness, he suddenly changed, becoming eloquent, sharp-witted, and possessing a remarkable memory, transforming into an entirely different child. His parents were overjoyed, believing it to be a miracle from Buddha. His mother even made a pilgrimage to Lingyan Temple to give thanks. Only Fan Ning himself knew the truth. An accidental mishap had transported him through time to this era, nearly 1,000 years in the past during the Song Dynasty. However, people judge a person's character early in life, and everyone had grown accustomed to his previous dullness. Changing their perceptions would take time. Out of the corner of his eye, Fan Ning noticed the blue-robed elder approaching from the riverside. He inwardly rejoiced. The executioner's explanation was inaccurate. Here's how we should interpret it. There are only 4 spots available for the journey to the Western Heavens. The celestial elders all wanted a position, so they arranged for their own people to participate. This is why Marshal Tianpeng retained his consciousness, martial arts skills, and weapon upon reincarnation. As for who arranged for Marshal Tianpeng's descent, that's today's question. Think about it tonight, and answer me tomorrow. With a smile, Fan Ning added, "Yesterday's assignment, what did everyone conclude? Why, knowing that Monkey loved peaches, did the immortals recommend him to guard the peach garden?" The children began shouting answers chaotically, but Fan Ning shook his head. None of them were correct. Because the peach banquet was about to begin, but the garden's peaches had already been mostly stolen by the immortals. At this point, they needed a minor immortal without connections to take the blame, and that Monkey was the perfect scapegoat. Just as he was getting into the story, a middle-aged man waved and shouted from afar, "Adult, your father has returned and wants you to come home immediately." "Uncle Lu, I understand." Fan Ning smiled at the other children. "I'm busy today, so they'll keep it short. Remember, 1 copper coin per session." Reluctant to part with their money but eager to hear more stories, the children reluctantly handed over a coin each. Fan Ning accepted them graciously, weighing the coins in his hand. Another 8 coins earned. Please wait." As Fan Ning turned to leave, a hoarse voice called out behind him. Fan Ning breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "After waiting for 2 days, I've finally caught your attention." He slowly turned around. It was indeed the blue-robed elder. The elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Fan Ning stepped forward politely and bowed. "You called for me, sir?" The elder gazed warmly at Fan Ning's youthful face. "Are you a child from this village?" "Yes, sir." "May I ask what you wish to inquire about?" The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "Your story earlier was strange, yet fascinating. What is your name?" "He's called Fan Dai." One of the mischievous children laughed loudly. Fan Ning glared at him before turning back to the elder. "My name is Fan Ning, sir. You're also surnamed Fan?" A flicker of surprise lit up the elder's eyes. "Which branch of the Fan family do you belong to?" Fan Ning shook his head. Truly didn't know. Realizing his question may have been too abrupt, the elder recalled that the surname Fan was common in Wu County, especially in this area. Not every Fan here would necessarily be related to him. Still, he was more intrigued by Fan Ning's story. "Where did you hear the tale you told earlier?" Fan Ning bowed again. "I read some miscellaneous books about Tripitaka's journey to the west and created the story myself. By the Northern Song Dynasty, numerous tales about Tang Sanzang's pilgrimage existed, with Wu Qinjin's journey to the west later becoming the definitive compilation." The elder's eyes widened further in astonishment. This child could not only craft his own stories, but also demonstrated profound insight and experience utterly new to the elder. To think that such a prodigy existed in this remote village. The elder suddenly became curious about Fan Ning's background. Perhaps this child was indeed a distant relative. At that moment, the elder's ankle throbbed painfully, causing him to sway. Fan Ning quickly steadied him. "What's wrong, sir?" "I twisted my ankle earlier," the elder grimaced in pain. "You must apply cold water immediately, otherwise the bruising will worsen." Fan Ning pointed ahead. "My home's not far. Please rest there." The elder nodded. "Thank you for your kindness." Fan Ning supported the elder as they walked slowly. Internally, he was elated. His efforts over the past 2 days hadn't been wasted, finally hooked someone important. Humming softly, he sang under his breath. "The sun rises, joy fills the air, lifting bamboo poles, up the hill we go." "What tune are you humming?" The elder found the melody unfamiliar, yet charming, sparking curiosity. "It's a little ditty I composed myself. San Ning Krinet. If you like it, I can teach it to you." "Then thank you." The elder smiled faintly. "You seem very happy bringing me home." A mischievous gleam flashed in Fan Ning's eyes, though his expression remained innocent. "My teacher often says helping others brings happiness. That's why I'm joyful." "What a kind-hearted child." The elder affectionately patted his head. "You must have studied, right?" "Yes, I attended the village school for 2 years." "What books have you read?" "The 100 Family Surnames, the 1,000-character classic." "My teacher also taught us Analects and Mencius, though I didn't learn well." In reality, it wasn't that Fan Ning hadn't learned well, it was that the original 8 dull had performed abysmally. The elder nodded. "Given the stories you tell, I suggest you attend a prestigious academy. My father thinks the same. In 2 months, he plans to take me to town for an entrance exam." The elder's eyes brightened. "Is it the entrance exam for Yining Academy?" "Yes, it is." The elder praised warmly. "Your father is very foresight." Fan Ning's home lay near the riverside. Beneath a towering pagoda, trees stood 3 thatched cottages, their walls made of pounded earth. A fence of branches surrounded the yard, enclosing a millstone, a hoe, and enter leaning against the wall. Under the eaves hung dozens of freshly caught fish. On the other side of the yard were 2 vegetable patches bordered by branches. A hen stood guard by the garden, while chicks hid behind her, trying to sneak in. Fan Ning helped the elder into the yard. "Mother, I'm home." A young woman emerged from the house, her face flushed with anger. "Ning, where have you been? Didn't I warn you?" This young woman was Zhang Shi, Fan Ning's mother in the Song Dynasty. She was the 3rd daughter of her family, known locally as Annie Zhang III. Though dressed simply, her fair skin and delicate features matched Fan Ning's complexion and eyes. Seeing her son supporting a blue-robed elder, she paused in surprise. "Ning, who is this?" "Mother, this gentleman sprained his ankle. I brought him here to rest." The elder felt a pang of regret for intruding. Smiling apologetically at Fan Ning, he said, "I won't trouble you further. Thank you for your kindness." Fan Ning couldn't let him leave not when his future depended on this man. "It's no trouble, sir. Please sit for a moment while I tend to your injury." Just then, a burly man in his 30s stepped out of the house, wearing a short tunic with its front open, revealing bronze-toned muscles on his chest. Though rugged in appearance, his gaze was gentle, especially when looking at his son. This was Fan Zhongyan, Fan Ning's father in the Song Dynasty, a fisherman who plied the waters of Taihu Lake. After 10 days away, he had just returned. Spotting the blue-robed elder, Fan Zhongyan instinctively rubbed his eyes, stunned. Stammering, he asked, "Third uncle, what brings you here? Who are you?" The elder replied, failing to recognize Fan Zhongyan. "My father was Fan Zhongyan of our clan." Recognition dawned on the elder's face. Chuckling heartily, he stroked his beard. So this little fellow was Fan Zhongyan's grandson. How unexpected. Annie Zhang III tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Dear, who exactly is he?" "He's our clan's master fan." Fan Zhongyan immediately knelt. Nephew pays respects to third uncle. Fan Ning, of course, knew who Master Fan was, a renowned statesman, Fan Zhongyan, whose motto was "Worry before the world worries, rejoice after the world rejoices." He had realized this 3 days ago. However, Fan Ning was momentarily dumbfounded. Fan Zhongyan was actually his paternal grandfather? If had known this sooner, why bother scheming? He could have simply claimed kinship outright. Seeing his son still standing dumbly, Fan Zhongyan pulled him down to kneel. "Quick, count out a third grandfather." Chapter 2. Bias is also a malady. Fan Zhongyan, having been exiled due to the failure of the Qingli reform, currently serves as the magistrate in Dengzhou. He returns home to pay respects on the anniversary of his mother's passing. At this juncture, the provincial examination in Pingjiang is underway, attracting a multitude of scholars seeking his counsel, which proves to be quite bothersome. In pursuit of tranquility, Fan Zhongyan seeks refuge at the home of an old friend in Jiawan village by Taihu Lake. Today, he happens upon Fan Ning recounting the tales of journey to the west to a group of children. Fan Taizhu, in a flurry, ushers his uncle into the house, while Zhang Sanyang hastily prepares the finest tea in the home for brewing. Fan Zhongyan surveys the room, noting the bright light and the handmade wooden furniture, which appears rather rustic yet is meticulously tidy and clean. "Taizhu, what brings your father to reside here?" Fan Zhongyan inquires. With a sigh, Fan Taizhu responds, "It is his peculiar temperament. You are surely aware of it, uncle." Fan Zhongyan nods in understanding. Although he is a cousin of Fan Ning's grandfather, Fan Zhongyan, their interactions are infrequent. The description of an eccentric temperament is a gentle euphemism. In reality, it denotes an inability to socialize, making familial relations quite strained. Turning to Fan Ning, who still looks puzzled, Fan Zhongyan chuckles. "Were you not the one to suggest that I apply ice water to the injury?" Fan Taizhu immediately asks, "What has happened to you, uncle?" "I may have inadvertently twisted my ankle. Ninger advised me to use ice water on it. I shall fetch well water." Zhang Sanyang, quick on her feet, rushes to retrieve a wooden basin. "No need." Fan Taizhu swiftly interjects, producing a small porcelain vial from a drawer and offering it to Fan Zhongyan. "This is a salve I crafted from herbs I collected in the mountains. It is highly effective for bruises and injuries. Please, give it a try." With a smile, Fan Zhongyan accepts the salve, removes his shoes and socks, and applies it to his ankle. A refreshing coolness permeates his skin, alleviating the pain almost instantly. After a brief moment, Fan Zhongyan dons his shoes and takes a few steps, discovering that he is completely healed. "What sort of remedy is this? It is quite remarkable," he exclaims in astonishment. "I do not know its name, uncle, but please keep it. Just apply it again this evening, and you shall be well." "I shall not require it further. My curiosity was merely piqued," Fan Zhongyan replies with a smile, placing the vial back on the table. Meanwhile, Fan Ning is struck by inspiration, realizing that such an excellent remedy exists in his own home, unbeknownst to him. If only we could open a shop in town specializing in treating injuries, it would surely be a lucrative venture. At that moment, Fan Zhongyan beckons to Fan Ning with a smile. "Come here." Fan Ning promptly approaches, scrutinizing the renowned statesman and literary figure before him. In truth, Fan Zhongyan appears as an ordinary rural elder, yet there is an elegance in his demeanor that sets him apart from the common man. However, Fan Ning, with his keen perception, notices an undeniable sorrow concealed within Fan Zhongyan's gaze. Upon further reflection, he realizes that the story he had just recounted has inadvertently affected his uncle's mood. A twinge of guilt surfaces in Fan Ning's heart. With a gentle smile, Fan Zhongyan remarks, "Your sincere invitation to my home suggests you wish to test my knowledge of your scholarly abilities. Today, I I shall grant you that opportunity. Fan Ning's face flushes with embarrassment, for it appears that his subtle intentions have been entirely discerned. At that moment, an aged, raspy voice echoed through the courtyard. Delang, why are all the fish you caught so small? This voice instantly silenced the room, and Zhang Sanyang's expression darkened. Unable to express her displeasure in front of the guests, she sulkily retreated to the backyard. Fan Zhongyan chuckled softly and rose to walk toward the courtyard, with Fan Ning reluctantly trailing behind. In the courtyard stood a tall, slender old man with graying hair, a dark complexion, and a face speckled with small moles. His eyes were particularly striking, with the whites dominating and his pupils resembling tiny black beans affixed to the sclera, exuding a hint of coldness. This elderly gentleman was Fan Ning's grandfather, Fan Zhongyan, who at that moment was holding a large fish basket, casting a disdainful glance at the several strings of fresh fish hanging from the eaves. By the entrance stood another tall young man, around 20 years old. With a pale complexion and a somewhat frail physique, his hands notably fair and delicate, even more so than a woman's. He was Fan Zhongyan, the youngest uncle of Fan Ning. Currently studying at the county school, he was the only scholar in the Fan family, and his father, Fan Zhongyan, had placed all his hopes on him. Yet, Fan Zhongyan looked at his elder brother's courtyard with distaste, as if merely entering it would tarnish his scholarly status. However, when he glanced into the house, his eyes brimmed with eagerness and anticipation. The renowned Fan Zhongyan had actually come. What an exquisite opportunity this was. At that moment, Fan Taizhu rushed out from the house, exclaiming in surprise, "Grandfather, what brings you here? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Fan Zhongyan shot a furious glance at his eldest son. "Your fourth brother is about to participate in the imperial examination, and you failed to seize such a splendid opportunity." Fan Taizhu was taken aback, not comprehending his father's meaning. He hurriedly retrieved a fish basket from the water tank, sincerely offering it to his father. "We had good luck this time at the lake, catching over 10 fine mandarin fish, each weighing a pound. I saved these for you to nourish your health. Set it aside." Fan Zhongyan waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly. Just then, Fan Zhongyan emerged from the house, smiling slightly. "It has been many years, but you still possess your charm, second brother." Fan Zhongyan immediately donned a beaming smile, gesturing to his youngest son behind him. "With Xilang looking after me, my health is quite good. This child is dutiful, and the teachers in the county praise his character." Fan Zhongyan smiled faintly. "I find Elaine to be quite dutiful as well." Fan Zhongyan cast a disapproving glance at his eldest son. "He is merely average. He pales in comparison to Xilang." At that moment, Fan Ning stepped forward to bow respectfully to his grandfather, but Fan Zhongyan merely grunted in acknowledgement. Fan Taizhu understood that his father had not seen Ninger for nearly 3 months and was unaware that Ninger had changed entirely from before. He quickly interjected, "Grandfather, Ningyo has undergone significant transformation. How much can he change? Is he to become a prodigy?" Fan Zhongyan glared fiercely at his eldest son and said to Fan Zhongyan, "My eldest son has been dull-witted since childhood, and my grandson is even less capable. Neither of them is suited for scholarly pursuits. Second brother, you are far too modest." Fan Zhongyan replied, "I do not intend to be modest. You might say my grandson is foolish, but he is not entirely so, merely slow-witted and dull." At the beginning of the year, when I inquired about his name, he astonishingly took until the following day to respond. One must wonder if such a child possesses the potential for academic success. With a deep sigh of regret, Fan Zhongyan lamented this fact. Fan Zhongyan turned to glance at Fan Ning, his eyes filled with confusion. However, Fan Ning merely smiled faintly, having grown accustomed to his grandfather's favoritism. "Fortunately, I have another son to uphold my honor." Fan Zhongyan beckoned to his younger son, who hurriedly approached and bowed deeply to Fan Zhongyan. "Student Fan Zhongyan pays his respects to you, sir." In stark contrast to the respect shown by Fan Taizhu and his son, Fan Zhongyan set familial ties aside, addressing him as sir, revealing his mercantile disposition. Although Fan Zhongyan felt displeased internally, he did not allow it to show on his face. He smiled and inquired, "Where does your fourth brother study?" "He is studying at the county school and is preparing to go to Changzhou for the imperial examination in a few days." Fan Zhongyan quickly added, "My fourth brother is now a scholar, unlike in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The title of scholar in the Song Dynasty does not signify a formal degree. Generally, one could be deemed a scholar simply by receiving a recommendation from the county to participate in the examination, as he was the only scholar in the village." Fan Zhongyan took immense pride, boasting to everyone about his fourth brother's intelligence and how effortlessly he passed the examination. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Zhongyan promptly retrieved a stack of manuscripts from his bag and presented them to Fan Zhongyan. These are some essays and poems I have written, humbly requesting your guidance. Sir. Fan Zhongyan perused the manuscripts and, with a smile, returned them. Not bad. Study diligently for the examination. I hope to hear good news from you. Overcome with emotion, Fan Zhongyan felt tears welling up, his voice choking as he replied, Your teachings, sir, will forever remain etched in my heart. Fan Zhongyan, sensing hope, hastily took advantage of the moment, saying, I have heard that third brother has no disciples. Do you think it might be possible for him to? Fan Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter at the notion that his grandfather wished for his fourth uncle to be Fan Zhongyan's successor. It was quite the imaginative thought. Even Fan Zhongyan, despite his cultivated demeanor, could no longer contain his amusement. He grasped Fan Zhongyan, who was preparing to kneel, and addressed Fan Zhongyan. I must attend to matters today, so I will take my leave. I shall visit my second brother another day. At that moment, he felt no desire to linger. And after nodding to Fan Ning and Fan Taizhou, he turned and exited the courtyard. Might I request your guidance on the upcoming imperial examination for the student? I apologize, but I am not well versed in the imperial examinations. I fear I may mislead the youth. Fan Zhongyan's voice faded into the distance. Fan Zhongyan, having encountered a setback, immediately lost all spirit, yawning wearily before sluggishly making his way home. Disappointment clouded Fan Zhongyan's face as he struggled to comprehend why his remarkably talented younger son did not garner the favor of Fan Zhongyan. Father, why not come inside for a moment? No, thank you. Fan Zhongyan glanced back at Fan Ning, only to find that he had vanished, which left him somewhat displeased. How could this child show no courtesy to his grandfather, leaving without a word? Ah, Dai, is it true that you intend to send him to town for his studies? Fan Taizhou hastily replied, Father, I merely wish to try. If it does not work out, then so be it. Dalong, I believe it is unnecessary. As a grandfather, I naturally care for my grandson, but caring does not change the fact that he is not cut out for academic pursuits. We must confront reality. Fan Zhongyan had always disapproved of Fan Ning's education, gesturing towards the 3 dilapidated thatched cottages. Look at the state of your home. Education requires substantial funds. I cannot fathom how much I have spent on the 4th son's schooling. You should be well aware. With your meager earnings from fishing, how can you afford to send your son to school? Fan Taizhou lowered his gaze in silence, noticing that his daughter-in-law was absent. Fan Zhongyan seized the opportunity to earnestly persuade his son. Dalong, it is not my intention to criticize you. If you have spare funds, it would be better spent on repairing the house. Why must you heed your daughter-in-law's advice to send a Dai to school? You have likely spent at least 10 taels on his education over the past 2 years. And what has he learned? 10 taels. I willingly invest in my son's education. Regardless of the cost, it is not for others to admonish me. Zhang Sanyang stormed out of the house, her face flushed with anger. The disagreements regarding her son's education had led to numerous quarrels with her father-in-law Fan Zhongyan, and tensions had been mounting daily. Last spring, Zhang Sanyang insisted on sending her son to the village school, which escalated the conflict and ultimately led to a division of the family. Each time she recalled the separation, her heart swelled with resentment. Speaking of the dilapidated house, I must inquire, what did you provide Dalong during the division last year? The land and property were bequeathed to the 4th son. It is only thanks to my modest dowry that these 3 cottages were erected. How dare you speak of their state? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, tears welling in her eyes. Dalong has been fishing to support the family since he was 15, contributing immensely to our household. Your favoritism towards the 4th son is one thing, but Dalong is your son too. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt for treating him this way? I also stated during the division that I simply could not produce any funds at that moment, but I shall compensate Dalong in the future. Fan Zhongyan's face flushed with a mix of red and white. He was indeed filled with remorse, aware of his shortcomings towards his eldest son. Yet he would never show weakness in front of his daughter-in-law. When it comes to fairness, let me speak candidly. My greatest aspiration in this life has been to have a son or grandson in a position of authority. However, Dalong fishes, Erlang is in trade, and Sanlang has married into another family. None of them can be relied upon. If a Dai were a bit brighter, I could place my hopes in him. But you know his current situation better than I do. The 2 grandsons of the 2nd son are unreliable and likely won't even pass the county examination. As for the 3rd son's family, that surname Liu is best left unmentioned. Currently, only the 4th son shows promise in his studies, and I pin my hopes on him achieving success in the civil service, thereby bringing honor to our family and ensuring my old age is secure. So do not blame me for favoring the fourth son slightly more. Treating him kindly is a way of showing filial piety towards me. Father, I did not imply that you are biased. Fan Zhongyan found himself caught between his wife and father, truly in a dilemma. Yet, his mother-in-law declared, Though Fan Zhongyan is obstinate, he harbors a certain fear of his eldest daughter-in-law. He spares no pleasantries in his words. He turned away, somewhat disgruntled, but after taking a few steps, he returned, snatched up the basket containing the mandarin fish, and departed with a stream of curses. Fan Zhongyan made his way back to his residence along the riverbank, feeling a profound sense of reflection. His grandson was undeniably wise beyond his years. A rare gem of talent, yet Fan Zhongyan remained oblivious to this fact. Conversely, his younger son was utterly inept, yet he regarded him as a prized jewel. He had composed a plethora of nonsensical writings, absurdly aspiring to be Fan Zhongyan's successor. Even if Fan Zhongyan were to face further demotion, he would not descend to such depths. At that moment, he faintly heard Fan Ning calling his name. Turning around, he saw Fan Ning sprinting towards him, clutching a piece of paper. Fan Zhongyan halted, curious about what the child wished to show him. After a brief moment, Fan Ning arrived, panting, and handed over the paper, which contained a poem he had written, seeking his grandfather's guidance. Gazing at the rosy complexion of his grandson, a surge of affection welled up within him, and he bent down to pat Fan Ning's little head. Very well, I shall read it attentively. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and presented it to him. In the Fan family's ancestral hall in town, there was a library, and this pendant would grant him access. Fan Ning received the pendant and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for his grandfather's support. Fan Zhongyan smiled as he tousled his hair. Work diligently, and when I return next time, I hope to see more of your poetry. I will certainly strive to do so. Fan Ning replied with a grin, adding, Perhaps this poem will lift your spirits a bit. With that, he dashed away, disappearing in an instant. As Fan Zhongyan strolled leisurely along the riverbank, he read the poem Fan Ning had given him, remembering the Wang's son. Farewell at Taihu, as I ascend the mountain and approach the waters to bid farewell. Nothing is more sorrowful than the parting of life. There is no need to lament the setting sun, for those of you are gone. Only the autumn geese return year after year. Fan Zhongyan's eyes sparkled. This was a remarkably intriguing piece, a collection of lines that, though borrowed from ancient poets, coalesced into a fresh perspective. The ability to seamlessly intertwine the words of the ancients was a mark of extraordinary talent. This child was indeed a rare prodigy. Leaving aside the question of where he had gleaned these verses, the farewell poem itself conveyed a poignant sense of reluctance, embodying a yearning for the grandfather's guidance. What a splendid child he was, yet he had chosen to walk away due to his dissatisfaction with his grandfather. In that moment, Fan Zhongyan recalled Fan Ning's pure gaze and the boundless vitality concealed within his rosy smile, and his heart blossomed with newfound vigor. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Sanyang continued to complain about her husband. It is rare for Uncle San to take a liking to Ninger, yet you refuse to let him assist. Getting into the Yanning Academy is no easy feat. Fan Zhongyan, busy repairing a hoe, responded sullenly to his wife's grievances. Let us rely on our own abilities for the examination. If we truly cannot succeed, we shall attend the government school in the town. No matter where we go, I firmly believe that my son is the brightest gem. Zhang Xinyang sighed, expressing her hope that Ninger would strive earnestly to bring us honor, so that your father may see how he has turned a jewel into mere rubble. At that moment, a sudden cough echoed from outside. Fan Zhongyan hurriedly exited the room, only to find his uncle standing in the courtyard. Fan Zhongyan scratched the back of his head, wondering what else his uncle could want. Fan Zhongyan smiled gently and said, I forgot to inquire earlier. Tomorrow I must travel to the capital. I wonder if Ninger would be willing to leave home for a month? Chapter 3. Moored at Maple Bridge before dawn the following day, Fan Zhongyan's guest boat docked at a small village pier. His mother, Zhang Sanyang, dressed Fan Ning in a new outfit reserved for the new year, showering him with countless reminders and advice. Fan Zhongyan remained silent, though he felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Nevertheless, his son was already 8 years old and had the opportunity to accompany his great-uncle to the capital for a broader perspective. Such an opportunity was rare and should be cherished. Fan Ning bowed to his parents before boarding the boat. Fan Zhongyan stepped out with a smile, reassuring them, Do not worry. I shall return Ninger safely in no more than a month and a half. Then I leave him in your care, third uncle. Fan Zhongyan nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing to the boatmen to set sail, and the vessel gently glided into the morning mist. Zhang Sanyang watched her son's figure fade into the milky fog, her eyes gradually welling with tears. Fan Zhongyan whispered, "We must not speak of this to anyone. It would not be beneficial for Ning. If anyone inquires, we shall say he has gone to visit relatives." Zhang Sanyang nodded. "What of your father? Should we not mention it to him either?" A bittersweet smile crossed Fan Zhongyan's face. If his father were to hear this news, he would certainly erupt in fury. It was best left unsaid. Reflecting on his father's disdain for him, a sigh escaped his lips. "Ninger, make sure to bring honor to your father." The guest boat meandered through the crystal-clear river. Fan Ning sat by the window, clutching a small cloth bag containing 2 changes of clothes and 201, his only possessions. He relished the sensation of sailing at dawn. This tranquil time transported him back to his previous life, where memories flowed like water in his mind. In that life, he had been an orphan, renowned in the orphanage for his exceptional memory. At the age of 8, he was selected to attend a special school, joining a group of children with similarly extraordinary recall, exploring the vast ocean of knowledge. For a decade, he had recorded countless pieces of information, until an accident occurred during an experiment a month prior. He recalled that experiment, which aimed to implant a neural nano-memory chip in his brain. If successful, it would revolutionize the amount of knowledge he could retain. Instead, he became a pioneer and simultaneously a martyr. Fan Ning nervously touched the back of his head, then couldn't help but chuckle. His dull-witted brain could hardly retain such a chip. Fan Zhongyan sat opposite him, and he found himself glancing once more at the poem Remembering the Prince. It was remarkably well-crafted, seamlessly merging the verses of Song Yu, Chu Yuan, Du Mu, and Li Qiao, a feat achieved only through extensive reading. Where could this rural little rascal have acquired such knowledge? Fan Zhongyan pondered, while Fan Ning vaguely explained that he had memorized some verses from idly perusing the local bookshop. Achieving such a feat merely by browsing a bookstore left Fan Zhongyan in awe, for this truly was a remarkable child. He reflected on how close he had come to missing the opportunity to recognize this rare prodigy the day before. At that moment, the young tea servant, Xiao Fu, brought in a pot of steaming tea. Fan Zhongyan poured a cup and, with a gentle smile, slid it across the table towards Fan Ning, gently pulling him back from his reverie. "Thank you, third grandfather." Fan Ning feigned a demure demeanor, lifted the teacup to his lips, and took a sip. The scalding liquid startled him, causing him to leap up in distress. The hot water lingered in his mouth, a dilemma of neither swallowing nor spitting it out, rendering him utterly flustered. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to swallow, feeling as if his tongue had been singed. He cast a fierce glare at Xiao Fu, convinced that the mischievous boy had orchestrated his embarrassment. Xiao Fu stifled a laugh and made a silly face before slipping away. Witnessing Fan Ning's predicament, Fan Zhongyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Tea must be savored slowly. My dear boy, you were far too hasty. I usually drink straight from a ladle at home." Fan Ning muttered, "What you did was not drinking tea, but rather gulping like a beast." Fan Zhongyan laughed, lifting his tea bowl and gently blowing on it before taking a cautious sip. "Have you ever considered why I brought you to the capital?" With a mischievous grin, Fan Ning replied, "Perhaps third grandfather thought the journey would be dull and desired my company to hear tales of martial Tianpeng." Fan Zhongyan winked and inquired, "Does listening to stories come at a cost?" A flush crept across Fan Ning's face, realizing his grandfather had not forgotten that detail. After pondering for a moment, he cheekily remarked, "Typically, I do charge a fee, but I worry that if I only ask for a single coin, third grandfather may not have it on hand." Pointing at him with a playful scold, Fan Zhongyan exclaimed, "You little rascal, a budding miser at such a young age. I never noticed that before." Discovering that his esteemed ancestor was not as stern as he had presumed, Fan Ning's true nature began to emerge. He ceased his pretense of innocence and embraced his playful self. Reclining on the deck with his hands behind his head, he gazed out at the drifting white clouds and mused, "Third grandfather, have you ever heard the saying? Money isn't everything, but without it, one cannot achieve anything." Where did you learn such a phrase? In a miscellaneous book, though I've forgotten the title. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Zhongyan responded, "To have an affinity for wealth is not inherently a vice. In my youth, I was impoverished, unable to afford even porridge. Like you, I yearned for riches as I grew older. However, through various experiences, I gradually understood a profound truth. Is it that a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means?" Fan Ning asked with a grin. Caught off guard, Fan Zhongyan pointed at him and chuckled, "You little trickster. You are indeed a worm in my belly. Now I regret bringing you along. Get off the boat at once." Feigning terror, Fan Ning clutched the table leg. "Third grandfather, allow me to tell you a story, free of charge, not a single coin required. Is that not acceptable?" Fan Zhongyan was amused by Fan Ning's antics, bursting into hearty laughter. He suddenly realized that he had a growing fondness for the present version of Fan Ning. The advantages of traveling by boat lay in its leisurely comfort, devoid of the weariness of carriages. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent, primarily its slowness. By the time they reached Changzhou County, night had already fallen, and the passenger boat docked for the night. The lanterns in the cabin have been lit, and there are only 3 of them. Besides the grandfather-grandson duo of Fan Zhongyan and Fan Ning, there is also the tea boy, Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, who is the same age as Fan Ning, is an orphan who has been following Fan Zhongyan for 2 years, developing a bond akin to that of family. Inside the cabin, Fan Ning and Xiao Fu sit under the light, practicing calligraphy, while Fan Zhongyan observes their writing from a distance. It is rather embarrassing to admit that Fan Ning's handwriting is indeed atrocious, resembling a deformed chicken's claw, whereas Xiao Fu's regular script is 100 times more orderly and beautiful. However, it is precisely due to Fan Ning's poor penmanship that Fan Zhongyan has resolved to take him to the capital. He understands that with such handwriting, Fan Ning could never gain admission to the Yining Academy, and he intends to use this time to provide him with proper guidance. Of course, he could write a letter to the headmaster Liu, but that would inevitably displace another deserving child, which he deems unfair and contrary to his principles. As Fan Zhongyan watches Fan Ning's writing, he notices that the strokes are as unsteady as trembling legs and the horizontal lines as uneven as a person attempting to build muscle, an eyesore indeed. Unable to contain himself any longer, Fan Zhongyan gently taps Fan Ning's head with his knuckles, exclaiming, "I truly do not comprehend you. How can one compose such exquisite verses, yet write so poorly?" In truth, Fan Ning is equally frustrated. For these are not his own characters, but rather those of the clumsy Fan Dai, with each poorly crafted character sticking stubbornly to him like an indelible plaster. I will practice diligently," Fan Ning declares, fiercely jabbing the brush onto the paper with determination. Seeing him growing embarrassed and angry, Fan Zhongyan cannot help but chuckle and decides not to interrupt Fan Ning's practice any further, opting instead to read a book nearby. At that moment, Xiao Fu chuckles and says, "Actually, I have a quick method." "What method?" "Speak quickly," Fan Ning urges. "If I tell you, you must help me boil water for tea for half a month." "Boil your head," Fan Ning retorts, striking Xiao Fu's head with the brush handle. "You think you can get me to do your bidding? You're far too young for that." "I am not lying," Xiao Fu whispers to Fan Ning. "The Xian paper is layered. The more you tear it, the thinner it becomes. If you tear it to a semi-transparent state and overlay it on the calligraphy book, it will expedite your practice." Fan Ning's eyes light up. This is indeed a brilliant idea that he had not considered. He immediately throws his arm around Xiao Fu's shoulders with a smile, saying, "The tea I make is so unpalatable that even the villagers disdain it. I fear San Gong won't enjoy it. You'll have to work a bit harder, and to express my gratitude, I shall treat you to some candy once we arrive in the capital." Upon hearing about the candy, Xiao Fu's mouth waters, and he quickly responds, "You must not go back on your word. Let us make a pinky promise." Fan Ning glances at him disdainfully. "How old are you? Still wanting to make a pinky promise? What if you break your word?" Fan Ning puffs out his chest, declaring, "Once I, Fan Ning, have spoken. Even 4 horses cannot retrieve my words. Do you think I would deceive a mere child like you?" All right. Fan Zhongyan interjects, watching the two converse with genuine delight. He cannot help but laugh. "You little rascal, aren't you too grown up yourself? Get back to writing and stop the mischief." The two individuals lowered their heads to write, when Xiao Fu suddenly flushed and, gritting his teeth, muttered, "You are the real child." Fan Ning shook his head, remarking that writing alongside such a childish fellow was truly dull. "Let me test you." With amusement, Fan Zhongyan set down his book and playfully inquired, "I shall first ask Xiao Fu, why do you think I chose to dock the boat here?" Xiao Fu scratched his head, unable to provide an answer after a long pause. "And what about you?" Fan Zhongyan turned his gaze towards Fan Ning with a smile. Fan Ning disdainfully curled her lips at Xiao Fu, saying, "Outside Suzhou, at Hantan Temple. The sound of the midnight bell reaches the guest boat. How could you not think of that? All that reading has gone to waste." "I could have thought of it. I just momentarily forgot," Xiao Fu retorted, irritated. Fan Zhongyan nodded in approval. "Ninger must have seen the Tiger Hill Pagoda outside. I noticed it long ago. But I understand that this is not the true reason why Sanagon docked here." "Oh, then enlighten us about the real reason," Fan Ning, with a cunning smile, responded. "Just like the reason at Jianwan village, Sanagon is afraid of being disturbed." Fan Zhongyan burst into hearty laughter, giving her a thumbs up. "What a clever child you are." Fan Ning, with a cheerful grin, spread her hands. If I guess correctly, there should be a reward, right? I don't need much. Just a cash reward of 1 guan from Sanagon will suffice. Fan Zhongyan pulled out a single coin and tossed it to her, exclaiming with mock annoyance. This is your prize? What 1 guan? Why not ask for 100 taels of silver? Xiaofu grinned mischievously, feeling defeated. Are we? Who told you to be so greedy, asking for 1 guan? If it were me, I would only ask for 10 won. Fan Ning casually tossed the coin back to him. I wanted the money to repay your favor. Since you don't mind the small amount, go buy yourself some candy in the capital. Chapter 4. Guest Professor. Perhaps it was the excess of tea consumed the previous night that prompted Fan Ning to awaken in the early hours, his bladder protesting against the warmth of his bed. Ultimately, unable to hold it any longer, he reluctantly extricated himself from his cocoon of blankets and stealthily made his way out of the cabin, careful not to rouse his slumbering grandfather. Upon exiting the cabin, a brisk and chilly river breeze enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. He quickly bent down and hastened to the ship's side, relieving himself into the river with a sense of relief, and then spun around to return to the cabin. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several furtive shadows on the shore, causing his heart to race. Thieves. A gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall, having spotted the intruders. He certainly could not confront them. Instead, Fan Ning quietly approached the bow of the boat and gently nudged the sleeping boatman. Uncle, the boatman, lost in dreams of savory braised pork in the capital, was jolted awake. What is it? He mumbled, still half asleep. There seem to be a few petty thieves on the shore. Could you investigate while I find something suitable? They're not thieves, but rather a group of young scholars here to seek your esteemed guidance. The boatman yawned and turned over, drifting back into slumber. Realizing they were not thieves, Fan Ning straightened his back and donned a boatman-esque coat before swaggering towards the stern. As dawn broke, Fan Zhongyan was roused by the sound of voices. Turning, he found Xiao Fu curled up in a corner, soundly asleep, while Fan Ning was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, he quickly sat up. At that moment, he heard Fan Ning's voice. What is this you've written? Do you truly believe such an article will secure you a position as a scholar? It seemed he was chastising someone. Intrigued, Fan Zhongyan gently pushed aside a corner of the cabin window and beheld Fan Ning's youthful figure, clad in a boatman-esque coat, seated at the ship's edge, holding a piece of writing. Looking down, he noticed 5 or 6 young scholars in deep blue robes standing on the shore, their faces tinged with embarrassment and trepidation. The chastised scholar retorted, I have sought the counsel of esteemed sages regarding my work, and the feedback was not unfavorable. If the young master finds it lacking, he ought to provide reasons. With a huff, Fan Ning replied, Your piece is a mere tapestry of ornate phrases describing scenery. Perhaps that is your notion of quality, but what is its substance? It is devoid of meaning. A composition should convey significance, intertwining imagery with emotion. If you wish to write about the sword pool of Tiger Hill, you need only touch upon its grandeur. The essence lies in what you have gleaned from the sword pool. It should reflect an aspiration to seek peace for the people by casting your sword into the pool and ceasing martial endeavors. Only then can you cultivate yourself, manage your family, and bring order to the world. Otherwise, what value is there in pursuing this examination? The chastised scholar, face flushed with shame, accepted the manuscript with a deep bow. Listening to the young master's words felt more enlightening than a decade of study. Zhang Ming was filled with gratitude. Please depart. My grandfather is unwell and unable to entertain you. Allow me to converse with you briefly. A group of 5 or 6 scholars bowed deeply before turning away. The words of Fan Ning left Fan Zhongyan utterly astonished, and he gradually lowered the cabin window, gently covering his mouth, barely able to refrain from bursting into laughter. The cycle of heavenly justice compensates the deficient while diminishing the surplus. Fate had subjected him to the harshest of trials in the court, stripping him of his lifelong aspirations and ideals. Yet, the heavens quietly opened another small window for him, allowing him to discover a successor in his hometown. The passenger vessel journeyed for a fortnight, during which Fan Ning and Xiao Fu engaged in a spirited exchange of banter, greatly delighting Fan Zhongyan, who had not experienced such joy in a long time. That afternoon, the boat finally arrived at the capital city, known as Dongjing Bianliang, present-day Kaifeng. From the first dwelling visible along the shore, Fan Ning stood at the bow, eyes wide with wonder, scanning the surroundings. He lamented the absence of a camera to capture the vibrant scenes of the bustling streets. Both sides of the Bian River were lined with boats of various sizes, while the banks were teeming with pedestrians and merchants. Taverns, shoe shops, tea houses, snack stalls, apothecaries, warehouses, fabric shops, and medical clinics were all closely situated. The closer one approached the city, the more prosperous it became, with flags fluttering and a densely populated, lively atmosphere. Even outside Bianliang, the area was already quite vibrant. One could only imagine the splendor within the city walls. At that moment, a wooden arch bridge came into view, instantly recognizable to Fan Ning, who exclaimed excitedly, "Look! That's the Rainbow Bridge!" Xiao Fu scoffed from behind, his eyes filled with disdain, questioning the need for such exuberance over a mere wooden bridge. What a lack of refinement for a scholar. You know nothing. This bridge will be celebrated for eternity. Fan Ning gazed contentedly at the wooden arch, realizing it was indeed the very rainbow bridge depicted in the Jinming Pond Tuesday. Had he stepped into the painting, or had the painting transformed into reality? At that juncture, Fan Zhongyan approached and gently rested his hand on Fan Ning's youthful shoulder, smiling. "This is the capital. It is quite similar to our Pingjiang prefecture." Fan Ning grinned. "I feel as though I've never even been to Wuxian, yet here I am, stepping into the capital. My legs must be quite long." Amused by his words, Fan Zhongyan chuckled and playfully tapped the back of his head, asking, "You've been telling me about wanting to meet the eminent personalities of the capital. Now that we are here, who do you wish to see?" At that moment, Fan Ning was captivated by a graceful woman riding a donkey on the bank and blurted out, "Li Shi," realizing he had let slip a name. He bashfully scratched his head and quickly clarified, "Li Shi is my neighbor. We grew up together as childhood friends. Her family moved to the capital last year. And I miss her." Fan Ning believed his explanation was flawless, but having traveled northward, Fan Zhongyan had come to understand his habits. Whenever he scratched his head, it was invariably followed by some nonsense. Amused yet exasperated, Fan Zhongyan lightly tapped him on the head, insisting, "Speak seriously. What about Su Dongpa?" Taken aback, Fan Zhongyan pondered who Su Dongpa was. Suddenly, Fan Ning remembered, Su Dongpa is still up in the trees, nesting birds. After navigating a couple of twists and turns, he smiled and said, "If possible, I would like to meet Ouyang Xiu." Fan Zhongyan was somewhat perplexed. Ouyang Xiu was still quite young and hardly a renowned figure. There were many more famous individuals in the capital, such as Ouyang Xiu, Sima Guang, Fengjing, and Zhang Gong, among others. Yet this young lad seemed singularly intent on meeting Ouyang Xiu, which struck him as rather peculiar. Fan Zhongyan refrained from probing further, instead contemplating. Ouyang Xiu has already been dispatched, but with the recent happenings in the capital, you should have a chance to meet him. Fan Ning felt a surge of relief that his grandfather did not inquire about his desire to meet Ouyang Xiu. It would indeed be difficult for him to explain that his sole reason for entering the capital was to catch a glimpse of Ouyang Xiu. Once ashore, the trio did not linger long in the capital. Fan Zhongyan instructed the boatman to wait for a few days, and they climbed aboard an ox cart, slowly making their way into the city. The interior of Dongjing was not much different from its outskirts, save for more orderly architecture, a thriving commerce, and a greater throng of pedestrians where one could glimpse some opulent mansions. They did not venture too deeply, and soon the ox cart came to a halt before a rather dilapidated old residence in the western part of the city. Fan Ning observed that although the old house occupied a considerable area, its age was apparent. The paint on the front door had entirely worn away, and the lower walls were marred by water stains, suggesting it would be prone to flooding during rains. Additionally, the surroundings were rather dismal, noisy with the presence of many small houses, where groups of naked children scampered about, imparting a sense of squalor. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Xiwen, is that you?" Fan Ning turned to see a middle-aged man on horseback, flanked by two attendants. The man had a fair complexion and a square face, his eyes brimming with vitality. He wore a winged black cap and a scarlet official robe, clearly indicating his status as an official. Upon spotting Fan Zhongyan from afar, he excitedly waved and shouted. Fan Zhongyan laughed heartily and approached him. The man dismounted and embraced Fan Zhongyan warmly, exclaiming, "I thought you would never return to the capital. I am here for personal matters, not on an official summons, so do not misunderstand. I know you have come to visit Master Lu. His health is quite poor, and he is to be demoted to Junzhou. I have advised him to retire from public service altogether." As they conversed, they reached the entrance, and Fan Zhongyan introduced Fan Ning with a smile. "This is my grandson, Fan Ning, a prodigious talent. I brought him specifically to compete with your esteemed disciple." Upon hearing of the competition with his beloved apprentice, the official's eyes brightened, and he scrutinized Fan Ning from head to toe. Coincidentally, Fan Ning was also observing him, his gaze calm and unflinching. The audacity of youth. The official nodded and inquired with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" Fan Ning gently shook his head. In the presence of strangers, he always maintained a reserved demeanor, concealing his brilliance. Even towards Fan Zhongyan, he had remained subdued until boarding the boat, where he gradually revealed his true self. Fan Zhongyan had grown accustomed to his grandson's cleverness, and as long as his character was upright, he preferred not to meddle excessively. With a smile, Fan Zhongyan remarked, "You intend to intimidate my grandson with your reputation, do you not?" The official chuckled lightly, remarking, "How could my reputation possibly compare to yours?" He continued, "Look, Ling's son does not regard me at all. That is merely because he is unaware of your true worth." With a smile, Fan Zhongyan then introduced Fan Ning, saying, "This distinguished gentleman is none other than Ouyang Xiu. You may address him as Uncle Ouyang." Chapter 5. The brave confrontation with the young Zangbu. Ouyang Xiu glared fiercely at Fan Zhongyan, exclaiming that he had never encountered anyone so brazen as to openly take advantage of others, allowing his grandson to address him as uncle. Fan Ning, having gained such a fortuitous grandfather in Fan Zhongyan, quickly found his immunity to the influence of renowned figures significantly heightened. The presence of Ouyang Xiu, one of the 8 greats of the Tang and Song dynasties, stirred within him a fleeting thrill, which soon settled into a state of calm curiosity. This illustrious figure appeared far younger than his grandfather. He promptly bowed and greeted, "Junior Fan Ning pays his respects to Senior Ouyang." Ouyang Xiu, slightly taken aback, scrutinized Fan Ning once more before turning to Fan Zhongyan and remarking, "Your grandson is indeed very clever." With a 20-year age difference between them, Ouyang and Fan Zhongyan shared a bond of camaraderie that transcended generational distinctions. Fan Ning discerned this nuance and thus referred to Ouyang Xiu as senior, cleverly sidestepping any awkwardness associated with familial titles. However, Fan Zhongyan lightly interjected, "My praise for him suffices. Do not complicate matters further lest he forget how to write altogether." Fan Ning's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his grandfather's subtle reprimand. During the 15-day journey northward, he had practiced his calligraphy aboard the ship. Yet his progress was marginal, merely achieving a semblance of neatness. His skills were still leagues away from the artistry of true calligraphy, leaving Fan Zhongyan quite disappointed. "Let us converse inside the residence," Ouyang Xiu urged, ushering the Fan grandfather and grandson into his abode. Fan Zhongyan surveyed the house and remarked, "Yaoshou, you truly ought to purchase a home. Perpetually renting is not a sustainable solution. Otherwise, your wife may very well evict you." Ouyang Xiu sighed, lamenting the exorbitant housing prices in the capital. "How could I possibly afford to buy? Zywans, let us not dwell on such matters. They could dampen our spirits. Tonight, allow me to welcome you. We shall not cease until we are fully intoxicated." Fan Ning couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, noting that even in the Song dynasty, discussions about real estate were as commonplace as in later times. Nevertheless, he was curious about the current housing prices in the capital. Ouyang Xiu led Fan Zhongyan to the guest hall, where they settled into their respective seats, despite the presence of several empty chairs nearby. Fan Ning dutifully stood behind his grandfather, aware that there was no place for him amongst these 2 eminent figures of the Song dynasty. After exchanging pleasantries, Fan Zhongyan produced a pouch of compressed tea and placed it on the table, cheerfully offering it to Ouyang Xiu as a token from his homeland. Though it bore little monetary value, it was rich in sentiment. "How fragrant!" Ouyang Xiu inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, and smiled at Fan Zhongyan. This scent must originate from the 10-acre tea garden at the foot of Dongying Mountain, an exceptional tribute, rare to find in the market. "I never anticipated Zywans would present it to me. What a stroke of good fortune today," Fan Ning observed in silence, unable to recognize that the slightly pale tea cakes before him were the illustrious by Luo Chun of later renown. Just then, a young man and woman strolled past in the hall, and upon spotting them, Ouyang Xiu waved enthusiastically, "Abu, Chinner, do come in." 2 individuals briskly entered the hall. Leading the way was a youth, a head taller than Fan Ning, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, with delicate and refined features. Upon entering, he respectfully greeted Ouyang Xiu, addressing him as master. Ouyang Xiu, smiling, introduced the youth to Fan Zhongyan, saying, "Xiwing, this is my young disciple, Zangbu." Fan Zhongyan stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, heroes emerged from the young. The youth, upon realizing that the venerable elder before him was none other than the renowned Fan Zhongyan, displayed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, and promptly bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I am Zangbu, here to pay my respects to Master Fan." Fan Ning pondered quietly, realizing that this youth was indeed Zangbu, the brother of Zhang Gong, and Ouyang Xiu's prized disciple. Zangbu was a prodigy well known in the capital, having shone brightly a few years prior, and was taken under Ouyang Xiu's wing after excelling in the imperial examination for children. Among Ouyang Xiu's disciples, Zangbu was the youngest and most favored. However, At this moment, Fan Ning's gaze was primarily fixed upon a young lady who entered gracefully. Her lustrous black hair was styled into double loops, adorned with a white embroidered robe and a flowing red pleated skirt, complemented by a light yellow outer garment. As she approached, Fan Ning was instantly captivated. He had never encountered such a beautiful and elegant young lady from the Song Dynasty. She was akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, with beauty that seemed to blossom anew. Around the same age as Zhang Bu, she was exceptionally lovely, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled like black gemstones. Although still in her adolescence, she had already blossomed into a graceful figure, enchanting as a flower. For a moment, Fan Ning found himself utterly mesmerized. This young lady was Ouyang Xiu, the daughter of Ouyang Xiu and his third wife, Shui. Ouyang Xiu approached her father first, offering a respectful bow, then gracefully performed a respectful greeting to Fan Zhongyan, her beautiful eyes shyly downcast as she spoke. Qian'er wishes to pay her respects to Uncle Fan. Fan Zhongyan chuckled warmly. Turning to Ouyang Xiu, it has been several years since we last met. Qian'er has grown so much. The little girl has transformed into a charming young lady. How swiftly time passes. At this moment, Zhang Bu cast a quick glance at Fan Ning, noticing him gazing dreamily at Ouyang Xiu, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Feeling a tinge of displeasure, he inquired with a smile, "And who might this young brother be?" Fan Ning promptly retracted his gaze, stepped forward to bow, and replied with a faint smile, "I am Fan Ning, a junior from Wu County." Ouyang Xiu chuckled, saying, "Abu. Young Master Fan is the grandson of Master Fan and has inherited his profound teachings. You should seek his guidance." Receiving his master's hint, Zhang Bu understood and inquired with a smile, "May I ask what books young Master Fan usually reads? I dabble in various subjects, but cannot compare to Brother Zhang." Fan Ning replied modestly, "Not at all. How about we engage in a friendly exchange, allowing me to learn from your insights?" Zhang Bu suggested eagerly. His keen gaze revealed a fervent interest, as he and Ouyang Qian had developed mutual feelings, both yearning for their master Ouyang Xiu's approval. However, the master remained non-committal. Today, having encountered the grandson of Fan Zhongyan, he contemplated the prospect of decisively putting this young lad in his place, thereby earning the master's favor. Perhaps, if the master were pleased, he might consent to their marriage. Moreover, the opportunity to impress Qian'er further invigorated Zhang Bu's heart with anticipation. Ouyang Xiu, equally intrigued, stroked his beard and smiled slightly, cautioning, "Abu, do not underestimate your opponent. Young Master Fan is a rare prodigy." Fan Ning felt a twinge of surprise. Was Ouyang Xiu inciting him? He glanced back at his grandfather, seeking his counsel. Yet, Fan Zhongyan could not help but harbor a wry smile. This competitive Ouyang Xiu. He had merely intended to jest, yet he had summoned his precious disciple, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his grandson was but 8 years old. Indeed, the combative nature of scholars had become a persistent ailment of the Song Dynasty, with everyone, from the highest to the lowest, unable to escape its grasp. When the mood struck, it was customary to engage in contests of skill. The political factions within the court were a given. More refined pursuits included competitions in poetry, prose, painting, calligraphy, couplets, tea, stones, and even cricket fighting. Thus, Zhang Bu's suggestion to challenge Fan Ning was hardly surprising. Fan Zhongyan held great hopes for Fan Ning, eager to observe how he would navigate this situation. Winning was of little consequence. Maintaining grace in defeat was paramount. He nodded with a smile, encouraging Fan Ning to perform it well. Stealing a glance at the nearby beauty, Fan Ning noted the slight disdain upon her countenance as she regarded him. Yet her gaze towards Zhang Bu was filled with admiration. Suddenly, Fan Ning comprehended. Zhang Bu sought to use him as a mere stepping stone to impress the fair maiden. This revelation irked him. It was acceptable to seek to please the beauty, but not at the expense of trampling on Fan Ye's dignity. What does Brother Zhang wish to contest? Zhang Bu pondered momentarily before replying, "I am a few years your senior, and it may seem unfair to compare knowledge. So let us engage in a recitation contest." Zhang Bu possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of retaining everything he read, which was his proudest talent. At that moment, Ouyang Qian chimed in with a smile, "Brother Zhang, allow me to participate as well." "Very well. My junior sister shall join." Zhang Bu then inquired of Fan Ning, "How would you prefer to compete, dear brother?" Fan Ning languidly replied, "As you wish, I shall accompany you regardless." At this juncture, Ouyang Xiu, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily added, "Young Master Fan has traveled far and just arrived in the capital today. He must be fatigued. Let us postpone this contest for another day." Yet, Fan Zhongyan smiled gently. I have long heard of young Master Zhang's prodigious talents, but have never witnessed them firsthand. Such an opportunity is rare. Ouyang Xiu, do not dampen my spirits. Chapter 6, When the false is true, and the true is false. Since the challenge was posed by Zhang Bu, it was only natural that he would not set the questions himself, nor would Fan Zhongyan take the stage, for it was Ouyang Xiu who held the reins. Ouyang Xiu stroked his beard thoughtfully and inquired of Zhang Bu, among the many classic texts, which ones have you yet to explore? Zhang Bu bowed respectfully and replied, Master, I have yet to delve into the spring and autumn annals. Ouyang Xiu then turned to Fan Zhongyan with a smile, asking, What do you think of the spring and autumn? The spring and autumn annals, being one of the lesser-known classics, was certainly not something Fan Ning had encountered. Fan Zhongyan nodded. Then let us proceed with the spring and autumn. Ouyang Xiu immediately ordered a servant to fetch 3 copies of the spring and autumn annals and handed them to the 3 participants. He then addressed Fan Ning with a smile. In our contest of recitation, we shall limit ourselves to the duration of a single incense stick. Whatever you can recite within that time shall be counted. Do you understand my meaning? Fan Ning nodded affirmatively. I understand. Ouyang Xiu then had an incense stick lit, marking the commencement of the timer. The 3 of them quickly opened their books, pacing back and forth in the grand hall as they began to silently memorize. In truth, Fan Ning had read the spring and autumn annals in a previous life and could recite it fluently. However, after a lapse of 2 years, he still needed to refresh his memory. An incense stick is slender and short, burning completely in about 15 minutes. Hence the saying about the duration of an incense stick. Before long, the incense had burned out, and Ouyang Xiu called out, Stop. The 3 ceased their recitation, and Ouyang Qian wore a look of regret, clearly having memorized little. With eager eyes, she glanced at Zhang Bu, who was beaming with confidence, eliciting a moment of secret delight in her heart. Well then, which of you 3 will go first to recite? Ouyang Xiu asked with a smile. Just as Zhang Bu was about to speak, Fan Ning raised his hand. I'll go first. Fan Zhongyan nodded approvingly. Generally, it was advantageous for the later reciter, as they could benefit from the hints provided by the earlier ones. Fan Ning's decision to go first reflected his integrity, which pleased Fan Zhongyan greatly. Zhang Bu, not wishing to take advantage, remarked, Then I shall wait below the hall. Fan Ning waved his hand. No need to step away. If I falter, I would appreciate your guidance, Brother Zhang. Ouyang Xiu took the book and smiled. Recite as much as you can. Fan Ning began reciting from the section of the first year of Duke Yin. In the first year of Duke Hui, the concubine Mengzi passed away, and his successor was Shengzi, who gave birth to Duke Yin. He recited uninterruptedly until reaching the 7th year of Duke One, when he suddenly noticed a change in Fan Zhongyan's expression and realized he had recited too much. He quickly halted, scratching his head with a smile. My apologies. That is all I have memorized. At that moment, everyone in the hall was left astounded, for it had only been a brief incense stick duration. Fan Ning had managed to recite nearly half of the spring and autumn annals, an astonishing feat. The complete text comprises over 18,000 characters, and Fan Ning had recited nearly 10,000 characters flawlessly, leaving everyone in shock. Fan Zhongyan hastily grasped Fan Ning's arm and asked, Have you memorized this book before? Fan Ning quickly shook his head. This is my first time reading it. Ouyang Xiu gently patted his forehead and sighed. I have witnessed it. Such a prodigious memory exists in this world. Zhang, his face flushed with shame, prided himself on his remarkable memory, yet after the span of a single incense stick, he could recall only around 2,000 characters, a stark contrast to Fan Ning's prowess, leaving him feeling inadequate. Ouyang Qian, however, felt a surge of defiance. Brother Zhang's memory was unparalleled in the capital. How could he possibly be outperformed by this young lad? Perhaps the boy was resorting to trickery. With this thought in mind, Ouyang Qian smiled and suggested, Of course, a competition should be decided by 3 rounds, 2 victories for credibility. Father, why not proceed to a second round? Ouyang Xiu, slightly embarrassed, turned to Fan Zhongyan with a smile and inquired, What does my elder brother think? Fan Zhongyan understood that the current contest lacked sufficient convincing power, as the spring and autumn annals could be acquired in bookstores across the realm. Let us proceed to a second round. Ouyang Xiu pondered briefly, then retrieved a piece of writing, exclaiming, This article is a travelogue I composed last year during my visit to Chuzhou, the first draft completed merely half a month ago. It has yet to be seen by anyone. Each of you shall read it through, and then recite it from memory. Fan Ning's heart stirred. Could it be the record of the drunken old man's pavilion? Ouyang Xiu handed the manuscript to Fan Ning, the opening line reading, The mountains surround Chuzhou. Fan Ning secretly rejoiced. Indeed, It was the record of the drunken old man's pavilion, and he hastily perused it once more, before he could scrutinize it further. Ouyang Xiu swiftly reclaimed the manuscript, passing it to Zhang. Zhang, too, failed to gain an advantage, merely skimming through it before it was passed to Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian had yet to finish reading when her father took the manuscript from her. Exasperated, she stamped her foot, lamenting, "Father, I had the least time to read." Ouyang Xiu chuckled. "You were merely here for the excitement. It matters not whether you read or not." Ouyang Qian pouted, reluctantly withdrew, and dutifully settled down to begin her recitation. Zheng wrote with great speed, fearing that he might forget the content in an instant. Meanwhile, Fan Ning hesitated. Based on normal memory, he could recall only about 60%, yet he knew the entire piece. Should he write only 60% or commit the whole text to memory? Stealing a glance at Zhang, he noticed Zheng had already written a fair amount and was now pausing in contemplation, resolving his indecision. Fan Ning took up his pen and flawlessly recited the entirety of the record of the drunken old man's pavilion. Though he made slight alterations to a few words at the end, mindful that perfection can often appear inauthentic. Before long, the three presented their manuscripts to Ouyang Xiu, who grasped that he had allotted them insufficient time for complete memorization. It would be a matter of who remembered the most. First to be eliminated was Ouyang Qian, who recalled only 3 lines and made 3 errors. Undeterred, she had merely wished to join in the fun. Her greater concern lay with Zhang. If he could triumph over that insufferable boy, her happiness would be assured. Zhang performed reasonably well, recalling 40%, although with 5 mistakes. Ouyang Xiu circled the errors with his pen, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang, whose face turned crimson. "Not bad, managing to remember 60%, slightly better than I anticipated." Ouyang Xiu remarked with a smile, setting Zhang's paper aside before eagerly picking up Fan Ning's. Having been astounded by the boy's earlier recitation of the spring and autumn annals, he wondered what further astonishment this round would bring. Upon grasping the examination paper, Ouyang Xiu was momentarily taken aback. The characters were simply astonishing. He cast a look of incredulity towards Fan Ning, who, fully aware of the surprise reflected in Ouyang's gaze, responded with a cheerful smile. "It is not too late for you to revise, senior, even more so than practicing calligraphy." However, Fan Zhongyan felt a twinge of embarrassment and sighed. This child possesses many commendable qualities, yet his calligraphy leaves much to be desired. I hope that Yaoshou can offer him guidance. Ouyang Xiu chuckled warmly, recalling that he too struggled with writing at Fan Ning's age. In truth, there is no great secret to calligraphy. It merely requires diligent practice. I shall reserve my judgment for 10 years hence. He then turned his attention to the record of the drunken old man's pavilion that Fan Ning had transcribed. Gradually, Ouyang's smile faded as he meticulously examined the text. To his astonishment, every character was correct by the conclusion. He was shocked to realize that Fan Ning had transcribed the entire piece flawlessly. This was inconceivable, although many praise prodigies for their photographic memory. The reality is that such a gift is exceedingly rare. Even the most gifted individuals typically require at least 2 readings to commit something to memory. Ouyang Xiu had only permitted Fan Ning a single glance. With an expression of peculiar curiosity, he regarded Fan Ning. Could this child truly possess such remarkable capabilities? "When did you read my work?" Ouyang Xiu blurted out. His question appeared somewhat absurd, provoking laughter from his daughter Ouyang Qian and Zheng Bu, even eliciting a chuckle from Fan Zhongyan. What could be troubling Yaoshou today? Yet, Fan Ning remained unperturbed and replied, "Do you believe I had the opportunity to read this piece beforehand, esteemed Ouyang?" Ouyang Xiu was momentarily speechless. The record of the drunken old man's pavilion was a recent composition, never before shared, not even with his daughter. It was utterly impossible for Fan Ning, who had just arrived in the capital, to have seen it. However, slowly, Ouyang Xiu took a seat, profoundly astonished that the child could memorize the text in such a brief period. How could this be? He was merely 8 years old. At that moment, Fan Zhongyan interjected. "Might you allow me to take a look?" Ouyang Xiu handed the paper to him, and Fan Zhongyan scrutinized it carefully, comparing it to the original manuscript on the table. Unlike Ouyang Xiu, who had reacted with fervor, Fan Zhongyan had already witnessed Fan Ning's extraordinary memory capabilities. "Yaoshou, observe these 2 passages." Fan Zhongyan pointed out the discrepancies at the conclusion of the transcription. He omitted the phrase, "The governor is he," but who is the governor? Additionally, he altered as the setting sun casts long shadows, the figures scatter to the figures are chaotic. From this, it is evident that my grandson's memory, while impressive, is not without its flaws. Ouyang Xiu had overlooked these errors, but upon closer examination, he indeed found 2 mistakes in the transcription. Fan Zhongyan was correct. Although Fan Ning exhibited a remarkable gift for memory, it was not entirely flawless. Ouyang Xiu sighed deeply, acknowledging that even so, the child's ability to retain what he has seen was truly astonishing. Zheng Bu's expression shifted, his demeanor downcast, for he understood that he had once again been bested in this contest. Ouyang Qian's lips quivered, on the brink of tears. Ouyang Xiu could not help but scrutinize Fan Ning's paper 3 times, only to shake his head and say to Fan Zhongyan, "Your grandson possesses extraordinary talent. He is indeed a prodigy, and I, Ouyang Xiu, am thoroughly impressed." This was the first time Fan Zhongyan had heard such praise from Ouyang Xiu for a child. He felt a genuine joy in his heart, but stroked his beard and smiled faintly, saying, "In terms of true talent and knowledge, he still falls far short of Zheng Bu. Dear brother, you overpraise him." Upon turning his head, Fan Zhongyan noticed an unmistakable pride in Fan Ning's eyes, which infuriated him. He promptly gave Fan Ning a hefty knock on the head, exclaiming, "Where has your modesty gone? Speak it out at once." Chapter 7. The Little Heroine That Evening. Fan Ning and his grandfather took up residence in the Ouyang residence. The following morning, Fan Zhongyan set out early to attend to his affairs, while Fan Ning remained in his room, yawning and practicing his calligraphy. Was it not absurd? Arriving in the bustling capital yet choosing to stay indoors instead of exploring the vibrant streets? What purpose did his visit serve? Fan Ning, filled with frustration, vented his emotions onto the rice paper, where he was not merely writing but rather creating an abstract ink painting. At that moment, a knock echoed from behind him. The door was ajar. "Come in," he called. The door creaked open, and to his astonishment, it was Ouyang Qian standing at the threshold. Today, she had donned a new dress, her beauty as radiant as the previous day, though her expression was clouded with displeasure, as if someone owed her a considerable sum. "Do you require my assistance, Miss Ouyang?" Fan Ning inquired. Ouyang Qian languidly responded, "Do you have time?" "For what?" "My father has asked me to accompany you to purchase a calligraphy book. There is none suitable at home, and I figured you might wish to practice but lack the time." Fan Ning sprang to his feet. "I have time." He tossed aside his brush and grinned as he approached her. "Unlike the other little brothers, I certainly have time." What a delightful prospect it was to venture out, accompanied by a beautiful maiden. Who could possibly refuse such a charming invitation? Ouyang Qian silently lamented, "This little brat is quite the handful." It was then that Fan Ning comprehended why everyone adored beautiful women. Having a lovely companion indeed brightened his mood and made the world seem a more pleasant place. They had scarcely stepped outside when Ouyang Qian hailed a bullock cart, which astonished Fan Ning. Was this not reminiscent of modern-day transport? "Have you never seen this?" Ouyang Qian boasted. "In the capital, bullock carts are everywhere. It costs just a few coins. Do you have such conveniences in the countryside?" "In our countryside, riding a bull costs nothing." She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Hurry and get in." Once aboard the cart, the driver cracked the whip, and they began their slow journey. Fan Ning, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Sister Qian, why must we go to Daxiangwo Temple for a calligraphy book? I believe there is a bookshop not far from here." Ouyang Qian, pleased by his sweet words, felt her spirits lift and replied, "In addition to the calligraphy book, my father asked me to take you for a bite to eat. There are renowned eateries near Daxiangwo Temple." At the mention of food, Fan Ning's face lit up. "What shall we eat?" Ouyang Qian carried a beautifully embroidered bag, containing not only eyebrow pencils and rouge but also a small purse. Within it lay a handful of coins and several pieces of silver. It had been quite some time since she had possessed such a sum and was contemplating which famed establishment to indulge in. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, let me take you to eat Grandma Chow's meat pies. They are quite famous in the capital, and their spicy soup is authentically delightful." "Excellent. With your recommendation, I am certain it will be delightful." Being a young lady, Ouyang Qian was straightforward and, after being showered with flattering words from Fan Ning, had completely forgotten her earlier discontent. Before long, she was animatedly guiding Fan Ning as they traversed the streets. The Great Xianggua Temple is renowned as the most prosperous commercial hub in the capital of Bianliang, hosting transactions for the common folk 5 times a month, thereby becoming the largest marketplace in the city. Each market day sees throngs of tens of thousands flocking to the temple, eager to shop and explore. Numerous temporary stalls, numbering in the thousands, are set up to trade a diverse array of goods from every corner of the realm. Today marks a market day, and the temple is bustling with a sea of people making their way inside. Although Fan Ning cannot see the inner workings of the temple, the vibrant atmosphere in the square is already overwhelming. Ox carts slowly navigate through the square in front of the temple, which is teeming with street performers, jugglers, magicians, Fortune tellers, storytellers, martial artists, monkey trainers, vendors of potent pills, purveyors of various spring tonics, and those selling ancestral secret recipes create a lively and chaotic scene. After traversing the square, the ox cart finally comes to a halt. "We have arrived," Ouyang Xiu exclaims, handing a few coins to the driver before pulling Fan Ning down from the cart. Before them stands a grand 3-story wooden building adorned with a splendid silk archway. A string of diamond-shaped signs hangs from the 3rd floor to the ground, each emblazoned with a character, collectively reading Chow Popo meat pie, one of the most famous snacks in the capital, akin to today's quanjut. However, Ouyang Xiu's size, so crowded. Indeed, a long queue stretches out in front of the shop, with at least 100 people waiting. Fan Ning scratches his head, pondering how long they would have to wait. "Sister Qian, shall we try another place?" "Not at all. I'll hire someone to stand in line," she replies determinedly. Ouyang Xiu has long been yearning for their meat pies and is unwilling to give up easily. She swiftly locates a young lad whose service is to queue for others. With the worry of waiting eliminated, she cheerfully tugs at Fan Ning's sleeve. "Let us go browse the rouge shop." Upon seeing the shop filled with elegantly dressed young ladies, Fan Ning feels a wave of apprehension and quickly retreats a few steps. "I'll go check out the street performers over there and will come find you shortly." Without waiting for her consent, he dashes off, disappearing into the crowd. Ouyang Xiu feels a twinge of concern for him. However, she cannot resist the allure of the rouge shop. After a moment of hesitation, she convinces herself and excitedly heads toward the shop. Fan Ning, full of enthusiasm, strolls around the square, marveling at the plethora of trinkets available. Unfortunately, his purse is rather light, allowing him to admire but not purchase. As he walks toward the temple entrance, he suddenly spots a striking young woman in a green silk warrior's outfit, holding the hand of a little girl, standing out amidst the crowd. What draws attention to this woman is her height. Fan Ning has never encountered a woman so tall, at least over 180 centimeters. With long arms and legs, she possesses a robust physique, her hair styled into a shiny braid, and a large sword, at least a meter long, strapped to her back. Fan Ning is genuinely intrigued by her impressive sword, realizing he has come across a heroine of the Song Dynasty. He quickens his pace to follow her, drawing closer, his gaze shifting from the sword to her magnificent legs, which he admires, lamenting that they consume too much fabric. A pair of trousers would suffice to craft an entire robe for himself. At that moment, the petite girl beside her suddenly halted, pivoting to glare fiercely at Fan Ning. "You've been following us. What do you want?" Fan Ning was taken aback, hastily retreating a step. And only then did he notice that the little girl before him was extraordinary. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, her skin as white as snow, with large, expressive eyes that were strikingly clear. Her delicate features were exquisitely crafted, resembling a porcelain doll. She wore her hair in twin buns, adorned with a pink pearl necklace around her neck, and her attire consisted of a light yellow blouse paired with a long skirt embellished with golden edges. The fabric was of exceptional quality, and at her waist hung a small, jeweled short sword. Fan Ning had never encountered such a beautiful little girl before. Regrettably, the short sword at her side diminished her charm slightly, yet added an air of menace. Scratching his head, Fan Ning innocently smiled at the young warrior. "That grand sword behind you looks quite formidable. May I see if it's genuine?" "Humph, you're quite the pretender," she retorted. In a flash, a glimmering short sword appeared before him, emanating a chilling aura. "I warn you, if you continue to follow us, I shall leave a mark on your face. I mean what I say." With another flicker, the sword vanished, and the little girl tugged at the warrior's hand, saying, "Sister sword, P.S. probably just a little thief. Let us go." The two of them disregarded Fan Ning and quickened their pace, entering the temple directly. Fan Ning felt utterly humiliated, being threatened with a short sword by a mere child. He contemplated shouting a few expletives to regain his dignity, but felt a twinge of guilt instead. He could only mutter a few curses under his breath. So fierce at such a young age, she is bound to grow up to be a formidable woman. Whoever marries her will indeed be cursed for 8 generations. Having vented his frustration at the little girl, he felt somewhat relieved and slipped into the temple. Inside the temple, a different scene unfolded. The corridors on both sides were lined with various stalls, stretching endlessly, filled with throngs of people. To Fan Ning, it resembled a colossal flea market or a wholesale center for small goods. Turning to the left courtyard, it was slightly less crowded than the main courtyard, and he observed that it was predominantly filled with scholars, many of whom wore traditional garments. The corridors were brimming with book stalls, numbering in the hundreds. While several colorful canopies had been erected in the central area, crowded with students eagerly raising their hands. As Fan Ning approached, his eyes brightened. It turned out these canopies hosted a quiz with prizes for correct answers, which seemed like a delightful opportunity. Chapter 8. My father is an official. Fan Ning first sought A with the fewest people, a riddle booth. Dozens of small wooden plaques hung above, each representing a riddle. And no one was there to assist. One had to ascend the stage to solve the puzzles independently. A few scholars were deep in thought, their brows furrowed in concentration. Fan Ning's spirits lifted. Riddles were his forte, and he excelled at them. With enthusiasm, he stepped onto the stage and noticed a scholar staring blankly at one of the plaques. He leaned closer to take a look. 60 days, guess a character. A straightforward riddle, Fan Ning chuckled. If the scholar couldn't figure this out, it was simply the character for friend. What should he do if he guessed correctly? He inquired of the scholar beside him. Take it down and claim your prize. Each correct answer earns you 5 won. The scholar suddenly asked Fan Ning, young sir, have you guessed it? With a beaming smile, Fan Ning plucked the plaque from its place and declared, it is the character. The scholar slapped his forehead in realization. Of course, 60 days is 2 months, isn't it? Fan Ning turned to another plaque. After parting words, abandon past grievances, guess a character. He casually removed the plaque. The answer was, glancing at the plaque to his left, Guan Yunchang walks through the wheat city, guess a character. He pondered briefly before removing it. The answer was, Fan Ning moved like a fish in water, swiftly collecting all 50 wooden plaques, leaving the surrounding scholars speechless in astonishment. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he returned one plaque to its place and cheerfully remarked, this one is for you. Take your time to guess. He turned and dashed to the back, where an elderly man sat at a table, resting his chin in his hand, dozing. With a loud clatter, he dropped a pile of plaques in front of the man. Old sir, I've come to claim my prize. The elder was startled, glancing at the heap of plaques, and then at Fan Ning. Did you solve them all? Young lad? Indeed. Fan Ning declared triumphantly. Let me tell you one by one. Is the character correct? That's right. You've guessed correctly. As dusk approached, he added, a place name. Is it not Ouyang? Precisely. It is Ouyang. At that moment, an indignant voice erupted from behind him. You are too much. Fan Ning turned to see the little girl from before standing behind him, holding a plaque, her face flushed with anger. Little sister, what troubles you? Fan Ning blinked in inquiry. Greedy, selfish scoundrel. The little girl vehemently threw the plaque down before him, stomped her foot, and stormed off in a huff. Fan Ning felt a rush of exhilaration and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The elder understood the situation, shaking his head at Fan Ning. You've taken all the plaques. No wonder the young lady is upset. She is simply too impatient, Fan Ning replied with a wink. After I have guessed them all, would you not hang more? True enough. Fan Ning picked up a plaque from the ground, his eyes sparkling, the visage of an executioner. Guess an official title. The answer is Prime Minister. Is it not? Fan Ning had never felt such joy before. He had guessed a riddle correctly and earned 250 cash. While also relieving his frustrations, it was truly exhilarating. He hummed a little tune as he emerged from behind the colorful pavilion and proceeded to the bookstall, where he spent 10 coins to purchase a shoulder bag. As he patted the bag filled with clinking coins, Fan Ning felt a profound sense of satisfaction and turned to walk towards another pavilion. At that moment, he began to discern the secrets of the various pavilions. Each one was adorned with golden flowers, with fewer flowers indicating a lower price. No wonder the Lantern Riddle Pavilion was deserted. It bore only a single golden flower. The pavilion at the easternmost side displayed 9 golden flowers, signifying the highest prize. And a throng of people surrounded it. Fan Ning surmised that he would not be able to squeeze in. Just then, he caught sight of the heroine with the greatsword, standing before the pavilion with 5 golden flowers, standing out like a crane among chickens, while the scholars around her felt a pang of inferiority and kept their distance. The little girl must be inside. What riddle could possibly be posed with 5 golden flowers? As Fan Ning pressed forward, he noticed 2 large characters emblazoned at the center of the pavilion. Couplet. It was then that he realized this was the couplet pavilion. Though he was unaware of the prize amount, on the stage stood a middle-aged scholar clad in a white robe, with a long beard and a broad smile. Evidently the host of the event. The middle-aged scholar chuckled. Earlier, young Master Li composed a splendid couplet, Willows Dance in the Wind, and he responded with The Phoenix Tree Laments the Frost, a truly remarkable exchange. This young lady's submission, Banana Leaves Droop with Rain, falls a tad short. Thus, this round goes to young Master Li. It was then that Fan Ning noticed the little girl from earlier, standing in front of the greatsword heroine, her face a mask of displeasure. She was evidently competing. Opposite her was a young scholar, around 20 years of age, dressed in opulent attire and wielding a folding fan, whom he lightly tapped against his palm with an air of smugness. Fan Ning couldn't help but feel disdain, after all. She was merely a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Was it not embarrassing for a grown man to take such pride in winning over her? The host waved his hand, and a young attendant emerged carrying a vermilion wooden tray filled with a pile of coins, estimated to be several hundred cash. This is the prize for the second round. 500 coins. Congratulations to young Masterly. A chorus of applause erupted from the surrounding scholars. This round, young Masterly treats us. Well said. Well said. Young Masterly beamed, gently waving his fan, while a nearby attendant quickly accepted the money. At that moment, the little girl exclaimed in frustration, "Sword sister. I don't want to compete with them anymore. Let us go." Fan Ning was taken aback. The little girl spoke in the local dialect of Wu County, revealing her to be his fellow townsfolk. As the little girl turned, she happened to spot Fan Ning and, with a glare, exclaimed, "Why are you here again?" Fan Ning replied with a smile, "The place is so small, I can't help it." The little girl had initially intended to leave, but upon seeing Fan Ning, she felt a surge of determination and decided to stay. Young Masterly, with an insouciant smile, remarked, "Aren't you leaving, young lady? Please, do." The little girl huffed coldly, "The third round hasn't even begun yet. We shall see who prevails." The host then chimed in with a smile. "The young lady and young Masterly have each won a round. It's 1-1. The third round will be the tiebreaker. Are both of you ready?" At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Li Yanyi and the young lady. The host slowly announced, "Now, I shall present the first couplet. Please pay close attention." A young servant stepped forward, wielding a bamboo pole from which dangled a piece of calligraphy inscribed with the upper line of the third round, listening to the sounds of the spring at Pine Mountain in the evening. Upon seeing the upper line, Li Yanyi immediately bowed his head in deep contemplation. Noticing the little lady furrowing her delicate brows in thought, Fan Ning softly murmured to himself, "I seem to recall a poem from Hanzon Temple. What was it called?" The little lady's eyes sparkled with inspiration, and she exclaimed, "From the night mooring at Maple Bridge. I heard the sound of the waves." "Excellent." The host applauded heartily. "What a splendid response from the night mooring at Maple Bridge. The young lady has successfully matched the third round." After pondering for quite some time, Li Yanyi could not conjure a superior couplet, and his expression darkened considerably. The little lady triumphed in the third round, earning herself 500 coins, her face alight with joy as she took the sword-wielding heroine by the hand and departed. As they passed by Fan Ning, she seemed to murmur to herself, "As for riddles, I shall pass." With that, she strode away, leaving Fan Ning chuckling softly. This little lady, though small, was quite clever and amusing. At that moment, Li Yanyi approached, sizing up Fan Ning's attire. Noticing his fine linen long robe, he felt a surge of disdain and greeted Fan Ning with a slight bow, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed surname and place of origin?" "I am surnamed Fan, hailing from Pingjiang Prefecture." "Ah, so you are from Pingjiang. No wonder you are familiar with the night mooring at Maple Bridge." Fan Ning felt a twinge of caution as he noted Li Yanyi's long years. With a smile, he returned the gesture, asking, "What insights does Li Yanyi wish to share?" A throng of scholars rushed forward, clamoring for information. "Li Yanyi, what is the matter?" Li Yanyi chuckled. "This young gentleman is quite intriguing. I would like to challenge him." Just then, Fan Ning noticed the little lady returning, a smile gracing her lips and a glint of mischief in her eyes as she stood at a distance, seemingly enjoying the spectacle from the clouds. Fan Ning smiled slightly and inquired, "Might I ask where this esteemed gentleman hails from and where he currently studies?" "I am a local of Tokyo." Li Yanyi pointed with his fan towards the group of scholars behind him, stating, "We are all students of the Taishui." Fan Ning nodded. "Ah, so you are students of the Taishui, quite promising indeed." Nearby, an eager Taishui student sought to ingratiate himself, scolding Fan Ning, "You country bumpkin." Li Yanyi's father is the Vice Minister of Rights, and Li Yanyi himself ranked second in this year's examination in Kaifeng. Li Yanyi opened his folding fan with a flourish, lightly waving it, his face radiating arrogance and pride. Fan Ning scratched his head, "And where does this vice minister stand in the capital's hierarchy?" Laughter erupted around them. For indeed, a mere vice minister held little significance in the grand scheme of the capital. However, as the vice minister oversaw the imperial examinations, the scholars felt compelled to flatter Li Yanyi fervently. Li Yanyi's expression shifted as he exchanged a glance with a companion, who promptly dashed to the stage, whispering something to the host. The host nodded and declared, "Since Li Yanni wishes to compete with this young gentleman, let us proceed according to the rules. 3 rounds. 2 victories." Li Yan raised an eyebrow, and his gaze turned cold. "What say you, my dear Fengqiao Knight Doc? Dare you to compete with me?" Fan Ning replied with a faint smile, "Since your father is the Vice Minister of Rites, I shall humbly acquiesce. This Li Yan, whose full name is Li Zhan, is indeed the son of Li Boyi, the Vice Minister of Rites. Last month, he participated in the provincial examination in Kaifeng and secured the 2nd position, gaining considerable renown at the Imperial Academy. Today, he had come with a group of fellow students to peruse the Wanqing market, and upon encountering a charming young lady at the couplet stall, he felt inclined to tease her. However, at a crucial moment, Fan Ning's timely reminder led the young lady to turn the tables and win, causing Li Zhan to lose face before his peers. Such an affront was intolerable to him. He was determined to teach this insolent boy a lesson, and in the realm of scholars, a lesson typically entailed a public contest to humiliate the opponent. Meanwhile, the gathering of students outside swelled, and the host announced loudly, "The first round begins. Gentlemen, please behold the upper couplet." A servant approached, holding the upper couplet on a bamboo pole, which read, "Faint frost veils the grass by the roadside." Fan Ning was a master at riddles, though he was not particularly adept at couplets. Nevertheless, he recalled numerous couplets from ancient and modern times, rendering him unperturbed by the 2nd-place winner. After a brief contemplation, he smiled and asked, "Shall it be you, Li Yan, or shall I go first?" Li Zhan snorted. "I shall respond with the lower couplet. Dense mist shrouds the moon in the sky." Cheers erupted from the crowd. The host nodded approvingly, acknowledging the merit in this lower couplet. "And what of you, young sir? Do you have a lower couplet to offer?" Fan Ning replied confidently, "My lower couplet is, layer upon layer of mountains paint the peaks." However, a hush fell over the crowd, though Fan Ning's couplet was grander and more profound. The knowledge of Li Yan's father's status rendered them hesitant to openly favor him. The host, forcing a smile, declared, "Both couplets are commendable. Let us call this round a draw." "Utter nonsense!" cried the young girl, leaping up in indignation. "Clearly, the latter couplet is superior. How can you speak such falsehoods?" The host, noting their youthful age, ignored her protest and announced, "The 2nd round commences. Please look at the upper couplet." At this moment, Fan Ning glanced back at the young girl, who huffed in response, rolling her eyes at him. She thought to herself, "If you do not fight for your interests, you deserve to lose." The upper couplet for the 2nd round had been revealed. 3 stars shine with the light of the sun and moon. Fan Ning nodded. This couplet was recorded in the historical texts of the Southern Songs Yuku and was considered a historical masterpiece. Legend has it that the finest lower couplet was composed by Su Dongpa. Li Zhan, eager to seize the moment, proclaimed, "I respond with a gust of wind, thunder, and rain." Silence enveloped the crowd. A gust of wind, thunder, and rain was already well known, an established masterpiece. Li Zhan's attempt was clearly a display of unprincipled behavior, as it was someone else's lower couplet. The young girl scoffed, "What a splendid response. No wonder you are the 2nd-place winner." The host found himself in a rather awkward position and after a moment of hesitation explained, "I did not specify that one must compose their own response." Thus Li Yan's lower couplet is indeed acceptable. With a smug expression, Li Zhan turned to Fan Ning. "What will you do now, you insolent boy?" Fan Ning smiled calmly and remarked, "I have a couplet as well. Would the host still like to hear it?" The host quickly responded with a grin, "Of course. We are all ears." Unhurriedly, Fan Ning declared, "My couplet is 4 poems. Feng, Ye, and Song. What do you think?" A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings, which was soon followed by a fervent round of applause. "Bravo! What an excellent 4 poems. Feng, Ye, and Song." The term poems refers to the Book of Songs, which is divided into 3 sections, Feng, Ye, and Song, with Ye further categorized into Greater Ye and Lesser Ye, thus comprising exactly 4 parts. The scholars present, deeply engrossed in their studies, could not possibly overlook the brilliance of this composition. At that moment, even the Minister of Rites would hold no sway. The applause crescendoed, each round louder than the last, as everyone celebrated this timeless masterpiece. Even the little girl pouted, "He does possess some skill." Meanwhile, Li Zhan, flushed with embarrassment, felt he had lost all semblance of dignity. Everyone was aware that he had plagiarized, while Fan Ning had crafted a truly exquisite couplet. He pushed through the crowd, retreating in shame, realizing there was no further need for this literary contest. Fan Ning hummed a cheerful tune, returning with a sense of triumph. A silver ingot weighing 5 taels in hand, the day's highest reward, surpassing even the 5-character puzzle of the 9 golden flowers. The proprietor of the fair, in gratitude for Fan Ning's exceptional couplet, presented him with a special prize, 5 taels of silver, valued at 5,000 won. Elated, Fan Ning felt that his journey to the capital was well worth it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug on his ear. Someone had caught hold of him. "Where have you been? Sister has been looking for you everywhere." It was Ouyang Xiu. He quickly freed himself from her grasp. Noticing she was holding a bag that emanated a mouth-watering aroma of meat, Fan Ning, grinning widely, raised the silver before her. "Sister Qian, could you take a look at this?" "What is it?" "This is silver. Where on earth did you acquire so much?" "It's a long story. A young lady from a wealthy family got lost and was crying heartbrokenly. I helped her find her parents, and in gratitude, they gifted me 5 taels of silver. How can you accept money for such a thing?" "I didn't want to, but they insisted." "Alas, Sister Qian, I shall buy you some rouge." "Really? That would be wonderful. Let us go to Old Zhang's shop. Their rouge is the best." Chapter 9. A lesson for the young scholar in the following 2 days. Fan Zhongyan continued to attend to his own affairs while Fan Ning remained at Ouyang Xiu's residence, diligently practicing his calligraphy. Concerned that his son might stray and become unable to account to his parents, Fan Zhongyan forbade him from venturing outside. Although Fan Ning yearned to explore the bustling streets and entertainment venues, his father's instructions were clear, and Ouyang Xiu was unwilling to take him out. Fortunately, he had already procured gifts for his parents. He had purchased several shades of rouge and 2 bottles of rose perfume from the ancient Zhang store for his mother, and 2 bottles of the exquisite Qianri Chun wine from the Zhongshan garden shop for his father. Thus, Fan Ning dismissed the notion of wandering about and concentrated on his calligraphy practice within the estate. One afternoon, after completing his writing, Fan Ning wandered about the residence alone. As he passed through the guest hall, he noticed a young man seated there, seemingly awaiting Ouyang Xiu's return. Observing that the young man's teacup was empty, Fan Ning hurried to the kitchen and asked for a pot of tea to be prepared. The young man had been sitting there for quite some time. The steward chuckled and remarked, "Ah, he is one of the master's disciples. Whenever he returns to the capital, he pays a visit. The master holds him in high regard." "Who is he?" Fan Ning inquired with curiosity. Someone esteemed by Ouyang Xiu could not be an ordinary individual. "His name is—" "Ah, yes, he is Ouyang Xiu." "What did you say?" Fan Ning cupped his ear, suspecting he had misheard. "Young master, he is indeed called Ouyang Xiu. He passed the imperial examination last year and has recently been appointed as a county magistrate." Suddenly, Fan Ning comprehended why his grandfather had mentioned that he would encounter Ouyang Xiu. It was no mere coincidence that Ouyang Xiu was a disciple of Ouyang Xiu. At that moment, the tea and pastries were ready, and a servant was about to deliver them when Fan Ning interjected, "Allow me to take it." He seized the teapot and hurried toward the guest hall. The young man was indeed Ouyang Xiu, who had come to the capital to celebrate the birthday of his esteemed mentor, Pang Ji. Pang Ji valued him greatly and had sent a birthday invitation specifically for him. Ouyang Xiu had just disembarked from the boat that day and rushed to visit his mentor, only to find that Ouyang Xiu was not at home. He had already been waiting for more than half an hour. Having drained his teacup, he felt parched when he saw a youth entering with a teapot, and he promptly rose to express his gratitude. "Are you waiting for Ouyang Xiu?" Fan Ning asked with a smile. Hearing Fan Ning's tone, Ouyang Xiu sensed that he was neither a member of his mentor's household nor one of his students, so he did not wish to be disrespectful. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "I have just arrived from Ning County on official business." Ning County corresponds to present-day Ningbo. And Fan Ning raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Then we are half fellow townsmen. I hail from Wu County." It turned out that the young gentleman was from Pingjiang Prefecture, a place renowned for its exceptional talents. Fan Zhongyan is also from Wu County. Fan Zhongyan is my grandfather, and I have come to the capital with him. Ouyang Xiu's eyes widened in realization, and he bowed once more. "So you are a descendant of Fan Gong. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. I am Ouyang Xiu, and I hold great admiration for Fan Gong's new policies." Indeed, it was Ouyang Xiu. Fan Ning took a moment to observe this young man, who appeared to be an entirely unpretentious country lad, lacking any semblance of the grandeur typically associated with his reputation. "So, you are Ouyang Xiu. Do you know of me?" "Young master, I have long heard of your esteemed name." Fan Ning nearly uttered the well-known name of the obstinate prime minister. At that moment, Ouyang Xiu had only recently embarked on his career, still far from the status of a prime minister. However, upon closer inspection, Fan Ning discerned Ouyang Xiu's distinctive aura. With his square face, thick brows, and piercing eyes radiating vitality, he exuded an intrinsic righteousness. Fanning couldn't help but silently commend him. Recognizing him as a renowned reformer in history, his demeanor alone revealed his indomitable spirit. Ouyang Xiu sighed softly, lamenting the squandered potential of the Qingli reforms. Fanning's special interest in Ouyang Xiu stemmed from his previous readings on the latter's reformative endeavors. Although Ouyang Xiu accurately identified the chronic ailments plaguing the Song dynasty, he failed to uncover their root causes, thus leading his reforms astray and muddling his thoughts. It was akin to a headless fly dashing about, squandering ample time and resources, ultimately resulting in betrayal and failure. One could only feel anger at his lack of success and sorrow for his misfortune. Each time Fanning closed the book, he sighed deeply, contemplating that if he could return to the Song dynasty, he would resolutely rouse this obstinate prime minister and enlighten him on the correct path to reform. Yet today, as he sat before Ouyang Xiu, it felt as though he stood upon the banks of history. Fanning did not aspire to breach the dam and redirect the course of history. That was not his mission. Rather, he hoped that the Song dynasty would flourish with his presence, which was his utmost desire. Fanning lifted his teacup, blowing gently upon it before taking a slow sip to calm his inner turmoil. After a lengthy pause, he remarked with a faint smile. The new policies were hastily implemented without a solid foundation. Lacking proper methodology, they resemble a castle in the air. Failure was inevitable. Was this the conclusion of the late emperor? Fanning shook his head. This is my assertion. Ouyang Xiu was taken aback, and as he pondered Fanning's words, their profundity became increasingly apparent. The Qingli reforms had indeed been rushed, with no consensus within the court, leading to failure after just a year due to overwhelming opposition among his peers. Ouyang Xiu was humorously nicknamed Wang the Reformer, not because his desire for reform emerged only in middle age, but because he had harbored grand ambitions since his youth, yearning to transform the impoverished and weakened state of the Song dynasty. When Fan Zhongyan implemented his reforms the previous year, Ouyang Xiu had regretted his youth, wishing he could have been more actively involved. Thus, whenever reform was mentioned, he became animated, especially when conversing with the grandson of Fan Gong, who, despite his youth, surely possessed remarkable insight. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Xiu, just over a month prior, Fanning had been known in the village as Fanning the Simpleton, having ventured no farther than the nearby town. Ouyang Xiu quickly inquired, "Young sir, might you enlighten me as to why you assert that the new policies lack a foundation?" Fanning, aware of the numerous detours Ouyang Xiu would later take in his reform efforts, which ultimately led to setbacks and failure, felt compelled to offer him guidance. Perhaps such counsel could alter the fate of the reforms. At this moment, Ouyang Xiu was still young and malleable. Imparting wisdom now could reshape his thoughts and principles. Waiting another decade would likely result in information slipping through his ears, for the obstinate prime minister was not easily swayed. Fanning filled his teacup once more and playfully asked, "Then let me first inquire of you, what is the essence of reform?" Ouyang Xiu pondered and remarked, "The essence of reform lies in promoting benefits and eliminating harms, transforming all the antiquated customs that hinder the prosperity of the Song dynasty." Fan Ning shook his head, asserting that this represented the direction of reform, not its essence. "Then what do you believe is the essence of reform?" Ouyang Xiu began to grow obstinate, engaging in a serious debate with Fan Ning. Fan Ning dipped his hand into a bit of tea and casually drew a circle on the table, marking it within it. He remarked nonchalantly, "This illustrates the essence of reform. Simply put, it is about sharing the pie." Ouyang Xiu paused, murmuring, "Sharing the pie?" "Indeed, sharing the pie," Fan Ning continued. "The wealth of the world is this vast pie. The elite hoard too much, while the common people and the court possess too little. Consequently, numerous issues arise, leading to national weakness and widespread poverty among the populace. The essence of reform is to carve a piece of wealth from the elite and distribute it to the court and the common people, using the most straightforward language." Fan Ning brutally exposed the essence beneath the surface. Ouyang Xiu stood as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. He had always believed that the Song dynasty's poverty and weakness stemmed from various outdated customs obstructing its path to prosperity, such as the court's discrimination against the military and the excessive control of resources vital to livelihoods by the authorities. He thought that breaking these old customs, streamlining the military, and clarifying relationships would gradually alleviate the Song dynasty's predicament. Yet today, he encountered a radically different theory of sharing the pie, leading him to realize how shallow his previous thoughts had been. However, persuading Ouyang Xiu was no easy feat. He immediately countered, "That cannot be right. The military reform should have no connection to sharing the pie." Fan Ning shook his head. explaining that the military's greatest flaw lay in its surplus of soldiers. The Song maintained a million-strong army, a burden too heavy for the court's finances. Am I wrong? He queried. Indeed, you are correct. Have you considered how many greedy individuals within that million-man army are voraciously consuming military funds? Fan Ning's gaze bore into Ouyang Xiu as he continued. If you wish to reform the military system, reduce surplus soldiers, cut military expenses, or genuinely allocate funds for the soldiers, whose interests would that infringe upon? Is it not about sharing the pie? A bolt of realization struck Ouyang Xiu, rendering him silent. He ceased to argue and instead listened humbly to Fan Ning's earnest teachings. Where lies the foundation of reform? It resides in its supporters. The more supporters there are, the more solid the foundation. However, do not expect the elite to support you. That is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. The true supporters are the common people of the realm, the sovereign with actual power, and countless mid to low-level officials who, like you, aspire to strengthen the nation through reform. Thus, you must unite all who can be united, be they humble rural farmers or palace eunuchs. As long as they all agree that reform is just, their unified voices will resonate throughout the land. Ouyang Xiu sighed softly, acknowledging, it sounds simple, yet achieving it is no easy task. Fan Ning smiled slightly, stating, while it may sound simple, it is not difficult to execute. This is precisely what I meant by lacking the proper method. Ouyang Xiu had wholly forgotten Fan Ning's age. He rose and bowed deeply, requesting, please, young master, teach me. In order for reform to gain the support of the populace, it is imperative to first allow them to perceive its advantages. This necessitates the implementation of a pilot program, perhaps in a specific state or county. Once a pilot project achieves success, it can then be expanded, garnering widespread recognition and endorsement. Concurrently, any obstacles or opposition encountered during the pilot must be addressed, thereby accumulating experience and instilling confidence among supporters. With confidence, any endeavor becomes feasible. Fan Ning sipped his tea and continued, the second approach to reform is to proceed gradually, tackling simpler issues before progressing to more complex ones. Just as one cannot fell a mighty tree with a single blow, one must strike repeatedly, beginning at its weakest point. Eventually, even the sturdiest of trees will succumb. Hence, reform should not be rushed, it must be advanced step by step. Fan Ning's words struck Ouyang Xiu profoundly, piercing his heart and illuminating his thoughts with a refreshing clarity. At that moment, voices were heard outside the door, seemingly heralding the return of his grandfather. Fan Ning rose with a smile, adding, let me impart one final piece of wisdom to County Magistrate Wang. Reform necessitates a willingness to compromise and to avoid a life-and-death struggle with the powerful. The optimal strategy is to collectively expand the pie, allocating a larger share to the court and the common people, while minimally encroaching upon the vested interests of the elite. This way, resistance will not be overly vigorous, paving the way for successful reform. I leave these thoughts with you, Magistrate Wang, ponder them well. Fan Ning imparted the lessons learned from the future regarding Ouyang Xiu's reforms, though time was of the essence, and Ouyang Xiu might not fully grasp them. He resolved to seize future opportunities to offer further instruction. As Fan Ning departed, Ouyang Xiu remained rooted in place, as if transformed into a statue. Fan Ning understood that he had successfully sown a seed in Ouyang Xiu's heart, one that would take root and eventually flourish into a towering tree. In that future, he might ascend to the pinnacle of that tree, collaborating with Ouyang Xiu to restore the magnificent landscape of the Song Dynasty. Fan Ning felt a profound sense of elation, certain that he would sleep soundly that night, while Ouyang Xiu's ability to rest was no longer his concern. Chapter 10. The Prodigy Meets the Prodigy, Part 1. After residing in the capital for 5 days, Fan Zhongyan prepared to return to Dengzhou, simultaneously intending to escort Fan Ning back to Pingjiang Prefecture. That afternoon, while Fan Ning practiced his calligraphy indoors, he heard footsteps outside. A sound he found somewhat familiar. It was his master, Ouyang Xiu. He hastily set down his brush and concealed the work he had been writing. Just then, Ouyang Xiu appeared at the doorway, smiling as he said, your grandfather has been called away on business and cannot return for the time being. He has sent word through a messenger, asking me to take you to a banquet, where he will join us later. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am ready to depart at any moment. During these past few days, Ouyang Xiu had not interacted much with Fan Ning, except on the first day when he was astonished by Fan Ning's remarkable memory. Particularly, Fan Ning's revisions to the record of the drunken old man's pavilion had left a profound impression on him, igniting a desire to take him as a disciple. Ouyang Xiu had just arrived in the capital to assume the role of Hanlin academic, and with numerous matters to attend to, he found himself at home less frequently. However, his daughter, Xiao Qian, had formed a strong bond with Fan Ning and had praised him in Ouyang Xiu's presence on 2 occasions. Reflecting on the fact that Fan Ning was to return home the following day and that his grandfather, Fan Zhongyan, had entrusted him with the task of guiding Fan Ning in his writing and calligraphy, Ouyang Xiu felt a pang of guilt for his lack of time to do so. Noticing that Fan Ning seemed to be covertly concealing his writing, he approached with a smile. "What are you writing? Let me have a look." Fan Ning's face flushed, and he reluctantly presented a stack of paper filled with characters. Ouyang Xiu chuckled upon recognizing it as his own essay on factionalism from years past. "Your calligraphy has improved somewhat, yet there remains a need for persistent effort." Ouyang Xiu discerned that Fan Ning's writing had become slightly better since the day he first arrived, now exhibiting greater neatness. This method, taught by Fan Zhongyan to his grandson, emphasized starting with tidy strokes before gradually refining one's craft. In truth, it was a commendable approach, albeit one that required patience, as results would not manifest immediately. Fan Ning nodded in agreement, recalling his grandfather's words. Without a decade of diligent practice, his writing would not be presentable. Your grandfather is overly flattering. In my view, with consistent practice for 3 to 4 years, your writing could indeed be commendable. However, to earn your grandfather's distinction of calligraphy, a minimum of 10 years is necessary. I shall persevere unwaveringly. Thank you for your encouragement, esteemed elder. Ouyang Xiu continued to peruse the pages, pointing at a couplet on the paper with a smile. He inquired, "Did you compose this?" Feeling somewhat shy, Fan Ning admitted, "I have only written a single phrase and a couplet. I practiced using your works. Besides factionalism and the record of the drunken old man's pavilion, I also attempted the waves of the river. I have just penned one line from it." What he aspired to write was, in fact, a poetic piece from the later years of the esteemed Ouyang Xiu, The Drooping Willows by the Purple Paths East of Luoyang. Upon reading The Drooping Willows by the Purple Paths East of Luoyang, Ouyang Xiu felt a stirring within, as if he were transported back to the days spent in Luoyang with a group of friends. Regaining his composure, he smiled and asked, "You have never been to Luoyang. How could you write about it?" Bowing slightly, Fan Ning replied, "I have not visited Luoyang. This is not a reflection of my own experience, but rather in homage to you, esteemed elder. In these past few days, I have been immersed in your magnificent works and sensed your longing for the life of your youth. Thus, I endeavored to mimic your style in a playful manner, though I fear my humble talents fall short of capturing it." Ouyang Xiu gently stroked his head, feeling deeply moved. This child was not only exceptionally intelligent, but also possessed a heart of kindness and benevolence, which was a virtue as precious as gold. The phrase "the drooping willows and the purple paths in the east of Luoyang" inspired him, and his thoughts began to flow. He took up his pen and composed the entire poem. "Raise a glass to toast the east wind. Let us savor this moment together. The drooping willows and purple paths in the east of Luoyang remind me of the days we once strolled hand in hand through the blooming flowers. Partings and reunions come in a rush, and this sorrow is boundless. This year's blossoms surpass last year's reds. Yet how lamentable it is that next year's flowers will be even more splendid. With whom shall I share them?" He presented the poem to Fan Ning with a gentle smile, saying, "This poem is dedicated to you." "Thank you, esteemed senior. Today is the 18th of September, and a gentle autumn rain falls from the sky as an ox cart slowly makes its way through the drizzling wind. Fan Ning is to attend the 60th birthday banquet of his grandfather Fan Zhongyan's close friend, the Minister of State, Pang Ji. Pang Ji, holding a prominent position as a chancellor, possesses extensive connections within the court, resulting in a steady stream of officials arriving to offer their congratulations, many of whom have journeyed from distant lands. Ouyang Xiu, accompanied by Fan Ning and his student Zeng Bu, arrived at the Pang residence in the ox cart, where the entrance is already filled with various carriages and carts. Pang Ji personally leads his 2 sons to greet the guest at the door. Perhaps due to Ouyang Qian's kind words about Fan Ning, Zeng Bu's earlier discontent has dissipated, and throughout the journey, he and Fan Ning engage in lively conversation and laughter. "You two stick with me, and do not wander off." Ouyang Xiu greeted the 2 individuals, who promptly followed suit. Although Fan Ning possessed a mature intellect, he was hampered by his short stature and small hands, still resembling a child's physique. Thus, he could only jog alongside Zeng Bu, striving to keep pace with Ouyang Xiu, who strode ahead with great strides. Ever since the recent publication of The Drunken Old Man Pavilion, a sensation had swept through the capital, elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights, hinting at an emerging status as a leader within the literary circles of the Song Dynasty. As he made his way, he exchanged greetings with passers-by, and before long, arrived at the entrance, where Pang Ji had already spotted him. With a broad smile, he announced to the gathering, "The drunken old man has arrived." Everyone quickly put away the wine. Laughter erupted among the crowd as Ouyang Xiu and Pang Ji exchanged pleasantries. They then summoned Fan Ning and Zhang Bu to pay their respects. Pang Ji chuckled heartily. "Ah, young Zhang has also arrived. Your elder brother is inside." In the company of Sima Guang, his gaze shifted back to Fan Ning, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar, prompting him to inquire with a smile, "Yaoshou, is this your nephew?" Ouyang Xiu smiled faintly. He was the grandson of Shiwen, having brought with him from his hometown an extraordinary prodigy. Pang Ji was both astonished and delighted, turning to Fan Ning with a smile and exclaiming, "So you are the prodigious grandson of the venerable Lao Fan. For the past few days, my ears have been filled with his praises." Fan Ning promptly bowed respectfully and replied, "My grandfather's affection for his grandson often leads to embellishments. I am but an ordinary individual. Esteemed elder, please do not elevate me unduly." "Who claims you are ordinary?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, prompting everyone to turn around. It was Ouyang Xiu who stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot and his cheeks slightly gaunt. He approached and offered a profound bow to Fan Ning, stating that a single conversation with the ruler had imparted more wisdom to him than a decade of study. Thus, he requested to pay his respects. Fan Ning replied with a faint smile, "I merely ask, can you accept this?" Ouyang Xiu nodded thoughtfully, expressing his profound agreement, and declared his willingness to dedicate another decade to the pursuit of understanding through practice. The crowd was immediately taken aback. Ouyang Xiu, a rising star renowned for his exceptional talents in recent years, was indeed bowing to an 8-year-old child, humbly declaring himself a learner. This spectacle left everyone profoundly astonished. They eagerly inquired of Ouyang Xiu, noting that Ouyang Xiu had been demoted for supporting Fan Zhongyan's reforms, while Pang Ji appeared to sympathize with him. As both were fundamentally not conservatives, Ouyang Xiu pulled the two aside and succinctly explained Fan Ning's theory of dividing the pie. Ouyang Xiu, after a lengthy silence, found himself at a loss for words, experiencing a moment of profound enlightenment. Pang Ji clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This child sees things so clearly. We have wasted decades of our lives, and yet cannot compare to a mere child." With a sigh, he added, "With a grandson like Shiwen, he certainly has a worthy successor." Fan Ning scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed by the excessive praise, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Upon entering the Pang residence, Ouyang Xiu mingled with the guests, leaving Fan Ning in the company of Zhang Bu, as the place bustled with visitors celebrating longevity. Zhang Bu led Fan Ning to a quieter spot and said with a smile, "Why don't we have a little contest? What shall we compete in?" Fan Ning replied with a slight smile, "We brothers most enjoy playing a game of completing poetry lines. I will say a line, and you respond with a corresponding line, finishing with the last word." Fan Ning's spirits lifted. This was a game he relished, provided it did not require him to compose poetry. "Let us begin. You say the first line." Zhang Bu pondered for a moment and declared, "Grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup." This was somewhat challenging, and Zhang Bu felt a sense of pride, believing he had stumped his elder brother. After a moment's thought, Fan Ning suddenly exclaimed, "The cup deep spins, infused with fragrant liquor." "Excellent." Someone cheered from behind. Startled, both turned to see a man in his 50s, with dark skin and a slightly plump physique, whose eyebrows resembled swords. His eyes were sharp, penetrating like an eagle's, capable of discerning the hearts of men. Fan Ning did not recognize him, but Zhang Bu did. Quickly bowing, Junior Zhang Bu pays respects to Lord Bao. Fan Ning was taken aback. This discerning, dark-skinned official was indeed Bao Zheng. He quickly glanced at Bao Zheng's forehead, finding nothing amiss. Bao Zheng smiled gently. "I just encountered old Fan. He mentioned that his prodigious grandson had arrived. I presume this little one is you?" Fan Ning was truly at a loss for words. Why did his grandfather broadcast this information everywhere, effectively placing him in the spotlight? If everyone came to test him, would he still have a life to lead? In truth, Fan Zhongyan had noble intentions, leveraging his resources to pave the way for Fan Ning. In the Song Dynasty, reputation was of utmost importance, and it needed to be cultivated from a young age. For instance, Yin Shua was renowned from childhood, naturally ascending to the position of prime minister in adulthood. This was the true purpose behind Fan Zhongyan bringing Fan Ning to the capital. He was aging and needed to secure a path for Fan Ning while he still had some renown and connections, leaving the rest to Fan Ning's own endeavors. Bao Zheng then turned to Zhang Bu, saying, "You posed a line that seems quite difficult." It was met with a response of infused How do you intend to proceed? Xingbu could only manage a bitter smile. He had anticipated Fan Ning would respond with "Cup, do not stop," but to his surprise, Fan Ning retaliated with an even more obscure character. This was akin to lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot. I have lost this round. Xingbu, unable to counter the challenge, reluctantly conceded defeat. Bao Zheng laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, young Fan is formidable. Old Bao, am truly impressed. Chapter 11. The Prodigy and the Prodigy, Part 2. Fan Zhongyan sat in the Grand Hall, engaged in casual conversation with a group of young talents, including Sima Guang, Ouyang Xiu, Zheng and Feng Jing. His visit to the capital was primarily to accomplish two tasks: to celebrate the birthday of Pang Ji and to persuade his dear friend Ouyang Xiu to resign his official post and recuperate in Dangzhou. Both objectives had now been successfully achieved, particularly concerning Ouyang Xiu, who had received special approval from the Ministry of Personnel for his retirement paperwork, allowing him to embark on the journey alongside Fan Zhongyan the following day. This brought a profound sense of relief to Fan. At that moment, Ouyang Xiu approached with a smile, saying, "Xiwans, allow me to take Fan Ning as my disciple. In 10 years, I shall return to you a successful scholar." Fan Zhongyan pointed at Ouyang Xiu, chuckling to the assembly. "Look at this man, so adept at persuasion. He wishes to snatch away my only grandson with a modicum of talent." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet Ouyang Xiu's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Fan Zhongyan. "I speak with utmost sincerity. There are no children who have moved me as he has. He is the first I have encountered in a decade, and I earnestly wish to take him under my wing." Fan Zhongyan smiled faintly and turned to Ouyang Xiu, inquiring, "What has become of your hometown prodigy, Fan Zhongyan?" Ouyang Xiu shook his head. "He has faded into mediocrity." Ouyang Xiu, understanding Fan Zhongyan's intent, quickly asserted, "I will dedicate myself to his education, holding him to rigorous standards and meticulously shaping him into a gem, ensuring he is not burdened by hollow renown." After a moment of contemplation, Fan Zhongyan addressed the assembly. "My true desire is for him to return home to study, to grow amidst adversity. When he reaches adulthood, I implore you all, in memory of the old Fan, to support and guide him. That would bring me peace." His words resonated with sincerity, and the attendees, contemplating his advanced age, sensed an undertone of entrustment, evoking a somber mood among them. Pausing again, Fan Zhongyan turned to Ouyang Xiu and remarked, "As I journeyed north, I observed him to be an exceptionally independent and unique child. The more he faces adversity, the more he conceals his brilliance, waiting for the opportune moment. I have come to entrust his future to Ouyang Xiu, yet what I can offer him now is mere simplicity and hardship. I hope Ouyang Xiu can understand." Ouyang Xiu, feeling helpless, could only nod in silence. Fan Ning's recent composition, "The Drooping Willows by the Purple Path in Eastern Woyang, where we once walked hand in hand," had profoundly moved him. "Very well, I shall wait a few more years," he resolved inwardly. Suddenly, a loud voice exclaimed, "The Emperor has arrived." The crowd was startled and quickly rose to their feet. 2 rows of guards hurriedly took their positions in the hall. Today marked the 60th birthday celebration of Prime Minister Pang Ji, and Emperor Zhaozhen had personally come to extend his congratulations. Moments later, a group of guards escorted a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary attire and wearing a black gauze hat into the hall. He possessed an elongated face, fair skin, and an air of dignified grace, exuding a presence befitting a ruler. This man was none other than Emperor Zhaozhen, known in history as Emperor Renzong of Song. His reign lasted over 40 years, characterized by societal stability and economic growth, leading the Northern Song towards a phase of prosperity. Behind Zhaozhen, there followed a man of over 50 years, possessing a respectable appearance, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of malevolence, and the smile on his face was slightly askew, giving off an aura of peculiarity. This individual was the national uncle, Zhang Yaoshou, who in traditional operas and novels is often portrayed as the arch-nemesis of Bao Zheng, a role that truly belongs to the current celebrant, Pang Ji. In reality, the prototype of Pang Taishi's character should be attributed to this national uncle, Zhang Yaoshou, who was the father of consort Zhang. In his grasp, Zhang Yaoshou held the hand of a boy of about 10 years, whose visage radiated intelligence, his eyes sparkling with keen awareness. This child was Zhang Chun, the grandson of Zhang Yaoshou. Ouyang Xiu murmured to Fan Zhongyan, "It is said that Zhang Chun possesses an extraordinary memory and is a rare prodigy in the capital. Today, Zhang Yaoshou has brought him along, undoubtedly to present this gifted child in honor of the auspicious occasion." This custom in the Northern Song Dynasty dictated that when an elder celebrated their birthday, a clever and sprightly boy would present longevity peaches, symbolizing the continuation of the family lineage. In the case of noble families, This offering transformed into a poetic tribute from the child, signifying the future prosperity of the clan. Pang Ji himself had a remarkably intelligent grandson and did not require additional attention, hence Fan Zhongyan refrained from bringing Fan Ning to the banquet, wary of Pang Ji's potential jealousy. However, such a gathering of eminent figures presented a splendid opportunity for a child to gain renown. An opportunity Zhang Yaoshou was keen to seize, thus he brought along his grandson. Pang Ji quickly approached to pay his respects to the emperor and, upon spotting Zhang Chun, felt a twinge of displeasure. Was Zhang Yaoshou attempting to overshadow his own grandson? Zhao Zhan exchanged pleasantries with Pang Ji before shifting his gaze to Fan Zhongyan. Feeling a pang of regret, it was he who had invited Fan Zhongyan to oversee the new policies, and following their failure, he had been compelled to expel him and others like Fu Bai from the capital, making them scapegoats for the administration's missteps. Minister Fan, it has been a long time since we last met. Fan Zhongyan promptly bowed, expressing gratitude for the emperor's special approval of Scholar Yin's retirement. Zhao Zhan nodded, acknowledging the reports of Fan Zhongyan's popularity among the people of Dengzhou and his successful educational initiatives, which brought him joy. I appreciate your concern for my well-being. I hope you continue to work diligently to ensure the prosperity and strength of our great Song dynasty. At this juncture, Zhang Yaoshou, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, I bring good news to Minister Fan. The fiscal revenues of the court in the past 2 years have far exceeded those of the 5th year of Qinglei. The implication being, without the new policies, the court had fared better. Fan Zhongyan replied coolly, Indeed, that is commendable news, and I appreciate the national uncle's concern. With this subtle retort, Fan Zhongyan skillfully countered Zhang Yaoshou's insinuation, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhang Yaoshou's meddling irked Zhao Zhan, for the new policies had been initiated at his insistence. Did this not imply a misjudgment on Zhao Zhan's part? Waving his hand dismissively, Zhao Zhan addressed Zhang Yaoshou. Did you not have a matter to discuss with Minister Pang? Zhang Yaoshou, being astute, immediately recognized his misstep. The emperor wished to avoid the topic of the new policies. He swiftly dismissed Fan Zhongyan from his thoughts and, with a beaming smile, advanced with his grandson to Pang Ji, stating, Today marks a splendid occasion for Lord Pang. And to express my sentiments, I have brought my grandson to present his wishes for your longevity. Pang Ji's heart seethed with anger. Had it not been for the presence of the emperor, he would have confronted Zhang Yaoshou today. How could it be that, on his birthday, a certain Mr. Zhang would come to offer congratulations? He intended to use his own birthday to elevate his grandson's reputation, and what a cunning scheme it was. However, with the emperor present, he suppressed his fury and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed uncle, but I have already arranged for my grandson, Pang Bo, to celebrate today. Regrettably, you are a step too late. No matter, let us have both children celebrate together. Isn't that a fortuitous occurrence? Zhang Yaoshou had devised this plan, knowing that Pang Ji would not grant the opportunity to his grandson, and sought to interject his own. Pang Ji found himself in a dilemma. Refusing would offend Zhang Yaoshou, yet acquiescing left him unsatisfied. At that moment, Bao Zheng stepped forward with a smile, saying, Esteemed Minister Pang, indeed, having 2 prodigies celebrate aligns beautifully with the dual significance of a 60th birthday. However, I believe it is worth discussing which 2 prodigies should present their congratulations. Zhang Yaoshou, who had always been at odds with Bao Zheng, did not expect him to challenge him on this matter. He retorted angrily, What do you mean by that, Minister Bao? Bao Zheng, still smiling, clarified, What I mean is quite clear. One of the prodigies must certainly be of the Pang lineage. Yet the other need not bear the surname Zhang. I believe you would prefer a truly gifted prodigy to celebrate on your behalf, wouldn't you, Minister Pang? Pang Ji understood Bao Zheng's implication. It was a way of sewing a garment for another. Zhang Yaoshou sought to impose a dual celebration under the emperor's authority. Yet in the end, it would not be his grandson honored. How amusing. That makes sense. Pang Ji nodded and, bowing to Zhao Zhan, said, Your Majesty, as the birthday celebrant, I indeed wish for a genuine prodigy to bless me, symbolizing good fortune. Zhao Zhan smiled slightly, asserting, This matter is for the host to decide. Today, I am but a guest. With that, he swiftly walked to the main hall and took his seat at the place of honor. Zhang Yaoshou, inwardly fuming, knew he had investigated and that among the 7 or 8 children present, only Zheng Bu could truly be considered a prodigy. Coldly, he remarked, My grandson is merely 10 years old. If Minister Bao finds a 13-year-old prodigy to compete with him, I shall have no choice but to concede. Bao Zheng shook his head, replying, I shall not recommend Zheng Bu. Instead, I propose another child, 2 years younger than your grandson. Are you willing to accept the challenge? Oh, whom does Minister Bao intend to recommend? Zhang Yaoshou felt a sense of relief. As long as it was not Zheng Bu, he had nothing to fear. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Fan Ning, who felt immense regret. Had he known Bao Zheng would drag him into this, he would have thought twice before attending this imperial gathering. However, escaping was no longer an option, as Ouyang Xiu tightly grasped his wrist, fearing he might flee. Bao Zheng glanced at Fan Zhongyan, who nodded slightly. With that, Bao Zheng beckoned to Fan Ning with a smile, saying, "Young Fan, come over here." Chapter 12. The Prodigy and the Prodigy, Part 2. Ouyang Xiu gently urged Fan Ning forward, whispering in his ear, "Do not be afraid." However, it was not merely a matter of fear. The prospect of composing poetry and practicing calligraphy loomed large, and the thought of potential disgrace was daunting. Reluctantly, Fan Ning steeled himself and approached the emperor, kneeling before him. "Your humble subject pays respects to your majesty, wishing you boundless fortune and longevity equal to the heavens." The last 8 words escaped his lips almost involuntarily, and he flushed crimson, as if declaring a lasting legacy and unifying the realm. Zhaoshan, the emperor, did not pay much heed to the specifics of his words but was intrigued by his lineage. "Whose child are you?" he inquired. Fan Zhongyan stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, this child is my grandnephew, named Fan Ning." Zhaoshan smiled slightly, realizing he was the grandson of Fan Gong, and indeed, a remarkable young man. Historically, the Song Dynasty placed great emphasis on child prodigies, and among its emperors, Zhao Zhan, known as Emperor Renzong, had a particular fondness for them, likely due to his own lack of heirs. At that moment, Zhang Yaoshou gently nudged his grandson, Zhang Chun, who also approached to kneel in reverence. Zhao Zhan scrutinized the 2 children. Although Zhang Chun was the nephew of a favored concubine, he found himself favoring Fan Ning. The latter's simple attire and innate confidence, coupled with an air of composure, put Zhang Chun at a disadvantage. Zhao Zhan then turned to Pang Ji, saying, "You may select either of these 2 children." Pang Ji, of course, desired to choose Fan Ning. After all, Fan Zhongyan had traveled a great distance to celebrate his birthday. It would be remiss not to honor him. Yet, Zhang Guifei, being a favored consort, complicated matters. After a moment's contemplation, Pang Ji replied, "Both are gifted prodigies, making it a difficult choice. I propose we have both children each present a birthday poem, as today marks my 60th birthday." Zhang Yaoshou quickly interjected, "I have long heard of the exquisite calligraphy of scholar Ouyang. I recommend him to record the verses of both children." Upon hearing this, Fan Ning nearly burst into laughter. Realizing that Zhang's own calligraphy was rather poor, which explained Ouyang Xiu's earlier reassurances, Zhao Zhan's expression soured slightly, displeased. He shot a glare at Zhang Yaoshou before smiling at Ouyang Xiu. "I apologize for the trouble, dear Mr. Drunken Old Man." Ouyang Xiu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly replied, "I shall comply with your Majesty's wishes." The children would write their own verses, but Ouyang would transcribe them, as their own calligraphy was deemed insufficient. Fan Ning sighed softly. To avoid bringing shame to his grandfather, he resolved to draw inspiration from renowned poetic works. After deep contemplation, an auspicious birthday verse came to him, perfectly suited for the occasion, coinciding with the date of September 18th, a serendipitous match. He took up his brush and elegantly inscribed, "Be su nz quiet chrysanthemums in the sky." At that moment, Zhang Chun also completed his poem, which he had prepared in advance, as it was customary for prodigies to present verses in honor of the birthday celebrant. Ouyang Xiu, with a stoic demeanor, transcribed both children's compositions and then presented them to Pang Ji, who dared not look and subsequently offered them to Emperor Zhao Zhan. At this juncture, Ouyang Xiu discreetly gave Fan Zhongyan a thumbs up, his admiration evident in his gaze, prompting a sense of relief to wash over Fan Zhongyan. Zhang Chun's poetry was reviewed by Zhao Zhan this morning. To be candid, it was rather mediocre. However, considering it was penned by a mere 10-year-old, it was somewhat forgivable. Zhao Zhan set Zhang Chun's verses aside and turned his attention to Fan Ning's composition. The poem Bu Swan Zi, Quiet Chrysanthemum Day reads, "Quiet Chrysanthemum Day, washing away the rain from the parasol trees. Surrounded by blooms in full splendor, one celebrates longevity at their peak, adorned with 1,000 yellow petals, clustered like golden rays emitting fragrance. The celestial flowers bloom with grace, their evening fragrance beckoning eager admirers." Excellent verses, Zhao Zhan exclaimed, striking the table in admiration. What a splendid depiction of the serene chrysanthemum day, cleansing the parasol rain and vividly portraying the late autumn season. He then presented Fan Ning's poem to the assembly. all of whom were discerning connoisseurs, and they erupted in applause. Pang Ji, adorned with a yellow chrysanthemum atop his head, was indeed reminiscent of the 1,000 yellow petals mentioned. Zhang Yaoshou's complexion turned pale, and he found himself at a loss for words. He felt a pang of heartache akin to that of a tailor crafting a wedding gown for another. Though he longed to devise a counter, the emperor was present, and after much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from displaying his displeasure. Yet, surrendering without reclaiming his dignity was a bitter pill to swallow, and he felt compelled to regain his standing. Zhang Yaoshou's gaze fell upon Fan Ning, the very child who had usurped his grandson's opportunity, and he was further incensed to discover that Fan was the grandson of Fan Zhongyan. However, he also recognized that his grandson Zhang Chun was far inferior to Fan Ning. After much contemplation, Zhang Yaoshou decided to step forward himself. With a genial smile, he proclaimed, "Young Master Fan is indeed a prodigy. Allow me to test your wit further." Bao Zheng's instincts tingled with suspicion. Zhang Yaoshou harbored no good intentions. Just as he was about to intervene, Ouyang Xiu subtly pulled him back, signaling with his eyes. Following Ouyang Xiu's gaze, Bao Zheng saw Fan Zhongyan beaming with anticipation toward his grandson. Consequently, Bao Zheng remained silent. With such confidence in his grandson, he felt reassured. And he too gazed at Fan Ning with hope. Fan Ning, maintaining his composure, performed a slight bow and addressed, "I welcome your guidance, esteemed national elder." Zhang Yaoshou, having risen through his daughter's connections, was somewhat uncouth in literature, yet he held a fondness for couplets, which was his solitary forte. He raised an eyebrow and, with a flick of his fingers, suggested, "Let us engage in a couplet exchange. I shall present the upper line, and you must counter with the lower line. Should you succeed, I shall concede that you surpass my grandson." With a gentle smile, Fan Ning accepted the challenge, responding, "It would be my honor to comply." "Esteemed national elder, please proceed." Zhang Yaoshou squinted his eyes, nodding his head as he recited, "In my residence, there is a painting depicting two monkeys felling trees on a mountain. Thus, I shall use this scene for my upper line. Two monkeys chop wood upon the rocky mountain. How dare the little monkey counter the saw?" The assembly glared at Zhang Yaoshou, outraged at his audacity to belittle a child through his couplet. Yet unfazed, Fan Ning replied, "The other day, during the persistent autumn rains in Jianghuai, I witnessed a horse mired in mud, struggling to extricate itself. Allow me to use this scenario for my lower line. A horse trapped in the muddy river. How shall the old beast lift its hooves?" At the conclusion of his line, laughter erupted among the officials, with Bao Zheng laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. He raised his thumb in approval, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction from the resounding slap of wit delivered by Fan Ning. Fan Zhongyan stroked his beard and smiled. Earlier, Zhang Yaoshou had publicly humiliated him in front of the officials, and rather than engaging in a conflict, he thought it best to have his grandson deliver a slap in return. After all, one cannot quarrel with a child. Zhang Yaoshou's face flushed with embarrassment. Caught in a predicament he could not escape. Ultimately, he could only glare fiercely at Fan Ning before dragging his grandson away in disgrace. Zhaozhen, amused yet silent, recognized that the national patriarch had brought this humiliation upon himself, and he felt no sympathy. Instead, he found himself genuinely intrigued by Fan Ning and inquired, "From whence do you hail?" "I come from Jiangwan village in Wuxian," replied Fan Ning. Zhaozhen nodded, recalling, "Ah, you are indeed the grandson of Fan Gong. Your hometown is certainly Wuxian. Might you compose another poem that depicts your native land?" With no other choice, Fan Ning inwardly apologized to his brother Liu. "I truly beg your pardon for borrowing your talent once more." He took a few steps forward, and under the watchful eyes of numerous esteemed scholars and officials, he began to recite, "Do not mock the rustic wine of farmers. In bountiful years, enough to entertain guests with chicken and pork. Mountains and rivers seem to leave no path, yet amidst the willows and flowers, another village appears. Flutes and drums accompany the spring festival near, in simple attire. The ancient customs remain. From now on, if I may leisurely ride the moon, I shall knock upon your door at any hour of the night." As he concluded, the hall erupted into applause and cheers. Ouyang Xiu could not contain his admiration, exclaiming, "What a splendid line! Mountains and rivers seem to leave no path. Yet amidst the willows and flowers, another village appears. Truly exquisite." Fan Zhongyan beamed with pride. With this poem, his grandson's reputation as a prodigy was firmly established, bringing him great honor. Bao Zheng patted his shoulder, sighing, "Old Fan, I truly envy you for having such a grandson." Zhaozhen stroked his beard in admiration, declaring, "Young Fan Ning, your hometown sounds delightful. I truly wish to visit. If your majesty were to visit my hometown, I would personally prepare cured meats for you." Fan Ning replied, prompting another round of hearty laughter in the hall. Zhao Zhen's fondness for Fan Ning grew immensely, and he turned to Fan Zhongyan, asking, "Why not allow your grandson to take the imperial examination?" Fan Zhongyan quickly bowed, explaining, his foundation in classical literature is still quite weak, and his calligraphy leaves much to be desired. He requires more time to hone his skills. After a few more years of practice, I will certainly permit him to take the examination. Zhao Zhen regarded Fan Ning thoughtfully, stating, "I hope to read more of your poetry in the court sooner rather than later." "I assure your majesty, I shall not disappoint you," Fan Ning replied earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zhen removed a strand of purple jade bracelets from his wrist and presented it to Fan Ning, saying, "This is a gift for you. Additionally, I shall bestow upon you a courtesy name. Thank you for your graciousness, your majesty." Zhao Zhen pondered briefly before continuing, "Your name is Fan Ning." As Zhuge Liang stated in his admonitions to his son, without tranquility, one cannot clarify their ambitions. Without serenity, one cannot reach far. Thus, I confer upon you the courtesy name Ji Yuan. From this day forth, you shall be known as Fan Ji Yuan. Chapter 13. Returning home on a quiet evening. Fan Ning busied himself in his room, preparing his belongings for an early departure the following morning. He had arrived with little more than a couple of changes of clothes and 200 coins, yet he was now encumbered by a large bamboo box, brimming with various items. Within it lay gifts for his parents, but more significantly, it contained offerings from the Ouyang family, including a splendid piece of silk that Madame Ouyang had specifically chosen for his mother. At that moment, rhythmic knocking resonated from behind him. "Come in, Sister Qian," Fan Ning called out with a smile. The door creaked open, revealing Ouyang Qian, who had been diligently instructing him in calligraphy over the past few days, resulting in remarkable progress. Although he had yet to master the art, he could at least manage something presentable. "Here." Ouyang Qian presented him with a box. "This is a gift for you, a scholar's inkstone my father gifted me when I was 12. I have cherished it dearly, but I wish for you to have it now." "Thank you, Sister Qian." Fan Ning accepted the box, but he noticed her eyes were red, as if she had been weeping. His heart swelled with emotion. It was astonishing how deeply she felt for him in such a short time. Ouyang Qian, wiping away her tears, announced, "Abu left tonight." Fan Ning's lips curled slightly. It seemed he had misinterpreted her feelings. What happened? "He received terrible news this afternoon. His father has passed away, and he and his brother are hurrying home." "Well, he can always return," Fan Ning replied, somewhat dismissively. "However, he must observe 3 years of mourning." Ouyang Qian lamented, collapsing onto the table in tears. Understanding dawned upon Fan Ning, and a flicker of delight ignited within him. Could this be an opportunity? But he quickly chastised himself. To take advantage of another's misfortune was unbecoming. Suppressing a smile, he suggested, "Sister Qian, allow me to share a couplet with you." "What poem?" Ouyang Qian lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at him. "If love can endure for long, why should it matter if we meet at dawn or dusk?" Fan Ning initially contemplated reciting the entire poem, but he decided it would be more fitting to reserve such exquisite words for his future wife, suspecting Ouyang Qian would soon dedicate it to Zhengbu instead. "Xiao Ning, thank you. Promise me you'll write to me once you return." "Of course. I shall pen a letter each day." "Ah," she chuckled, shaking her hand. "There is no need for such frequency. A letter every month will suffice." Fan Ning then retrieved the blush and perfume he had purchased for his mother and presented them to Ouyang Qian. "This is for you." "No, no, no," she protested vehemently. "These are gifts for your mother. I cannot accept them, especially since you have already given me something." Despite her firm refusal, Fan Ning sighed internally, conceding, "Very well. They shall be yours." He settled down, unfolded a sheet of paper, and began to transcribe the entire poem. Delicate clouds weave artistry, shooting stars convey longing. The Milky Way stretches silently across the night. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters on earth. Tender affection flows like water, and the promised meeting feels like a dream, yet one cannot help but gaze upon the return path of the Magpie Bridge. If love can endure for long, why should it matter if we meet at dawn or dusk? Fan Ning handed a piece of paper to Ouyang Qian, saying, "Sister Qian, this is a gift for you." Ouyang Qian took the paper, read it once, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Xiao Ning, did you write this?" Fan Ning chuckled and replied, "If Sister Qian cannot find the author, then I shall claim it as my own." Ouyang Qian read it several more times. Her beautiful eyes, deep as a tranquil pool, became misty. She sighed softly, tender feelings like water, a beautiful encounter like a dream. How exquisite. At that moment, she realized something. Her charming face suddenly flushed, and she glanced at Fan Ning, whispering, Thank you for the poem. I truly adore it. As long as Sister Qian likes it, that is enough. By the way, could you teach me a few more characters? Ouyang Xiu nodded eagerly, of course. Today, I will teach you 20 more characters. Fan Ning hurried to fetch the calligraphy book, while Ouyang Xiu quietly folded the paper and tucked it away carefully. The following morning, Fan Zhongyan took Fan Ning to bid farewell to the capital as they returned to Pingjiang Prefecture. Ouyang Xiu, Ouyang Xiu, and Bao Zheng came to the dock to see off the grandfather and grandson. Additionally, Yin Zhu, who was gravely ill, intended to accompany Fan Zhongyan to Dingzhou for recuperation. Ouyang Xiu was particularly reluctant to part with Fan Ning. He presented him with a book, saying, "This is my early collection of writings, a keepsake for you. Should you encounter any doubts in your studies, feel free to write to me." The calligraphy book below is from Qianer. She wishes for you to practice diligently. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Your concern shall be etched in my heart, and please extend my gratitude to Sister Qian. I will write to her with updates. Ouyang Xiu chuckled. This is not a final farewell. When you return to the capital in a few years, I will ensure to teach you properly. A gem must be polished. It is my duty to refine your potential. I shall not disappoint you, Senior. Ouyang Xiu laughed heartily. Very well. If your calligraphy does not improve, I shall indeed feel let down. At that moment, Wang Ongxi pulled Fan Ning aside and whispered, I have many confusions in my heart. When will you guide me further? Fan Ning smiled slightly. I will write to you, brother. If you have the time, feel free to come find me. Wang Ongxi was elated. Then I look forward to our next meeting. Fan Ning produced a thick letter and handed it to Wang Ongxi. I have organized the thoughts I shared that day. You may ponder over them at your leisure. I will read it carefully. Ning, it is getting late. We must set off. Fan Zhongyan called from afar. Coming. Fan Ning waved to Wang Ongxi and turned to rush towards the dock. Fan Zhongyan saluted the group and led Fan Ning onto the boat. At that moment, Bao Zhang stepped forward, giving Fan Ning a hearty pat on the shoulder. Little Fan. Take care. Fan Ning cupped his hands and smiled. Old Bao, you must also take care. Laughter erupted among the crowd and amidst their mirth. The passenger boat departed from Bianhe Dock, sailing southward. This journey to the capital not only allowed Fan Zhongyan to instruct Fan Ning in calligraphy, but also to delve deeply into his literary talents. Over the course of 20 days, Fan Zhongyan gradually discerned Fan Ning's potential. Despite being extraordinarily gifted, with an exceptional memory and insights beyond the ordinary, Fan Ning occasionally produced rare and exquisite works. However, his foundation was considerably weak. Not only was his calligraphy poor, but he also had scarcely scratched the surface of the more critical studies of the classics, indicating a fundamental lack of systematic education. For this reason, Fan Zhongyan decided it would be best for him to return to his hometown to study, methodically laying a solid groundwork. That afternoon, upon the arrival of the passenger boat at Jiangning Prefecture, Fan Zhongyan called Fan Ning over and said, I had initially planned to escort you back to Pingjiang Prefecture before returning myself, but with Lord Yin's health deteriorating, I fear he may not endure much longer. I must hasten to Xiangyang, so the remainder of the journey must be undertaken by you alone. Fan Ning nodded. That is perfectly fine. You are already familiar with this boatman. He will take you home. Additionally, I have a few more words to impart. Fan Zhongyan pondered for a moment and said, This trip to the capital, as you previously mentioned, is a matter of perspective shaping one's ambitions. I trust you have broadened your horizons and have developed a sense of purpose. You already know the path ahead without needing my guidance. I understand, grandfather. Fan Ning replied. Fan Zhongyan nodded and continued softly. As we part, allow me to share one final thought. The Book of Changes states, complacency leads to failure, and self-importance breeds folly. Only the foolish dwell in past glories, while the wise gaze toward the future, taking each step with care. Do you grasp my meaning? Fan Ning solemnly nodded. Your teachings are etched in my heart, grandfather. Well then, I must change boats now. I wish you a safe journey. At this moment, Fan Ning's spirit was devoid of jest. He reflected on his grandfather's love and earnest teachings, realizing that his grandfather had reached a venerable age. He pondered whether this farewell would be their last. His eyes glistened with tears as he knelt and bowed deeply 3 times, his voice choked with emotion. I wish you good health and longevity, grandfather. Silly child. Silly child. Fan Zhongyan affectionately stroked his head and sighed gently. Heaven has not forsaken my hopes for Fan Zhongyan. Finally, Fan Zhongyan changed boats, and Fan Ning stood at the bow, watching his grandfather's vessel recede into the distance. He suddenly felt as though everything had become surreal. The past month seemed but a dream. Young master, was the capital enjoyable? The boatman inquired cheerfully while rowing. Fan Ning smiled slightly. I had a delightful time. feasting on many delicacies, lighting firecrackers, and frolicking with the children of the capital every day. The boatman chuckled heartily. My grandson had the same experience in the capital. Children are all the same. This is the time for joy, but as you grow older, troubles will surely follow. Fan Ning clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you for your wise counsel, uncle. He then turned and entered the cabin, opening his satchel to begin practicing his calligraphy. Chapter 14. Home Before Dawn. As the first light of day broke, Jianwan village lay in an extraordinary tranquility. Fan Ning's small boat glided gently into the village. After more than a month, he returned to this place that felt both familiar and foreign. A profound sense of yearning for home welled up within him, igniting an impatient desire to knock on the gate of his family home. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from a grove of bamboo to the west of the village. Soon, a figure stealthily emerged from the thicket, glancing around before dashing towards the village's edge. To Fan Ning's astonishment, he recognized the man as his uncle, Fan Zhongyan. What business did he have in the bamboo grove at such an early hour? The boatman chuckled. Young master, that fellow is quite amusing. After running out of the village, he casually strolled back in. Fan Ning watched intently as Fan Zhongyan turned back after reaching the village entrance, his face alight with the joy of returning home. Much like someone who had hastily returned after a long journey. That man is my uncle, Fan Ning remarked softly, prompting the boatman to wisely fall silent, aware that some matters are best left unspoken. At that moment, Fan Zhongyan spotted the boat, momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened with delight. Adai, is that you? Fan Ning smiled gently and inquired, Uncle, where have you come from? With a hearty laugh, Fan Zhongyan replied, Of course, I have just returned from the county. Having spent a night in town, I got up at 4 to make my way back. You've worked hard, uncle. Not at all. It's just studying. A little hardship is only to be expected. With a hint of jealousy, Fan Zhongyan asked, I heard from your father that you accompanied Master Fan to the capital? Fan Ning nodded. Indeed, my third uncle needed a boy to boil water and serve tea, so he took me along. Unfortunately, I did not perform well and disappointed him. He pondered, how could Master Fan possibly appreciate his foolish nephew? A sense of relief washed over Fan Zhongyan, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Adopting a gentle tone, he remarked, It's understandable that you might be a bit slow to respond. It is indeed a challenge for you to boil water and serve tea. It's better that you return home early to spare your parents worry. Thank you for your concern, uncle. The boatman, observing the exchange with amusement, thought to himself, this little fellow is quite remarkable. As the boat docked, Fan Zhongyan prepared to depart, but hesitated when he saw the boatman retrieve a large trunk. He walked back, saying, Adai, this trunk is too heavy for you to carry alone. Let your uncle help you. I am immensely grateful, uncle. I shall treat you to a bottle of wine from the capital upon my return. Fan Zhongyan knew well the circumstances of his nephew's family, and suspected he had brought only a few coins to the capital, likely unaware of what inferior wine he might return with. Your kind offer is appreciated, but please save the wine to honor your father. There is no need for me to have it. Fan Ning expressed his gratitude to the boatman and followed his uncle home. Along the way, he contemplated asking Fan Zhongyan about the examination results, yet he ultimately refrained. Based on his understanding of his uncle, had he succeeded, he would have boasted of nearly achieving the top rank upon their first meeting. The silence on the matter indicated the outcome was all too clear. Before long, they arrived at Fan Ning's doorstep. At that moment, Fan Zhongyan wished to avoid encountering his elder brother to prevent any suspicion regarding his intentions. He set down the box and cheerfully remarked, Adai, Uncle C is a bit weary. I shall return home to catch a nap. You may knock on the door by yourself. Thank you, Uncle C. Fan Ning replied. Must we be so polite between uncle and nephew? Fan Zhongyan laughed, waved his hand, and quickly departed. Just as Fan Ning raised his hand to knock, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing his mother, Zhang Sanyang, who appeared before him with a radiant smile. She enveloped her son in a warm embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. My child has returned. I have worried every day, having been an orphan in his previous life. Fan Ning had never experienced maternal affection, yet he retained the lingering attachment of Fan Dai towards his parents. Nestled in his mother's comforting embrace, he felt a wave of emotion and managed a strained smile. What is there to worry about, mother? I am all grown up now. What foolishness is this? How old are you? Zhang Sanyang gently tapped his small head, quickly wiping away her tears as she called into the house, Your father, Ningyo, has returned. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and soon, the tall and sturdy figure of his father, Fan Taizhou, appeared at the door. Fan Ning waved at his father with a smile. Hello, father. Fan Zhongyan's face broke into a gentle smile as he nodded. Your mother said you would return today. And we even made a wager. Your mother won. What was the stake? Fan Ning inquired with curiosity. Fan Zhongyan stepped closer with a grin. Do you truly wish to know? Zhang Sanyang's face flushed as she playfully pinched her husband's shoulder. Do not speak recklessly in front of the child. Hurry. Bring the box inside. Fan Zhongyan winked at his son and carried the box into the house. What could be so heavy inside? Fan Ning asked. It is a gift from Uncle Ouyang's family, along with some items I purchased to honor both of you. If anyone else mentioned the word old in front of Zhang Sanyang, she would certainly be displeased, but with her son, she welcomed the term without hesitation. Zhang Sanyang beamed. My son has grown up and knows to buy gifts for his mother. As she spoke, she eagerly opened the box, her eyes widening in astonishment. Ah, what is this? The first item to greet her was a piece of lustrous satin, its delicate surface shimmering with a jewel-toned blue hue, adorned with vibrant pink and white peonies. She gently caressed the soft, smooth fabric, her eyes transfixed, for she had never seen such exquisite material before. Ninger, did you buy this? It is a gift from Aunt Ouyang for mother, and there are several fine bottles of wine for father from Uncle Ouyang, Fan Ning explained. Fan Zhongyan inquired solemnly, Ninger, who is Uncle Ouyang? He is a close friend of Grandfather San, a government official in the capital, quite renowned for his poetry and prose. We stayed at his residence. Is it Ouyang Xiu? Fan Ning was taken aback, surprised that his father even recognized Ouyang Xiu. Noticing his son's peculiar expression, Fan Zhongyan couldn't help but give him a light tap on the head, chuckling. You little rascal, do you truly believe your father is an uncultured lout who knows nothing? Fan Zhongyan's hand was slightly heavier than intended, causing Fan Ning to wince in pain. Zhang Sanyang immediately sprang into action, protecting her son like a mother hen. Casting a fierce glare at her husband, declaring, Only I am permitted to strike my son. You shall not lay a hand on him. Where shall I strike him? Just a gentle tap, not painful at all, right, Ninger? Fan Ning rubbed his head, expressing his discontent. Though father merely tapped lightly, it felt akin to cracking an egg. It seemed as if my skull was on the verge of shattering. Did you hear that? You, with your careless demeanor, are forbidden from striking his head again. Zhang Sanyang enunciated the words strike his head with particular emphasis, casting a fierce glare at her husband. Fan Zhongyan quickly nodded, assuring her that from now on, father would never strike your head again. Fan Ning then presented to her the finest brand from the capital, an exquisite blush powder by Zhang Gulao, and handed it to her mother. This is the best blush powder in the capital, along with perfume, a gift from your child. Zhang Sanyang had never received such gifts of blush and perfume throughout her life, and she was overwhelmed with emotion, turning away to secretly wipe her tears. However, Fan Zhongyan, puzzled, inquired, this perfume and blush must be quite expensive. Where did you acquire such funds? Upon hearing this, Zhang San's mother gazed at her son in astonishment. Indeed, she had only given him 200 coins. How could he possibly have amassed such a fortune to purchase luxurious items? Fan Ning casually recounted the affairs of composing couplets and solving riddles, laughing as he remarked. The child spent merely a couple of taels on various gifts, leaving him with 4 taels and several hundred won. He proudly extracted a purse from his bosom, the clinking of copper coins resounding within. Zhang Sanyang swiftly seized the purse, clutching it tightly. For such a sum of money could not be entrusted to a child who would squander it thoughtlessly. I shall save this for you, to be used for your future bride when you are grown. Fan Ning gazed helplessly at his mother's hands, which moved with the swiftness of lightning. Once the money fell into her grasp, reclaiming it would be an impossibility. Saving it for your future wife seemed to be a timeless ruse employed by mothers throughout the ages to abscond with their son's money. Meanwhile, Fan Zhongyan let out a gentle sigh. After toiling tirelessly as a fisherman and farmer, he could scarcely earn 2 guan a month. Yet, a scholar could effortlessly earn 5 taels of silver with the mere crafting of a few couplets. Indeed, it was through education that one could aspire to greatness. At this moment, Fan Zhongyan's conviction to send his son to study in the town became even more resolute. Chapter 15. The gift of giving. Fan Ning luxuriated in the warmth of a large wooden tub, the scalding water soothing the weariness from his journey. From the outer hall, the sounds of his parents' quarrel reverberated. My dear, I must visit my parents shortly to fetch a few books for Ning Er's studies. However, it would be remiss of me to go empty-handed. I knew it. The moment there is something of value at home, you are eager to bestow it. It is not as if these gifts are for outsiders. Humph, I would rather give them to strangers. After a brief silence, his mother finally spoke. Those cloth shoes are quite nice, with a deerskin sole. They would be very comfortable for the elderly. Perhaps we should send a pair to your mother-in-law. And what shall we give to the fourth? After all, we borrowed books from him. There is no need to give him anything. Just send his wife a bottle of perfume. Were it not for borrowing books for Ning, I would hesitate to part with it. My dear, I have not been well lately and may not be able to drink so much wine. You see, no one expects you to consume it all in one day. You can savor it gradually. But you must not give any to the old man. After all, he is my father. Is it too much to send just one bottle? You shall purchase it yourself. This wine was brought back by Ning from the capital, and I forbid you from giving it away. With her uncompromising stance, the brief discussion came to an abrupt end. As his mother's footsteps receded, Fan Zhongyan, his father, let out a heavy sigh. It was then that Fan Ning realized that their household was indeed governed by his mother. After his bath, Fan Ning donned a clean outfit. Though it was a coarse shirt handwoven by his mother, it was crisply laundered and felt exceptionally warm and comfortable. Ning, accompany your father to your grandfather's. We shall visit the school afterward. Understood. Fan Ning's greatest desire was to curl up and enjoy a restful sleep. Yet he found himself unable to evade his father's request. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. As the father and son stepped outside, Fan Zhongyan carried an assortment of delicacies and had tucked away a pair of cloth shoes and a bottle of perfume in his pockets. Fan Ning shook his head discreetly. Those shoes hailed from Li Bai's shoe store in the capital, the most prestigious brand of the Song Dynasty. Originally wrapped in paper and placed in a splendid cloth bag, they now lay unceremoniously stuffed in his father's pocket, stripped of their elegance, akin to the wares of a petty street vendor. Moreover, the ornate box that once contained the perfume had vanished. It was an antique fragrance. His father exhibited no sense of propriety in gift-giving, transforming luxurious items into mere trinkets in his hands. At that moment, Fan Ning unexpectedly noticed a bottle of wine tucked into his father's waistband. Fan Zhongyan's face flushed with embarrassment as he whispered, "Do not let your mother find out. She will notice a bottle is missing." "I understand. If she discovers it, simply say it was a gift for your grandfather, and she will have nothing to say." Fan Ning rolled his eyes. His father was indeed a master of clever schemes. He was aware that the discord between his mother and grandfather stemmed from the division of the family estate. In truth, they had not formally separated, as the laws of the Song Dynasty clearly stipulated that one could not divide the family while the parents were still alive. However, the law is the law, and reality is reality. With an abundance of sons at home, conflicts inevitably arise, making the division of the family unavoidable. There is no need to register with the authorities. Such situations are commonplace in rural areas. A year ago, a matchmaker introduced a prospective bride to my fourth uncle. The lady hails from Wujiang County, bearing the surname Liu, with a fair and delicate complexion, exuding an aura of prosperity. Moreover, her father is a seasoned scholar serving as a clerk in the county office, and their family possesses considerable agricultural wealth, providing a generous dowry for their daughter. The Liu family, in terms of reputation and assets, far surpasses the Fan family. In pursuit of this advantageous match, my grandfather decided to separate the eldest son, Fan Zhongyan, bestowing upon him the family's properties and land, leaving the inheritance to the fourth son. Consequently, the Liu family consented to the union. Nevertheless, this arrangement was evidently unjust to the eldest son, Fan Zhongyan. Although he harbored discontent, as the firstborn, he felt obligated to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining family unity, refraining from actions that might lead to division. He chose to endure. Yet Zhang Sen's wife remained ever troubled by the matter. Fan Ning often heard his mother lamenting this situation, until he felt as though he had developed calluses in his ears. It was only after the marriage that the Fan family comprehended the true meaning of possessing an aura of prosperity, but by then, it was too late. Grandfather's residence is situated at the eastern edge of the village, atop a gentle hill. In reality, a hollow encircled by lush trees, with Yuanshan Mountain rising behind it. At the foot of the hill, a crystal-clear stream meanders, rendering the scenery quite exquisite. The two of them ascended the hill along a narrow path, and before them lay a flat expanse of land, approximately 2 acres in size. This is where grandfather's home stands. 2 rows of large brick houses, forming a A-shaped structure. One row facing south and the other east, with a courtyard of half an acre in between, surrounded by walls about the height of a person, presenting a rather pleasant sight. Upon entering the courtyard, they observed dozens of chicks pecking about, while an elderly woman sat at the kitchen door sorting vegetables. "Mother," Fan Zhongyan hurriedly approached. It turned out that this elderly woman was his grandmother. At that moment, Fan Ning felt a wave of disorientation. He had taken over the responsibilities of Fan Dai for 2 or 3 months, as if his grandmother had never existed. It was only when his mother suggested sending a pair of shoes to his grandmother that Fan Ning realized he indeed had a grandmother. He scrutinized his grandmother more closely. She appeared no different from the typical rural matriarch, her head wrapped in a cloth, adorned in a short blue garment dotted with white, cinched at the waist with a black cloth belt. She was likely not yet 60, yet her back was noticeably hunched, and the hardships of life had etched countless wrinkles upon her face. However, her murky eyes radiated warmth and kindness. Fan Ning's grandmother, surnamed Yang, was a native of the village. She glanced up at her eldest son, but when her gaze fell upon Fan Ning, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her weathered face broke into a broad smile. "My dear grandson has come," she exclaimed, brushing off the vegetable leaves from her clothes and swiftly approaching. Her warm, rough hands grasped Fan Ning's, tenderly caressing his head. "My dear grandson has come to see Grandma." In that instant, Fan Ning's heart melted under the embrace of his grandmother's affection. He promptly bowed respectfully, greeting Grandma. "My dear grandson is so understanding now. Come. Grandma has a boiled egg for you." She urged him to sit down and hurried to the kitchen to fetch a freshly boiled egg, which she handed to Fan Ning. "Take your time eating, dear. Don't choke." Fan Ning hastily extracted a pair of cloth shoes from his father's pocket and presented them to his grandmother, exclaiming that he had purchased the finest shoes for her in the capital. Yang's expression momentarily froze, her murky eyes glistening with moisture as she affectionately ruffled Fan Ning's hair. Her smile so broad it nearly enveloped her face. "My dear child has grown thoughtful, buying shoes for his grandmother," she beamed. "How did that little rascal arrive here?" A dissonant voice interrupted. It was Fan Zhongyan, emerging from the parlor with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes, predominantly white with scant black, fixed disdainfully upon Fan Ning. Earlier that morning, he had learned from his youngest son that his grandson was merely serving as a water-fetching boy for Fan Zhongyan, rather than studying under him, which somewhat alleviated his discomfort. Otherwise, Fan Ning would not have even crossed the threshold today. Nevertheless, his discontent towards his eldest son remained. Opportunities to curry favor with Fan Zhongyan had not been afforded to his own brothers, but rather to this foolish child. After just a month, he had been sent back home. His earlier skepticism had proven right. What could this little fool possibly achieve? Fan Taizhu quickly stepped forward, offering a bottle of wine to his father. "This is a fine wine presented to grandfather by Ning." "Fine wine." Fan Zhongyan snorted dismissively. Yet he scrutinized the bottle with keen interest. Although he feigned disdain, his sharp mind recognized its true value. This bottle was indeed a treasure, crafted from Xizhou's white glaze. It surpassed even his finest teapot in aesthetic appeal. The label read Qian Ri Chun, a renowned wine from the capital's Zhongyuan garden, a name Fan Zhongyan had long heard of but was seeing for the first time. He resolved to bring it along to the next gathering in town, to showcase it to his peers. In that moment, Fan Zhongyan comprehended the situation. This gift must have been bestowed by Fan Zhongyan, grateful for the wine. His demeanor softened slightly as he nodded and remarked, "Well then, let us finish our lunch before you depart." At that juncture, Fan Zhongyan emerged from the adjacent room, his expression fraught with dissatisfaction. "Father, what did that matter we discussed?" Despite Fan Zhongyan's usual fondness for his youngest son, irritation flickered within him today. "If you succeed in the imperial examination, I would not hesitate to part with my land or property, even to the tune of 100 taels. Yet here you are, still asking for money after failing." The words failed struck Fan Zhongyan like a blow, prompting him to leap up and shout, "I did not fail. I passed this time. It was merely because of our lack of wealth and influence that my place was usurped by others." Fan Taizhu furrowed his brow in concern. What is this about? Fan Zhongyan, harboring contempt for his elder brother, typically refrained from speaking much, but today he felt the need to seek his brother's support. "Elder brother, I visited the prefecture to inquire about my examination papers a few days ago. They informed me that I performed well and should have been accepted, but alas, I was supplanted by the offspring of the powerful." Fan Taizhu's anger flared. "How could such a thing happen? Why did you not file a complaint?" "Of course, I did. But to access my examination results required money. Who would pay attention to me otherwise? I had to borrow 5 taels from my classmates to bribe the exam supervisor for a look at my papers. This money is owed to them." Fan Ning sincerely admired his uncle, who, despite having failed an examination, audaciously shifted the blame onto the offspring of the powerful. As if that were not enough, he even managed to profit from his failure. With his eloquent tongue, he could breathe life into the deceased. It would indeed be a disservice to society for him not to pursue a career as a litigator. Fan Zhongyan shot a fierce glare at his son. "You previously claimed you needed to review your examination papers. I have already given you 5 guan. Why do you still require more funds?" Father, I must eat, drink, and find lodging in the prefecture. Traveling by boat incurs expenses. The county's educational commissioner is accompanying us. Do you not think we must host him? We must also cultivate a positive relationship with him, perhaps by purchasing some gifts. 5 guan is hardly sufficient. I have been economizing, staying in the most modest inns. While others travel by boat, I am forced to walk to save a few coins, and look at my feet. They are blistered. Is this easy for me? As he concluded, Fan Zhongyan's eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Yang sighed and said to her husband, Dear, do not blame Siling. His circumstances are also quite difficult. Fan Zhongyan, feeling helpless, replied, You are not the only one who has failed an examination. Focus on your studies, and strive to succeed next time. As for the 5 taels of silver, I do not have it at the moment. We shall discuss it later. Fan Zhongyan grew anxious, exclaiming, But that is borrowed money. I must repay it. Fan Zhongyan found himself in a predicament. Although he had a reserve of silver, he was reluctant to touch it. His gaze shifted to his eldest son, Fan Zhongyan. Chapter 16. The Tale of Dropping Out Delang. Would you lend a helping hand to our 4th brother this time? Fan Zhongyan was instantly rendered speechless, perplexed as to how this predicament had befallen him. He stammered, Well, my family. Meanwhile, Fan Ning chuckled beside him. Father, aren't you still planning to register in town? A single utterance instantly reminded Fan Zhongyan, Indeed. It is quite a burden to spend money on one's own son's education, let alone to support a brother in need. Fan Zhongyan wore a troubled expression and said, Father, our family is not in a good situation either. I fear we cannot afford such a sum. Then how much can you contribute? Fan Zhongyan pressed relentlessly. Well, let me discuss this with Ning's mother when I return. Fan Zhongyan's expression darkened immediately. Was this not a blatant rejection of him? The eldest daughter-in-law would not contribute a single cent. What a spineless coward. Fan Zhongyan scolded his son harshly and, filled with indignation, retreated to his room. At that moment, a rather plump young woman sauntered out from a room, stretching lazily and yawning. Mother-in-law, what shall we have for lunch? This is Fan Ning's 4th aunt, Lu Shimei. Her name suggests a slender figure, yet it is somewhat misleading, to put it plainly. Though there are only 4 individuals in their household, they prepare meals sufficient for at least 6. Fan Zhongyan took out a bottle of perfume and handed it to Fan Ning, giving him a subtle glance. Reluctantly, Fan Ning stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, Good day, aunt. She scrutinized him from head to toe and suddenly recalled, You are a Dai? Fan Ning handed her the perfume, saying, This is what I purchased for Aunt C in the capital. Ah! Lu Shimei let out a shriek, seizing the perfume bottle with fervor, utterly delighted to discover it was an exquisite vintage fragrance. She possesses a keen sense for quality. This is indeed the finest perfume of the Song Dynasty, and a mere small bottle commands a price of 300 coins. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Ning made a request to borrow some books. Aunt, I am to take an examination in town in a couple of days, and I would like to ask Uncle for the favor of borrowing some books to study. Given the closeness of family ties, is there even a need for formal borrowing? Aunt C has gifted you this. Your Uncle C possesses an overwhelming number of books, which have filled the entire room, and he himself does not read them. Come with me. Lu Shimei led Fan Ning towards the room, and Fan Zhongyan felt a surge of urgency in his heart. Those books had cost him a considerable sum, and they were worth quite a bit if sold to the bookshop. He hurried to catch up, exclaiming, My dear, there are some books that cannot be lent out. I still need them to prepare for the imperial examination. Departing from his father's abode, Fan Zhongyan carried a bamboo basket filled with books. As Fan Ning perused the volumes in his hands, he felt fortunate that day, having discovered several remarkable works, Zhuangzi, Dao De Jing, the Book of Songs, along with the poetry collections of Li Bai, Du Fu, and Wang Wei. To his surprise, all of his 4th uncle's books were pristine and had never been read. The thought of his 4th uncle's pained expression at the thought of parting with these tomes was almost comical to Fan Ning. It felt akin to severing a piece of his flesh. He couldn't help but chuckle, recalling his 4th aunt's wise words. After all, his uncle had no intention of reading these books, so it was far better to gift them to his own nephew. In contrast to his grandfather's favoritism and his uncle's selfishness, his 4th aunt emerged as a kind-hearted individual, possessing a simple mind, making her easy to get along with. In summary, Fan Ning held a rather favorable impression of Aunt Fatty 4, although it was regrettable that she was somewhat indolent, rising only as noon approached. In the countryside, such behavior as a daughter-in-law could draw criticism. Conversely, Fan Zhongyan's spirits were less than buoyant. He perceived that his parents were not enjoying life, burdened as they were. His father indulged the 4th son excessively, to the point of spoiling him. Fan Zhongyan was acutely aware of his father's modest means, possessing merely 80 acres of arable land, with an annual rental income of at most 70 guan. After deducting taxes and exemption fees, only 50 to 60 guan remained. The fourth son's education was already a significant expense. It was rumored that he had formed a group of disreputable companions in the county, spending his days idly without any means of income, entirely reliant on his father's support. Today, he sought a few guan under one pretext, tomorrow another. And by year's end, his father's meager rental income would be entirely depleted by his demands. His father's indulgence of the fourth son was self-inflicted, leaving his poor mother to bear the brunt of it all. The thought of his mother's hunched back and wrinkled face filled Fan Zhongyan with sorrow. With a heavy heart, he sighed, wishing to assist his mother but feeling utterly powerless. Next, Fan Ning was to accompany his father to the village school. As it was the time to pay tuition, Fan Zhongyan had been preoccupied with this matter. The cost of the primary school was not exorbitant, 3 guan for tuition and an additional 2 guan for writing materials, totaling 5 guan. Yet, this sum represented 2.5 months' worth of income for the Fan family, a considerable amount, even for the most economical of schools. For impoverished families, education was indeed a luxury. Although many in the Song Dynasty pursued learning, not every household could afford it, particularly in rural areas. Many middle-class families only sent their children to complete primary schooling, merely to recognize a few characters, after which further education was foregone. Attending a school in the town was already a rarity, and advancing to the county school was even more exceptional, which explained why Fan Zhongyan was regarded as a gem in his father's eyes. Primary schooling typically lasted 3 years, and since Fan Ning had already completed 2, Fan Zhongyan reconsidered his stance and resolved to support his son's pursuit of a place in the town school. Zhongyan, a hearty man, clasped Fan Zhongyan's shoulder. His surname was Wang, also a fisherman by trade. You're off to pay your son's tuition for next year, I presume? Fan Zhongyan nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened and unwilling to elaborate further. Wang Erlang glanced at Fan Ning, understanding that the boy really had no need to continue his studies. It was said that after 2 years, he could barely write a few characters, and further education would be a waste of money. Good day, Uncle Wang. Fan Ning bowed respectfully. Dai has been doing quite well lately, speaking much more fluently. Taiju, my mother's health has significantly improved, and I truly owe you my gratitude. A mere trifling effort. No need for thanks. Uncle Wang thrust a basket of fish into Fan Taiju's hands. These are a few I just caught, a small token of appreciation. I cannot accept these. Take them back and prepare soup for your mother. There is plenty at home. You will be visiting Mr. Gu later. It would be inappropriate to go empty-handed. Here, take them for him. Fan Zhongyan considered this rationale and accepted the basket with a smile. Then I shall be grateful. Uncle Wang, in a customary show of politeness, praised Fan Ning's progress before turning to depart along another path. Fan Zhongyan had no intention of explaining his son's transformation to the villagers. For him, gaining admission to the local school was the ultimate justification. Failing to do so rendered any explanations utterly meaningless. Can grandfather still practice medicine? Fan Ning inquired curiously. He can only treat minor ailments like headaches and fevers. His medical expertise is limited, came the response. Surely he can also treat injuries. Fan Ning recalled the box of medicinal herbs at home. In my teenage years, I studied with a herbalist for 2 years. I possess a rudimentary understanding of the subject. Has grandfather ever considered opening a clinic in town? A clinic? Fan Zhongyan cast a puzzled glance at his son, reflecting on how his trip to the capital had not yielded any substantial knowledge, yet had sparked these impractical notions. Let's move on. No more idle thoughts. He disregarded his son's suggestion and quickened his pace toward the eastern edge of the village. The primary school was situated conveniently close to Fan Ning's grandfather's residence, spanning approximately 2 acres, enclosed by earthen walls with a large tree providing shade in one corner. Within the courtyard, there were 3 rooms designated for the big and small children's classes, accommodating around 20 to 30 pupils. The village's local gentry had invited an elderly scholar from town to teach the children. These days marked the collection of tuition fees, leading parents to gradually arrive at the school to pay for the upcoming year. You must remain silent during our conversation with Mr. Gu, Fan Zhongyan cautioned, concerned that his son might inadvertently offend Mr. Gu given the somber atmosphere surrounding the withdrawal of students. Fan Ning nodded. He had no objection to playing the fool, as the greatest advantage of feigning ignorance was the avoidance of formal bows, which would spare him any potential ridicule. Having replaced Fan Dottie, this was his first return to the school, and he had no notion of what Mr. Gu even looked like. Oh, is that not a Dottie? Long time no see. A rotund figure approached, his clothing stretched taut as if it concealed a large watermelon, displaying a more pronounced fullness than an 8-month pregnant woman. Is Mr. Jiang here to settle tuition as well? Fan Zhongyan offered a slight bow in greeting. Not at all. My son is preparing for the Jinming Academy entrance exam. And I wish to ask Mr. Gu for a bit of extra assistance. Mr. Jiang leaned in to scrutinize Fan Ning, his gaze laden with disdain. I must say, Adati, if he truly cannot manage, he ought to refrain from continuing his studies. If others were to know, they might think our village's primary school is lacking. My son feels embarrassed to admit he comes from there when he takes his exams in town. Yet, Mr. Jiang could not be entirely disparaging. Adati had indeed made progress over the past 2 years. Just then, an elderly man emerged from the school, his skin a deep shade of yellow. Sporting a tuft of goat-like beard and wearing a disingenuous smile. He was the scholar, Mr. Gu, responsible for instructing the children. To him, collecting fees took precedence above all else, and thus, insincere compliments occasionally slipped from his lips. Fan, Mr. Gu suddenly struggled to recall Fan Ning's official title and resorted to a hollow laugh. Adati, it has been quite some time. Do you still remember your teacher? Fan Zhongyan gently nudged his son, urging him to bow respectfully to his master. However, Fan Ning merely stared blankly at the elderly man before him. I cannot recall who you are. Nearby parents shook their heads in disbelief. This child had become even more foolish after a serious illness, to the extent of failing to recognize his own teacher. Ning, Fan Zhongyan understood that his son was merely pretending to be foolish. He gritted his teeth and urged in a low voice, hurry and bow to the teacher. Oh, no need for that. Just come in and settle the payment, Mr. Gu replied. Observing Fan Ning's dazed expression, Mr. Gu felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He forced a strained smile and led the father and son into his room. Fan Zhongyan promptly handed the bamboo basket to Mr. Gu, containing a few fresh fish as a token of goodwill. Mr. Gu initially assumed the basket contained money, only to be surprised by the fish. Who among the lakeside residents would covet fish? After 2 years of consuming fish at every meal, he was quite fed up. Mr. Gu furrowed his brow. Aren't you here to make a payment today? Fan Zhongyan replied apologetically, my son Ning may not be studying here next year. What? Mr. Gu's voice suddenly escalated, akin to an overexcited rooster. I do not comprehend your meaning. Where will your simpleton go to school next year? After a moment of hesitation, Fan Zhongyan stammered, I intend for my child to study in the town next year. The onlooking parents erupted into laughter. Oh dear. Mr. Jiang stepped forward, scrutinizing Fan Ning as if it were their first encounter. He actually wishes to attend school in the town? Perhaps this foolishness is hereditary? No wonder your son is so dim-witted. Fan Ning retorted coldly, what did you say? Mr. Jiang's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver. And Ning, do not speak out of turn. Fan Zhongyan swiftly pulled his son behind him and coolly addressed Mr. Jiang. My son is merely lacking in speech. Please do not take offense, sir. I am aware he is a simpleton, thus I do not hold grudges. If it were another child who spoke such words, I would certainly. Well, you know. Mr. Jiang regarded Fan Zhongyan's robust physique and muscular arms, feeling a twinge of apprehension in his heart. Ignoring him, Fan Zhongyan bowed slightly to Mr. Gu. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Gu exhaled sharply through his nose, gazing at the sky with a grim expression, silently conveying, you're on your own. With a sigh, Fan Zhongyan led Fan Ning away from the door. At that moment, seeing that the 5 guan had truly vanished, Mr. Gu could no longer contain himself, erupting into a furious tirade in the courtyard. Your son is a fool. I've never encountered such a dim-witted student. Humph. Dreaming of studying in town, who would accept a simpleton like him? I would write my surname backward. Fan Zhongyan feigned ignorance and hurried away with his son. Chapter 17. The examination in town as October drew to a close, the day had arrived for the enrollment at the Jinming Academy in Mudu Town, commonly known as the entrance examination for junior secondary education. The academic atmosphere during the Song Dynasty was remarkably vibrant, with education flourishing, particularly in the Jiangnan region where nearly every village boasted a local primary school, presided over by a winter-warmth teacher guiding a group of young children in their studies. After 3 years of education, if a child exhibited commendable aptitude and their family circumstances permitted, they would advance to a formal school in the township. However, these township schools primarily served to provide basic education, and the likelihood of gaining admission to the county school was exceedingly slim. Most children would return home to pursue agricultural work after their studies. For instance, Fan Ning's father, Fan Zhongyan, graduated from a local school but failed to gain entry into the county school, ultimately becoming a fisherman. In Fan Ning's recollection, his father often lamented this fate, while his mother remarked that it remained an unhealed scar in his heart. Families with slightly better means, eager for their children to achieve greatness, would typically opt for renowned private academies. However, such prestigious institutions had limited slots and required entrance examinations, resulting in fierce competition each year as students from nearby towns flocked to apply. Previously, the simple-minded Fan Ning had not even had the opportunity to attend a township school. But in recent months, he had displayed a remarkable talent for learning, rekindling his parents' hopes for him. Despite their impoverished circumstances, his father resolved to sell land and property if necessary to afford his son's education at a private school. Today, Fan Ning was not the only child from Jiangwan village attending the examination. A total of 8 children were accompanied by their fathers, and the village head had arranged 3 boats to transport them to town. Upon arriving at the small dock, everyone had gathered, and a child turned around upon spotting Fan Ning, curious as he inquired, "Adai, why are you here too?" Fan Ning raised his book bag, declaring, "Of course, I'm going to take the examination in town." This statement sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, as 16 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward Fan Ning and his father, reflecting a myriad of expressions: surprise, ridicule, mockery, but predominantly disdain. "Taiju, your Adai is clearly not cut out for studies. Why must you gamble on this?" remarked one of the acquaintances, aware that it was Fan Tieju's stubbornness at play. "It's nothing. We'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, so be it," Fan Taiju explained with a smile. What a farce it was, that even the most unremarkable among them believed they could take the entrance exam for the Ning Academy. What did they think it was? Fan Ning, determined not to feign ignorance any longer, replied with a faint smile, "Indeed, even the most unremarkable must attempt the examination for the Ning Academy." "You, how dare you speak so?" "Uncle Zhao, I merely echoed your words." "Preposterous. Absurd," exclaimed Jiang Yuanwei, visibly distressed, shaking his head repeatedly. "You cannot even write your own name, yet you dare to take the examination? You will only bring shame to our Jiangwan village." Fan Ning held a deep disdain for this Jiang Yuanwei, who was miserly, sharp-tongued, and self-righteous. He retorted sharply, "In that case, Jiang Yuanwei should refrain from taking his son, lest he brings disgrace upon Jiangwan village." Mr. Jiang was seething with anger, smoke seemingly emanating from his 7 orifices. A parent nearby tugged at him, remarking that there was no point in conversing with such a little brat. Everyone was aware that if he were to gain admission to the academy, then my son Feng would surely become the top scholar. Fan Ning was poised to retort, but his father pulled him back, urging him to refrain from further comments. At that moment, Fan Tieju's face darkened increasingly, eventually turning a purplish hue. He bit his lip in silence, a tempest of anger brewing within him. Had it not been for the concern of affecting his son's examination today, he would have unleashed a flurry of punches by now. With a cold sneer, Fan Ning mused that rather than wielding sharp tongues, it was far more effective to let facts speak for themselves. At that juncture, the sound of oars echoed as 3 small boats finally approached. The crowd boarded the vessels, none willing to share a boat with the Fan father and son, fearing that such association might bring ill fortune and lead to examination failure. The small boats glided slowly through the river, while the villagers in the first 2 boats engaged in hushed discussions about the day's examination, their voices wafting through the delicate morning mist. "Mr. Jiang, I heard this year they are only admitting 30 students. Do you think we stand a chance? It's tough. Last year, over 1,000 competed for those 30 spots. The competition was fierce, and not a single student from our village succeeded. Who knows what this year holds? Let us leave it to luck." Amidst their murmured conversations, the oars sliced through the water as the boats navigated through the thick white fog, heading towards the town of Mudu, 10 miles away. Mudu was a sizable town, nestled at the foot of Lingyan Mountain, 20 miles southwest of Wuxian. It boasted nearly 1,000 households, with convenient transportation, flourishing commerce, and a rich cultural atmosphere. Moreover, the town was home to numerous dignitaries and influential figures. Mudu featured an array of educational institutions, including community schools, private academies, official schools, and privately established institutions founded by renowned scholars, among which Ning Academy was the most esteemed. Established by a retired official and named after him, it had been in operation for 30 years. The majority of its graduates succeeded in gaining admission to the county school, with 4 achieving the status of Jishur, making it one of the 3 most notable private academies in Pingjiang Prefecture. Today marked the autumn winter enrollment day for Ning Academy, as thousands of scholars and their families from the surrounding regions flocked to Mudu. Most had departed in the dead of night, arriving at dawn, while others from Kunshan and Wuzhong counties opted to stay overnight at local inns to avoid any delays for the examination. When Fan Ning and his small boat finally reached the dock, they were already rather late. The dock was bustling with noise, filled with people coming and going. Along the riverbank, hundreds of small boats were tightly clustered together, obstructing their direct access to the shore, forcing them to transfer to another small boat to disembark. As their vessel gradually came to a stop, everyone rose to make their way onto the dock. At that moment, a nearby pleasure boat glided into view. Its bow adorned with a young boy of around 6 or 7 years, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, he was exceptionally handsome, clad in a light blue silk robe, cinched with a leather belt, wearing a scholar's cap, and donning a pair of small leather boots. A finely crafted short sword hung at his waist. Fan Ning suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the boy, as if he had encountered him before. Beside the boy stood a similarly aged maid, chattering excitedly, her demeanor radiating enthusiasm. At that moment, a young woman clad in a black samurai outfit emerged from the cabin, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her striking features were shadowed by an air of menace, and her almond-shaped eyes exuded an icy indifference, imbued with an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. However, as she stepped fully out of the cabin, she instantly distinguished herself, standing impressively tall at over 6 feet. Her presence was commanding at the bow of the vessel. Fan Ning was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the formidable sword-wielding heroine he had encountered in the capital? Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to glance toward the young boy beside her. Indeed, it was the same little girl he had previously met, albeit transformed by her male attire, which altered her appearance significantly. Additionally, the sword that once adorned her waist was conspicuously absent. No wonder he had failed to recognize her at first. A smile involuntarily crept across Fan Ning's face. What a small world it was to encounter her again in Mudu town. The ornate boat gradually docked at a private pier, where an elderly steward and several attendants awaited, respectfully escorting the young girl ashore. "Has my grandfather arrived?" the girl inquired, her tone tinged with displeasure. "The old master has been here for quite some time, eagerly anticipating your arrival." At that moment, the girl's striking black and white eyes fell upon Fan Ning, and they sparkled with recognition, accompanied by a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Fan Ning waved back at her with a grin, only to be met with a dismissive huff as she turned her head with disdain, proceeding to disembark amidst a throng of admirers. She climbed into an opulent carriage, flanked by several attendants on donkeys, as they set off into the distance. Fan Ning, momentarily frozen with embarrassment, felt a sting of shame. Had this little girl truly reverted to her aloof nature so swiftly, pretending not to recognize him? "Let us go. Such affluent families are of no concern to us," remarked Fan Taizhou, observing his son's discomfort and offering a sympathetic tug on his arm. Reluctantly, Fan Ning stepped ashore, and the father and son made their way toward the academy. A few days prior, Fan Taizhou had enrolled his son, who merely needed to sit for the examination. He produced a bamboo plaque, handing it to Fan Ning with a gentle admonition, "Be attentive, write slowly, and I shall wait for you outside. After you finish, we will go out to eat." Fan Ning nodded. "I shall do my best." He slung his book bag over his shoulder and approached the entrance of the academy. With an overwhelming number of candidates, Jinming Academy alone could not accommodate them all. They had borrowed additional venues to serve as examination halls. Fan Ning's examination number was 74, placing him within the confines of Jinming Academy for his test. However, this entrance examination was far less rigorous than the imperial examinations. The oversight was not as stringent, and while cheating was possible, the repercussions were severe. If discovered after acceptance, one would not only be expelled from the academy but also suffer irreparable damage to their reputation, a grave matter in the reputation-conscious Song Dynasty, one that could cast a shadow over an entire lifetime. Given that they all hailed from the same village, everyone knew one another well, making cheating an exceedingly rare occurrence. Upon presenting his bamboo plaque to an elderly gentleman at the entrance, the man smiled and gestured toward the first room on the left. "You may proceed to the preliminary assessment." "Thank you, sir." Fan Ning bowed respectfully before stepping inside the gate. The elderly gentleman stroked his beard, nodding in approval at Fan Ning's retreating figure. This child shows promise. Upon entering the courtyard, he found several candidates already lined up in 2 rows, engaged in hushed conversations, deliberating on various topics. "Fool, this is not a place for you. Leave at once." A harsh voice echoed from within the crowd. It was then that Fan Ning recognized 2 individuals among the group. One was Zhang Aguo, the son of the wealthy Zhang family, tall and corpulent, with flabby cheeks sagging over his face and small, beady eyes glinting with malice. The other was Zhao Xiaoi, whose physique contrasted sharply with Aguo's. He was diminutive and slender, resembling a monkey, and served as Aguo's sycophant. The two were notorious for bullying the weak, and it was likely that in the past, the naive Fan Ning had been their target. Ignoring them, Fan Ning positioned himself at the end of the line. Seeing Fan Ning's disregard, Zhang Aguo's face flushed with rage. In the past, he would have lunged forward to deliver a beating, but today he hesitated. Suddenly, with a cunning glint in his eye, he pointed at Fan Ning and mockingly announced to the crowd, "This is the village's infamous fool, Fan Daixi, who can't even write his own name. Can you believe he has come to take the entrance exam for the Yanning Academy?" A dozen pairs of eyes turned towards Fan Ning, filled with astonishment and confusion. The notion of a fool attempting to take an exam was indeed perplexing. Zhao Xiaoi, reveling in his mischief, stomped his feet and laughed uproariously. Fan Ning remained unperturbed, choosing to ignore their antics. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and an examiner emerged, fuming. Silence. Anyone who disturbs the peace will be disqualified from the examination. Zhao Xiaoi's laughter abruptly ceased, and he quickly lowered his head, while Jiang Aguo followed suit, albeit casting a seething glare at Fan Ning. "All of you, enter." The examiner ushered the group of 15 candidates inside, arranging them in order of height. Fan Ning stood second to last, with Jiang Aguo towering at the rear. The examination room was spacious, with 3 examiners seated at the front, their faces devoid of expression. All 3 were clad in traditional robes. The 2 on the sides wore black caps, while the elderly man in the center donned a black gauze hat. In the Song Dynasty, such a hat, adorned with wings, was a symbol of official status, although in this case, it merely indicated his distinctiveness. Zhao Xiaoi, the smallest candidate, was called first. He stepped forward, and upon the examiner's instruction, drew a slip of paper from a small basket on the table, which contained his examination topic, and presented it to the examiner. The chief examiner glanced at the topic and nonchalantly commanded, "Recite the 100 family surnames. Begin." Perhaps overwhelmed by nerves, Zhao Xiaoi stammered and stumbled through the recitation, pausing several times. Yu, Qin, Yu, Su, He, Lu, Shi, Zhang, Kong, Chao, Yin, Hua, Jin, Wei, Tao, Jiang, Qi, Xie, Zhou, Yu, Bai, Shui, Dou, Zhang, Yun, Su, Pan, Gu, Shi, Fan, Ping, Lang, Lu, Wei, Chong, Ma, Miao, Feng, Hua, Fong. Fan Ning shook his head inwardly. If Zhao Xiaoi struggled with such a simple task as reciting the 100 family surnames, his chances of success appeared grim. After Zhao Xiaoi managed to recite nearly half of the surnames, the chief examiner finally instructed him to stop. The nearby examiner handed him a piece of paper, saying, "You may go outside to await your result." With a hesitant gait, Zhao Xiaoi accepted his fate and exited, leaving Fan Ning bewildered. Was that truly the entirety of the examination? It seemed far too simplistic. Next, Yang Shun. Fan Ning quickly cast a glance at Jiang Aguo behind him, noting his panic-stricken expression, trembling with anxiety. At that moment, Aguo seemed too preoccupied to mock Fan Ning. The next candidate stepped forward, without needing any instruction, and directly drew a slip from the basket on the table, presenting it to the examiner. It was a passage from the Analects. I would recite a line, and you would continue from there. I would instruct you to stop when necessary. Fan Ning had already grasped the procedure. His gaze fell upon the small basket, curious about what kind of question he might draw. The interview progressed swiftly, and after half an hour, it was his turn. Fan Ning took a deep breath to calm his mounting anxiety. As he approached, he noticed that the small basket on the table was densely packed with at least several hundred slips, each equipped with a convenient pull tab. The chief examiner glanced at his name, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Just as Fan Ning was about to draw a slip, the examiner called out to him, instructing, "You need not draw a slip. I shall pose a question for you." Chapter 18 Encounter with the young girl. The surrounding examiners were astonished. How had the academic regulations been so unexpectedly altered today? One examiner whispered a reminder, "Scholar, perhaps we should resort to drawing lots." The chief examiner waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "No need. I am well aware of the rules. My questions will only be more challenging than those drawn by lot." Fan Ning felt utterly speechless. Why should he be subjected to a more arduous trial than others? With a smile, he pointed to the drawing box. "Old sir, I would prefer to draw lots, just like everyone else. Come here." The chief examiner ignored his attempts at camaraderie and dismissed his request with a stern demeanor, commanding, "Come here," as instructed. with no choice but to comply. Fan Ning resigned himself to the situation, for the chief examiner clearly held a grudge against him. Behind him, Jiang Guai had inexplicably forgotten his nerves. His face alight with schadenfreude, almost bursting into exclamations of joy at the prospect of witnessing Fan Ning's disgrace. The chief examiner, with no further ado, stated grimly, "I will ask you a question from a classic text. Should you provide its origin, you will pass." Fan Ning nodded, and the chief examiner stroked his beard, pondering before declaring, "To be ignorant of the principles of counting while aspiring to undertake great matters is akin to wishing to navigate treacherous waters without a boat." Where does this saying originate? Upon hearing the question, all the examiners exchanged glances, none of them recognizing the source of the quotation. Fan Ning inwardly cursed. This chief examiner was truly eccentric, choosing such an obscure phrase to test him. Had he unwittingly offended the man in some way? Realizing the difficulty of his question, the chief examiner added, "You need not provide a detailed citation. Simply tell me from which renowned work it comes." Fan Ning fell silent in contemplation. He did recall having memorized that phrase. After a lengthy pause, he slowly articulated, "It is from the Guanzi. Specifically the chapter on the 7 laws. To be ignorant of the heart's intentions while seeking to govern the people is like trying to seize a fish without a net. Likewise, to be ignorant of counting while aspiring to undertake great matters is akin to wishing to navigate treacherous waters without a boat." All the examiners could not suppress their applause, and the chief examiner raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, a prodigy." Fan Ning's heart raced. Could it be that Fan Zhongyan had tipped him off? This would explain why he was being singled out for examination. "Can you recite the entire text?" the chief examiner inquired. Fan Ning nodded, "I can recite it." A glimmer of surprise flashed in the chief examiner's eyes, but just as he was about to speak, a nearby examiner quickly whispered a reminder, "Scholar, only one question is permitted." The chief examiner waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not a problem. Let him recite." He then turned to Fan Ning with a smile. "Now? Recite for me. Begin with the Guanzi, 7 laws." After a moment's thought, Fan Ning began to recite aloud. To speak is one thing, yet to stand firm is another. To declare something invalid does not mean it can be disregarded. To have merit yet not be rewarded, to bear guilt yet not be punished. There has never been a ruler capable of governing the people in such a manner. There must be established principles, and not arbitrary dismissals. Merit must be rewarded, and guilt must be punished. Fan Ning spoke neither too fast nor too slow, each word enunciated with clarity, reciting thousands of characters without error. The chief examiner was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, the deputy examiner could no longer restrain himself, gently nudging him. "Scholar, that is quite enough." Only then did the chief examiner come to his senses and hurriedly exclaim, "That will suffice." Fan Ning ceased his recitation, and the chief examiner remarked to the 2 deputy examiners, "Having studied the subject of pipes for many years, I doubt I could recite it flawlessly myself. Truly remarkable." He gazed intently at Fan Ning, then retrieved a slip of paper and handed it to him with a smile, saying, "Congratulations on passing the first round. Off you go." Fan Ning exhaled a sigh of relief, bowed respectfully, accepted the paper, and exited. As he watched Fan Ning leave, the chief examiner cheerfully inquired of the 2 accompanying examiners, "What do you think of this young man?" One examiner sighed, "To answer such obscure questions with such familiarity is indeed a source of shame for us." The other examiner cautiously asked, "Did you know this child before the examination?" The chief examiner merely stroked his beard and smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Next, Jiang Egu. "Jiang Egu, what are you dawdling for? Why is your mouth agape?" As Fan Ning stepped out of the interview hall, another examiner awaited him outside. Having observed the proceedings, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, young sir. Thank you for your kind words." Fan Ning replied. The examiner recorded his examination number and gestured towards a nearby university hall, saying, "The written test is inside." "Thank you, sir." Fan Ning bowed and quickly made his way towards the university hall. From a distance, he noticed 7 or 8 people seated, deeply engrossed in thought, a number fewer than half of the interview candidates. It dawned on Fan Ning that the interview was no simple feat, as it appeared that more than half would be eliminated. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back as if struck by an unseen force. Turning around, he discovered a young girl disguised as a boy, jabbing him with a short sword. Recalling the earlier embarrassment on the boat, he felt a surge of displeasure and elongated his face, asking, "What do you want? Do you know that chief examiner?" The young girl inquired curiously. "I do not," he replied curtly. "Then how could he examine you alone? If you ask me, whom should I ask in return?" Do you think I would know him simply because he examined pipes? Perhaps. The girl's eyes glinted with mischief. He might have given you the questions in advance, deliberately making you stand out. Fan Ning, disinterested, turned towards the hall. The girl hurried after him. I was right, wasn't I? Fan Ning halted, exasperated, and said, firstly, I do not know him. If you doubt it, you may inquire with him directly. Secondly, we are not acquainted, so I see no need to answer your questions. Thirdly, I have a written test to attend, so please do not follow me. Humph. Who cares to follow you? I am also participating in the written test, you know? Fan Ning was taken aback. This institution accepted female students? The girl stepped forward, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Who says I am a girl? Prove it. Fan Ning surveyed the striking young scholar before him and eventually shook his head. Whatever your gender may be is of no concern to me. I am off to take my exam now. Disregarding her, he entered the hall, yet the girl, brimming with pride, followed him inside. Upon arriving at the entrance, Fan Ning presented his examination number, received a test paper, and a proctor gestured towards the seats ahead, urging him to sit promptly. Fan Ning swiftly cast a glance at the little girl, noticing that she had not submitted her examination ID. With an air of confidence, she strode in and took a seat. The invigilator promptly approached her, delivering an exam paper. Suddenly enlightened, Fan Ning realized that the girl was no ordinary child. He ceased to dwell on her and focused on the paper, which contained a prompt: compose a poem depicting daily life, in either 5 or 7 character lines, with a time limit of 1 hour. After a moment of contemplation, a poem surged to his mind. For him, writing poetry was effortless, whereas calligraphy posed a challenge. Despite dedicating considerable time to practice calligraphy, his foundation was too weak, and his progress was not as swift as he had hoped. Nonetheless, his handwriting had improved from its initial illegibility. At the very least, his strokes were now orderly and precise. With a generous dip of ink, Fan Ning earnestly inscribed his poem on the paper. In the springtime fields, the sound of roosters echoes at noon, in the alley where willow blossoms bloom. The mulberry leaves are yet to turn green. Sitting idly, sleep comes without a care. Through the window, I watch the silkworms thrive in the bright day. Upon completing the poem, he set his brush aside to allow the ink to dry. At that moment, an invigilator paused beside him. After a brief moment, the invigilator, astonished, asked, "Did you write this poem?" The voice sounded familiar. Fan Ning looked up to see an elderly man with a long beard, wearing a black cap, his examiner from the interview. This man was persistent. Fan Ning felt an urgent desire to leave and quickly stood up, declaring, "I am here to submit my paper." What a jest! If this elder were to impose an additional poetic task upon him, it would be utterly unbearable. The elder, amused by Fan Ning's anxiety, chuckled and tapped the paper, saying, "You haven't written your name yet." It was only then that Fan Ning realized the name section was blank. Reluctantly, he sat down to write his name, Fan Ning from Jiangwan Village, Muda Town. The elder read the poem once more and sincerely praised, "This poem is quite splendid. Lively and engaging, displaying depth within simplicity, reflecting the style of a master." Fan Ning wiped the sweat from his brow. After all, could the poetry of Fan Qingda from the Southern Song Dynasty lack mastery? The elder, having decided not to trouble him further, nodded and departed. Finally, Fan Ning stood up, preparing to submit his paper. He quickly glanced at the little girl, who also placed her pen down, indicating her intent to submit as well. A sense of urgency surged within him. He hastily handed in his paper and made his way towards the exit, only to realize he had taken a wrong turn and found himself at a dead end. He swiftly turned back, only to see the little girl with her arms crossed, tilting her head, looking at him with a smirk. "I thought you would climb over the wall. Feel free to laugh." Fan Ning hurried past her, but the little girl, unfazed, cheerfully inquired, "What is your name?" "His name is Fandays," came a mocking voice from behind. Fan Ning turned to see Jiang Aguai emerging from the examination hall, having finished his paper as well. Jiang Aguai glared at Fan Ning with envy. "Days, you really know how to put on a show." The little girl stifled a laugh. "So your name is Fandays?" Fan Ning, too weary to explain, shook his head and walked away briskly. Jiang Aguai burst through the school gates, exclaiming furiously, "Fandays! Just you wait and see how I will deal with you upon my return." Fan Ning halted in his tracks, turned around, and approached him, retorting, "Call me that one more time and see what happens." "Fandays! Fandays!" Jiang Aguai called out twice. A look of disdain etched on his face as he glared at Fan Ning. "I just called it. What are you going to do about it?" With determination, Fan Ning stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Aguai's face, landing squarely on his nose. Jiang Ague let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, crouching down while clutching his nose. Fan Ning dusted off his hands and turned away, striding off. The little girl nearby observed the scene with a grin, remarking, "This little fellow is quite courageous." Having exited the examination hall, Fan Ning hastily made his way to the riverbank where he had arranged to meet his father. From a distance, he spotted his father seated on a stone railing, laughing and conversing animatedly with a middle-aged man. Beside them sat a boy of similar age, robustly built with a notably dark complexion and large knuckles, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Fan Ning hurried over, exclaiming, "Father, I have completed the exam." "How did it go?" asked Fan Zhongyan with concern. "I passed the interview. For the written test, I had to compose a poem, which I did, but the final results remain unknown." "What topic did you draw?" inquired the boy beside him. Fan Ning cast a surprised glance at the youth. Fan Zhongyan quickly interjected with a smile, introducing, "This is Uncle Liu, who used to live in our Jiangwan village before moving to town." Fan Ning promptly bowed respectfully, greeting, "Hello, Uncle Liu." "Indeed, indeed," the middle-aged man exclaimed, expressing his admiration. "I can't believe Adai has actually qualified for the Yining Academy." Fan Zhongyan then pointed to the boy, saying, "This is Uncle Liu's son, Lu Kong, who is a year older than you and used to play with you. He is currently studying at Yining Academy." Realizing that this boy was also from the academy, Fan Ning understood the reason behind his earlier question. He scratched his head and inquired with a smile, "Is there a significance to the topic drawn?" The boy nodded earnestly. "Certainly, it is of great importance. The intricacies involved can determine whether you are accepted into the academy." Chapter 19. A frightening aroma. The middle-aged man, Lu Hongyan, hailed from a well-to-do family in Jiangwan village and owned a grocery store in town. In pursuit of better educational opportunities for his son, they relocated to the town 3 years prior, where his son enrolled in a renowned primary school. The boy demonstrated remarkable diligence and, last year, was admitted to Yining Academy. Lu Hongyan chuckled, "It's a rare occasion today. Let us dine together, my treat." Since the Qin and Han dynasties, ordinary citizens traditionally consumed 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. However, during the Song Dynasty, with the flourishing of commerce and an abundance of food, dining establishments proliferated, leading to a gradual shift in eating habits towards 3 meals a day. This transformation was not instantaneous, but rather a gradual evolution, with the reign of Emperor Renzong marking a period where both 2 and 3 meals coexisted. Families of modest means, like the Fan family, typically had only 2 meals, while those with greater wealth, such as Lu Hongyun, had entered a more prosperous lifestyle with 3 meals daily. At the insistence of Fan Zhongyan, they ventured to a modest eatery near the dock. This humble establishment lacked the grandeur of a large restaurant. It was merely a thatched shelter against the wall, featuring 4 or 5 tables and open on 3 sides. Although the conditions were rudimentary, the generous portions and reasonable prices made it immensely popular among the common folk. The 4 of them settled at a table, and Lu Hongyan ordered 2 plates of steamed buns filled with lamb, for dishes of refreshing appetizers, a steamed white fish, a plate of lamb jelly, a bowl of braised trotters, and 4 bowls of lamb offal soup. While such a meal would cost at least 500 or 600 when at a grand restaurant, in this small eatery, it was merely 100 won. "Let us eat while it's hot," Lu Hongyan encouraged. "Don't hold back." Fan Ning, feeling genuinely hungry, reached for a large steamed bun and began to munch on it. In the Song Dynasty, any food made from flour was referred to as a bing. Baked goods were called xiaobing, boiled ones tabing, and steamed varieties were known as shibing. In the north, steamed buns were also called baozi, while in the south, they were known as mantu. The Taihu sheep from Pingzheng Prefecture were renowned throughout the realm, and consuming lamb in winter had long been a custom. As Fan Ning savored the aromatic lamb offal soup, warmth enveloped him. It was then that Lu Kong resumed the previous topic of discussion. "I only learned after entering the academy that the interview questions are categorized into 4 levels. The easiest is to recite the 100 family surnames, followed by the 1,000-character classic, then reciting lengthy passages from the Analects or Mencius. The most challenging, however, involves the examiners quoting a line from a classic text. Often with no context provided, you must accurately identify its source. This question is referred to as tracing roots. If you draw this question and answer correctly, your interview score will be significantly higher. Conversely, even if you excel at reciting the 100 family surnames, your score will be modest at best." Fan Ning then realized that the topic he encountered in his interview was indeed tracing roots. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Is there a specific scope for this tracing roots?" Lu Kong chuckled. "Naturally, it pertains to the Analects and Mencius. What else could be taught in primary school?" Fan Zhongyan promptly asked, "Ninger, what question did you draw?" Fan Ning smiled. Having drawn a question about tracing origins from the teachings of Mencius, a topic with which he was quite familiar, thus he answered with ease. Fan Taizhou was elated, exclaiming, "Splendid!" Lu Kang also gave a thumbs up, remarking on his good fortune. Fan Ning recalled something and inquired, who was the chief examiner for the interview. It was an elderly gentleman with a pale complexion and a long beard, who today seemed to don a black cap, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, replied Fan Ning. Lu Kang chuckled. He is not a professor from Yining Hall. He is Zhao Xiuan, the educational director of Wu County. Everyone was taken aback, questioning why the educational director would assume the role of chief examiner here. Fan Ning, equally intrigued, noted that the educational director, akin to a county education bureau chief, had been coming to Yinqing Hall as the chief examiner for at least 5 or 6 years. Just as Fan Ning was reveling in his meal, he suddenly felt a sharp object poking into his back, causing his mood to sour. He turned around angrily and exclaimed, "Is this going to continue indefinitely?" However, he did not complete his sentence, for the culprit behind him was not a small girl but rather a tall figure with long legs. As he slowly lifted his gaze, he indeed found himself confronted by the Sword Maiden. Standing outside the thatched shelter, she brandished a 3-foot-long sword, her expression one of indifference. Fan Ning suddenly comprehended where the little girl had learned her mischievous habit of poking people in the back with a short blade. He huffed, turning back to enjoy his bowl of lamb offal soup. The other 3 at the table exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment at the remarkable height of the woman. It was Fan Taizhou who first regained his composure, realizing that she was seeking his son. He promptly asked, "Does this young lady have business with my son?" "My master requests his presence," the Sword Maiden replied, gesturing toward Fan Ning with her sword. Fan Taizhou's face twitched, although the sword was sheathed. Pointing it at someone felt somewhat excessive. He quickly clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask what your master desires with my son?" "Father, don't pay her any mind. Her master is that little girl on the boat," Fan Ning interjected. Fan Taizhou appeared perplexed, unable to recognize that the small girl was disguised as a boy. "Which little girl?" "The one who got into the carriage, claiming that the wealthy have no connection to us," Fan Ning clarified. Realization dawned on Fan Taizhou. The child was indeed the young lady, and he had failed to see through her disguise. Upon hearing that the young lady sought his son, he felt a wave of relief. "Since she has come specifically to invite you, you should go. As a scholar, one must not act impolitely." It was fortunate that Zhang Sanyang was not present, for she would undoubtedly have inquired about astrological compatibility. Fan Ning, however, was reluctant to go. Yet recognizing that the Sword Maiden was the little girl as protector, he understood the potential consequences of refusal. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Though I had no intention of going. I must obey my father's wishes. I shall accompany you." With a slow rise, he assumed an air of dignity and proceeded with a gait reminiscent of a duck toward the tavern across the way. The establishment across the street is known as Shuntian Restaurant, the largest eatery in town, boasting 3 stories and several courtyards at the back. At this moment, the examinations have concluded, and the restaurant is filled with patrons, comprising both candidates and their parents, who gather in small clusters to indulge in drinks and lively conversations. Fan Ning accompanied the valiant heroine, De Bao Jian, to the 2nd floor, where they encountered a petite girl standing alone at the staircase. Fan Ning approached her with a smile and inquired, "Might this young lady be inviting me to dine?" The little girl pouted and retorted, "Please do not flatter yourself. It was not I who sought you." Taken aback, Fan Ning wondered, "Then who?" "Just follow me," she replied. Fan Ning ascended to the 3rd floor with her and arrived at an elegant chamber. The little girl directly pushed the door open and entered, following her inside. Fan Ning observed a grand screen partitioning the room into 2, where 5 or 6 individuals appeared to be engaged in discussion. At the entrance stood a handsome young scholar, around 17 or 18 years old, named Su Shouchuan, who had achieved the 3rd rank in this year's examination. Upon seeing him, the little girl beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Cousin, I have brought the person." "Shu," the young scholar whispered, raising a finger for silence. "Please wait a moment. They will conclude shortly." He then offered an apologetic smile to Fan Ning, who felt a growing fondness for him. From behind the screen, the voices of several elder gentlemen could be heard debating, one of whom seemed to be the chief examiner, Zhao Xuezheng, indicating that he was the one searching for Fan Ning. The name Taihu Chun is rather unremarkable, while it possesses character. It lacks elegance and is too commonplace. Let us consider a different name. What about Pingjiang Xiaomei? That too is insufficient. It seems rather plebeian. And our Pingjiang prefecture has always been referred to as Suzhou or Wujiwen, rendering Pingjiang an inadequate representation. What are they discussing? The little girl whispered. They are deliberating on a new name for Xia Sha Renzong, Fan Ning quickly discerned, recognizing it as the tribute tea brought by Fan Zhongyan to Ouyang Xiu. Known during the Ming and Qing dynasties as by Luo Chun, but referred to as Xin Shui Cha in the Song Dynasty, with locals calling it Xia Sha Renzong. Indeed, Xin Shui Cha lacks elegance. And Xia Sha Renzong is rather vulgar, making it understandable that the local gentry wishes to propose a new name. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a weathered complexion stroked his beard and chuckled. It should be named after its place of origin. For instance, Hangzhou Baoan tea, Baiyun tea, and Xianglin tea are all named after their locales. Our tribute tea is cultivated in Dongning Mountain. I suggest we call it Dongning Chun. Another elder shook his head. However, Dongting has already been appropriated. Teas cultivated in Wezhou and Changsha are known as Dongning tea. I propose we simply name it by Luo Chun. A youthful voice resonated from outside, clear and bright. Chapter 20. 5 gifts. A few elderly gentlemen were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into applause and cheers. Excellent. What a splendid name. One elder rose and inquired with a smile, "May I ask who this talented individual is?" The young scholar promptly replied, "It is the esteemed Fan Shaolang, whom Zhao Xuezheng seeks." Zhao Xiuan, the examining official seated opposite, chuckled. "Ah, so it is Fan Shaolang. Please, come in." Fan Ning stepped inside and noticed 5 venerable gentlemen seated at a grand table. Among them, he recognized only the chief examiner, Zhao Xiuan. The other 4 were unfamiliar to him. However, these dignified elders were elegantly attired, some in woolen purple garments, others donned in fox fur vests or fine silk robes, each adorned with an array of intricate trinkets hanging from their leather belts. Their distinguished demeanor suggested that they were all esteemed gentlemen of the town. Fan Ning bowed respectfully. Addressing them, "I am the younger generation, Fan Ning, paying my respects to all esteemed elders." A little girl scampered to the side of a portly elder, shaking his arm and exclaiming, "Grandpa, this is the same brat I encountered in the capital." The elderly gentleman affectionately grasped his granddaughter's hand and softly replied, "My dear child, what trouble could there be?" The little girl pouted and insisted, "I just want to say, he solved every riddle and left none for anyone else." Fan Ning felt 3 lines of sweat forming on his forehead. How could this little girl still remember that incident? Laughter erupted among the assembly. At that moment, the previously sun-kissed elder inquired, "What a wonderful name, Bilyuakan. What inspired you to choose it?" With a subtle smile, Fan Ning explained, "When freshly picked, the tea is as green as jade, and its curled shape resembles a snail. It is harvested in early spring, specifically at the foot of Biluofeng in Dongshan." Both the geographical name and the color and form are quite fitting and elegant. What do you esteemed elders think? Well said. The sun-kissed elder applauded. This resonates with the refined essence of our Pingjiang prefecture, far surpassing the name Xinxue tea. I propose we adopt this name. The others nodded in agreement, stroking their beards and praising the choice. The little girl's grandfather turned to Zhao Xiuan and said, "Since everyone has agreed on this name, I entrust the official matters to you, Zhao." "Not a problem. I will speak with County Magistrate Li upon my return," Zhao Xiuan replied. The elder gave Fan Ning a thumbs up, saying, "Zhao Xuezheng praises you as a prodigy. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced." Zhao Xiuan smiled at Fan Ning and gestured towards the sun-kissed elder, saying, "This venerable gentleman is the head of Yanning Academy. You may address him as Director Liu." Fan Ning felt a rush of embarrassment. He had not realized this elder was the academy's head. He quickly bowed, saying, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Zhao Xiuan chuckled. "There is no need to overly appease him just yet. I have called you here to present you with an opportunity. The affiliated academy of the county is currently enrolling. Are you interested?" Director Liu immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Old Zhao. He is already a disciple of our academy. How could you poach him in my presence? This is quite excessive. Is it not the case?" Zhao Xiuan chuckled. He merely came to examine Yanning Academy. Perhaps he desires to study in the county even more. Fan Ning found himself in a bit of a quandary. Attending the Yanning Academy was undoubtedly a commendable choice. Yet he had heard his father speak of the affiliated school of the county academy, which offered a direct pathway to the esteemed institution after 5 years, an opportunity cherished by many. Although his father had always hoped he would enroll in the Yanning Academy, the exorbitant fees of private education weighed heavily on his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he replied with tact, "I need to discuss this with my parents." "No need for discussion." Director Liu interjected decisively. "Enroll in the Yanning Academy. If you encounter any difficulties, speak up, and I shall assist you." Zhao Xiuan also exhibited a degree of uncertainty. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his friendship over such a trivial matter, which is why he had approached the topic in a half-joking manner before Director Lu. Come, let us share a cup of tea, young master. He continued. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb the esteemed elders. After executing a respectful bow, Fanning took his leave. The little girl's grandfather stroked his beard, chuckling. It is rare for young Master Fanning to come up with such a fine tea name. How could we not reward him? This proposal garnered unanimous approval, and after a moment's contemplation, Director Lu produced a purple agate gourd from his belt, smiling at the assembly. This child pleases me. Feel free to indulge. The crowd stifled their laughter, recognizing Director Lu's willingness to invest generously to win over the young man. Zhao Xuan remarked, Our ironclad miser has truly shed all his feathers this time. Laughter erupted, yet Director Lu remained unperturbed, cheerfully handing the purple agate gourd to Fanning. In the future, when people speak of Bai Luo Chun, they shall associate it with the Yan-Ing Academy. For this reason, I bestow this gourd upon you. Fanning understood the gourd's inherent value and quickly waved his hands. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I truly cannot accept this. The little girl beside him pouted and muttered in a barely audible tone, pretentious. Director Lu insisted, pressing the gourd into his hands. You must accept it, otherwise I shall be displeased. Reluctantly, Fanning accepted the gourd with heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Xuan then removed a yellow jade ring from his finger and presented it to Fanning, saying, This ring was gifted to me by one of my students upon passing the imperial examination. May it bring you similar fortune. Thank you, esteemed sir. Fanning replied as he accepted the ring. The other two elderly gentlemen each produced a jade pendant, offering it to Fanning with cheerful smiles, a small token of our regard. Young Master Fanning, please accept it. Thank you, esteemed elders. Fanning expressed his gratitude. The little girl's grandfather pondered for a moment before producing a folding fan with sandalwood ribs from his robe. The little girl immediately grew anxious. Grandfather, let us choose something else. Or perhaps I could give him my short sword instead. Nonsense. The grandfather seemed reluctant to part with the fan, yet after deliberation, he handed it to Fanning. This fan is my cherished possession. I am grateful for your care of my precious granddaughter in the capital. Thus, I give this fan to you as a token of our bond. Fanning felt as though the little girl were a small wolf, eyeing him with a fierce gaze. Should he accept the fan, she would surely pounce and bite him fiercely. Although he did not desire the fan, the elder had spoken of forming a bond, and rejecting it would be somewhat insulting. With great reluctance, he accepted the gift, feigning ignorance of the little girl's impending tears. Grateful for the kindness of esteemed seniors, Fan Ning felt deeply appreciative and would not disturb their tea time. With repeated expressions of thanks, he slowly retreated, cradling a collection of prizes. The little girl pouted, her lips nearly reaching the sky. How could her grandfather bestow the cherished folding fan upon this insufferable boy? Upon exiting the room, Fan Ning leaped with joy, feeling as though he had struck gold. If sold, these items would fetch at least 100 taels of silver. Look at you, so lacking in ambition, came the mocking voice of the little girl from behind. I'll give you 100 taels for the lot. Just sell it to me. Fan Ning straightened up, turning slowly to declare with righteous indignation, These are tokens of encouragement from my seniors. How could I so readily part with them? Stop pretending. You were just jumping for joy, undoubtedly exclaiming, I've struck it rich. Am I wrong? In the capital, I know how greedy you are, not even willing to part with 5-1. With his secret exposed, Fan Ning felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, glaring at her. Think what you will, he retorted, turning to descend the stairs. At the stairway, the little girl, unfazed, remarked, I offer 50 taels for that fan. Whenever you come to your senses, we can make a deal. Startled, Fan Ning nearly stumbled down the stairs. 50 taels for a mere fan? He was tempted to shout, I've come to my senses right now. But pride held him back. With a chuckle, he replied, You think I can be swayed by just 50 taels? You underestimate me. Farewell. He waved stylishly, though his heart felt heavy with disappointment as he left. The little girl stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth. I refuse to believe you want to be tempted. That fan will eventually find its way to me. Once outside the tavern, curiosity piqued Fan Ning's interest. What fan could possibly be worth 50 taels? He slowly unfolded it, only to break into a smile. No wonder the little girl's grandfather valued it so highly. It bore a poem penned by Fan Zhongyan himself. People come and go on the river, yet only love the beauty of perch. Do you see a single boat drifting amidst the waves? At the bottom of the fan's handle was inscribed a line, housed by Zhu Yuanfu of Wujiang. This Zhu Yuanfu must be the little girl's grandfather, Fan Ning mused. realizing her surname was Zhu and she hailed from Wujiang. This folding fan, handwritten by Fan Zhongyan, was worth at least a fortune. The little girl had foolishly undervalued herself by offering only 50 taels. Ninger, came his father's distant call. Hastily, Fan Ning tucked the fan into his cloak and hurried over. Chapter 21. Seizing the top position, the results of the examination at the Yanqing Academy were to be announced at dusk on that very day. Fan Ning and his father languidly awaited the moment in a tea house, having idled away the afternoon. As the hour drew near, a steady stream of candidates and their parents made their way toward the academy. Suddenly, a group of individuals passed by the tea house, and amidst them, a mocking voice pierced the air. "Oh, the fool still hasn't gone home, just standing there in a daze." It was the voice of Jiang Ying, the local gentry. Outside the tea house stood a dozen people, none other than their fellow villagers. "Ninger, pay them no mind," Fan Taiju said with disdain, turning his back. However, Fan Ning quickly cast a glance at Jiang Egu, who was avoiding his gaze. Fan Ning let out a soft huff, thinking how cowardly he was. Too afraid to tell his father about the beating he had received. "Master Jiang, let us be off. It's likely Egu will pass this year. Oh, there's no need to waste time on this simpleton." This was Zhao Qiao, the father of Zhao Xiaoi, who, like his son, wore a sycophantic smile as he trailed behind Jiang Ying. "Let's go and see the results." Jiang Ying glanced contemptuously at Fan Taiju and his son before hastening away with the crowd. Fan Taiju placed tin for tea on the table, stood up, and said to his son, "The time is nigh. Let us also depart." Fan Ning nodded, shouldered his satchel, and followed his father toward the academy. By this time, the entrance to the academy was a throng of humanity, with parents and children engaging in animated discussions about the day's examination. Fan Ning. Someone called his official name. And for a moment, he was taken aback. After a while, he turned around to see a sturdy young man waving at him, Lu Kong, whom he had met at noon. Fan Taiju also spotted Lu Kong and inquired with a smile, Kong, where is your father?" Lu Kong approached, scratching his head, and replied, "Father is at the shop. I had some free time, so I came to see how Fan Ning fared in the exam." Fan Ning replied with a grin, "The results haven't been announced yet. Everyone is waiting." No sooner had Fan Ning finished speaking than the crowd surged forward with excitement. The academy doors swung open, and two teaching assistants emerged with the admission list, which they hastily glued to the wall. The crowd surged forward, and Jiang Ying desperately pushed his way to the front, scanning the list for any mention of the Jiang surname. Suddenly, he spotted a candidate with the surname Jiang at the bottom of the list. His heart raced with excitement. But upon closer inspection, he was met with utter disappointment. It was Jiang Feng from Songshu Town, not his son, Jiang Egu. Moreover, there were no other candidates with the Jiang surname on the 30-person admission list. At that moment, Zhao Qiao tugged at Jiang Ying's sleeve, his voice trembling. Quick, look at the first place." "First place?" Jiang Ying steadied himself and focused. The first name was Fan Ning. Who is this Fan Ning? He scanned the list further, and his mouth fell agape in shock upon reading Muda Town, Jiangwan Village. How could it be a candidate from our village? Jiang Ying was utterly astonished. There was no candidate named Fan Ning from their village. Could it be my son? Have they written the name incorrectly? Zhao Qiao's face was twisted with despair, and he whispered, "This Fan Ning must be the fool." "Impossible!" Master Jiang exclaimed. "How could it possibly be him? That little fool? First place? It must be a mistake." At that moment, the assistant began to announce the results loudly. First place goes to Fan Ning from Jiangwan Village. Second place is Zhu Pei from our town. Third place is Li Min from the county. Fan Taiju rubbed his ears in disbelief and asked his son, "Did I hear incorrectly? It seems I heard your name." "Father, you did not mishear. It is indeed my name." Fan Tieju's face lit up with sheer joy. "So, you have succeeded?" Beside them, Lu Kong gave a thumbs up to Fan Ning and chuckled at Fan Taiju. "Uncle Fan, did you not hear correctly? First place is Fan Ning from Jiangwan Village." "Ah." Fan Taiju was taken aback, and suddenly, in a fit of excitement, he shouted, "My son is the first place." People around them turned to look, their expressions filled with envy, and they immediately erupted into applause, offering their congratulations. Fan Taiju could hardly believe his son had actually secured first place. His face flushed crimson, and he was at a loss for words, raising his hands in gratitude to those around him. At that moment, an assistant emerged from the school, calling out, "Is the first place, Fan Ning from Jiangwan Village, present?" Here. Fan Taiju shouted, raising his hand. "We are here. Please come in. Our principal wishes to speak with you." The crowd parted to create a path as Fan Taiju led his son into the school. A fellow villager, Zhang Erlang, called out, "Taiju, congratulations." Fan Taiju quickly clasped his fist and thank you, Erlang. The surrounding crowd eagerly inquired of Zhang Erlang, is this child from your Jiangwan village? To achieve first place is remarkable. Zhang Erlang sighed deeply. Who would have thought? I never imagined that fool would. Upon reaching the entrance, Fan Taiju suddenly spotted Master Jiang, who snorted heavily and strode into the school with his son held high. Master Jiang's face turned pale as he muttered to himself, impossible, it must be a mistake. It certainly is a mistake. He is such a fool, Zhao Qiao sighed. Master, we truly misjudged that boy. He has been putting on an act all along. Master Jiang felt as if his heart were being sliced. His expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. I spent so much money on tutoring for my son, yet he did not succeed, while that fool managed to take first place. In the room, Principal Lu invited the father and son to sit down and poured them each a cup of hot tea. Smiling warmly at Fan Ning, it is a pleasure to see you again. Fan Ning nodded, acknowledging the principal's kindness. Principal Lu then turned to Fan Taiju. Your son excelled in both the interview and written examination. Truly the most outstanding student our academy has seen in 5 years. Fan Taiju quickly downplayed the praise. Principal, you overstated. I am not exaggerating. However, gaining admission to Yanqing Academy is not the end. The road ahead for your child is long. So I shall refrain from further praise. Principal Lu then addressed Fan Ning. I hope you will diligently study at the academy, improve upon your shortcomings, and achieve even greater accomplishments in the future. As Fan Ning's face flushed, he realized that the academy head was referring to his less-than-stellar calligraphy skills. He quickly replied, I assure you, I will diligently practice my calligraphy. Lu, the academy head, chuckled at the boy's self-awareness. The primary reason I invited you both here is to discuss 2 matters. Fan Tiza felt a bit anxious. Please, do tell. The first matter is quite favorable. According to tradition, the top student is exempt from tuition fees, and you will only need to pay 10 taels for miscellaneous expenses each year, thereby saving 15 taels compared to other students. Fan Tiza's expression turned serious. While saving 15 taels annually was indeed beneficial, the 10 taels for miscellaneous expenses still weighed heavily on their family. Unable to resist, Fan Ning touched the small amethyst gourd in his book bag, thinking he could use it to offset the costs. Noting that both father and son were clad in coarse fabric garments, Lu surmised their financial situation was not particularly favorable. He continued at a measured pace. Additionally, this academy has a reward system for outstanding students. Given that Fan Ning ranked first in the entrance examination, he shall receive a reward of 10 taels. Finally, Fan Tizu breathed a sigh of relief. That's splendid. Lu then smiled at Fan Ning. The county school's affiliated academy does not offer such favorable conditions. You would have to pay 15 taels annually with not a single coin spared. Fan Tizu promptly interjected. We shall not go to the county. We will study here at Yanning Academy. Lu gave a thumbs up to Fan Tizu, praising him. A wise choice. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Your words flatter me. Fan Tizu blushed and quickly shifted the topic, inquiring about the second matter. Fan Ning is scheduled to begin classes on the 5th of January next year, but I believe it would be best for him to start attending in a few days. Lu stated. Fan Tizu was taken aback. I do not quite understand your meaning. With a smile, Lu explained. I see no reason for Fan Ning to start from the very beginning. He can advance a level and commence from the 2nd grade. This way, he can attend classes with last year's students. Will he be able to keep up with the pace by skipping a year? Fan Tizu expressed his concern. The first year primarily covers the Analects and Mencius, along with the classic of filial piety. Do you think it necessary for Fan Ning to study these again? Lu inquired, gazing at Fan Ning. Fan Ning shook his head. No, I do not believe so. Then that settles it. In the 2nd year, we will study the Book of Songs, and we shall commence with that. Initially, Lu regarded Fan Ning favorably merely due to the tea name by Luo-chan. In the afternoon, he had specifically inquired about the examination and learned that Fan Ning had even read Guanzi and composed poems that were both fresh and elegant. As the saying goes, while a fortune is easy to attain, a fine steed is hard to find. How could Lu allow such a promising young talent to slip away? Lu was also concerned about Fan Ning being poached by Zhao Xuezhing, which was why he encouraged him to start school early to avoid any protracted uncertainties. He added with a smile, these 2 months will be entirely fee-free. Please report in 3 days' time. Is that agreeable? Fan Tizu silently nodded. Of course. He had no objections. Chapter 22. Fan Dalong's career changed. The father and son of the Fan family returned to Jiangwan village late at night. As they approached their doorstep, the door suddenly swung open, and Zhang Sanyang rushed out of the yard, embracing her son and bursting into tears. My dear, have you heard the news? Fan Zhongyan inquired. Astonished. The whole village is abuzz. Ning has topped the examination. Zhang Sanyang wiped her tears and stood up, adding, there are many visitors bringing gifts, filling the courtyard. Fan Ning hurried into the yard, nearly tripping over 2 roosters tied at their feet, with ducks and geese nearby, along with large pieces of cured pork. Additionally, there were bags of yam, radishes, winter melons, and other vegetables, alongside several baskets of fresh fish and bags of rice. Fan Zhongyan furrowed his brow and asked, Ning's mother, do you know who sent these gifts? Have you kept track? I've noted everything down. You should jot it in the ledger later, Zhang Sanyang replied. Suddenly recalling something, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, how could I forget? You two haven't had dinner yet, have you? The food is ready. I'll heat it up for you. Today, Fan Ning was indeed exhausted. After a hurried meal, he collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Fan Zhongyan discussed his son's education with his wife. Upon learning that their son was exempt from tuition and fees for the first year, Zhang Sanyang could hardly contain her joy. I was worried about this all day. Aunt Wang told me that attending Yinying Academy for a year costs 25 strings of cash. And we only have a little over 10. We would have had to borrow money. Thankfully, our Ning has made us proud and saved us a substantial amount. Indeed, I felt a great sense of relief, Fan Zhongyan acknowledged. However, the headmaster insists Ning should start classes in just a few days. Why is that? Zhang Sanyang asked in surprise. Isn't it scheduled for January next year? Fan Zhongyan relayed the headmaster's reasoning, and Zhang Sanyang fell silent. I believe this is a positive sign. It indicates that Ning is far more capable than other children, Fan Zhongyan continued. Zhang Sanyang, however, had her own thoughts. Her husband's fishing was not only labor-intensive but also yielded little income, and he was often away from home. She had long desired for him to change his profession. With Ning's opportunity for education, Zhang Sanyang slowly suggested, if Ning is to study, I will be quite lonely at home. Why don't you consider quitting fishing? How can I abandon fishing? How will we make a living? Fan Zhongyan's mind momentarily struggled to grasp the idea. You could pursue other endeavors. For instance, you could forage for herbs in the mountains, cultivate the land, or even operate a passenger boat. Didn't Uncle Shui Jin suggest you join him in town last time? Fan Zhongyan felt somewhat swayed. Indeed, he could farm, leasing 100 acres of rice paddies, and during the off-season, he could run a boat transporting passengers. The earnings might be comparable to fishing, albeit with a bit more toil, but at least he could remain at home with his wife. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, to run a passenger boat, I would need to buy a black awning boat, but I fear we lack the funds. Seeing her husband receptive to her suggestions brought joy to Zhang Sanyang, and she eagerly wrapped her arms around his neck to calculate their finances. We currently have 14 strings of cash. Didn't we just have 10? Fan Zhongyan interrupted her. Last time. Didn't Ning give me 4 taels of silver? Have you forgotten? That counts too. Zhang Sanyang glared, exclaiming, why shouldn't it count? The money my son earns is rightfully mine. Fan Zhongyan was left speechless, having previously mentioned saving for their son's future bride. Now, it seemed to have transformed into money earned for her. Go on, continue. Isn't there 14 guan in total? Since you're not fishing. You could sell that fishing boat, right? It can be sold, but it's quite old. At most, it can fetch 10 guan. Last time, Wang's second son wanted to buy an old boat. 10 guan is 10 guan. That brings us to 24 guan. If I sell the cloth I've woven over the past few months, that adds another guan, making it 25 guan. Is that enough to buy a boat? Fan Zhongyan hesitated, saying, I asked last time, and a new black awning boat costs at least 40 guan. How foolish. Zhang Sanyang poked her husband's forehead emphatically. Who said you needed to buy a new boat? An old one will suffice. Besides, you're quite skilled. Can't you build the awning yourself? Fan Zhongyan slapped his forehead, realizing right. How did I not think of that? Zhang Sanyang chuckled as she wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, teasing. One day when you're gone, I'll say you died of stupidity. Fan Zhongyan chuckled in return, his mind beginning to churn with ideas. Purchasing a slightly used passenger boat, applying some tung oil, and constructing an awning himself could indeed total around 25 guan. Can you figure out how to save 5 guan? What shall we do with the remaining 5 guan? Zhang Sanyang inquired. Since you wish to farm, we'll need a cow at home. I've inquired. The government regulates it tightly, and cows are still affordable. 5 guan can buy a large water buffalo. My dear, I fear 25 guan will just suffice for the boat. Perhaps I should borrow 5 more guan. Then borrow it. We'll repay it next year. As the couple calculated together, they began to dream of their new life ahead. Eventually mentioning the desire to give Ning a younger sister. Zhang Sanyang playfully kicked her husband, whispering, "You silly man. Go to sleep." Fan Taizhou instantly understood. Sleep. Sleep. He got up and extinguished the oil lamp. The following morning, guests arrived at the Fan family home to offer congratulations and gifts. Fan Taizhou graciously received them, bidding farewell to several groups, and the courtyard soon brimmed with an additional dozen chickens and ducks. In the countryside, gifts are often practical, primarily consisting of poultry and meat, items that every household possesses and can present with pride, enriching the dining table for the upcoming new year. This morning, Zhang Sanyang suddenly recalled something. The 5 guan needed for the cow could be resolved. She handed 2 roosters to her husband, declaring that these would be sent to Ning's grandfather. Fan Taizhou was genuinely astonished. It was indeed a surprise for his wife to deliver chickens to her father herself. Zhang Sanyang feigned a stern expression, saying, "These chickens aren't a free gift. You must bring back 5 guan. Why?" Fan Taizhou scratched his head, perplexed. "Have you forgotten the rule your father established? His grandchildren receive 5 guan each upon being admitted to school. Mingren and Mingli received theirs last year. It's Ning's turn this year." Mingren and Mingli are a pair of twins from the second family, 3 years older than Ning. 2 years ago, they both gained admission to the official school in Chanxiao town, and Fan Tizhu even attended a celebratory banquet. Suddenly, Fan Tizhu clapped his hands, exclaiming, "How did I not think of this? Hurry, let's retrieve the money. It will suffice for our cattle purchase." At that moment, he remembered Mr. Gu, who, after all, was Ning's first teacher and deserved proper gratitude. "Ning's mother, please hand me that goose. I shall deliver it to Mr. Gu along the way." Zhang Sanyang couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "That goose was given to you by him. Why return it?" Fan Tizhu scratched his head, bemused by the strange occurrences of the day. It has always been students gifting teachers. Why is it reversed today? Well, let us defer thanking Mr. Gu for now. Call Ning. I will take him to visit Grandpa. Before dawn, Fan Ning arose. Life in the countryside lacked the vibrant nightlife of the city, leading most to retire early. Especially since lamp oil was not inexpensive, sleeping earlier also conserved some of it. Exhausted from the previous day, he had not tidied up before falling asleep. This morning, he retrieved several gifts from his book bag and placed them in a large wooden box. Almost every boy possessed a treasure chest, and Fan Dai was no exception. His collection consisted of oddly shaped stones and 2 brightly colored shells, which Fan Ning had carelessly tossed under his bed. However, his true treasure chest contained valuable items: a jade pendant gifted by Fan Zhongyan, a purple jade bracelet bestowed by the emperor, and 5 gifts he received the previous day. The most precious among them was, undoubtedly, the emperor's purple jade bracelet, featuring 8 beads, each expertly carved to the size of longan fruits, exuding a stunning, vibrant purple hue. This gemstone, while not literally priceless, was indeed of considerable value. Although the purple agate gourd gifted by Lu Yuan Master was also valuable, it paled in comparison to the emperor's bracelet. Understanding the peril of possessing such treasures, Fan Ning pondered the implications of his parents discovering them. Thus, he decided to dig a hole in the corner of the room and bury the wooden box. At that moment, his mother's voice called from outside, "Ning, are you up?" "I'm awake," Fan Ning cheerfully replied as he stepped out. "Do you need something, mother?" Zhang Sanyang frowned upon seeing her son covered in dirt. "What on earth have you been doing indoors? You're filthy." Fan Ning scratched his head and casually replied, "I just returned from the river and slipped." "What a big boy you are, still falling over. Quickly change your clothes, accompany your father to visit Grandpa, and see if he might reward you with 5 guan." Chapter 23. The best course of action. As they walked along the path, Fan Taizhou chuckled and remarked to his son, "Last night, your mother and I discussed that I shall no longer venture into fishing. Instead, I plan to tend to the fields and occasionally navigate the waters. No wonder your mother was so diligently calculating the accounts this morning." Fan Ning laughed and inquired, "Is there enough money at home?" "Indeed, there is ample," Fan Taizhou replied with a smile, gently squeezing his son's shoulder, hoping to alleviate any worries his son might have about their family's situation. "Yet, I still believe you should open a clinic in town," Fan Ning insisted. Fan Taizhou halted his steps. "Here we go again. Establishing a clinic is no simple endeavor. But how can you know it is difficult if you have never tried?" Seeing the earnestness in his son's demeanor, Fan Taizhou patiently began to explain. "When I was a teenager, I spent 2 years with a folk doctor. How could I not know? To open a clinic, one must possess exceptional medical skills, sufficient capital, and a good reputation. Each is indispensable. Alas, I lack all 3. How can I possibly establish one?" Fan Ning, however, remained unconvinced. Every physician has their specialty. No one can master all fields. You could open a clinic specializing in treating injuries, while also attending to minor ailments like headaches and fevers. As for the capital, if you agree to open the clinic, I shall find a way. Fan Zhongyan found himself somewhat swayed by his son's argument. He possessed the skills to set bones, treat injuries, and concoct a special remedy for trauma. He could indeed manage a specialized clinic for such ailments. Yet, for Fan Zhongyan, the lack of capital was coupled with a profound lack of confidence. He sighed, "Let us defer this matter for now." Observing his father's change in mood, Fan Ning decided against further persuasion. This was not an urgent matter, and he needed to devise a plan gradually. Before long, the father and son arrived at the home of grandfather Fan Zhongyan. Upon entering the courtyard, Fan Zhongyan noticed his mother sitting by the kitchen door, scrubbing clothes. He hurried over. "Mother, I have brought Ninger to share some joyful news." Seeing Fan Ning, Yang quickly wiped her hands and exclaimed, "My dear grandson has come." Fan Ning felt a warmth in his heart as he approached to grasp his grandmother's hand. "Grandma, how are the cloth shoes I bought for you last time?" Yang lifted her foot to reveal the shoes, smiling like a child. "They fit perfectly and are very comfortable. My dear grandson has an excellent eye for purchases." Fan Zhongyan added, "Mother, yesterday Ningo took first place in the school examination in town." A glimmer of joy sparkled in Yang's cloudy eyes as she affectionately patted Fan Ning's head, beaming, "My dear grandson is the cleverest, achieving first place. Wonderful, wonderful." Fan Zhongyan placed 2 roosters he had brought into the courtyard. "Mother, this is a small token from Ninger's mother." "Oh dear. It is a pity your father left early this morning." Fan Zhongyan inquired, "Where did father go?" "I am not certain. Perhaps you should ask Xiling." At that moment, Fan Zhongyan emerged from the room, clad in a pristine pale blue linen long gown, a scholar's cap atop his head, and a book bag slung over his shoulder, evidently preparing to head out. "Brother, you have arrived." Fan Zhongyan exchanged greetings with his elder brother before handing a cloth bag to Fan Ning, smilingly saying, "This is a gift from your fourth uncle. Although we owe much to Fan Xianggong's assistance this time, your admission to the Yan'ing Academy is indeed commendable." Fan Ning noticed that the bag appeared somewhat moldy, seemingly unearthed from somewhere forgotten. Nonetheless, he appreciated his fourth uncle's thoughtfulness. With a smile, he accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, fourth uncle." A quick glance inside revealed the 4 treasures of the study, except for a new brush. The rest bore signs of age. With yellowed paper, a piece of ink stained with mold, and a worn inkstone. Fan Zhongyan, however, felt discomfort at this and quickly interjected, "Ninger's admission to Yan'ing Academy has nothing to do with the third uncle." Fan Zhongyan chuckled lightly. "Brother, no need for explanations. We are all seasoned in life, and some matters need not be explicitly stated." Fan Zhongyan, feeling weary of the conversation, inquired, "Where has father gone?" "He left early this morning to visit old friends in Wuxi." "To Wuxi?" Fan Zhongyan was taken aback. "When will he return?" Fan Zhongyan shook his head. "At least 7 or 8 days, or perhaps up to half a month. In any case, he will not be home for a while. You all take your time. I shall head to the county school now." With a wave of his hand, he turned and strode away with nonchalance. Hearing that his father was absent brought a sigh of relief to Fan Zhongyan. It was preferable this way, as he would otherwise find it difficult to ask for the 5 guan. Fan Ning, however, was fully aware that the old man had gone out to evade debts. At that moment, Grandmother Yang beckoned to Fan Ning from the kitchen, and he hurried inside. Yang produced a small cloth pouch from her bosom, layer by layer unfolding it to reveal a modest sum of coins. She stuffed the money into Fan Ning's pocket, saying, "Grandma has only this much, my dear. Go buy some candy." Feeling a lump in his throat, Fan Ning respectfully bowed, thanking her. "Thank you, Grandma." Yang patted his head, smilingly encouraging, "Be a good boy. Study hard, and one day become a great official. I will certainly enjoy the blessings with you then." Watching her sensible grandson, she turned away to wipe her eyes and nodded with a smile. "With hope for Grandma, we await when my dear grandson becomes a great official." Today, Fan Ning did not encounter his fourth aunt, for Grandma had mentioned she had returned to her family home, leaving the house rather lonely. Fan Ning promised his grandmother that he would visit her tomorrow for a chat. Upon leaving his grandfather's house, Fan Zhongyan scrutinized the bag in his son's hands. "Ninger, let me have a look at that bag." Handing it over, Fan Ning watched as his father opened it and sighed. "No wonder this looks so familiar. It is the book bag I used before, and the inkstone too, along with the paper and ink I left behind. Your fourth uncle truly has a knack for finding things." Fan Ning grinned and replied, "Aren't these items quite meaningful?" "You have a point." Fan Zhongyan ruffled his son's hair. laughing. After all, he is your fourth uncle. It matters not what he gifts, but rather the thought behind it. And for that, I am quite satisfied. As they passed by the primary school, they spotted Mr. Gu respectfully seeing off two guests from the courtyard. Fanning realized it was too late to hide. Mr. Gu, having seen off his guests, turned and immediately spotted the two of them. His face broke into a beaming smile as he hurried over, grasping Fanning's hand with fervent enthusiasm, as if hoping to absorb some of Fanning's good fortune. I told you so. Ah, foolish boy, no. Fanning is the epitome of wisdom disguised as folly, unlike other children. I have always maintained that Fanning is a sleeper. When he awakens, he astounds. Look, I was right. To have such a student brings me immense satisfaction. Mr. Gu patted his withered chest, his face radiating an exaggerated joy. Fanning and his father exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of incredulity. Fanning Taiju forced a smile, saying, I shall bring you a couple of bottles of wine later to express my gratitude. That won't be necessary. Fanning has already repaid me handsomely. Fanning felt a flicker of realization. Was it the two guests from earlier? Mr. Gu's face lit up with elation as he continued, this morning alone, I have received 3 groups of visitors, all eager to hire me as their tutor. Just now, I had 2 prominent gentlemen from Tsangshu town formally engage me to teach at the local school, which boasts over 200 students and promises a lucrative income. Fanning Taiju was momentarily taken aback. But what will happen to the students here? Mr. Gu sighed. After teaching for so many years, it is difficult to part with them. But enough of that. You both should tend to your matters. I need to pack my belongings and bid farewell to Mr. Zhou. We must find the time to share a drink in town. He waved at Fanning and lightly floated into the school. Fanning Taiju bit his lip and said, Ninger, return that large white goose to him. We shall not keep it. Fanning smiled and replied, in truth, I believe Mr. Gu's departure could be a blessing. How so? His father questioned. Do you not find your fourth uncle has plenty to occupy him? Fanning Tieju's eyes brightened as he reconsidered the school. Teaching 20 or so students would yield an annual income of 50 or 60 guan, which was about the same as the rent from his 80 acres of farmland. If the fourth brother could take over this small school, it would be advantageous. It would alleviate the family's burden and allow him to focus on his studies in preparation for the next imperial examination. Yet, would Mr. Zhou agree to such an arrangement? Fanning Taiju hesitated for a long while, realizing this was a matter best discussed upon his father's return. Turning around, he noticed his son walking in another direction. Ninger, where are you going? I'm just taking a stroll. Fanning Taiju recalled he would need to explain the matter of the 5 guan to his wife, which made him feel a wave of anxiety. Perhaps it was better for Ninger not to know about such things. He quickened his pace toward home. Chapter 24. The stone fool Fan Ning sought out Mr. Zhou, an esteemed figure in Jiangwan village. Mr. Zhou, a descendant of the village, had moved to Changzhou County, where he gradually built a prosperous business, amassing a fortune that made his family one of the most illustrious in Pingjiang Prefecture. As the 3rd generation of the Zhou family, it was said he passed the imperial examination and served as a governor, only to be dismissed due to conflicts with the powerful. 5 years prior, Mr. Zhou returned to Jiangwan, restored and expanded his ancestral home, and thereafter vanished from public view. His only connection to the village was the local primary school. Fan Ning was acquainted with him because Fan Zhongyan had stayed at Mr. Zhou's residence during his visit. The two were close friends. In truth, Fan Ning harbored little interest in assisting his uncle in finding employment. Rather, he felt pity for his grandmother, who, at her advanced age, still toiled to provide meals and do laundry for the family. If his uncle secured a position, they could afford to hire a servant. Jiangwan Village, like all small towns in the Jiangnan region, was characterized by its numerous waterways. In addition to the Bailong River flowing into the Shujian, there were 2 lesser-known streams. The abundance of rivers implied a multitude of small bridges. There were no fewer than 13 in the village. To reach Mr. Zhou's home, one would need to traverse at least 4 of these bridges. Fan Ning took a shortcut, opting to leap over the stream using a few large stones rather than crossing the bridges. At that moment, he suddenly spotted someone seated on a bridge, and upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably his uncle. What was he doing here instead of heading to the county? It appeared that his uncle was waiting for someone. Just as Fan Ning was about to wave and call out, he observed his uncle rising, an expression of excitement illuminating his face as he gazed into the distance. A young woman clad in a green dress emerged gracefully from a narrow alley, her arm cradling a basket. Her face was painted alabaster white, her lips a vivid red, exuding an alluring charm, while her peach blossom eyes glanced at Fan Ning with a mischievous smile. Fan Ning was taken aback. Was this not the infamous widow Yang of the village? He recalled his uncle's unusual behavior on the day he returned from the capital. How intriguing. His interest piqued. He quickly crouched down, concealed by a cluster of reeds that rose to his height. Fan Zhongyan ambled down the bridge at a leisurely pace, with widow Yang trailing a few paces behind, each seemingly on their own path, indifferent to the other. Just a few steps off the bridge, a sudden thud echoed as a money pouch fell from Fan Zhongyan's grasp, clinking with the sound of copper coins as it struck the stone path. Even from several dozen paces away, Fan Ning heard it clearly, yet Fan Zhongyan appeared oblivious, hastening his departure. Observing that no one was around, widow Yang swiftly retrieved the pouch and tucked it into her basket before sauntering down another path. At this moment, a wave of sympathy washed over Fan Ning for his plump aunt. He inwardly chastised his uncle, who had already walked away with such arrogance, a spendthrift. Heedless of familial ties, this could not stand. He must find his uncle a task. With such a leaky vessel in the household, his grandmother would never experience a moment of peace. Fanning arrived at the residence of Master Zhou, a grand estate sprawling over approximately 20 acres. Enclosed by walls that soared at least 10 feet high, a stream meandered through the property, while dozens of ancient trees, verdant and lush, encircled the mansion, bestowing both elegance and a touch of antiquity upon the scene. The imposing black gate stood firmly shut. Ascending the steps, Fanning rapped sharply on the door knocker. After a brief pause, the gate creaked open to reveal a portly face. The man, middle-aged, donned a traditional cap and a short blue tunic, likely the steward or a servant of the household. He scrutinized Fanning with a frosty demeanor, inquiring, "What business brings you here?" "I am Fanning from this village. Come to pay my respects to your esteemed master." "I kindly request that the housekeeper be informed," replied Fanning. The term housekeeper was a respectful address for the steward. The middle-aged man regarded Fanning for a moment before nodding. "Please wait a moment." He closed the door and hastened inside. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed as the door swung open once more. The steward's expression softened slightly. "Please, young Master Fanning, do come in." Fanning followed the steward into the courtyard, which was paved with stone slabs and flanked by low trees such as plum and cherry, while a circular flower bed graced the center. To Fanning's astonishment, 5 or 6 taihu stones rose majestically from the flower bed, with a slender, grayish-blue stone standing proud at the center, towering 2 stories high, surpassing the roof, and exuding an ethereal beauty that resembled a celestial mountain-esque spirit stone, captivating all who beheld it. Fanning gazed upward at the lofty taihu stone, exclaiming in wonder, "This bears a striking resemblance to the renowned Guanyun Peak in the lingering garden of later generations." However, he quickly discerned that they were not the same, for the Guanyun Peak was white, while this stone possessed a greenish hue, more refined and transcendent. This particular taihu stone was known as Tsian Peak, having been unearthed from the western mountains 2 decades prior. A clear voice interrupted his musings. Turning around, Fanning beheld a slender, pale middle-aged man standing in the corridor, hands clasped behind his back. He wore a long cap and a blue gown, topped with a leather overcoat, and a gentle smile graced his features as he regarded Fanning. With a respectful bow, Fanning introduced himself. "I am the younger Fanning, here to pay my respects to Master Zhou." The middle-aged man was Zhou Lin, who had achieved the rank of Jinshi in the 2nd year of the Ming Dynasty and had served as a deputy in the Ministry of Revenue and governor of Jiangling. 5 years prior, he had incurred the displeasure of the national grandee Zhang Yaoshou during a visit to Jiangling, leading to a civil disturbance that resulted in Zhang Yaoshou orchestrating an impeachment against him. Consequently, Zhou Lin was stripped of his official position and relegated to the status of a commoner. Choosing to return to his hometown, he retreated to Jiangwan village, embracing a life of seclusion, free from worldly strife. Zhou Lin, a fellow townsman of Fan Zhongyan, had benefited from his patronage. Each time Fan Zhongyan returned home, he would stay at Zhou's residence to admire his collection of taihu stones. Though he appeared youthful, Zhou was actually in his 50s, having entered the civil service later in life, compounded by poor health. Nodding, Zhou Lin remarked, "It is quite chilly outside. Let us retire indoors." Fanning followed him into the outer study, where a brazier crackled warmly, creating an atmosphere akin to spring. Through the windows, the taihu stones could be seen in the courtyard. The study was adorned with elegance, and on the front wall hung a piece of calligraphy bearing the inscription, "Treat them as esteemed friends, regard them as wise sages. Treasure them as jewels, and love them as one's own children." Fan Ning understood this was a reflection of the Tang dynasty's Prime Minister Niu Sangru's deep affection for Taihu stones, indicating that Master Zhou, too, was a man who cherished stones dearly. Beside them stood a white jade screen, elegantly dividing the room into two distinct spaces. Within, a writing desk was situated, adorned by a calligraphy piece from the esteemed ancestor Fan Zhongyan, inscribed with the characters Stone Enthusiast. Beyond the screen lay the reception area, where several soft chairs encircled a warming brazier. At that moment, Fan Ning was captivated by a series of miniature bonsai landscapes arranged along the wall, featuring no fewer than 30 exquisite Taihu stones, each displaying unique forms and delicate beauty, the largest measuring 2 feet and the smallest merely a few inches. These are exquisite pieces from my collection. Once the weather warms slightly, I shall take you to the stone room in the backyard, where hundreds of Taihu stones reside. However, the chill there is quite unbearable at present for my constitution, he remarked. Pray tell, sir, are these Taihu stones of considerable worth? Fan Ning inquired, gesturing toward the diminutive stones. Zhou Lin smiled gently. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the finest Taihu stones were regarded as rare treasures, undoubtedly holding great value. Yet, it also depends on fate. For instance, the Grand Suifeng outside is deemed priceless, yet I acquired it for merely 2,000 guan. And what of this particular piece? Fan Ning asked, pointing to a double-hole Taihu stone. His curiosity stemmed from the few miniature Taihu stones he possessed beneath his bed. Many households surrounding Taihu have, to varying degrees, collected these stones. Those with superior appearances command a higher price, while those of lesser quality are worth naught. Fan Taizhu, a fisherman in Taihu, often retrieved small Taihu stones, preserving the more aesthetically pleasing ones to gift to his son. Fan Dai cherished a few stones as treasures, yet Fan Ning, unappreciative, carelessly discarded them beneath his bed. Reflecting upon it now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhou Lin stroked his beard and chuckled. This piece is known as Dawn of the Double Holes, which I procured from the Qishir Pavilion in Mudu town for 30 taels of silver. And what if it bore 7 holes? Fan Ning queried. Then it would be named 7 stars gaze at the moon. I have seen such a stone. Alas, it is not natural, but rather a crafted piece that has been submerged in the lake for 20 years. If it were natural, however, it would indeed be of great value. Zhou Lin's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, could it be that the young master possesses Taihu stones at home? Fan Ning nodded. My father is a fisherman from Taihu, and he has presented me with a few small stones, which I have piled beneath my bed. Zhou Lin, having faced disappointment in his official endeavors, devoted his entire focus to the collection of Taihu stones, self-styling as a stone enthusiast. Over the years, he amassed quite a collection of fine Taihu stones. While few in the vicinity knew of Zhou Lin, all were familiar with the moniker stone enthusiast. Upon learning of Fan Ning's collection, Zhou Lin eagerly grasped his arm and exclaimed, "Do take me to see them. It is quite chilly outside. Perhaps it would be best if the younger generation fetched them." Fan Ning suggested. Zhou Lin chuckled. There is no need for such formality. I too wish to take a stroll. If the young master does not welcome my visit, then we shall consider it another matter. How could one not welcome you, sir? Let us go together. Chapter 25. A glimmer of hope. Fan Taizhao returned home and informed his wife about his father's visit to Wuxi to see friends. Zhang Sanyang, enraged, clenched her jaw and exclaimed, I have been part of the Fan family for nearly a decade, yet I have never heard of your father visiting friends. Now that Ningyo has been accepted into school and requires funds, he chooses this moment to socialize. What does he mean by that? Is Ningyo no longer his grandson? Fan Taizhao, feeling helpless, attempted to soothe his wife, saying, perhaps it is merely a coincidence. In any case, father will return, and we can ask him for the money then. Humph. By the time he returns, the yellow flowers will have wilted. We urgently need the money. What shall we do? Perhaps we should borrow it. I will ask Uncle Shuijin for 5 guan. Zhang Sanyang sighed. We forgot yesterday. You need to provide a deposit for the land you are renting. Fan Taizhao was taken aback, for he had indeed forgotten this detail. There are rules for renting land. For every 10 acres, 1 guan is required as a deposit. He intended to rent 50 acres of rice fields, which would necessitate a deposit of 5 guan. If he were to buy an ox, that would require an additional 10 guan. Then I shall borrow 10 guan from Uncle Shuijin. Fan Taizhao resolved, gritting his teeth. Once Ningyo's grandfather returns, I will promptly repay the 5 guan. Zhang Sanyang hesitated before adding, just now, Wang Jialong came by and delivered 2 bags of rice. I mentioned your intention to sell the fishing boat to him. What did he say? Zhang Sanyang wore a bittersweet smile. He is interested in the boat, but his family lacks funds. At most, he can offer you 5 guan now and pay the remaining half next year. What do you suggest we do? Fan Taizhao squatted down, cradling his head in despair, piecing together resources yet unable to meet the requirements. He did not even know if his father would lend him the 5 guan. Why was it so arduous to pursue even the smallest endeavor? At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. "This is my home." "Huh. I hope I am not intruding." Fan Zhongyan exchanged a glance with his wife and hurried to the door, where he saw his son leading a well-dressed middle-aged man into the courtyard. "You are?" Fan Zhongyan inquired hesitantly. With a smile, Fan Ning introduced, "Father. This is Mr. Zhou from the village, here to visit us." Fan Zhongyan felt somewhat flustered and quickly waved his hand. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, my apologies for the oversight. Please, come in." Mr. Zhou chuckled and nodded. "Then I shall not impose." He followed Fan Ning into the courtyard, where he noticed an array of ingredients piled high and remarked, "Have you begun preparing for the new year so early?" Zhang Sanyang, with a hint of pride, responded, "This is all thanks to our Ninger, who placed first in the Yanning Academy. Gifts have been sent from everyone." Mr. Zhou looked at Fan Ning in astonishment. "Your son placed first in the Yanning Academy? Impressive." Fan Ning, somewhat bashful, scratched his head. "I just had a good performance that day." "Please do not make too much of it. You should have mentioned this earlier. I would not have been so rude." After a moment's thought, he removed a yellow jade ring from his finger and presented it to Fan Ning, saying, "A small token to congratulate you on your acceptance into the Yanning Academy." Fan Zhongyan immediately declined. "This is far too precious. We cannot accept it." However, Fan Ning discovered that this ring was identical to the one Zhao Xuezheng had gifted him. So he cautiously inquired, "Do you know Mr. Zhou from the county?" "He is my esteemed mentor. Of course I know him," came the reply. "That settles it then. Yesterday, Zhao Xuezheng also presented me with a ring, identical to this one." Zhou Lin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "That ring is part of a pair. It seems to be fate. You must accept this ring." Fan Taiju was utterly perplexed and felt it inappropriate to decline further, so he signaled to his wife to hurry and prepare tea. Zhang Sanyang found it peculiar that her son possessed such a valuable item without her knowledge. Where could he be concealing it? She cast her son a fierce glare, promising to settle the score later. Turning, she entered the house to brew tea. Zhou Lin settled in the courtyard, while Fan Ning returned inside to fetch 3 pieces of Taihu stone, presenting them to Zhou Lin. "Sir, it is these 3 stones." Zhou Lin took the stones. In one piece, approximately a foot long, astonished him with its natural formation resembling the 7 stars looking at the moon. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Fan Taiju pulled his son aside and whispered, "What are you up to?" "Mr. Zhou has a penchant for collecting Taihu stones. He heard I possessed a few and came to take a look." Fan Taiju was well aware of the value of Taihu stones and shook his head, saying, "Only large Taihu stones are worth anything. These small ones are worth at most a few coins." Stone traders frequently visited the village to collect Taihu stones, and these small pieces were often sold for mere coins, leading everyone to believe they held little value. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Lin chuckled, "Fan Shaoling, I will buy this 7 stars looking at the moon from you for 100 taels of silver." 100 taels. Fan Taiju felt as if struck by lightning, stunned into silence. Fan Ning grinned. "If sold to the town's rare stone museum, it would fetch even more than 100 taels, wouldn't he it?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "You little rascal, do you think I would deceive you? Let me tell you. The museum would offer you no more than 500 coins for this stone, despite your discerning eye. Selling to us, collectors, affords a different price." "How much would the museum sell it to you for?" Fan Ning asked, unwilling to relent. Zhou Lin replied curtly, "If we were to haggle, the maximum would be 80 taels. I offer you 100 taels for all 3 stones, as the other 2 are of average quality, though suitable for carving." At this moment, Fan Taiju finally comprehended the situation and quickly stepped forward, saying, "This stone was something I retrieved while fishing, meant for the child to play with. If Mr. Zhou likes it, please take it without mention of money." "That is unacceptable." Zhou Lin shook his head. "If you do not accept payment, I shall not accept the stones either. To be frank, this stone's value is only at this price in Pingjiang Prefecture, if sold in the capital to nobles. The price would multiply several times. I would feel embarrassed to take advantage of you." Fan Ning mumbled, "Since you feel that way, why not add a little more?" Silence. Fan Taiju shot his son a furious glance, genuinely incensed at how his son had taken on a mercantile, calculating demeanor. Zhou Lin smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Your son is no ordinary child. Do not perceive him through the lens of an average youth. There has long been an unspoken understanding between us, Fan Ning. Is that not so?" Fan Ning chuckled. "Surely, the gentleman and my 3rd grandfather also engage in haggling." Zhou Lin replied, "Indeed. The last time I wished to purchase a stone from him, we haggled fiercely, our faces flushed, nearly coming to blows. Although Fan Zhongyan was a man of integrity, he remained an ordinary fisherman, unable to grasp the joy found in the art of negotiation among scholarly friends. If even Fan Zhongyan engages in bargaining, then he had no further words to say. Fan Zhongyan scratched his head and inquired, "These 3 stones appear quite similar. Why is this one so valuable while the other 2 are deemed worthless?" This exemplifies the difference between understanding stones and being oblivious to their essence, Zhou Lin explained. "Fan Ning, please fetch a basin of warm water, but do not let it be too hot." Fan Ning complied and hurried back with a basin of hot water moments later. Observe closely. Zhou Lin tested the water temperature and submerged the base of the 7 stars moonstone. In an instant, steam erupted from the 7 holes, coalescing into a mist akin to clouds swirling around a mountainside. The Fan father and son were taken aback, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Zhou Lin chuckled. This is the wondrous nature of premium Taihu stones. After millennia of water's caress and relentless erosion, countless tiny pores within connect, allowing moisture to escape through the larger openings. Moreover, this Taihu stone boasts a striking form, with exquisite facets and impeccable quality. It is indeed a rare gem, a significant find for me today. Fan Ning sighed softly. "I have suffered a great loss." Zhou Lin playfully seized Fan Ning, saying, "You rascal. While I may be enamored with stones, I am no fool. Were it not for your esteemed father's letter urging me to look after you, would I have allowed you into my abode? Would I have considered purchasing your stone at a collector's price? I would only offer you 5 coins at most. Wake up." Fan Zhongyan felt a tad embarrassed. Yet, Fan Ning remained unperturbed, grinning as he extended his hand. "A man's word is his bond. How can one renege? When can I collect my silver?" Zhou Lin laughed. "No wonder your father claims you possess a thick skin. You truly exhibit some character. Rest assured, you shall not receive less than your due." "What silver?" Zhang Sanyang emerged with tea in hand. Zhou Lin, eager to return to his stone appreciation, stood up and said, "I must take my leave. I shall instruct the steward to send the silver to you later." The Fan father and son escorted Zhou Lin to the door, while Zhang Sanyang felt anxious but refrained from questioning, merely following behind. Zhou Lin turned to Fan Ning. "Whenever you have time, come visit me. I shall teach you the art of discerning stones and jade." Fan Ning was elated, bowing deeply. "I shall certainly go." As Zhou Yuan walked away, Fan Zhongyan sighed, "Ninger, we should not ask for so much money. Father, if he did not wish to pay, he would not have set that price. He himself stated that in the capital. The price would multiply several times over. He is not at a loss. Yet, I still feel it is ungracious. Father, I have already been quite generous." Fan Ning grinned, pointing to his own face. "Compared to others, I am more generous than anyone else." "You audacious little rascal." Fan Zhongyan, amused by his son, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Behind him, Zhang Sanyang raised her eyebrows in irritation. "Have you two finished your chatter?" With swift movements, she seized both of their ears, exclaiming, "Come here and confess." "Mother, let go. You are pulling my ears off." Zhang Sanyang, hands on her hips, interrogated fiercely, "Quickly, tell me, what about the silver?" "Mother, Mr. Zhou offered 100 taels for that stone." "What?" Zhang Sanyang shrieked. Observing his wife's exaggerated expression, Fan Zhongyan chuckled. "My dear, it's merely 100 taels." "Merely?" Zhang Sanyang shot him a sardonic glance. A wave of unease washed over Fan Zhongyan. "Well, this concerns Ninger. It has nothing to do with me." With that, he hastily turned to make his escape. Zhang Sanyang embraced her son, her face radiant with joy. 100 taels. That is equivalent to 100,000 cash. When have we ever possessed such wealth? Tell me, how did you come to know Mr. Zhou? "Oh no," Fan Ning exclaimed. "I forgot about the main matter." Zhang Sanyang, startled, asked, "What did you forget?" Frustrated, Fan Ning slapped his forehead. "I intended to ask Mr. Zhou for my uncle to take over the primary school, but I only thought about the Taihu stone and completely overlooked it." "Go." Zhang Sanyang scoffed. "What does that matter? Selling stones is the real business." At that moment, she recalled the yellow jade ring, a smile blossoming on her face like never before. She gently said to her son, "Dear Ninger, do you have any other treasures hidden? Show them to mother. I promise I won't say a word." "I have nothing." Fan Ning turned and fled to his room, now understanding why his father always seemed to have no money at all. Seeing her son evading her grasp, Zhang Sanyang's maternal authority surged. "You little rascal. Hand over whatever you have, or see how I deal with you." Just then, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Zhang Sanyang glared at her son's room, promising to deal with him later, before opening the door. A middle-aged man stood outside, holding a cloth bag. "Is Fan Ning home?" "I am his mother." "What business do you have with my son?" The middle-aged man handed the bag to Zhang Sanyang, stating, "This is from my master for you." A total of 100 taels. He bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Zhang Sanyang quickly shut the courtyard gate, opened the bag, and discovered 10 ingots of silver, each weighing 10 taels. What had been mere words moments ago was now a tangible 100 taels in Zhang Sanyang's hands. She felt parched and dizzy, leaning weakly against the door, as if caught in a dream. 100 taels. Chapter 26. The aftermath of 100 taels of silver during dinner. Fan Ning dutifully presented 2 yellow jade rings to his mother. In order to safeguard the other treasures, he had to sacrifice these rings. He made it clear that these were the scholar's rings, worn by the wealthy Mr. Zhou when he passed the imperial examination. If his mother were to sell them, and he subsequently failed to achieve the title of scholar, he would hold her accountable. Zhang Sanyang playfully tapped him on the head with her chopsticks, exclaiming, "You little rascal, do you think I am so greedy that I cannot understand the significance of such gifts? I would never sell something given to you with such heartfelt intention. What do you intend to do with them then?" Fan Ning mumbled, "Of course, I shall keep them safe, fearing that you might misplace them." Zhang Sanyang beamed as she examined the exquisite rings. This was her first encounter with such delicate yellow jade. Even if she lacked expertise, she recognized their substantial value. Perfectly paired, when you marry. Each of you can wear one. Fan Ning was rendered speechless. His mother always seemed to steer conversations toward his future marriage. How eagerly she anticipated becoming a mother-in-law. "There is no need to reserve them for your future bride. You and father can each keep one. That seems just right to me." Cough. Cough. At that moment, Fan Taizhou, who was engrossed in his meal, suddenly choked, coughing repeatedly. Zhang Sanyang cast a discontented glance at her husband, remarking, "If this ring were to be given to your father, it would undoubtedly end up on your 4th uncle's hand." "Don't speak nonsense." Fan Taizhou, after a sip of soup to quell his coughing, blushed and retorted, "These are heartfelt gifts intended for Ning. Dispersing them carelessly would surely offend someone. You are aware that it could offend someone, yet you consider dividing the 100 taels of silver with your parents, 30 taels for them. Have you thought about my feelings? Didn't you refuse my proposal? Why bring it up now?" Fan Taizhou's expression darkened as he slammed his chopsticks onto the table and stood up to leave. Zhang Sanyang was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly tears began to fall like scattered pearls, as she choked out to Fan Ning, "Look at how unreasonable your father is." After a brief silence, Fan Ning suggested, "What if we hire a maid to assist with cooking and laundry for Grandma? This way, both you and father will feel better. And I will be pleased too." Zhang Sanyang considered it for a moment and nodded in agreement. That could work. A couple of hours each day would suffice. And she wouldn't need to stay overnight. 31 a day would be plenty. It would only amount to a single tael each month, and starting next year, "I shall bear this expense." "Do not speak foolishly. You are just a child. How could you earn any money?" Fan Ning chuckled, "If not for me. Where would your 100 taels of silver come from?" Zhang Sanyang huffed, "The stone was recovered by your father from Taihu Lake." Fan Ning, with a sense of pride, declared, "Once I learn the art of stone identification and jade appraisal from Mr. Zhou, I can collect exquisite stones from the countryside for 5 taels and sell them for 100 taels. Mother, do you think I can earn money that way?" "Easier said than done." Zhang Sanyang, uninterested in her son's fanciful aspirations, retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet and handed it to Fan Ning, saying, "Take this to your father and help him calm his temper." Fan Ning emerged from the room, a bottle of wine in hand. Zhang Sanyang let out a gentle sigh. Contemplating the relentless cycle of life, 1 month leads to 1 coin, and a year accumulates to 12. After meticulously saving for 3 arduous years, she had managed to gather merely 10 coins. What a lamentable situation. As Fanning stepped out, he noticed his father, Fan Taizhou, lost in thought by the well. His gaze tinged with sorrow. "Ninger, your grandmother is aging far too quickly," Fan Taizhou murmured with a sigh. Fanning understood his father's heartache. His grandmother, despite her advanced age, toiled endlessly doing laundry and cooking, tirelessly tending to the needs of the entire family. It was only natural for his father to feel pained and wish to assist his mother. Yet, the approach his father took was misguided. Bestowing silver upon his grandfather would not alter his grandmother's circumstances. It would ultimately benefit the wastrel instead. There is nothing inherently wrong with filial piety. But blind devotion lacks purpose. Sitting beside his father, Fanning extended the bottle of wine toward him, but Fan Taizhou shook his head, refusing to accept it. Fanning smiled and said, "I just discussed it with Mother. We agreed to hire a servant for Grandmother, solely to take care of cooking and laundry, for a monthly wage of 1 coin. Mother has consented." A glimmer of realization sparked in Fan Taizhou's eyes. "Indeed. How did I not think of that? Your mother agreed?" Fanning nodded. "Mother is not unreasonable. Though she may harbor some discontent towards grandfather, she is very kind to grandmother and even gifted her a pair of cloth shoes. Have you forgotten? Ah, yes. When your mother first married, grandmother treated her exceptionally well, praising her for her virtue both publicly and privately. Your mother has always shown her filial devotion. The clothing grandmother wears now is crafted by her hands, Fan Zhongyan reflected, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. His spirits brighten considerably as he sees the wine bottle, taking several hearty gulps, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've enjoyed a drink this liberally. Allow me to propose a suggestion, father. Instead of renting land, why not purchase a few acres of arable land?" Fan Zhongyan shook his head. Arable land costs 8 coins per acre. At most, I could acquire 10 acres, which is rather insufficient. But have you considered, father, that cultivating 50 acres is immensely laborious? How many days of respite will a year afford? There is scarcely time to manage the boats, and during busy seasons, we will need additional help. It would be wiser to cultivate less land at home, allowing time for boat work, Fanning reasoned. Fan Zhongyan pondered this and realized the truth in his son's words. He had focused solely on his own capacity for farming, neglecting the demands of managing the boats. He affectionately ruffled his son's hair. "You are clever, my boy. This time, I shall heed your advice. We will purchase 10 acres of arable land, adding to our existing 3 acres, totaling 13. Then we can focus on the boats. It would also be prudent for you to gather some herbs and brew a few bottles of ointment for injuries. Who knows, it may help me forge numerous friendships." Fanning suggested, aware of his father's warm-heartedness and sense of loyalty, refraining from mentioning its potential for profit. "Agreed. I will gladly comply. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains." As the saying goes, a couple is like 2 sides of a garment, with children as the buttons. Under Fanning's deft guidance, Fan Zhongyan and his wife reconciled once more. 2 days later, before dawn, Zhang Sanyang sent her son and husband off on the little boat at the village entrance. As Zhang Sanyang pondered the departure of her son, tears streamed down her cheeks. Fanning chuckled, "Mother, it's not like I'm going to the capital. I shall return in a few days." Wiping her tears, she retorted, "You rascal, if you don't focus on your studies, I shall give you a good thrashing upon your return. Rest assured, mother. I promise to save you Tingguan next year," he replied. Zhang Sanyang nodded and reminded her husband, "Once you have seen Ning off, come back promptly." "I understand. I will also take a moment to check on the boat," he replied. "Be careful not to be deceived." Uncle Shui Jian, who was rowing the boat, laughed. "Are you speaking of me, my dear niece?" "Uncle Shui Jian, how could I be referring to you? Off you go now. Do not delay the children's schooling." The small boat swayed gently on the water as it drifted away, and Zhang Sanyang reluctantly watched her son's silhouette vanish before returning home. Uncle Shui Jian, whose surname was Zhang Sanyang's paternal uncle, approximately 50 years of age. Initially a fisherman, he had served as a mentor to Fan Zhongyan and had played matchmaker, uniting Zhang Sanyang with Fan Zhongyan from the neighboring village. Having switched to operating passenger boats over a decade ago, he recognized the profitability and ease of this trade compared to fishing, continually persuading Fan Zhongyan to join him in the venture. "This year, the youth of our village are quite promising. 5 children are set to attend school in town," he remarked. "Who else besides Ning?" inquired Fan Zhongyan, intrigued. "There is also Jiang Yuanwei's son, Jiang Egui, Zhao Chao's son, Zhao Xiaoyi, and the 2 lads from Han Zhuang's family. They are all heading to the government school in town, though it cannot compare to the Yanning Academy," he replied. Fan Zhongyan nodded, then asked, "What will happen to the village's primary school? Wasn't it said that your 4th son would become a teacher? You seem unaware." Fan Zhongyan was taken aback, pondering the matter. Suddenly, he turned to glance at his son, realizing that his child must have consulted with Mr. Zhou. He gestured towards his son, his eyes conveying, "You rascal, how could you keep such matters from me?" Instantly, Fan Zhongyan felt elated. His 4th son finally had a purpose, relieving his parents of any burden. With everything at home proceeding smoothly, he found himself filled with newfound confidence regarding the future. Arriving at Mudu town as dawn broke, Fan Zhongyan, carrying a suitcase, accompanied his son to the entrance of the Yanning Academy. An assistant rushed out from within the academy, smiling. The principal mentioned that young Master Fan would be arriving today. "I have been awaiting your arrival. My apologies for keeping you waiting." "No matter. I shall take care of the remaining matters. Parents may return home now," the assistant announced. Fan Zhongyan hesitated, then entrusted the suitcase to the assistant, advising Fan Ning, "If you encounter any issues, seek out Uncle Shui Jian at the dock. He will assist you." "Understood, father. You may attend to your matters." Fan Zhongyan waved cheerfully at his son and turned towards the dock. where he had arranged to inspect a boat, intending to purchase it should it meet his approval. "Young master, please follow me." Fanning nodded and followed the teaching assistant into the classroom. "You should report to the professor first. I will come to find you at noon to arrange your accommodation." "Thank you, sir." Before long, Fanning met the first professor at the academy. In the Song Dynasty, the act of apprenticing and studying were distinct. Generally, a scholar would have only one master throughout his life, marked by a ceremonial rite of respect, with the adage, "One day as a teacher, forever as a father." In contrast, studying in the academy involved interaction with numerous teachers, referred to simply as masters. The primary instructors at the academy and county school were called professors, typically esteemed elder scholars, while younger instructors were addressed as masters or teaching assistants. The assistant introduced today's professor, Fanning Xiaolang, to Professor Yin, who taught the Analects and was renowned for his profound understanding of the text. Being among the top in Wu County, Professor Yin was aptly named. He presented as a stern old man, with a slight build and a head full of silver hair, exuding an aura of knowledge. However, a pronounced red nose somewhat marred his dignified appearance. Fanning, feeling somewhat helpless, knelt to perform a deep bow. Student Fanning pays respects to the professor. It was customary to kneel and offer a formal greeting upon first meeting a teacher, though this was not required thereafter. Professor Yin nodded and explained that, as per tradition, a test was customary upon entry. However, since a class exam was scheduled for today, he would not need to prepare separate questions. "Come with me." Fanning, clutching his book bag, followed Professor Yin into the classroom, which housed around 30 students, all of whom had been admitted the previous year and were set to advance a grade. Each student was bent over, scribbling notes as they took the exam. With the questions displayed on the board, Morse, Taibua, Zihan, Xiangdong, and the 5 advanced essays, the classroom resembled modern schools, with 2 students sharing a desk, but each having a separate chair. Professor Yin led him to a seat by the window in the front row, which was designated for a single occupant. He gestured toward the empty spot and said, "You will sit here from now on." The students took note. With the exam questions displayed at the front and the papers on the desks, it was time to begin. Fanning settled into his seat. But Professor Yin turned to leave before he could fully acclimate to the situation. Unfortunately, Fanning realized he had forgotten to bring ink and would need to grind some. But where was the water? Professor Yin had already exited, and as he glanced around in search of a water bucket, his desk mate gently slid a plate of ink toward him. "Thank you so much." Fanning felt a surge of gratitude and looked up at his desk mate, who had striking features and an exceptionally handsome countenance. Fanning gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How could it be you again?" Chapter 27. The Song Dynasty already had the 38th parallel. With a single exclamation, he captured the attention of everyone in the classroom. Professor Yin, with a stern expression, appeared at the doorway, commanding silence for the examination and forbidding any distractions. "Fan Ning, sit down quickly." All heads bowed once more to continue writing, and Fan Ning reluctantly complied, a bitter smile creeping across his lips. What a twist of fate to encounter this little girl again, his very own deskmate. At that moment, the little girl cast a glance at Fan Ning, her eyes gleaming with a triumphant smile, akin to the compassionate gaze of Buddha upon the somersaulting Monkey King. She feigned ignorance of Fan Ning and resumed her proper posture, diligently transcribing her exam paper. Fan Ning, momentarily taken aback, sighed and picked up his pen to begin writing. As he completed the first section, a small note was tossed onto his desk. Unfolding it, he found a single line. "Fan Didi, long time no see." Annoyed, he discarded the note into the drawer and continued his writing. After finishing the second section, another note flew his way. This time, it bore just 2 characters, Zhu Pei. So, this little girl was named Zhu Pei. Suddenly, it dawned on Fan Ning that the second highest score in the entrance examination belonged to none other than Zhu Pei. He was taken aback. How could this sword-wielding young lady achieve such a rank? Surely, her family must have connections. He shook his head dismissively. At that moment, Professor Yin entered to remind everyone that half the time had elapsed. Fan Ning quickly refocused and resumed his writing. As the final bell rang, he too completed his work, inscribing his name before submitting his paper along with the others at the front of the room. To his surprise, he discovered that his handwriting was not as poor as he had believed. In fact, it was quite acceptable, better than many of the submissions around him. While it was often said that Fan Ning's handwriting was lacking, it stemmed from the high expectations placed upon him due to his exceptional abilities in other areas. As a result, his calligraphy became his most apparent weakness, a point of critique among peers. However, compared to his contemporaries, his handwriting was at least neat. After months of effort, he had finally emerged from the realm of his once atrocious scrawl. This realization lifted his spirits, alleviating the worry that had weighed on him. Upon returning to his seat, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find Lu Kang. "Where are you sitting?" Fan Ning eagerly inquired. Lu Kang pointed to the back, where he had taken a seat in the last row. He playfully punched Fan Ning on the shoulder before turning away. As Fan Ning settled back into his seat, he noticed Zhu Pei had begun to draw a line down the center of their shared desk. Amused and bewildered, he thought, "Is the 38th parallel already established in the Song Dynasty?" Once she finished her line, she produced a short sword from her drawer. Pointing it at the ink line and mimicking a stabbing motion, a clear warning: dare to cross the line, and beware of the blade. This familiar scene evoked a sense of nostalgia within Fan Ning, transporting him back to his elementary school days when a little girl would poke him with a compass for crossing boundaries. Was he truly 20 years old, yet still engaging in such childish antics? As Fan Ning caught sight of his slender arms, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was the 7th year of the Qingli era in the Song Dynasty, and he was but 8 years old. "What of your tall bodyguard?" Fan Ning sought to ease the tension, gesturing dramatically to emphasize his height. "Has she not accompanied you?" Little lowly Zhu Pei cast a glance out of the window, and Fan Ning immediately spotted her. The formidable sword-wielding heroine lounged under a tree, seated on a chair, a teapot and a plate of snacks resting on the small table beside her. "I ask, do you still wish to keep that fan?" Fan Ning broached a mutually interesting topic. "I'll sell it to you for 100 taels of silver. How does that sound?" In dire need of funds for hiring a maid for his grandmother and purchasing an additional 10 acres of farmland for his family, the fan held no value for him. It would be better returned to its rightful owner. Zhu Pei pouted. "Now you regret it. But alas, this young lady." Her face flushed as she inadvertently revealed too much, thankfully unnoticed by others. She spat softly and huffed. "I no longer covet it. It's too late. If you don't want it, shall I sell it to someone else?" "You dare." With a swift motion, Zhu Pei drew her glimmering short sword, pressing it against Fan Ning's chest with a fierce glare. "If you don't want it, return it to my grandfather. Should you dare sell it, I shall strike you down." At that moment, the two scholars behind them were taken aback, astonished to witness a dagger in the classroom, accompanied by a death threat. Zhu Pei shot them a menacing glare. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck out your eyes." The two scholars quickly averted their gazes. Fan Ning gently pushed aside the sword and shook his head. "You can only frighten the other children. Such tactics hold no sway over me." Zhu Pei, both furious and resentful, sheathed her sword and gritted her teeth. "Just wait and see." Fan Ning rolled his eyes, yet a hint of worry crept into his heart. Where could he procure more money? Finally, the lunch bell rang, and as the sound echoed, the students erupted in cheers, rushing out of the classroom. Lu Kang approached and patted Fan Ning on the shoulder. "Come, I'll take you to lunch." Upon hearing that there was indeed food to be had, Fan Ning's spirits lifted. School was truly a delightful place. "Shall we go together?" Fan Ning glanced at Zhu Pei beside him. Zhu Pei scoffed. "Would I ever eat that pig slop?" With that, she turned to leave. "You can enjoy it alone." Disregarding Zhu Pei, Fan Ning tapped Lu Kang's arm. "Let us go." The two hurried away, while Zhu Pei huffed in annoyance, striding out of the classroom. Her maid, Cui Er, awaited her at the entrance. "Young master, today's chef is a renowned cook from the Changzhou Tianyuan Tower. It is said his vegetarian dumplings are unparalleled in the world. Let us go taste them. Let those rustic children feast on pig slop." Zhu Pei climbed aboard a lavish carriage, which then sped away. The dining hall was crowded with students enjoying their meals. The Yanning Academy typically required 5 years of study, yielding 5 cohorts of students, each comprising 30 individuals, resulting in a total of over 150 students within the institution. It is evidently impractical for 150 individuals to dine together. Therefore, the academy houses 3 dining halls, one each for the southern, northern, and central students. The southern dining hall serves the younger students from the lower dormitory, accommodating merely 60 individuals. Yet it still feels quite cramped. The quality of the meals leaves much to be desired, prompting the affluent students to dine outside. As Lu Kang quietly mentioned to Fan Ning, "I find it rather delightful," exclaimed Fan Ning, his eyes dazzled by the array of dishes before him. The variety presented was something his family only experienced during the New Year celebrations. Each individual was entitled to 3 dishes and a soup, with no limitations on rice or steamed buns. The goal was to satiate one's hunger, which left Fan Ning feeling content. In truth, for him, the mere fact that he had a meal to partake in felt like a divine blessing. He selected a plate of braised fish, a dish of stewed meat, a serving of pickled bamboo shoots, and a bowl of egg soup, along with 3 large steamed buns, and made his way to Lu Kang, settling down beside him. Taking a bite of a bun, he found it quite palatable, filled with a delightful mixture of radish and meat. "How do you know Zhu Xiaoguan?" Lu Kang inquired, chewing slowly, suddenly posing a question that caught Fan Ning off guard. "We met during the examination," Fan Ning responded, his mouth full of meat bun, his words muffled. "Is there a problem?" "Indeed. Many harbor discontent towards you." Fan Ning, taken aback, quickly swallowed his bun. "Why?" "Zhu Xiaoguan comes from a prestigious background and possesses such striking looks. Many desired to sit with him, yet you have taken that opportunity." Lu Kang emphasized the word striking looks deliberately, and Fan Ning understood immediately that everyone was aware Zhu Pei was a girl disguised as a boy. Fan Ning shook his head inwardly. Had this been a later era, the students would have spread rumors far and wide. But the scholars of the Song Dynasty were cunning and shrewd. "I did not take anything from anyone. It was Professor Yin who assigned me to that seat. Besides, I have no desire to sit with him. Would you like to change seats?" "I certainly do not wish to share a table with her and become the target of scorn." "You may discuss it with them," Lu Kang replied, gesturing with his chopsticks. Following his direction, Fan Ning noticed several students diagonally across the hall, who, while dining, cast cold, envious glances in his direction. Wherever there are people, there exists intrigue. Fan Ning recalled a saying from a later time, and it proved to be true. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered 3 students clad in leather jackets, whom he recognized from their earlier encounter during the exam. The leader of the trio wore an air of arrogance as he scrutinized Fan Ning. "Are you the grandson of Fan Zhongyan from this hall?" Although Fan Ning held a certain disdain for his grandfather, being addressed so directly was not only disrespectful to his grandfather, but also to himself. Feeling displeased, he restrained his irritation and asked coolly, "What do you want?" The 3 exchanged glances, and the leader chuckled. "We all share the surname Fan. What do you think we want?" It was then that Fan Ning realized they were indeed his kin. Muduin Town served as the stronghold of the Fan family, home to hundreds, making them one of the prominent families in the area. Thus, it would be strange if there were no descendants of the Fan family at the academy. Although encountering fellow clansmen should be a joyous occasion, Fan Ning found no happiness in it. The condescending demeanor of the other party left him feeling quite displeased. "I am Fan Zhong," he declared. "My father holds the position of vice elder in the council." The leading student communicated with Fan Ning in a specialized dialect, comprehensible only to those of their lineage. In simple terms, his father was the deputy clan leader. "What brings you here?" Fan Ning inquired with an air of indifference. "I believe that members of the Fan family should congregate among themselves, rather than mingling with the offspring of mere merchants," he asserted, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Kang. Instantly, Lu Kang's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, desperately focusing on his meal. Fan Ning chuckled softly. "I too believe that the scions of the Fan family ought to remain united. There happens to be an empty seat over here. Why not join us?" A chubby boy beside him whispered to Fan Zhong, "Third brother, this fellow seeks to usurp your position." Fan Zhong's complexion reddened slightly as he retorted coldly, "Since he does not appreciate our company, why should we subject ourselves to ridicule? Let us dine at Wu's restaurant. I shall treat." He shot a fierce glare at Fan Ning before turning away, accompanied by 2 other members of the Fan clan. Fan Ning resumed his meal. While Lu Kang expressed his gratitude in a hushed tone, this fellow has always considered himself superior, looking down upon others. Fan Ning nodded in acknowledgement. "I have already experienced his arrogance." Chapter 28. The Path to Wealth. After finishing lunch, Fan Ning went to check into his dormitory. The dormitory accommodates 4 students per room, and students have the liberty to choose their roommates. Naturally, Fan Ning shared a room with Lu Kang, and their dormitory had just 3 occupants. The other 2 were students from Wujiang, who tended to keep to themselves and formed their own small clique, rarely engaging in conversation. Afternoons typically lacked formal classes, primarily devoted to practicing calligraphy, and lessons would conclude around 3 o'clock. While this might seem quite leisurely, indulging in such ease would spell disaster for any aspirations of passing the imperial examinations. Even qualifying for the county school would be out of reach. Historically, it has always been said that a master leads one through the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Almost all scholars who succeeded in the imperial exams had devoted themselves to rigorous study from a young age. The phrase 10 years of diligent study is not merely a saying. The little girl, Zhu Pei, did not attend that afternoon, leaving Fan Ning to occupy a desk alone, which brought him considerable comfort. He suddenly realized that sharing a table with the little girl had its advantages, as it allowed him to frequently monopolize the desk. As the hour of Shin approached, the school bell rang, and the students erupted in cheers, rushing out of the classroom. However, many students remained absorbed in their writing, undeterred by the end of classes. Upon exiting the classroom, Lu Kang smiled and asked, "Where do you wish to go? Are you merely wandering? Or do you have a specific destination in mind?" After pondering for a moment, Fan Ning inquired, "Is there a pawn shop nearby?" Pawn shops were a commonplace occurrence for the common folk of the Song Dynasty. It was quite ordinary to sell and used items or purchase second-hand goods from them, making it a highly convenient option. Lu Kang's family operated a grocery store, which often required dealings with pawn shops. Just across from the school stood a pawn shop. The two entered, and Lu Kang reassured him, "Pawn shops operate primarily on trust. They won't deceive you, so there's no need for concern." Fan Ning produced a piece of white jade and handed it to Lu Kang, saying, "Please help me sell this. I shall observe and learn." Lu Kang weighed the jade in his hands and remarked, "This piece is quite nice. It should fetch a good price." He approached the counter and presented the jade pendant. "Uncle Lin, how much can this jade be sold for?" "You little rascal, that copper basin from last time had cracks and wasn't worth the price. Go fetch your father." Uncle Lin retorted, "But please, focus on evaluating the jade. That's what truly matters." The shopkeeper examined the jade, noting its high-quality mutton fat white jade, which was in fair condition. "Its market value is around 5 guan. According to our policy, I can offer you 4 guan. Will you sell?" Lu Kang glanced at Fan Ning, who understood that the gentleman would not part with anything overly extravagant for him, yet the price was reasonable enough to accept. He nodded, "I want the silver. Uncle Lin, let us settle on this price. Can you provide me with the silver?" Inside, 4 small silver ingots were handed over, which Fan Ning received with surprise at the pawn shop's remarkable convenience. As they exited the pawn shop, Lu Kang grinned and asked, "Now that you have some money, where to next?" "I wish to visit Ouyang Xiu Bridge," Fan Ning declared. Lu Kang chuckled, "I was just contemplating when I could take you there. It is indeed fascinating. And with a bit of luck, one might uncover some treasures. Do you frequent it often?" "Of course. Follow me." Lu Kang enthusiastically led Fan Ning toward Ouyang Xiu Bridge. Ouyang Xiu Bridge is situated at the northwest corner of Mudu Town, not far from the academy. A leisurely walk of half a stick of incense would suffice to reach it. This location is, in fact, the largest flower stone distribution market in the Taihu region, bustling with hundreds of small vendors, in addition to several larger establishments, among which the Qishir Pavilion stands as the most prominent. Adjacent to the Su River, there lies a dedicated dock, and in the open area before the row of shops, various enormous Taihu stones are displayed, each one holding considerable value. At a glance, Fan Ning spotted the Qishir Pavilion mentioned by the gentleman Zhou. Among the numerous shops, its scale was indeed remarkable. However, he also noticed a smaller establishment bearing the same name, which prompted him to scrutinize the shop's sign more closely. It was then he discerned that the 3 prominent characters spelling Qishir Pavilion were accompanied by 2 smaller characters above, Suji thus. The full name of the shop was revealed to be Suji Qishir Pavilion. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the shop, an elderly man around 60. Clad in a scholar's robe and adorned with a tall hat, his white hair and youthful visage exuding an ethereal aura. Accompanying him was a young boy of about 11 or 12, dressed in a deep blue robe and a scholar's cap, tall and slender, with strikingly handsome features. Following behind was a middle-aged man, seemingly the shopkeeper, of short stature, bowing and nodding as he escorted them out. "Look at those 2. Lu Kang pulled Fan Ning aside, pointing to the youthful-looking elder. "That is Su Duru, the chief professor of the Prefectural Academy. I've heard he has a shop in our town. It must be this Qishir Pavilion." Fan Ning was more intrigued by the young boy and inquired, "Who is that lad?" Lu Kang gazed at him in astonishment. "You do not recognize him." Fan Ning remained perplexed as to why he should. Noticing Fan Ning's genuine ignorance, Lu Kang elaborated, "He is Su Ji, the most outstanding student of Yining, the foremost among the 7 sages of the bamboo grove. He is 2 grades above us and is a true prodigy. Since he shares the surname Su, the elderly man must be his grandfather." Fan Ning realized, and Lu Kang added, "Indeed, not only does he have a learned grandfather, but his father is also a high-ranking official in the court." The mention of an official's son reminded Fan Ning of the son of the Minister of Rights with whom he had once compared couplets, stirring a slight aversion within him. "Never mind, let us turn our attention back to the stones." Fan Ning redirected his interest towards the Taihu stones. Although the fine goods sold in the numerous shops were indeed exquisite, priced often in the dozens of taels of silver, they were beyond the reach of ordinary folk. For the common people, a long, narrow alley behind the shops was the true treasure trove. Originally called Chitsai Alley, it had now been renamed Chishir Alley. Stretching a mile long and densely populated with hundreds of small stalls. Not only were Taihu stones sold here, but also rainflower stones, Shoshan stones, and Chitian stones. With Taihu stones remaining the predominant offering, the alley buzzed with activity, the sounds of bargaining resounding throughout. Unlike the later eras characterized by information overload, during the Song Dynasty, an item's fair price was not easily discerned. Instead, its value often depended on the buyer's identity. The larger establishments were deemed big shops precisely because they had the connections to engage wealthy clients, allowing them to sell their wares at elevated prices. For instance, Zhou Lin purchased the double caves at dawn at the Chishir Pavilion for 30 taels of silver. The same object in the hands of a street vendor would certainly not fetch 30 taels of silver. At most, it would be valued at merely 1 or 2 coins. For an ordinary scholar, parting with 30 taels of silver for a mere stone would be unfathomable. The larger stores acquire the stones from street vendors for a price of 1 or 2 coins, thus reaping substantial profits for themselves. For affluent individuals like Zhou Lin, a few dozen taels for a fine Taihu stone is quite insignificant. The obsession of the literati of the Song Dynasty with exquisite stones has reached a pathological level, rivaling their fervor for tea. The epitome of this obsession was Emperor Renzong of Song, who, in his quest for rare stones from the southern regions, imposed the flower stone tax, leading many wealthy families to ruin and the prosperous Jiangnan region to suffer greatly, ultimately igniting the rebellion of Fanghua. On the day before yesterday, Fan Ning sought Zhou Yuany's guidance once more, where Zhou Lin imparted some fundamental methods for discerning stones and jade. He also promised that if Fan Ning could present a masterpiece akin to the 7 stars observing the moon, he would offer a favorable price. This price, of course, would be a collector's price, not the acquisition price of a stone museum, let alone that of a street vendor. Fan Ning's intention was to unearth a couple of fine pieces at the market and then sell them to Zhou Lin at the collector's price. Even if Zhou Lin were disinterested, he could introduce them to other acquaintances within the circle. However, Zhou Lin's discerning eye made it challenging to profit from him. Only genuine masterpieces would capture his attention, yet such treasures are rare and elusive. Fan Ning, that stone is quite remarkable. Look, it resembles a camel, Lu Kang whispered, pointing at a Taihu stone displayed on a small stall. Fan Ning chuckled, noting that the quality of a Taihu stone cannot be judged solely by its appearance. One must also consider the intricacies of its internal patterns. An ideal stone possesses a slender, rugged, and striking exterior, coupled with interconnected internal cavities that signify true quality. Fortunately, the art of counterfeiting had only just begun in the Song Dynasty and was not yet widespread. It was during the Ming Dynasty that large-scale forgery became an industry. Beyond that period, authentic Taihu stones formed over millions of years would become scarce, replaced predominantly by artificial replicas, leading to their demystification and assimilation into the lives of common folk, so much so that one could find them in any park. As Fan Ning approached the stall, he encountered a shrewd old vendor who eagerly exclaimed, "Young sir, take a look at this camel stone. Its quality is superb. It was just retrieved from Taihu yesterday." Fan Ning picked up the camel stone and assessed it. While it was indeed a Taihu stone, it bore a somewhat crude appearance and was of mediocre quality. Thus he shook his head and moved on to the next stall. "Fan Ning, I think it's quite good. Why do you find it lacking?" Lu Kang queried. "A predecessor once told me that appreciating a Taihu stone is akin to discerning a person's character. It must be exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. Although that stone resembled a camel, do you not find it somewhat clumsy?" Lu Kang scratched his head, puzzled by the notion that what appeared to be a fine camel stone could indeed be considered coarse. Fan Ning chose not to elaborate further, as this sense of beauty is often a product of experience and understanding that can be felt but not articulated. Only through extensive exposure to splendid objects can one truly grasp such aesthetics. Fan Ning had encountered countless masterpieces, sculptures, photographs, and designs, allowing a rich reservoir of aesthetic appreciation to flourish within him. After visiting several stalls, he still found himself unable to discover a Taihu stone that truly captivated his attention. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted not far ahead. "I inquired at the Curio Pavilion, and this stone you sold me is counterfeit. Refund my money." A crowd quickly gathered, and Fan Ning and Lu Kang followed suit, drawn by the spectacle. The disputant was a diminutive scholar, clad in a loose, fine linen robe and wearing a simple cap, who clutched a Taihu stone in his hand. Fan Ning's gaze fixated on the stone. which took the form of a cylinder adorned with numerous small holes resembling a finely crafted pen holder. Despite having admired over 100 miniature Taihu stones at the local magnate's estate, Fan Ning had never encountered one of such a peculiar shape. The vendor, a robust man with a broad face, stood with his arms crossed, glaring at the scholar with evident annoyance. "I thought you were a learned man who would understand reason. I never anticipated you to be such a rogue." The scholar, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by rogue? Clarify your words." The vendor scoffed. "If everyone were to behave like you, purchasing and then demanding returns, how would I sustain my business? Would I have sold you a counterfeit stone if I intended for you to return it? If it were genuine, would I have sold it to you for merely 2 strings of cash?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and several nearby vendors chimed in, "Young man, give it up. If it were a true Taihu stone, it would fetch at least 10 strings of cash, not 2. We have no policy for returns. Or else who would bear the loss?" As the crowd exchanged banter, mocking the scholar for attempting to exploit the situation, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Even if I was mistaken, who would want the stone? I shall sell it at a loss of 500 win. Just 500 win." Silence fell upon the gathering. Who would desire a stone they knew to be counterfeit? At that moment, Fan Ning declared, "I will take it for 1 string of cash." Lu Kang gasped in shock, quickly pulling Fan Ning aside. "Do not be foolish. A counterfeit Taihu stone is worth not a single one." Seeing that Fan Ning was willing to buy, the scholar hastily grabbed him, fearful he might back out. "Young sir, 1 string is too little. At 301. Fan Ning produced a silver tael, stating, "I possess only 1 tael. If not, then let it be. 1 tael it is then. Consider it a bargain." The scholar relented, anxious that Fan Ning might change his mind, and thrust the Taihu stone into his hands before darting away with the tael. The crowd murmured their opinions, deeming the young gentleman somewhat simple-minded for discarding a tael so easily. Lu Kang sighed, "Fan Ning, a counterfeit Taihu stone truly holds no value." Fan Ning smiled gently. "Even if it is merely a decorative piece, it shall suffice." Just then, someone shouted, "Manager Li has arrived." The crowd parted to make way for a stocky, middle-aged man who approached briskly. Fan Ning recognized him as the manager he had seen outside the curio pavilion. Following closely behind was the disgruntled scholar, who glared at Fan Ning, still clutching the tael he had been given. Li Zhonggui's gaze fixed upon the Taihu stone in Fan Ning's hand, and with a smile, he inquired, "Young sir, may I have the privilege of appraising your Taihu stone?" However, Fan Ning was not easily deceived. He seized Lu Kang and fled, calling out from a distance, "Li Zhonggui, your Shuangdong Pixiao is hardly worth 30 taels of silver." Initially, Li Zhonggui intended to pursue them, but upon hearing Fan Ning's words, he abruptly halted, his mind filled with suspicion. How does he know about the Shuangdong Pixiao? Could he possibly know Zhoulin? Li Zhonggui was indeed the esteemed proprietor of the Qishir Pavilion, and he had devised a scheme to acquire the rare Taihu stone from the scholar by convincing him it was a counterfeit. When the scholar found himself in despair, he would send his assistant to purchase it at a meager price. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen obstacle had emerged in the form of a clever interloper, who had snatched the Taihu stone for a mere tael of silver, leaving Li Zhonggui both furious and anxious as he hastened after them. Once the stone was in his possession, he believed that Fan Ning would have no means to reclaim it. Yet, Fan Ning, being exceptionally shrewd, chose the path of retreat and invoked Zhoulin's name, making Li Zhonggui hesitate to act recklessly. By the time he realized, Fan Ning had vanished without a trace, rendering any pursuit futile. Li Zhonggui, filled with regret, stamped his foot in frustration and returned to the Qishir Pavilion, seething with anger. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, an elderly vendor, stroking his beard, remarked meaningfully that Taihu stone is likely genuine. The crowd erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. That stone appears to be a forgery." All eyes turned to the stall's portly proprietor, whose face flushed with embarrassment, resembling a ripe eggplant. After a moment, he stammered, "I acquired it for 51 from the countryside. As for its authenticity, I cannot say." The scholar, infuriated, retorted, "You sold me something worth 51 for 2 guan. Refund my money." The vendor replied, "I can return your money, but only if you first return the stone." The two men exchanged incredulous glances, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. The scholar, filled with regret, could only depart with his head hung low. The portly vendor, however, felt no remorse. Such misjudgments were commonplace in their trade, yet Li Zhonggui's malicious appraisal was utterly contemptible. "Bah," he spat onto the ground, "and they call it the Qishir Pavilion. Their hearts are darker than my own face." Chapter 29. the background of the Zhu family lying on his dormitory bed, Fan Ning examined the peculiar stone in his hand. It was a cylindrical Taihu stone, adorned with numerous small openings, revealing intricate and winding structures within. This was no ordinary piece. It was a masterpiece of Taihu stone. Fan Ning, how can you discern that it is not a counterfeit Taihu stone? Lu Kang truly admired Fan Ning's intellect, yet he was perplexed. Everyone claimed it was fake. How did Fan Ning perceive its authenticity? I have mentioned this before, haven't I? One must appreciate its aesthetic appeal. This stone is a harmonious whole. Any attempt at imitation would disrupt its overall coherence. Its natural beauty cannot be fabricated, thus I am confident it is genuine. Lu Kang scratched his head, still baffled. I cannot see anything, but you are indeed fortunate to have purchased something worth 10 times the price you paid. Fan Ning chuckled. How could it possibly be worth only 10? The next day, before dawn, the students hastily arose, first rushing to the well to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Then, all gathered to run 3 laps around the town before returning for breakfast. Once everything was tidied up, they arrived at the classroom, now illuminated by daylight. As Fan Ning entered the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon the petite Zhu Pei. Having acquired a magnificent Taihu stone the previous day, he felt particularly cheerful, even finding Zhu Pei more agreeable to look at. Good morning. Fan Ning greeted her as he approached his seat. Zhu Pei merely huffed, lifting her head to ignore him. Fan Ning smiled, settled into his seat, and placed his book bag in the drawer, only to discover a note within. Idiot, did you cry last night? Fan Ning crumpled the note in irritation, wondering when this insufferable girl would cease her teasing. At that moment, Professor Yin entered the room, his face dark with displeasure as he clutched a stack of exam papers. An immediate hush fell over the classroom. Bang! Professor Yin slammed the papers onto the desk, erupting in fury. You bunch of fools. You can't even master the analects. What are you reading for? What examinations do you intend to take? Go home and tend to the fields. The students were rendered speechless, afraid to utter a sound. Professor Yan's outburst had drawn the attention of Dean Liu from the adjacent room, who rushed over and inquired, Professor Yin, what has happened? With great restraint, Professor Yin replied, I assigned them to memorize 4 passages from the Analects yesterday, believing that after such an extended period of study, only a few would falter. Yet, to my dismay, only 2 managed to do so without error. Perhaps my expectations were too stringent. How about I conduct another assessment today to gauge their understanding? Professor Yin nodded. I appreciate your assistance, Dean Liu. He shot a disappointed glare at the students before exiting the room. Dean Liu perused the papers atop the lectern and sighed softly. It is remarkable that the 2 students who answered flawlessly are merely freshmen. Gasps echoed throughout the classroom as all eyes turned toward Fan Ning and Zhu Pei. Their gazes filled with admiration, yet tinged with envy. Zhu Pei held her head high, brimming with pride, as if the outcome had been anticipated. Fan Ning, however, was unexpectedly caught off guard. The young girl possesses genuine talent and knowledge, not merely relying on connections. At that moment, Dean Liu distributed the examination papers, taking special care to review the papers of Fan Ning and Zhu Pei before handing them over. Fan Ning secured the first position, while Zhu Pei came in second. He smiled at both of them. Why am I second again? Miss Zhu's temper flared instantly. I made not a single mistake. Why should I be placed behind him? Dean Liu, unfazed, pointed to a minor correction at the end of Zhu Pei's paper, where she had mistakenly written a character but caught it in time, erasing it and rewriting it. In contrast, Fan Ning had made no alterations throughout his paper, thus earning the top spot. Zhu Pei's face flushed crimson with anger, her small fists clenching tightly. Yet, Fan Ning's gaze was fixed on Zhu Pei's drawer. If that little girl dared to reach for her short sword, he would surely seize it this time. After a moment, Zhu Pei gradually relaxed her fists, her complexion returning to normal. Suddenly, she scribbled a note and tossed it to Fan Ning, which bore only 4 words. Let us compete again today. Fan Ning felt a sudden headache. This spirited girl was far too competitive. At that moment, Dean Liu addressed the class. Today, I will personally test everyone. You are to transcribe the last 10 chapters of the Analects, from Xian to Yao, and once the lunch bell rings, you must stop writing. The top 3 will receive rewards. I hope everyone concentrates and does not let Professor Yin and me down. 2 teaching assistants entered to distribute the papers and collect the Analects books. Fan Ning understood the classroom rules today. He had thoughtfully prepared a small cup to fetch a measure of clear water from the wooden barrel for ink preparation. The classroom fell into silence, with only the sound of pens scratching away. One of the teaching assistants patrolled the room, supervising the students, while Zhu Pei focused entirely on her transcription, ignoring Fan Ning. Though the examination spanned an entire morning, they were to write over 8,000 characters. Leaving little time for contemplation, there was even no opportunity to cheat, as it required a continuous flow of writing. This was the essence of a true examination. As the lunch bell rang, the teaching assistant clapped his hands, announcing, "Time's up. Please stop writing and submit your papers." Fan Ning completed his work with a bit of time to spare, yet he was not the first to submit. That honor belonged to Zhu Pei, who finished just a fraction ahead of him. Without even a glance at Fan Ning, she departed with grace. The classroom erupted in complaints about the brevity of the exam. Nearly half the students had not finished. Lu Kang approached Fan Ning, patting him on the shoulder. "Let us go eat." "Did you finish?" Fan Ning asked with a smile. Lu Kang shook his head. "How could I possibly finish? I only managed 8 chapters. 2 remain unwritten, but that is still commendable. That Fan Zhong barely wrote 6. Suddenly, Lu Kang inquired, "Did you actually finish?" Fan Ning nodded with a grin. "Ah," Lu Kang exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Truly a genius favored by Dean Lu. "You will undoubtedly be first again." "Not necessarily. Zhu Pei finished before me," he replied. "She is impressive. A young lady surpassing most of the boys is no small feat." "You know she's a young lady?" Lu Kang asked. "Who in the academy doesn't know? The daughter of the Zhu family. Who would dare speak ill of her?" "Is her family quite large?" Fan Ning inquired curiously. Lu Kang gazed at Fan Ning with a hint of helplessness, as if to say, "It appears you know nothing at all. The ignorant are often fearless, which explains your audacity to sit beside her. I simply lack interest. In truth, I am not entirely well informed either. I have merely heard whispers suggesting that the Zhu family is part of the royal lineage." Fan Ning was taken aback. They were indeed of noble blood. Lu Kang glanced around, lowering his voice. "This is not common knowledge, so please refrain from spreading it." Fan Ning nodded in understanding. At that moment, a peculiar laughter echoed from the corridor ahead. "I made a new friend yesterday named Jiang Aguai. Can you guess what he said?" Just a few paces away, beneath the wisteria trellis, stood 3 students idly, with Fan Zhong at the forefront, casting a derisive glance toward Fan Ning. Jiang Aguai had informed me that there was also a family by the surname Fan in his village, known for their poverty, residing in 3 dilapidated straw huts. Unable even to afford lunch, thus resorting to coming to the academy for free meals. Fan Ning strode toward Fan Zhong, but Lu Kang, startled, quickly grabbed his arm, warning him, "Don't act recklessly. Fighting could get you expelled." Fan Ning shrugged off Lu Kang's grip and leisurely approached Fan Zhong, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Is Jiang Aguai your friend?" Fan Zhong scoffed, "And if he is, what of it? What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much. I simply ask that you convey a message to him." "What message?" The expression on Fan Ning's face darkened as he coldly replied, "Tell him that if he craves a beating, he should come find me. I assure you, I won't kill him." With that, he turned and beckoned Lu Kang. "Let us go." Fan Ning strode away with Lu Kang in tow, leaving the 3 stunned disciples of the Fan family behind. Chapter 30. A treasure at home unrecognized at dawn. A tall and slender elder approached the gate of the county school in Wu County. His hair was grizzled, his complexion a deep shade of ebony, and he donned a long blue robe with a sheepskin cloak over it. This man was none other than Fan Zhongyan, the grandfather of Fan Ning. He had just returned from visiting friends in Wuxi and made a special detour to the county school to see his younger son. Typically, students attended the county school for 3 years, and Fan Zhongyan had completed his studies several years prior. However, since his mentor was the esteemed head professor Zhang Yi, Fan Zhongyan continued to frequent the academic circles of the school, maintaining a solitary dormitory there. In every county, there exists a group of such scholarly individuals, those who, having failed the provincial examination, are unable to enter the higher academies and are unwilling to return home to farm. They linger in the scholarly community under the guise of preparing for the imperial examinations, relying on their families for sustenance. At that moment, a gatekeeper emerged and informed Fan Zhongyan, "Old sir, I have inquired, and Fan Zhongyan has not been at the county school these past few days." "Then it is of no consequence," Fan Zhongyan replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had made a special trip, only to find his son absent. Had he known, he would have taken a boat straight back home from Taihu Lake. As he turned to leave, he noticed an elderly man standing behind him, smiling warmly. Fan Zhongyan observed that the man appeared to be of similar age, yet his face was unfamiliar. He was certain they had not met before. "Are you the father of Fan Zhongyan?" the old man inquired. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" "I am the county's educational administrator, Zhao." Fan Zhongyan suddenly realized that this elder was the very person his son frequently mentioned, Zhao Xuezheng. He quickly donned a smile and clasped his hands together in greeting, exclaiming, "I am honored, truly honored. No need for such formality. I believe you have a grandson named Fan Ning?" Zhao Xuezheng remarked. Fan Dachuan paused in surprise before responding, "Ah, yes. He is my third grandson, though that child is rather naive." "You are far too modest, my friend," Zhao Xuezheng replied with a slight smile. "Please, come inside and have a seat. Allow me to offer you some tea." Although Fan Dachuan was known for his reclusive nature, he recognized the importance of cultivating a good relationship with the educational administrator, especially for the benefit of his son. Perhaps his eldest and second grandsons might also benefit from this connection. He quickly responded, "Then I shall not impose upon you, Xuezheng." Zhao Xuezheng, who also served as the headmaster of the county school, ushered Fan Dachuan into a room and invited him to sit. He summoned a young attendant to bring tea and personally poured a cup for Fan Dachuan, saying, "Your family is steeped in scholarly tradition, and it is clear that the lineage continues." Fan Dachuan beamed with pride, unable to contain his joy. "Not at all. It is merely your discerning eye that recognizes true talent. I do not wish to flatter, but the impression he leaves is profound. This child possesses extraordinary gifts. His future is boundless, and he is destined for great accomplishments." Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Fan Dachuan quickly added, "His academic performance is still a bit unstable. For instance, during the recent provincial examination, he did not perform well on the spot. Otherwise, he would have surely passed." Zhao Xuezheng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "But he is so young. Has he even taken the provincial examination yet?" Fan Dachuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhao Xuezheng was not referring to his son Tongzhong. Zhao Xuezheng chuckled, "I was speaking of your grandson Fan Ning." Fan Dachuan stood in stunned silence for a moment before finally responding, "Are you saying, my grandson, Adui? If Fan Ning's childhood name is indeed Adui, then he is the one I speak of. However, he is certainly not foolish. This time, having secured the top position in the Ning Academy, the director Lu regards him as a treasure, fearing that I might seize him away. However, I believe he is more suited to study at the county's affiliated school. What do you think, brother Fan?" Zhao Xuezhen's words completely overturned Fan Dachuan's understanding. He recalled his grandson's behavior since childhood, slow-witted, taking 2 years to recognize a few characters, which left him utterly despondent. It seemed improbable. Fan Dachuan cautiously remarked, "His achievement in this examination, I believe, is somewhat related to Mr. Fan's recommendation." Zhao Xuezhen appeared somewhat displeased, sipping his tea and responding coolly, "Though my knowledge is limited and I feel unworthy of my position, I would not betray principles by admitting students based on personal connections. Brother Fan." Such a statement is rather disheartening. Startled, Fan Dachuan realized that this scholar was indeed the chief examiner of the Ning Academy. He hastily waved his hands. No. You have misunderstood, scholar. It is because Mr. Fan favors Adai that I thought." Zhao Xuezhen interrupted him, "Who does not admire a pearl? I have already stated that son possesses extraordinary talent. Brother Fan, humility is a virtue, but if taken too far, one risks mistaking a gem for mere rubble, which would be a pity." Upon leaving the county school, Fan Dachuan became pensive. He hired an ox cart and traveled to Mudu town. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ning Academy, he wished to see for himself what kind of person his grandson was to have received such praise from the county scholar. Fan Dachuan had always believed that Adai's admission to the Ning Academy was due to the connections of Fan Zhongyan. However, today, the scholar had explicitly denied this, even using the phrase extraordinary talent, which began to shatter the image of his grandson as a dullard in his mind. Fan Dachuan lingered at the entrance for a full quarter of an hour, but ultimately lacked the courage to enter. With a sigh, he shook his head and left the academy, heading towards the dock. As he approached the dock, he suddenly heard his eldest son's voice. "Father." Looking up, Fan Dachuan saw his eldest son, Fan Taizhu, waving to him from a small passenger boat navigating the river. "Eldest brother, what brings you here?" Fan Dachuan inquired as he approached. "Father, please board the boat first." Once on board, Fan Dachuan immediately noticed a red carp painted on the cabin, a mark of his son. His brow furrowed. "Is this your boat?" Fan Taizhu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I have changed my profession. This is a boat I just purchased." A surge of anger welled up within Fan Dachuan. "You undertake such a significant matter without consulting me." "Father, Ninger is studying in town, and merely relying on fishing is insufficient to cover his tuition. I had no choice," his son explained. Fan Dachuan's face flushed with indignation. "You should have discussed it with me. But father, you have been away these past few days. An opportunity to purchase a suitable boat arose, and I did not want to lose it, so you acted on your own accord? Fan Zhongyan glared at his son. With no alternative, Fan Taizhu conceded. This matter was indeed my fault. I will certainly inform you first next time. Yet, Fan Zhongyan did not genuinely wish to control his son's affairs. It was merely a matter of pride for him. His son's career change was acceptable, but it must first receive his approval. Since his son had acknowledged his mistake, he let out a couple of hums and nestled into the boat's canopy to take a seat. This visit to Wuxi to see friends coincidentally missed Ning's schooling. As a grandfather, I have always maintained impartiality. Upon my return, I shall reward him with 5 guan. Father, that won't be necessary. Fan Zhongyan's eyes widened. What do you mean it's unnecessary? Do you wish to place me in a position of injustice? I cannot have others whispering behind my back, claiming that I, Fan Zhongyan, show favoritism. Fan Taizhu quickly clarified. I heard from the fourth brother that you are not financially well off. So perhaps we could wait until after the rent is collected? His words were somewhat veiled, yet he understood that his father was truly devoid of any money. Fan Zhongyan's expression softened slightly. Indeed, I am rather pressed for funds, but I still have a little reserve. I can manage to produce the 5 guan. So you need not worry. Thank you, father, for your kindness towards Ning. Fan Zhongyan felt somewhat embarrassed and hastily shifted the subject. While I have been away, everything at home has been well. There are 2 matters I need to report to you, father. What is it? Firstly, third mother has hired a helper. Sister Luo from the village, who will come daily to assist mother with cooking and laundry. We will bear the cost. Fan Zhongyan furrowed his brows. That seems unnecessary. It is too extravagant. Fan Taizhu could no longer contain himself. Father, mother is getting older. Very well. Since this is your filial intention, I shall not interfere. What is the other matter? Additionally, Mr. Gu from the village's primary school has taken a position elsewhere, and Mr. Zhou has agreed to let the fourth brother take over Mr. Gu's position. Fan Zhongyan sprang to his feet, the boat swaying slightly as he hastily steadied the canopy. Astonished and delighted, is this true? Has it been confirmed? Mr. Zhou has announced it. The fourth brother has been attending classes at the primary school for the past few days. This news brought Fan Zhongyan far more joy than Ning's acceptance into the Yanning Academy. His younger son now had a vocation, allowing him to support himself and significantly alleviating Fan Zhongyan's burdens. Moreover, he would be teaching, enabling him to both impart knowledge and review his studies. What a splendid arrangement. Eldest son, remember to express your gratitude to Mr. Zhou. Father, I have already thanked him, but there is one thing you must advise the fourth brother about. At this moment, Fan Zhongyan looked particularly fondly upon his eldest son, chuckling. Speak on. It is as follows. When Mr. Gu departed, he entrusted Mr. Zhou with the tuition fees for the next 2 months as well as for the following year. I took it upon myself to advise Mr. Zhou not to give the entire amount to the fourth brother at once, but rather to disperse it monthly. You have acted quite rightly. I support this decision. Fan Zhongyan understood his son all too well. If a large sum of money were placed in the hands of his younger son, it would be squandered within mere days. So it was indeed prudent not to provide it all at once. However, the fourth brother seems a bit upset with me. Father, you should speak to him. Ignore him. This matter is my decision. If he dares to act recklessly, let him see how I will handle it. Fan Zhongyan was in high spirits, eager to return home for a drink. Eldest son, do you still have that exquisite Qinri wine from last time? Chapter 31. The cafeteria turmoil. The students, filled with anxiety, awaited the results of their overnight examination. As dawn broke, Dean Liu entered the classroom, cradling a stack of test papers. He placed them on the desk and remarked with a smile, I presume many of you did not sleep well last night. A palpable tension enveloped the room, devoid of laughter. Fan Ning cast a glance at Zhu Pei beside him, noting her upright posture and unwavering gaze fixed on the papers before them. Dean Liu continued, let us first discuss the prizes for the top 3. The first prize is a renowned calligraphy workbook, the second prize a fine green ink stone, and the third, a commendable wolf hair brush. As the dean also taught calligraphy, it was only fitting that the rewards were related to the art. Now, regarding yesterday's examination, he resumed, it has not disappointed me overall. Although the majority of students did not complete their papers, which I anticipated, at least more than half managed to memorize 8 essays. With very few errors, quite commendable. After a brief pause, he added, as you all know, my grading criteria are clear, primarily, your familiarity with the analects, followed by your calligraphy. A sense of dread washed over Fan Ning. If calligraphy was a significant factor, he feared he would not place in the top 3. At that moment, The assistant had begun distributing the papers. Fan Ning glanced at his score and saw he had achieved a superior, the highest possible grade, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The scoring system of the Song Dynasty examinations was akin to that of the Imperial examinations, categorized into 6 levels: superior, superior, upper middle, upper lower, middle upper, middle lower, and lower lower. Each level was further divided into AND grades. Fan Ning's paper bore a B designation, indicating a superior B score, clearly reflecting a deduction for his calligraphy. However, as this was not solely a calligraphy examination, it held less weight, leaving Fan Ning with a respectable final score. The third-place winner was Lu Kang, who had memorized 8 essays flawlessly, with commendable calligraphy, earning an upper-middle A grade. The classroom erupted in applause as Fan Ning turned to see Lu Kang blushing with excitement, scratching his head and grinning broadly. The second place went to Fan Ning, who had answered all 10 essays correctly with decent writing, receiving a superior B score. Whispers filled the air as students murmured in surprise that Fan Ning had not secured the first position. Although the dean did not explicitly state it, everyone understood that his calligraphy had cost him the top spot. Fan Ning's gaze fixated on his paper, the inadequacies of his calligraphy piercing him once more. Meanwhile, Zhu Pei's expression grew serious as she pursed her lips tightly. Dean Lu glanced at her and slowly announced, "The first place goes to Zhu Pei, who answered all 10 essays correctly, with excellent writing and superb calligraphy, earning a superior score." The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Zhu Pei exhaled a long breath, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she cast a triumphant glance at Fan Ning. Fan Ning offered a smile, saying, "Congratulations. Are you satisfied?" Zhu Pei felt a wave of relief, reveling in her victory over the ever-stoic Fan Ning. However, she dismissed the competition as inconsequential, feeling little weight in the rivalry. The assistant placed the prizes on the table for the 3 winners. Fan Ning received a fine green ink stone, valued at 100 coins. Although it paled in comparison to the exquisite inkstone Ouyang Xiu had gifted her, it was certainly a significant upgrade from the old stone he had been using, worth only a few coins. Zhu Pei flipped through the calligraphy workbook and casually tossed it to Fan Ning, remarking that such a workbook was of little interest to him and now belonged to Fan. Glancing at it, Fan Ning recognized it as a collection of inscriptions by Lu Gongquan, which he had seen priced at 150 coins in the town's bookstore. This workbook was quite commendable. Why would one refuse it? Humph. A country bumpkin lacking in discernment. I shall show you what a truly exquisite workbook looks like. Fan Ning raised an eyebrow, expressing his eagerness to witness such a thing. As the midday dismissal approached, Lu Kang remained absorbed in the elation of securing 3rd place. He anticipated a grand reward from his father for his first academic achievement. Fan Ning inquired with a smile, "Are you heading home today?" Lu Kang looked at him in surprise. "You don't know that today is a holiday?" Fan Ning was taken aback. "I've only been in school for 4 days. We already have a holiday? That is because you joined us midway. We have been in school for 9 days already." The Song Dynasty schools implemented a system of rest every 10 days, alongside various statutory holidays, including New Year's Day, Lantern Festival, Cold Food Festival, Tianqing, and Winter Solstice, which collectively granted 7 days off. Having recently entered the school, Fan Ning had not paid attention to the holiday schedule and was astonished to find a holiday arriving so soon after only 4 days. "When do we finish school?" "Of course, we leave at the usual time. We can go home after practicing our calligraphy in the afternoon, perhaps due to the approaching end of the 10-day period." The meals today were rather delightful. Fan Ning selected a steamed crab, a dish of dried bamboo shoots with salted pork, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, a bowl of egg soup, 2 meat buns, and a bowl of rice. Upon returning to his seat, Lu Kang whispered to him, "Be cautious of Fan Zhongyan. He harbors a particular resentment towards you." "Why is that?" "He scored in the lower middle tier today, coming in last place. The academy head summoned him and berated him fiercely, contrasting him with you, stating that despite sharing the surname Fan, he is not even half as competent as you. That is his own doing. It has nothing to do with me." Fan Ning cast a glance at Fan Zhongyan, noting the fury etched on his face as he glared menacingly at him. "Let us eat quickly. After our meal, I need to send word to my father, who is unaware of my day off." Fan Ning cracked open a crab claw and began to savor it. At that moment, a mocking voice emerged from behind. "A pauper is still a pauper, sitting together in these tattered hemp garments." The children in the academy were predominantly from affluent backgrounds, clad in silks or satins, while only Fan Ning and Lu Kang donned garments made of fine hemp. Lu Kang's family was also well off, His mother had crafted several satin scholar's robes for him. Yet he chose to wear hemp clothing to accompany Fan Ning. Particularly with the weather growing colder, the disparity between wealth and poverty was more pronounced, as nearly all the students donned fur coats, while Fan Ning, lacking such luxury, had to layer 3 garments for warmth. Fan Ning's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore the taunts from Fan Zhong behind him. Fan Ning, I wager your mother is so impoverished that she has never even seen silk or satin, marrying in these coarse fabrics. In response, Fan Ning seized the soup bowl from the table and splashed it backhandedly, catching Fan Zhong off guard and drenching him. Flustered, Fan Zhong bellowed, Fan Ning, you scoundrel! Bang! Fan Ning slammed his hand on the table and stood up, glaring at him. If you have the guts, let us settle this outside and see how I deal with you. He picked up a long-handled iron ladle from the soup pot and declared, if you dare not come, you are nothing but a coward. With that, Fan Ning strode out. The dining hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed on Fan Zhong. Feeling a twinge of insecurity, Fan Zhong stubbornly retorted, who does he think he is? My grandfather could crush him with a mere finger. With that, he led his 2 lackeys out through the side door. Laughter erupted in the dining hall. Upon stepping out of the school gate, Fan Ning exhaled deeply. Gazing up at the overcast sky, Fan Zhong had audaciously invoked his grandfather's name, and while he had brushed it off, the insult to his mother was intolerable. Despite being of the same clan, their betrayal felt more grievous than that of an outsider. Just then, Lu Kong rushed out, Fanning. Why hasn't that scoundrel shown up yet? He is nothing but a coward, sneaking out the back door. Fanning huffed indignantly, this is not over. I'll deal with him after school. Enough. You've already splashed him in the face. That should suffice as a lesson. Let us go back. The chef is searching for the ladle. How could Fanning let the insult to his mother go unpunished? He handed the ladle to Lu Kong, saying, I'll make a quick trip to the dock and return shortly. Take care. Fanning nodded and swiftly made his way towards the dock. Chapter 32. The incident provoked by the calligraphy workbook. Although today is the end of the month holiday, the afternoon calligraphy class remains scheduled, officially concluding at the hour of shun. Each afternoon features a calligraphy lesson, which essentially serves as a self-study period where the instructor is uninvolved, allowing students to organize their own learning. As Fan Ning settled into his seat, he noticed that Fan Zhong, seated 2 rows behind him, had already arrived. He appeared nonchalant, his eyes darting about, as if plotting something. With a cold snort in his heart, Fan Ning resolved that if he did not reprimand Fan Zhong today, who knows how much more arrogant he might become in the future. For now, let him bask in his delight for an afternoon. Fan Ning spread out his paper and opened the calligraphy workbook of Lu Gongquan, preparing to practice his characters. He soon realized that the true rival he faced was the petite Zhu Pei, who might very well snatch the top spot in the year-end examination. He needed to swiftly address his shortcomings in calligraphy. Having perused Zhu Pei's work, he acknowledged her exceptional skill. Her cursive script flowed elegantly, exuding a certain artistry that surpassed his own writing by a significant margin. If it were a calligraphy examination, his score would likely be mediocre at best. After merely 2 lines of writing, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Zhu Pei striding past his desk, heading to the other side to take a seat. Stunned for a moment, he wondered, what brings you here? Zhu Pei was typically absent in the afternoons. Today was unusual. Strange, am I not allowed to come? Zhu Pei shot him a frosty glare. Nothing, Fan Ning murmured, returning to his writing. Zhu Pei bit her lip, retrieving a scroll of manuscript from her bag and placing it on the table. Let me show you what a true calligraphy workbook looks like. Intrigued, Fan Ning eagerly accepted the scroll, his eyes lighting up at the sight. It was not a printed workbook, but an original manuscript, bound with thread. The cover bore the title Ping Zhong Collection, attributed to Ding Wei. Fan Ning, well aware of Ding Wei, the chancellor during the reign of Emperor Renzong of the Song Dynasty, recognized him as a local figure from Changzhou County. As he flipped through the pages, he realized this was a collection of Ding Wei's poetry, stamped on the back with the words official auction. Understanding dawned upon Fan Ning. This manuscript must have been part of the possessions auctioned off after Ding Wei's downfall, purchased by Zhu Pei's grandfather. Though often labeled as a treacherous minister, Ding Wei was, after all, a chancellor and a successful scholar, with a cursive script that danced across the page, captivating Fan Ning utterly. Seeing him so engrossed, Zhu Pei smugly declared, my grandfather acquired this original manuscript for 500 taels of silver. Fan Ning was so absorbed in the manuscript that he barely registered her words, responding absent-mindedly. Irritated by his inattention, Zhu Pei snatched the manuscript back. Were you even listening to me? Fan Ning's heart was ensnared by the manuscript's allure. He felt the characters within were particularly suited to him. He quickly smiled and said, "Please, go on. I'm listening." "Humph," Zhu Pei huffed, pointing at the manuscript. "Let me tell you, this manuscript is worth 500 taels of silver. I can lend it to you for a few days, but there are conditions." "What conditions?" Zhu Pei, having plotted this beforehand, narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Of course, a rental fee, 1 tael of silver per day." Zhu Pei was scheming to obtain her grandfather's fan. Fully aware that Fan Ning, being impoverished, could not afford to pay and would ultimately have to surrender the fan as collateral. This way, if her grandfather inquired, she could justifiably claim it was a mutual exchange for calligraphy lessons. Otherwise, if he discovered she had purchased it, he would certainly be furious. Fan Ning shook his head, dismissing her offer, stating, "I cannot offer you any money." Zhu Pei, feeling quite vexed by Fan Ning's stubbornness, pushed the manuscript toward him in frustration and demanded, "Then how much do you propose?" At that moment, Fan Zhong appeared nearby, seizing the opportunity to mockingly interject. "Isn't it quite embarrassing for Zhu Yanyi to discuss money with Fan Ning? What business is it of yours?" Zhu Pei shot him a glare. Fan Jiang, taken aback, found himself momentarily speechless. Ignoring him, Fan Ning managed a smile and replied, "But I am so destitute that I cannot even produce a single coin." "What do you suggest I do?" Zhu Pei, incensed, retorted, "If your family is so poor, why do you even attend school here?" "Indeed," Fan Jing chimed in, further fanning the flames, "your family is utterly broke, yet you still come to study at the Yining Academy." Fan Ning's expression shifted as he threw the manuscript back at Zhu Pei, declaring, "A poor person like me does not deserve to peruse a calligraphy book worth 500 taels of silver. Take it back." "You," Zhu Pei was fuming, pointing at the manuscript and addressing Fan Jiang, "Bring me a tael of silver, and I shall lend you the manuscript." Of course. Fan Jiang fished out a tael of silver and placed it on the table, eagerly snatching the manuscript and flaunting it in front of Fan Ning as he strutted away, brimming with triumph. "Humph, now you cannot even look at it." Fan Ning's countenance darkened considerably as he silently gathered his belongings and moved to a vacant table nearby. Zhu Pei was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a student in the back row whispered to Zhu Pei, "This afternoon in the dining hall." Fan Jiang insulted Fan Ning most harshly. Zhu Pei's expression soured. What did he say? The student, having frequently endured bullying from Fan Jiang, was eager to add fuel to the fire, embellishing the tale as he went. He recounted that Fan Jiang had derided Fan Ning's family, claiming they were poorer than beggars on the street, and that Fan Ning's mother had married in tattered burlap, with the entire neighborhood coming to gawk at her ragged attire. As Fan Ning's father was the deputy clan leader, forcing Fan Ning to endure the humiliation in silence. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Pei's eyes, silencing the student. Suddenly, she stood up and approached Fan Jiang, throwing the silver at him. "Return the manuscript to me." Fan Jiang was momentarily taken aback. "You agreed to let me see it? Did you not hear? Hand it over at once." Zhu Pei's fist gradually clenched tighter. Fan Jiang had finally found a chance to humiliate Fan Ning. He would not relinquish it easily. "I will not." A chill flickered in Zhu Pei's gaze as she seized Fan Jiang's hair and yanked it back forcefully. Fan Jiang screamed in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered, as Zhu Pei lifted the inkstone from the table and struck it down upon his face with great force. A sharp crack resonated, and Fan Jiang's face was bloodied. "Return the manuscript to me." I will. As Fan Jiang tearfully handed his manuscript to Zhu Pei, she unsheathed her sword, pressing the tip menacingly against his throat, declaring, "Should you ever dare to insult another's mother again, I shall sever your throat with a single stroke." Fan Jiang, paralyzed by fear, ceased his sobbing, trembling uncontrollably. Only then did Zhu Pei, seething with anger, return to her seat, leaving the other students petrified. They had never witnessed such a ferocious young lady. Some students who had previously resented Fan Ning for sitting with her now cast those thoughts aside. Yet Fan Ning feigned ignorance, wholly absorbed in her calligraphy practice. The classroom was enveloped in silence, save for Fan Jiang's intermittent sobs. At last, the school bell rang, and the students erupted in cheers, eagerly grabbing their bags and rushing out. Fan Jiang, head bowed and cheeks stained with tears, followed suit. As Fan Ning began to tidy her belongings, Zhu Pei slowly approached her, extending the manuscript and gently saying, "I was merely jesting. You may borrow it without charge." Fan Ning shook her head, refusing. "I don't want it." Zhu Pei's eyes filled with tears. Biting her lip, she murmured, "I had no idea you had a conflict with him." Fan Ning returned the manuscript, smiling. "This matter is unrelated to him. I truly do not wish to read it." "How infuriating." Zhu Pei's pent-up grievances finally erupted as she tore the manuscript to shreds and flung it to the ground, bursting into tears and fleeing the classroom. Fan Ning picked up the torn remnants of Ding Wei's manuscript, irretrievable, and surmised that Zhu Pei must have pilfered it, likely a cherished item of her grandfather's. How could she have thought to borrow it so casually? Alas, that violent little girl, what a pity for the manuscript. As Lu Kong and Fan Ning exited the classroom, Lu Kong expressed his lingering fears that Zhu girl is terrifying. You have no idea how ruthless she can be. She has knocked out 3 of her teeth. She's been spoiled by her family. Yet, I find it quite satisfying. It was remarkably gratifying, and I have a feeling Zhu Pei acted on your behalf against Fan Jiang. How could that be? You're overthinking it. Fan Ning laughed. I'm not overthinking. After all, Fan Jiang is the son of your deputy clan leader. The consequences of your altercation with him could be severe. Zhu Pei, being so clever, must have realized this, making her intervention entirely appropriate. Moreover, I heard from Xiao Yi that when she learned Fan Jiang insulted you in the dining hall, her expression changed entirely. Seeing no one around, Lu Kong pulled Fan Ning closer, grinning mischievously. Don't be fooled by Zhu's fierce exterior. She actually cares for you. Fan Ning couldn't help but chuckle at his teasing demeanor. You seem rather enamored. Should we switch seats? Get lost. Can you please be serious? They bantered lightly until they reached the dock, where Fan Ning spotted her father waiting for her at the foot of the steps, a wave of warmth enveloping her heart. I'll head out first. See you the day after tomorrow. They parted ways, and Fan Ning hurried towards her father. Chapter 33, Uncle Fan Tina Ninger. Where's your suitcase? Fan Taizhou inquired with a gentle ruffle of his son's hair, smiling. Having not seen his son for several days, he truly missed him. Just one day of rest, and tomorrow evening we must return. We can leave early the day after. Your grandfather has a boat, ensuring you won't be late. As Fan Ning stepped onto the vessel, he discovered it was quite spacious. The central area was covered, neat and comfortable, with a small window gracing the canopy. Entering the cabin, he set down his bundle and surveyed his surroundings. Father, is this boat new? Not quite. It's about 70% new. I've treated it with tung oil, making it appear as good as new, Fan Taizhou replied. How's business? It has just begun. But we make about 70 to 81 a day, which is more profitable than fishing. Once we establish regular customers, we could earn at least 200 when daily. Fan Taizhou felt quite content. They still possessed over 10 acres of arable land, which yielded 2 guan annually per acre. Farming alone could bring in 20 to 30 guan a year, coupled with passenger transport, and after deducting land taxes and labor exemptions, they netted an average of 4 to 5 guan monthly, considered a respectable income in the village. And how is mother? Fan Ning inquired again. Your mother is well. She has prepared a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting your return. Fan Taizhou chuckled. Your 4th uncle is doing well too. He teaches at the primary school. And everyone says he instructs better than Mr. Gu did in the past. Your grandfather praises your capabilities. Doesn't he think I've become foolish? Fan Ning felt little fondness for his biased grandfather, but humored his father with a casual response. He won't say so again. He even plans to reward you with 5 guan. I'm not sure what came over him, but after a trip to Wuxi, he had a sudden epiphany. Speaking of rewards, Fan Taizhou recalled something and said to his son, yesterday, the head of the Fan clan in town visited me and bestowed 10 guan upon our family. Why the generous gift? This was a rule established by your 3rd uncle a few years back. He donated all his assets to create the Fan Charity Fund. Any Fan family child who successfully enrolls in school receives 5 guan, and those admitted to the 4 major schools get 10 guan to support their education. Historically, Fan Zhongyan indeed donated most of his wealth to aid the education of family members. Reclining in the cabin with his head resting on his hand, Fan Ning gazed at the drifting clouds, pondering how Fan Zhongyan fared in the present day. Upon arriving home, Zhang Sanyang embraced her son as if he had been absent for years, weeping bitterly. During dinner, she noticed he had lost a bit of weight, causing her heart to ache with tears. She sat beside him, continually serving him food. Ninger, this piece of meat is delicious. I saved it just for you. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she roared, Fan Taizhou, that chicken leg was meant for our son. Who permitted you to eat it? Fan Taizhou held the half-eaten chicken leg awkwardly in his hand, unsure whether to put it down or continue eating. After dinner, Fan Taizhou took the initiative to clear the table. Zhang Sanyang retrieved 2 sheepskin coats from the trunk, which she had commissioned someone to buy from Sangshu town. Crafted from the finest lake sheep leather. Delong, Ninger, come here and try these on, one for each of you. Last year, 700 coins sufficed. But this year it has escalated to a full string of coins. And these times, money seems to lose its value ever so rapidly. The wife spoke wisely. Had we known, We should have made our purchase last year. Fan Taizhou, eager to appease, smiled in agreement. Zhang Sanyang shot him a glare, questioning the significance of his words. Last year, did our family possess the means to purchase anything? She tossed the sheepskin coat to her husband and busied herself with sewing buttons, declaring her indifference to his plight. Turning back, she cheerfully addressed Fan Ning, "My dear son, try this on for size and see if it fits well." Donning the snug sheepskin coat beneath a long robe, Fan Ning instantly felt a surge of warmth. What is amiss with mother today? Upon returning home, he sensed her discontent, though it was not directed at him. Humph. The 10 coins rightfully belong to my son. His displeasure is his own affair. Why should we return it to the family? Observing his father's awkward expression, Fan Ning inquired, "Father, what is truly happening?" Fan Taizhou, sitting nearby with a wry smile, explained, "Your fourth uncle, upon entering the county school, received no reward from the family. A couple of days ago, your grandfather learned of your 10 coins and was incensed. He approached the family for compensation, but was flatly refused. Out of anger, he demanded that we return your 10 coins to the family, which your mother steadfastly opposed, hence her continuous grumbling at me." Of course, Zhang Sanyang interjected while stitching buttons, addressing her son, "Do not presume that your mother is swayed by money. I have my principles. Yesterday, your grandfather sent 5 coins as a reward for his grandson, and I had no objections, but why frame it as compensation for the division of the family? In a fit of anger, I confiscated it." As Fan Taizhou threaded his needle, he hastily set it aside to clarify. His mention of familial compensation indicates his lingering guilt regarding this matter. Moreover, considering his age, it is natural to err in speech. I trust his true intent was merely to reward Ninger, without ulterior motives. Regardless, I shall not accept those 5 coins. I wish to avoid incurring any obligations. Zhang Sanyang, though sharp-tongued, had a tender heart. Despite her irritation with her husband, she could not help but reclaim the sheepskin coat as he began to sew. "Never mind, allow me to mend it. I would hate for anyone to say I am mistreating my husband's son." Fan Taizhou sighed in relief, at last. His wife had calmed down. The following morning, Fan Taizhou took Fan Ning to visit his grandfather. On the way, he remarked, "Your fourth uncle was quite the prodigy in his youth, speaking before he turned 1, recognizing characters by the age of 3, and entering school at 5. Consistently achieving first place in every examination. Your grandfather even took him to the county to consult the most renowned fortune teller, who imparted 8 auspicious words." What were those 8 words? Fan Ning inquired with curiosity. "A career in government or commerce, priceless beyond measure." Fan Taizhou sighed, lamenting that these very words had captivated your grandfather, compelling him to invest limitless resources into nurturing your fourth uncle, showering him with indulgence and unwavering support. After a moment of silence, Fan Ning pressed his father, "Yesterday, mother mentioned that when my uncle was accepted into the county school, the family offered no rewards. Why was that?" There are numerous reasons for this. On one hand, the relationship between the former patriarch and your grandfather was quite strained. However, the family's unfairness cannot be solely blamed, as there are deeper reasons at play. Fan Taizhou glanced around before lowering his voice, saying, "There are certain matters I can disclose to you now. Your fourth uncle did not actually gain admission to the county academy's affiliated school. It was your grandfather who, in the end, pulled strings and spent money to secure his place there." Fan Ning was taken aback. His uncle did not pass the entrance examination? No. Fan Taizhou shook his head, explaining that even gaining admission to the county academy required money. 200 taels were spent to procure a spot as an auditing student. To finance his education, your grandfather nearly depleted his entire savings. Suddenly, Fan Ning began to comprehend his grandfather's almost obsessive determination to see his fourth uncle achieve academic success. It was undoubtedly due to the considerable financial investment he had made. If his uncle failed to succeed, all that money would be wasted. Upon arriving at his grandfather's home, he noticed his grandmother, Mrs. Yang, scolding a young man who was crouched on the ground. She appeared to be in much better spirits. "Grandmother," Fan Ning called out as he rushed over. Mrs. Yang's face immediately brightened, and she pulled Fan Ning close, beaming with pride as she remarked, "My dear grandson has become a scholar." A person is often judged by their appearance, and in the past, Fan Ning, dressed in short clothing and barefoot, resembled a simple country boy. Now, however, clad in the attire of a scholar, with a square cap atop his head and sturdy cloth boots on his feet, he indeed looked the part of a young scholar. "This is the frostbite ointment I bought for you in town." Fan Ning handed a jar of ointment to his grandmother, recalling how he had noticed her hands were cracked during his last visit. Mrs. Yang affectionately patted her grandson's head, saying, "What a good boy, bringing medicine for your grandmother." At that moment, Fan Taizhou entered, his gaze falling upon the young man crouched on the ground. "Tinio, what brings you here?" Only then did Fan Ning realize that the young man clad in black was actually his third uncle, Fan Tinio, among the 4 brothers of the Fan family. The second brother, Fan Tej, was faring the best, running a grocery store in Wushan's Chanchgao town. The third brother, Fan Tinio, however, was struggling, having become a son-in-law by marriage. There is a saying in the countryside of Wushan, better to be without a penny than to be a son-in-law by marriage, indicating that it is preferable to be penniless than to take on the role of a son-in-law, whose fate is often lamentable, living under the roof of his wife's family. He holds no status, and his children must bear the wife as surname. As he walks along the street, he is often the subject of derisive whispers behind his back. If the wife's family is kind, they may treat the son-in-law as half a son, but should he encounter a cruel family, the son-in-law is regarded as inferior to a servant, facing abuse as a commonplace occurrence. As for how Fan Tinio came to be a son-in-law, the family speaks of it in hushed tones, never bringing it up. Fan Ning had only heard his mother mention, in frustration towards his grandfather, that if he had not been so biased towards the 4th son, the 3rd would not have ended up in such a predicament. Nevertheless, this was the first time Fan Ning had seen his 3rd uncle, who bore thick lips, a broad nose, and an honest, simple demeanor. He wore a coarse black short coat and a round cap, and his physique was remarkably robust. At that moment, the grandfather's voice thundered from within the room. "Useless lad. Have you returned after being beaten again?" Fan Tinio, cradling his head, muttered, "This time, they refused to feed me." Fan Zhongyan emerged from the room, casting a fleeting glance at Fan Ning, his face devoid of any semblance of a smile. He glared at Fan Tinio and demanded, "Why are they withholding your meals?" Fan Tinio, a robust figure even more formidable than his elder brother Taiju, trembled at the prospect of his father's wrath and replied softly, "Last year, my father-in-law promised that if I cultivated 200 acres this year, he would allow Nyonyo to take my surname. I toiled tirelessly to cultivate those 200 acres. And just when the autumn harvest was upon us, I broached the subject of Nyonyo, only to be met with outright denial. He claimed it was a non-issue. In my frustration, I declared that I would not farm next year, and in retaliation, he confined me to the cattle shed without food. I was so famished that I had to escape through the window." At that moment, the 4th uncle, Fan Zhongyan, returned, and upon hearing this, he erupted in anger. "The Lu family treats our 3rd brother as a slave. Father, this marriage should be annulled." Fan Zhongyan shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "And who will repay the 200 taels of silver?" Instantly, Fan Zhongyan fell silent. Fan Ning then comprehended that the 200 taels borrowed for the county school was actually the bride price for his 3rd uncle's marriage. He had previously wondered how, with their grandfather's modest income from 100 acres, they could possibly produce such a sum at once. Fan Zhongyan turned to his eldest son, Fan Taiju, and instructed, "Take your 3rd brother back. Inform Master Lu that my son is neither a slave nor livestock. Should he dare to mistreat my son again, I will report him to the authorities." "Yes, report him," Fan Tinio exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "Silence," Fan Zhongyan scolded him. "Return home and live a respectable life. Do not entertain any unrealistic thoughts. In due time, when my son grows up, you will have your chance to shine. Do you understand?" Fan Tinio nodded silently. Fan Ning could no longer bear the sight of this bizarre grandfather, who would allow his son to become a door-to-door son-in-law for the sake of 200 taels. He turned to his father and said, "Father, I have matters to discuss with Master Zhou, so I shall take my leave." Fan Taiju nodded. "Be sure to greet your grandfather before you go." However, Fan Zhongyan's ears were sharp. Upon hearing that Fan Ning was going to see Master Zhou, he chuckled and remarked, "Go ahead. Please extend my regards to Master Zhou." Fan Ning nodded, then bowed to his grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, I am leaving." Yaoshou quickly retrieved a warm boiled egg from the kitchen, smiling as she handed it to her grandson and gently ruffled his hair. After bidding farewell to his 2 uncles, Fan Ning turned and departed. Fan Tinio craned his neck to watch Fan Ning fade into the distance, his eyes brimming with a sense of loss, as if he had been forgotten by the simpleton. Chapter 34. The Teachings of Master Lu in the Study. Zhou Lin cautiously submerged the base of a cylindrical Taihu stone into hot water. Moments later, steam billowed forth from all its crevices. "Truly, it is a magnificent specimen of Taihu stone," Zhou Lin exclaimed in admiration. Upon first sight, he had believed this stone to be a counterfeit, as it seemed implausible for such an abundance of tiny pores to exist without fractures. Yet, it bore an authentic quality, which led him to conduct an experiment, confirming its genuineness, much to his astonishment and delight. "Fan Ning, you are indeed a fortunate individual." Fan Ning did not hesitate to recount in detail how he had come by this Taihu stone. Zhou Lin nodded, stating, I have perused the stone curiosities alley myself. But the items there are either fake or of poor quality. Whenever a decent piece of Taihu stone appears, it is swiftly acquired by the shops. Your encounter with this stone is truly serendipitous. Not entirely mere chance. I believe it is also a matter of the greed of the Curiosities Museum. Zhou Lin chuckled, saying, one cannot solely attribute it to the museum's avarice. If the shopkeeper really had declared this stone to be genuine at the time, the scholar might have been unwilling to part with it. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the street vendor misjudged its worth. That is indeed a valid point. Fan Ning's current concern was how much it could be sold for. Scratching his head, he inquired with a grin, old man, how much do you reckon this stone is worth? Zhou Lin replied with a smile, since you acquired it for merely 1 or 2 silver coins. I shall purchase it for 10 taels, providing you with a tenfold profit. How does that sound? Fan Ning snatched the Taihu stone back excitedly, feigning a long face as he replied, my dormitory bed is rather unstable and is in need of a footstone. Old man, you may rest. I shall take my leave. Zhou Lin, both amused and exasperated, grasped his arm, saying, you little rascal, I concede defeat. I shall give you 200 taels of silver. How much? Fan Ning quickly cupped his ear. 200 taels is no small sum. No further haggling is permitted, or I shall start charging you for attending my lectures. Fan Ning grinned and cheerfully agreed, I am not greedy in the slightest. 200 taels it is. Off you go. You've made a 200-fold profit. And you still dare to claim you are not greedy? That was merely luck, old man. Today, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Fan Ning retrieved a paper bundle from his satchel, unwrapping the exterior to reveal a pile of torn pages. Please take a look. Can this manuscript be restored? What is this? Zhou Lin flipped through the papers and realized it resembled a manuscript. It is the manuscript of Ding Wei's Pingzhong collection. What? Zhou Lin gasped in astonishment. It was indeed the manuscript of the esteemed minister Ding Wei. He carefully unfolded the pages, discovering them in a state of disarray, and his anger flared. Who did this? Old man, I must clarify, it was not I who caused this damage. I merely thought it a pity and brought it back. Zhou Lin's heart ached further as he examined the fragments. Ding Wei had passed away a decade ago, and this manuscript was likely unique. Only a few of his poems had survived in circulation. The destruction of this manuscript would mean the obliteration of the remaining verses. Zhou Lin meticulously laid out the torn pages, pondering for a while before asking, are all the manuscript fragments accounted for? Fan Ning nodded. I searched diligently. And they should all be here. If it is complete, I can find someone to give it a try. The finest paper hanger in the world resides in Changzhou County, and I happen to be returning there tomorrow. Zhou Lin fixed his gaze on Fan Ning and asked, tell me, who did this? Fan Ning shook his head, replying, I truly cannot say. I bear some responsibility in this matter. Zhou Lin sighed with a wry smile. Once I restore the manuscript and have it printed, you shall return the original to old Master Zhu. Fan Ning was taken aback. You know its owner? Zhou Lin retorted, I have seen him at his residence. This is his treasure. To see it torn in such a manner. If you were to find out, I shudder to think how furious he would be. Young man, consider your fortune. Fan Ning muttered softly, it wasn't me who tore it. Why am I being blamed? Enough. Put everything away and prepare for class. Fan Ning quickly straightened up as Zhou Lin carefully stored the manuscript and retrieved 5 exquisite jade pieces from the bookshelf, saying, today, I shall enlighten you about jade. Upon returning home, Fan Ning concealed the 200 taels of silver, choosing not to inform his parents, for the family was not in immediate need of funds. He intended to use this sum to establish a medical clinic for his father. Opening a clinic is not a matter of mere whim. It necessitates thorough investigation and feasibility analysis. He must ascertain whether 200 taels of silver would suffice for this endeavor. Should his father indeed open a clinic, it might necessitate relocating, and Fan Ning needed to consider every aspect meticulously. Before dawn the next day, Fan Ning departed with his father for school. Fan Taizhu appeared somewhat despondent. The previous day, while escorting his younger brother back to the Liu family, Mr. Liu had roughly seized the collar of his younger brother, berating him as he dragged him home. It is common in the countryside for a father-in-law to chastise his son-in-law, and Fan Taizhu was not particularly concerned about that. However, the harshness of Mr. Liu's words was troubling. He remarked that his younger brother was merely a purchase of the Liu family, that he spent his days consuming without contributing, and that if he continued to misbehave, he would be sent to sleep in the cattle shed. This was a gross dehumanization of his younger brother, an intolerable act of bullying. Is father still preoccupied with uncle's affairs? Fan Ning inquired. Fan Taizhu nodded. Offering a forced smile, "Your uncle mentioned you yesterday." "What did he say about me?" Fan Ning asked. Fan Taizhu replied, "Your uncle expressed that you have forgotten him." Fan Ning was taken aback. "Your uncle has always favored you. When you were but 2 years old, he would carry you on his shoulders. Whenever there was something delicious, he would save it for you, and if other children bullied you, he would rush to your defense. There was even an occasion when you fell into a river and nearly drowned. It was your uncle who rescued you from the depths, only to find himself entangled in the aquatic plants, nearly losing his own life." Fan Taizhu chuckled, adding, "However, I informed your uncle that you fell ill and have forgotten many things from the past." After a moment of silence, Fan Ning quietly asked, "If I were to return 200 taels of silver to the Lu family, could this marriage be annulled?" Fan Taizhu shook his head. "It is not merely a matter of money. The crux lies in your uncle's hesitation. He cannot endure the Lu family's bullying. Yet he is also reluctant to part with his children. I must visit the Lu family today." When this match was arranged, it was agreed that your uncle would not be mistreated, yet the Lu family has proven untrustworthy. Where is this Lu family located? In the village of Hatong Jiabeiwen. Master Lu had no sons, only a daughter. With considerable land holdings, he welcomed a son-in-law into his family. Your third uncle joined them 4 years ago. Fan Ning pondered for a moment and said, "If 200 taels of silver are needed, please let me know, father. I spoke with Master Zhou about this matter yesterday, and he is quite willing to assist us." Fan Taizhu could not help but smile bitterly. Master Zhou is not a relative, and it was hardly conceivable that 200 taels could be procured so easily. Moreover, the issue concerning the third son might not be resolved with money alone. Nonetheless, Fan Taizhu reassured his son, "Since Master Zhou is willing to help, I shall visit the Lu family today with greater confidence." Fan Ning arrived at Yining Academy just in time, hastening into the classroom as the bell rang. The room was quite noisy, with many students, like Fan Ning, entering in response to the tolling bell. However, to his surprise, he found that his individual desk and chair were missing. Glancing towards the first row by the window, he saw the little girl, Zhu Pei, already seated. She gazed up at the ceiling with a slight smirk, an air of disdain upon her face. The seat beside her remained unoccupied, causing Fan Ning to hesitate. Should he take that seat? "Fan Ning, why are you still dawdling?" Principal Lu entered and, noticing Fan Ning lingering at the doorway, shot him a glare. "Hurry and take your seat." Reluctantly, Fan Ning returned to his usual spot. Just as he settled in, Zhu Pei emitted a faint huff. Fan Ning pretended not to hear her, opening his book bag to submit his assignment to the teaching assistant. Their day off had not been particularly easy. Each student was required to transcribe the analects, amounting to over 10,000 characters. Principal Lu tapped the desk, silencing the classroom. "Today, Professor Kai is absent, and I will be substituting for him. Everyone, take out the Mencius and turn to the first chapter of Gaozi. Today, I will briefly discuss how to understand this text throughout the morning." Zhu Pei did not exchange a single word with Fan Ning, nor did she offer him even a glance. Even when Fan Ning's arm inadvertently crossed the boundary twice, Zhu Pei ignored it, as if they were complete strangers. The morning typically comprised 2 classes, with a break lasting the duration of an incense stick. As soon as the bell rang, students hurried to the restroom. Yet Principal Lu approached Fan Ning directly. "Fan Ning, come with me." Fan Ning had no choice but to rise and follow Principal Lu outside. At that moment, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of Zhu Pei's mouth. Upon reaching Principal Lu's office, the principal gestured toward a chair. "Take a seat." Lu sat opposite him, tapping his fingers on the desk. Studying is not solely about learning texts. One must also learn how to conduct oneself in society. Was the principal referring to the events of the day before? Lu nodded. 2 incidents occurred the day before, both of which pertain to you. And to be frank, I am quite disappointed. Fan Ning replied coldly. Has Principal Lu taken the time to understand the circumstances? For instance, why I splashed vegetable soup on Fan Jiang. After a moment of silence, Principal Lu spoke. I initially intended to expel Fan Jiang, as the Ning Academy does not tolerate disrespect towards one's parents. However, his father came to plead on his behalf, willing to offer an apology to you, which is why I granted him a second chance. This revelation surprised Fan Ning somewhat, alleviating much of his resentment. He shook his head and replied, there is no need for an apology. If it happens again, I shall confront him directly. This is precisely what I must admonish you for. A man of stature should not possess such a narrow temperament. I am not referring to the matter of Fan Jiang, but rather to Zhu Pei. You must show her some consideration, treat her as a sister, and refrain from abruptly abandoning your position. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Ning inquired, has Zhu Pei's grandfather approached you? Not at all. On that day after school, Zhu Pei came to me. tearfully claiming that you had bullied her in public, humiliating her. She mentioned that she had good intentions in offering you a fine calligraphy book to help you improve your skills, only for you to not only reject her kindness but to humiliate her in return. Is there any truth to this? At a loss for words. Fan Ning recognized the veracity of her claims but felt the narrative was entirely reversed. Who truly humiliated whom? He shook his head, insisting, "It is not as you say." Principal Lu chuckled. "There is no need for you to explain. I understand your situation. Zhu Pei is strong-willed yet possesses a kind heart. That calligraphy book was indeed taken from her grandfather's study for your benefit. If you were to show her just a modicum of kindness, such matters could easily be avoided." Disinterested in prolonging the discussion, Fan Ning realized that Principal Lu favored Zhu Pei, rendering his arguments futile. He directly asked, "How do you intend to handle the incident involving her striking Fan Zhong?" "This brings me to the purpose of my summons. Fan Zhong's insult warrants expulsion. Yet Zhu Pei's act of striking him also necessitates expulsion. Thus, these two incidents cancel each other out. Do you agree?" Fan Ning's eyes widened in disbelief at such a resolution. However, Principal Lu laughed heartily. "I shall take your silence as consent. Now, hurry along to the restroom. Class is about to commence." Chapter 35. The affairs of the Guiji Yaran hang. Although the troubles at the academy had been resolved, it did not signify the dissolution of the personal discord between Fan Ning and Zhu Pei. The two continued to maintain a stony silence, even during the midday break. Zhu Pei departed without casting a glance in his direction. This cold indifference left Fan Ning somewhat regretful, as he pondered whether he ought to have requested a seat change from Director Lu. "Come on, let us partake in a meal," Lu Kang remarked as he patted Fan Ning on the back, and the two exited the classroom together. "Have there been any interesting occurrences these past couple of days?" Fan Ning inquired, as his sources of information were rather limited, with Lu Kang being his primary conduit. Lu Kang contemplated for a moment before responding. "Yesterday, Fan Zhong came to the academy with his father. Did you hear? The director spoke to me about it earlier this morning. I suspect you might already be aware. Despite Zhu Pei having dealt Fan Zhong a severe blow, it is undoubtedly he who will end up apologizing. Their family wouldn't dare provoke the Zhu clan. Let us not dwell on that." Fan Ning interjected, waving his hand to interrupt. "Is there anything else of note? Other than that, the holiday arrangements for the Lantern Festival will be officially announced tomorrow," Lu Kang replied. As they approached the dining hall, they unexpectedly encountered Fan Zhong, who bore bruises on his face and exhibited a hesitant demeanor. Ultimately, he approached and spoke in a muffled tone, as if his words were escaping him. "Fan Ning, my father has instructed me to apologize to you. I am truly sorry." He bowed slightly and hurriedly turned away. "Such a lack of sincerity," Lu Kang murmured, watching Fan Zhong's retreating figure. Fan Ning chuckled lightly. "What does it matter? Let us eat." The two hastened into the dining hall. In the afternoon, Zhu Pei did not attend class, which afforded Fan Ning considerable relief. Over the past few days, he had dedicated himself to practicing calligraphy with remarkable diligence and felt a marked improvement. He seemed to have discovered a certain rhythm in his writing, which exhilarated him, prompting him to continue until the end of the school day. However, today Fan Ning had other matters to attend to. After class, he made his way to the bustling Chaqing Street in town. Chaqing Street, adjacent to the dock, was the most prosperous commercial thoroughfare in Mudu town, stretching for 1.5 miles and lined with hundreds of various establishments. He arrived at the front of a 2-story shop, where a massive sign prominently displayed the name Guiji Yaran hang. The Yaran hang functioned similarly to a modern-day agency, representing one of the most developed industries of the Song Dynasty. In this era, any business transaction necessitated the involvement of a Yaran. Without their mediation, contracts held no validity. For instance, should Fan Ning wish to establish a medical clinic for his father, he would likewise require the services of a Yaran. As he stepped through the entrance, a familiar young attendant greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ah, young sir, it has been quite a while. How may I assist you today?" The attendant served as a guide. Within the Yaran hang, numerous Yarans specialized in various fields, and it was essential to find the right person. Otherwise, one might inadvertently seek out a lawyer Yaran when in need of a merchant, leading to a most incongruous situation. "I am looking for a shop," Fan Ning stated. "Oh, a shop, you say? Right this way, young sir." The attendant responded courteously. It was his profession to be accommodating, and he did not disregard Fan Ning's youth. They traversed a long corridor, flanked by numerous small rooms, each occupied by a different Yaran. Various notices adorned the entrance, encompassing a myriad of information, advertisements for properties, brokers, lawyers, business opportunities, conflict mediation, and price assessments, an eclectic assortment that left no stone unturned. The individuals responsible for locating shops were known as zhuangzhai agents. With a notable presence of 7 or 8 establishments, the walls were plastered with an array of announcements regarding shops, residences, and agricultural lands, offering both sales and rentals. Resembling the later emergence of real estate agencies, street-facing shop in Sangshu Town, half an acre, 2 stories, prime location, available for rent or sale, price negotiable. Thriving shop in Muda Town, spanning 3 acres, suitable for a tavern or tea house, monthly rent 10 guan. The monthly rent of merely 10 guan for 3 acres struck Fan Ning as quite reasonable. Of course, this was a small town. In larger cities such as Wu County or Changzhou County, the rental prices would be entirely different. Fan Ning entered a room where a middle-aged agent was busily preparing tea. Upon noticing a potential customer, the agent promptly set down the teapot and greeted with a smile, "Young sir, how may I assist you today?" Fan Ning nodded. "I am in search of a shop. Let us sit down and discuss this." The middle-aged gentleman, exuding courtesy, inquired with a warm smile. "Please feel free to express your needs, young sir, and I shall see what assistance I can provide." Intrigued, Fan Ning asked, "I am eager to learn about the local medical clinic. Could you possibly provide information regarding this matter, kind sir?" It turns out that the young official aspires to open a medical clinic. "My father intends to open a medical clinic and has asked me to gather some information first." "No problem. Our profession thrives on errands and information gathering. As long as the information is not overly confidential, I can assist in inquiring." Fan Ning retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a draft of a plan. What information is essential for establishing a medical clinic? He handed the paper to the dentist, who glanced at it and, raising his thumb in approval, exclaimed, "Young sir, you are quite the expert. Is it possible to inquire about this information?" The tooth fairy chuckled and said, "For certain inquiries, I possess ready answers, such as those pertaining to storefronts. However, for others, like the necessities and capital required to establish a medical clinic, I must seek information from others. Thus, let us proceed in this manner. I shall procure it for 500 coins. How does it sound if the young gentleman returns in 5 days for the news? You must complete the task satisfactorily before I can provide the payment. No problem, however. In accordance with customary practice, a deposit of 50 won is required in advance. It is the rule, and we rely on our integrity to earn our livelihood. Thus we would never deceive you." Fan Ning extracted 50 won from his purse and placed it upon the table, then inquired with a smile, "Pray, enlighten me. How much would it cost to rent a street-facing shop of half an acre on Chaqing Street?" The toothy individual chuckled and remarked, "Along Chaqing Street. The storefronts fetch a minimum of 8 strings of cash per month. However, I shall impart to you a brilliant strategy. Rather than leasing a shop on the main street, consider renting 2 rooms in the alley, which would suffice for merely 1 string of cash each month. Additionally, you could acquire a storefront sign at the alley's entrance for the same price of 1 string. Thus, for a total of 2 strings per month, your rental predicament would be resolved. Of course, if you aspire to establish a grand apothecary, that would be a different matter altogether." Fan Ning genuinely admired the acumen of the merchants from the Song Dynasty. How astute they were. To think of even renting a street-facing signboard is quite clever. Fan Ning pondered, what if I were to lease a small storefront within a particular pharmacy? Certainly, my young lord, let us proceed thus. If you add an additional 500 won, I shall ensure that the matter of renting a storefront at the apothecary is handled to your utmost satisfaction. Should I fail to do so, I shall accept not a single coin. In the Song Dynasty, as long as one is willing to spend, there is no need for you to worry. The professionals will see to everything meticulously." In the following days, Zhu Pei remained aloof, ignoring him entirely. However, Fan Ning was wholly absorbed in the improvement of his calligraphy. Like many disciplines, calligraphy is easy to grasp yet challenging to master. It is relatively simple to begin. Yet reaching a level of mastery is exceedingly difficult, requiring not only diligent effort but also a modicum of innate talent. Just as an ordinary person can write reasonably well with some practice, achieving the level of calligraphy is a formidable task. Fan Ning's writing was largely influenced by Fan Dai, but once he breaks free from that constraint and finds his own style, his skills will surely flourish. Today marks the final day of classes, for tomorrow begins the holiday of the Lower Yuan Festival. The Lower Yuan Festival falls on the 15th day of the 10th month, during which the Song Court and various schools observe a 3-day holiday. In the afternoon, the calligraphy class was notably tranquil, the only sound being the soft rustle of brushstrokes as each student concentrated diligently on their practice. The head of the academy, who also served as the calligraphy instructor, paced the room, inspecting each student's progress. When he approached Fan Ning, he observed the notable improvement in his writing. as if he had unlocked a secret and ascended to a new level. Fan Ning was practicing small regular script, the standard font for the Imperial examination, which students must master to avoid disadvantage during their assessments. It was evident that Fan Ning aimed to excel in the upcoming academy examination. "Show me," said the instructor. And as Fan Ning paused to set down his brush, the headmaster picked up his practice book. After perusing the earlier characters and comparing them to the freshly written script, he nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Well done, significant progress. You have captured the essence. I hope you continue to strive and reach even greater heights." "Thank you, esteemed instructor. I shall endeavor to improve," Fan Ning replied earnestly. The instructor set the practice book down and resumed his rounds. At that moment, Zhu Pei, sitting nearby, scoffed. "That looks like a mere scribble. Is that truly commendable?" Fan Ning was taken aback. This was the first time she had spoken to him in 4 days. Zhu Pei's cheeks flushed, and with a huff, she resumed her writing, ignoring him once more. Amused, Fan Ning thought to himself that her anger had evidently dissipated. As he resumed his writing, he stole a glance at Zhu Pei, only to find that she was also surreptitiously observing him. Their eyes met, and startled. They quickly turned away. Fan Ning hastily lowered his head to continue writing. Zhu Pei's face turned as red as a cooked liver, and after a moment, she kicked him sharply beneath the desk. "You little rascal, this is not over," she whispered through clenched teeth. Half an hour later, as the clock chimed, the students erupted in cheers, for the holiday had finally commenced. They rushed eagerly out of the classroom, and Zhu Pei, gathering her belongings, cast a glance at Fan Ning, snorted, and strode away. Fan Ning felt a sudden sense of relief, as the tension between him and his deskmate had persisted for several days, undoubtedly affecting his mood. Indeed, harmony is of utmost importance. Chapter 36. The struggle of the honest man. Fan Ning arrived at the dock with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder and immediately spotted his father's boat. Though his father was nowhere to be seen, he surveyed the bustling surroundings, but failed to catch a glimpse of his father's figure. "Hey, Dai!" Someone called out his childhood name. It was Zhang Shuijin from the same village. "Where is my father?" Fan Ning hurried down the steps to inquire. "Your father has gone to the Fan family. He asked you to wait for a moment." Zhang Shuijin smiled and waved him over. "Come aboard my boat for a cup of ginger tea." Fan Ning's mother, Zhang Sanyang, was Zhang Shuigan's cousin, so they were not strangers. He leaped onto the guest boat and sat cross-legged at the bow, while Zhang Shuijin ladled out a steaming bowl of honey ginger tea from the iron pot. "Drink it while it's hot. Ginger tea wards off cold. It's a precious remedy." Fan Ning quickly accepted the small bowl. "Thank you, Shuijin Grandpa." He sipped a few mouthfuls of ginger tea and felt warmth spread throughout his body. What is my father doing at the Fan family? A sense of curiosity stirred within him, ever since his grandfather Fan Zhongyan had caused a ruckus over 10 taels of silver. Their family had become estranged from the Fan clan. "You folks are facing a bit of trouble." Fan Ning was taken aback. "What trouble?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shuijin divulged, "Your third uncle has encountered an incident." "Ah." Fan Ning gasped in shock, quickly asking, "What happened to my third uncle? Please tell me. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but I overheard your father say that your third uncle ran away with his daughter. This morning, the Liu family came to your grandfather's house demanding him. And then? Then your father spent the entire day dealing with this matter. Look, here he comes." Fan Ning turned to see his father, Fan Taizhu, approaching the dock with a grim expression. He promptly stood and waved his hand, but Fan Taizhu merely nodded, his face devoid of a smile. "Shuijin Grandpa, I'm going over. Go ahead. Try to reason with your father. Urge him not to be hasty. Such family matters will eventually find a resolution." "I understand." Returning to his father's boat, Fan Taizhu sighed. "I will take you home first." The small vessel departed from the dock, heading towards Xujiang. "Dad, what exactly happened to my third uncle?" After a long pause, Fan Taizhu replied, "This is partly my fault. I trusted the Liu family too much." Fan Ning remained silent, allowing his father to continue. "After I sent you to school last time, I went directly to the Liu family. I proposed the idea of divorce, and Liu Yuanwei patted his chest, assuring me he would no longer bully your third uncle. Yet, just a few days later, you beat your third uncle again yesterday. Unable to endure it, your third uncle fled with Nyonyo overnight, and now he has returned home. His whereabouts are unknown. How does father know such details?" "I have an acquaintance in Jiabeiwen village," he informed me. "Then why did you go to the Fan family?" Suppressed his anger and said, "Early this morning, Mr. Liu arrived at your grandfather's house with a large group of relatives, demanding a person. This time, they initiated the divorce. Mr. Liu prepared a detailed list, stating that over the years, your third uncle has consumed and expended a total of 300 guan in the Liu family. along with a bride price of 200 taels of silver, requiring your grandfather to pay 500 taels in total to conclude this marriage. Isn't this utterly outrageous? Filled with indignation, retorted, how could 300 taels be consumed in just 4 years? Moreover, how much land did my uncle cultivate for them? And how much household work did he perform? Why do they neglect to consider that? This matter is one where each side believes they are justified. And the Liu family has enlisted numerous respected local gentry, while your grandfather hopes that the clan elder will assist in mediating the dispute. But will the elder be willing to help? He agreed to assist, albeit with the caveat that he would do his best. The primary issue is that our family rarely communicates with him, and considering the unpleasantness of the last incident, it is expected that his attitude would be less than favorable now that trouble has arisen. After contemplating, suggested, the urgent task is to locate my uncle. Does father know where he might be? Nodded. I believe he is likely hiding at your second uncle's place. I will escort you home first, and then I shall search for him. Why don't we go together now? That won't do. Your mother has repeatedly instructed that you must return home, with no other options. Conceded, his mother was unwavering in her decisions regarding such matters. After escorting his son home, departed once more by boat. Meanwhile, was in a foul mood as she prepared lunch for her son in the kitchen, scolding her father-in-law for being greedy and pushing her son into a perilous situation. Her incessant complaints unsettled. Mother, please stop complaining. I cannot concentrate on my writing, he exclaimed, prompting to finally quiet down. Before long, she brought over a steaming bowl of noodles, saying, go ahead and eat. Hurriedly set aside his writing materials, grasped the bowl, and began to eat heartily, having missed lunch. He was indeed very hungry. Observing her son enjoying his meal, S. mood lightened somewhat. Did the Liu family leave? Inquired, his mouth full of egg. They left early, agreeing to resolve the matter tomorrow afternoon. You need not concern yourself with this. Focus on your studies. The adults will handle it, she replied. Yet, understood well that such family matters were unlikely to be resolved easily. After finishing his meal, took his book bag and headed to S. residence to return the books. The steward welcomed him with a smile. Has the master returned? Asked. He cannot return today, due to the ritual for the water god tomorrow. However, he sent a book this morning, intended for the young master. The steward handed a wooden box. Upon opening it, discovered the meticulously restored Ding Wei Ping Jiangji. Flipping through its pages, he marveled at the craftsman's exquisite restoration skills. Without close inspection, one could scarcely discern that it had ever been repaired, as the cracks were exceedingly fine, likely only visible with a magnifying glass. He placed the book back in the box and inquired, did the master leave any other messages for me? You are urged to return the belongings to their rightful owner at your earliest convenience. Furthermore, should you find the time, I recommend revisiting the stone alley. It has come to my attention that the stone you procured previously has stirred quite a sensation in Changzhou County. It seems that old Master Zhou has returned to Changzhou to showcase his treasures, which prompted a quiet disdain from Fan Ning, who thought that such commotion should warrant a financial reward. Fan Ning had initially intended to seek assistance from old Master Zhou for his uncle, but in his absence, he resolved to return home. In the dead of night, Fan Ning was stirred from his slumber by the sound of voices in the courtyard. He donned his sheepskin coat and stepped outside, where he beheld several figures clearly illuminated in the moonlight. The tallest among them was his father, and he recognized one of the other two as his uncle Fan Tinyu, who was cradling a sleeping child upon his shoulder. The third figure, slightly plump and resembling his father, was deduced to be his second uncle, Fan Tej, clad in a wool-long gown and wearing a cap, embodying the appearance of a merchant. Zhang Sanyang spoke to her husband, saying, Fourth brother came by this afternoon and instructed that you should go directly to father after your return, no matter how late it may be. Fan Taijo nodded and addressed his brothers. Since father has left word, we should proceed. Fan Tinia handed his slumbering daughter to Zhang Sanyang, requesting, sister-in-law, please look after Nyonyo for me. She accepted the child, replying, you may go. The three brothers then departed the courtyard in haste. However, taking advantage of his mother's momentary distraction, Fan Ning swiftly slipped out of the courtyard to follow them. Inside the hall, the lights shone brightly, and Fan Tinia knelt with his head bowed, while his brothers stood nearby. Fan Dachuan sat heavily in an armchair, slamming his hand on the table, demanding, why did you flee? Father, Fan Tinia replied, not only did they strike me, but they also insulted me as an ungrateful wolf, consuming the Liu family's provisions without gratitude. Your flesh is coarse, a beating is of little consequence, retorted Fan Dachuan. I ask you why you fled and took the child with you. Suddenly, Fan Tinia began to sob, My father-in-law publicly humiliated and beat me in front of the villagers. Even the children spat upon me. I can no longer endure this. Fan Zhongyan, filled with rage, slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "This is intolerable." Fan Zhongyan wiped his tears, declaring, "I shall never return to the Liu family. If necessary, I will take Nonyo and vanish, living incognito." Nonsense. Fan Zhongyan slammed the table again. "If you run away, what shall we do?" The hall fell silent. With a sigh, Fan Zhongyan remarked, "If the Liu family wishes for a divorce, then let it be so. We shall certainly not acknowledge the 500 taels of silver. We must stand our ground. I refuse to believe that with reason laid before them, they can still twist the truth." At that moment, Fan Ning entered from outside, stating slowly, "Father, in truth, the Liu family does not desire a divorce." Chapter 37, The Country Divorce Case, Part 1. Everyone turned around, and Fan Zhongyan furrowed his brow. "Ninger, what brings you here?" "I came to see third uncle and happened to overhear your conversation about him," she replied. Beside them, Fan Zhongyan coughed heavily, admonishing, "Adults are discussing serious matters. Children should refrain from interrupting." However, Fan Zhongyan beckoned to Fan Ning, who stepped forward to bow. "Good day, second uncle." Fan Zhongyan smiled warmly. "I heard you were accepted into the Yanning Academy. That's quite an achievement." Fan Ning replied. "If so, would you be willing to hear my reasoning, second uncle?" Fan Zhongyan glanced at his father, and at that moment, Fan Zhongyan recalled Zhao Xuezheng's evaluation of his grandson. He nodded, "Speak your mind." With composure, Fan Ning continued. "For the Liu family, purchasing third uncle, a laborer who demands no wages, for 200 taels of silver to work for them for a lifetime is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. However, third uncle has the support of our Fan family, as locals. We have our pride, and the Liu family would not dare to act too ruthlessly, especially after my father approached them a few days ago to propose a divorce, which caused them to panic." "Ninger, cease your words." Fan Zhongyan noticed his father's displeasure and quickly intervened. No. Ninger, please continue." Fan Zhongyan gestured for her to go on. Ignoring her grandfather's expression, Fan Ning pressed on, "The Liu family aims to exploit third uncle indefinitely, and our Fan family is an insurmountable obstacle for them. Their demand of 500 taels for the divorce is essentially an attempt to force our family to cease intervening in third uncle's affairs. Without our support, he would be condemned to toil like a beast on their fields, with no complaints and no chance of returning home." "Well articulated," Fan Zhongyan praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Ninger has seen through the Liu family's schemes." Fan Zhongyan retorted angrily, "I have scrutinized that list. It is sheer nonsense. It absurdly claims that third brother consumed 300 guan over the years at the Liu household, averaging over 70 guan a year, 6 guan a month on food alone. Which villager could possibly spend such an amount?" Fan Ning replied calmly, "Fourth uncle, since the Liu family can produce a list, they can justify their claims. They are a wealthy local family, asserting that they consume chicken, duck, fish, and meat daily, drinking fine wine costing 200 won a bottle, easily surpassing 6 guan a month. Many would believe it to be true. Of course, we know third uncle has never indulged in such luxuries. But the question remains, who can prove otherwise? The Liu family's relatives can readily attest to third uncle's lavish meals." After a long pause, Fan Zhongyan finally asked, "What has third brother contributed to their family?" Fan Ning shook her head. "As long as Master Liu states that his daughter was a maiden when she married third uncle, this matter will remain unresolved." "Ninger, enough." Fan Zhongyan felt a flush of embarrassment at the mention of maiden from his son's lips. Fan Ning stepped back behind her father. Having said all she needed to, what comes next, she trusted everyone would understand. After a moment, Fan Zhongyan inquired of his eldest son, "Eldest, what did the clan leader say during your visit to the Fan family hall today?" Fan Ning quietly nodded. Although this old man showed favoritism, he was undeniably astute, pinpointing the crux of the matter with a single remark. The rivalry between the Liu and Fan families hinged precisely on the power of discourse. Fan Ning was well aware that, barring criminal cases, the county office would refrain from intervening in such trifling disputes among the villagers, typically leaving the resolution to the gentry, contingent upon who could summon the more esteemed and influential figures. Fan Zhongyan remarked that the clan leader had agreed to assist them the following day, albeit only to the best of his ability, which left him feeling that the promise was somewhat reluctant. Fan Zhongyan shook his head, suggesting that it was a matter of insufficient leverage on Fan Ning's part, and that he would need to personally approach the leader. The next morning, Fan Zhongyan set out with his father and several brothers by boat. As the two families had arranged to convene that afternoon at the Zheng family home in Hongtong Township to seek counsel from a few reputable gentry, This urgency had necessitated the overnight strategizing session between father and son. Had they waited until the morning, it would have been too late. Just as the 4 Fan family members departed, Fanning turned to his mother and announced, "Mother, I intend to visit the town today. The master wishes to assist me with my calligraphy." Zhang Sanyang immediately became flustered, poking his forehead with her finger. "You little fool. Why didn't you go with your father? Isn't grandfather there as well?" Fanning muttered. Zhang Sanyang realized her oversight and nodded vigorously. "You were right. We should not go with him. Here, take 50 win. Go find old man Shui Jin to escort you." Fanning, already with his satchel slung over his shoulder, bolted out the door. "No need, I have money." Zhang Sanyang rushed after him. "Ninger, are you hiding silver from me again?" "I have no silver," Fanning called back. Already too far away. Zhang Sanyang knew her son all too well. This little money grubber was likely withholding even the 51. That rascal, keeping secrets from his own mother. "I shall investigate thoroughly today." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and turned towards her son's room. Fanning was acutely aware of the significance of this divorce case for the Fan family. Not only would it mean his third uncle's prospects of recovery were dashed, but the Fan family would also suffer disgrace, becoming a subject of ridicule throughout the region. Although the root of the issue lay in his grandfather's greed for 200 taels of silver, it was his unfortunate uncle who bore the brunt of the consequences. And the entire family would inevitably be affected. Thus, Fanning could not remain passive. Given his grandfather's selfish and opportunistic nature, it was unlikely that the clan leader would lend genuine assistance. With the hearing scheduled for the afternoon, it seemed certain that the Fan family would lose this matrimonial dispute. Fanning hurried to the Yan-Ing Academy, coincidentally meeting the academy head, Ouyang Xiu, at the entrance. "Fanning, why are you here again instead of resting today?" "Master Lu, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Come to my study," Ouyang Xiu replied, leading Fanning to his office, where he invited him to sit and instructed a tea boy to prepare a pot of hot tea. After sipping the warm beverage, Fanning recounted his uncle's predicament in detail to Ouyang Xiu. The academy head was not merely the master of Yan-Ing Academy. He was also the largest landowner in Mudu town, enjoying significant esteem within the community. Director Lu chuckled. "Such domestic matters are indeed difficult for even the most impartial officials to resolve. What you imply is that the Fan family is willing to divorce. Yet they refuse to succumb to the coercion of 500 taels of silver. The other party does not genuinely desire divorce. Rather, they aim to pressure your family to cease interfering in your uncle's affairs. This is the crux of the matter, and I hope you seek my assistance in achieving justice." Director Lu nodded. "This is not an insurmountable issue. I can certainly lend a hand. However, I would advise you to heed my counsel." "What would you suggest, Director?" With a smile, Director Lu replied, "I recommend that the head of the Fan family engage in negotiations. I estimate that the amount of 500 taels could be reduced to 400. Should I represent you in these discussions, I might successfully eliminate an additional 300 taels in demands, leaving you only needing to return 200 taels of the betrothal gift. However, if you were to enlist another individual for the negotiations, I could assure you that the betrothal gift may not need to be refunded at all. And it's possible that your uncle's wishes could be fulfilled." The 200 taels in Fan Ning's possession were intended for his father's medical practice, and he was reluctant to part with them for the benefit of the Lu family. He quickly inquired, "Who should I invite, Director?" Director Lu stroked his beard and chuckled. "Invite the grandfather of Zhu Pei. The Zhu family hails from Wujiang, but due to Zhu Pei's great-grandmother's devout Buddhist beliefs and her yearning for Lingyan Temple, the elder Zhu purchased a tract of land at the foot of Lingyan Mountain to construct an estate, fulfilling his mother's wishes. The family has resided there for over a decade. This was Fan Ning's first visit to the Zhu residence. He observed the towering walls extending for miles, with a grand entrance situated directly to the south. Flanking the steps were 2 imposing, life-sized white jade pishio. And above the vermilion door hung a large plaque inscribed simply with the characters Zhu Fu. On either side of the steps stood a pair of robust servants. Approaching, Fan Ning cupped his hands and said, "I am a friend of the esteemed young lady Zhu Pei. Might you assist me in delivering a message?" The servant scrutinized Fan Ning, noting his scholarly attire, the scholar's cap upon his head, and the badge of Yan-Ing Academy hanging at his waist. "Please hold for a moment," the servant replied before retreating inside. He paused to inquire, "What is your name?" "I am Fan Ning," he replied. "Please wait a moment," the servant said as he hastened into the residence. Fan Ning clutched the wooden box, fortune smiling upon him as he had informed his mother that he was attending extra classes at the academy, hence he carried his book bag, conveniently housing the box within. He thus found a splendid excuse for his presence. Chapter 38. The Rural Divorce Case, Part 2. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Fan Ning's impatience reached its zenith as Zhu Pei finally ambled out of the residence. She was attired in scholar's robes, adorned with a golden crown and a short sword encrusted with gems at her waist, with the formidable female swordsman De Bao Jian trailing closely behind her. "Are you still here?" Zhu Pei frowned slightly. Her words nearly prompted Fan Ning to turn on his heel and depart, yet he reminded himself of his intentions and thought, "I must consider the greater picture and endure." Observing Fan Ning's evident frustration, Zhu Pei's eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. "What do you want?" She feigned impatience. Fan Ning presented a wooden box to her. "This is for you. I have no interest in your offerings." Despite her words, Zhu Pei accepted the box and opened it, her eyes widening with surprise. "You managed to restore it?" Zhu Pei tore apart the poetry collection, her heart sinking with regret, for it had been pilfered from her grandfather's study. Should her grandfather inquire about it, she would find herself at a loss for words. Fan Ning chuckled. "I had an elder take it to Changzhou County for restoration." Zhu Pei examined the repair work and realized that only the book preservation hall could achieve such a level of restoration. With a sidelong glance at Fan Ning, she scoffed. "I didn't realize you were quite wealthy. Restoring this book must have cost at least 30 taels of silver." Fan Ning was taken aback. The old master had actually spent 30 taels on his behalf. He quickly shook his head. "I don't have any money. It was my elder who paid for the restoration. He owes me a favor." "A favor? What kind of favor?" Zhu Pei's curiosity piqued, as she was known for her relentless inquiries. With no other option, Fan Ning confessed. "I helped him find a piece of exquisite Taihu stone. He fancies himself a connoisseur of stones, so he is quite grateful." Zhu Pei suddenly realized. "You mean Uncle Zhou, the stone aficionado?" "Indeed. Do you know him?" "Of course. My grandfather is also his friend in stones. He frequently visits her home. Just a few days ago, he brought a piece of Taihu stone to show my grandfather, a cylindrical one that left my grandfather envious." "Could it be that the stone you found is the same?" Fan Ning nodded. "That's the one. I discovered it on my first day of school in Qishir Alley." Zhu Pei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Considering your demeanor is rather pleasant today, I shall overlook the fact that you once bullied me. No apology is necessary. But I do require you to promise me one thing. Speak, and I shall do my utmost." Fan Ning responded, his attitude remarkably accommodating, willing to set aside his pride as long as the little girl's grandfather was willing to assist him. Zhu Pei, feeling relieved by his unhesitating agreement, smiled faintly. "In a few months, it will be my grandfather's 60th birthday, and I wish to present him with a gift. Help me find another exquisite piece of Taihu stone." "Consider it done. I will assist you." Fan Ning readily acquiesced. "How peculiar." Zhu Pei scrutinized Fan Ning from head to toe. "You seem like a completely different person. I hardly recognize you. Is there something you wish to ask of me?" Fan Ning grinned, realizing that this clever girl was as perceptive as a worm in his belly. Zhu Pei, with remarkable insight, swiftly perceived Fan Ning's expression and gleefully proclaimed, "Speak. I am in a good mood today and may indeed be able to assist you." "I have encountered some issues at home and wish to seek your grandfather's help," Fan Ning replied. He then recounted the matter concerning his third uncle. Zhu Pei covered her mouth and chuckled, finding the idea of bringing in a son-in-law rather amusing. A quick glance at Fan Ning confirmed her thoughts. "Very well. Follow me, and I shall fetch my grandfather." Elated, Fan Ning clasped his fist and smiled, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you." As Fan Ning entered the Zhu residence, he felt as though he had stepped into a splendid garden, adorned with pavilions and towers, winding paths leading to serene enclaves, and exquisite flora gracing the grounds. The stone pathways were laid with intricate pebble mosaics, and the landscape was further embellished with uniquely shaped Taihu stones, reflecting on the humble yet elegant Suzhou gardens. He could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Zhu family, the most affluent in Pingjiang. Meanwhile, Zhu Pei discreetly scrutinized Fan Ning's expressions, noting his evident awe and inwardly scoffing at his naivete. How could such a simpleton be so easily impressed by this modest garden? She mused about taking him to the Zhu residence in Wujiang, which would surely astonish him beyond measure. Zhu Pei led Fan Ning to a small courtyard. "Wait here. I will go find my grandfather," she said hastily before departing. Unable to remain still, Fan Ning wandered into the courtyard, where an ancient osmanthus tree stood proudly, providing shade over a stone table and benches. The ground was artistically arranged with white and blue pebbles, forming graceful cranes. Noticing a small door nearby, he approached and peered inside. The opposite side revealed another courtyard, albeit more modest, resembling a dwelling for servants, featuring a small vegetable patch with tender greens. "Step aside." "Young man, came a frail voice from behind him. Turning around, he saw a diminutive elderly woman standing there, clutching a metal watering can. Her head was wrapped in a scarf, and she wore a short blue and white patterned garment, paired with black wide trousers and worn cloth shoes. Her attire mirrored that of his own grandmother, typical of rural elders. Her face, etched with deep wrinkles akin to the skin of an orange, revealed her age, with only a single tooth remaining. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she regarded Fan Ning. Seeing her struggle with the watering can, he quickly offered, "Grandma, allow me to assist you." "Thank you," she replied, her back slightly hunched as she made her way to the vegetable patch. "Oh dear, the leaves have been frosted." She crouched down, tenderly caressing a leaf, revealing that this small patch was indeed her labor of love. "Grandma, may I water them for you?" "Can you do that?" "I can. We also grow vegetables at my home. This season's greens are quite delicate yet sweet. There is a technique to watering. One must not pour directly on the leaves or hearts, as they are prone to frost damage. Instead, water must be applied around the roots, with utmost care." Fan Ning diligently watered each plant. The elderly woman observed him, noting his steady hand and even application, and a smile crept across her face. "You truly know how to work, young man." Feeling a bit bashful, Fan Ning scratched his head, reflecting on how remarkable it was that someone of her age still tended to a garden. "I simply enjoy it, cultivating for the sake of amusement. They call me a gardener, yet I have little fondness for flowers, as they bear no sustenance. How delightful it is to tend to vegetables, watching them grow day by day, and ultimately reaping their rewards. My grandmother also cultivates vegetables." "How old is your grandmother?" "Perhaps in her 50s. That is considerably younger than I am. My daughter is even older than your grandmother." Fan Ning was taken aback. Could she really be in her 80s? My ancestors indeed. An anxious voice called from behind, and upon turning, Fan Ning saw Zhu Pei's grandfather rushing towards them, steadying the elderly lady. "How is it that you slipped away to tend to the garden again?" The elderly lady pointed towards the vegetable patch, exclaiming, "I'm merely playing at gardening." "Oh dear. You should wait until the weather warms next year. It's far too cold now. I beseech you, please don't venture out." The elderly lady beamed, revealing a solitary tooth, and pointed at Fan Ning, declaring, "I like this young lad." Zhu Pei's grandfather smiled ruefully, saying, "Next time, please invite him to keep you company. He can assist me in watering the vegetables." The elderly lady spoke with the innocence of a child, evoking both laughter and tears. Fan Ning promptly nodded. "I shall help grandmother water the vegetables." At that moment, Zhu Pei rushed in, quickly supporting her. "Great-grandmother, I've been searching for you everywhere. Come back with me." It turned out that this elderly lady was Zhu Pei's great-grandmother, a delightful character who surprisingly enjoyed gardening. Zhu Pei's grandfather, Zhu Yuanfu, apologetically addressed Fan Ning. "This is my mother. She is 83 years old and, like a child, often slips out unnoticed." Fan Ning replied with a smile. Having an elder in the family is indeed a treasure. The old gentleman is truly fortunate. We hope she continues to live peacefully. Zhu Yuanfu chuckled. "Young Fan, it's cold outside. Let us retire to the warmth of the room." The two retreated to the parlor, where a young maid entered to serve tea. Zhu Yuanfu took a sip and smiled. "Thank you for mending that poetry collection." Fan Ning's cheeks flushed. Did the old gentleman know about this? How could I not? We have an elder and a younger in our family, both of whom are formidable. I must feign ignorance. Fan Ning felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his actions had not been entirely correct. "You need not speak of it. I understand well. This granddaughter has been spoiled, and I must thank you for protecting her at school." Fan Ning felt a pang of guilt. This young lady hardly required his protection. Zhu Yuanfu continued, "In truth, I have been observing you for some time. I heard from Zhou Yuanfu that you were not particularly bright as a child, yet suddenly became remarkably clever, earning praise even from Mr. Fan. Might I inquire what led to this sudden transformation?" Fan Ning scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Zhu Yuanfu recognized the abruptness of his question and quickly clarified, "Pei has an older brother residing in the capital. There are issues concerning him." He gestured to his own head, sighing. "He is already 15, yet remains akin to a 3- or 4-year-old child. He is our family's greatest concern." It was then that Fan Ning realized Zhu Pei had a brother with disabilities. Yet he truly could not offer an explanation. He could hardly admit to being a fool. Fan Ning lowered his head, pondering for a moment, and finally spoke. "In truth, I have always understood it in my heart, yet I find myself unable to articulate it, as if something were obstructing my expression. It was only after a severe illness that my mind became clear. Perhaps that is how it is." Zhu Yuanfu nodded, recognizing that such matters often require a serendipitous alignment of circumstances. Urgency alone would not suffice. The two then raised their cups to sip tea, at which point Zhu Yuanfu remarked with a smile, "I have already been informed by Pei Er regarding your third uncle's situation. As the saying goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to break up one family. Do you genuinely wish for your third uncle to divorce?" Fan Ning replied, "Currently, our Fan family is cornered. The Lu family is exceedingly oppressive. We are all neighbors, and should we falter, our family's reputation in the vicinity will be irreparably tarnished. To quote my grandfather, we would be unable to hold our heads high." Zhu Yuanfu chuckled and said, "Very well. This afternoon, I shall accompany you on a visit." Chapter 39, The Rural Divorce Case, Part 2. Since ancient times, the imperial court could only govern at the level of provinces and counties, while the vast rural areas beneath these jurisdictions were autonomously managed by local gentry. This hierarchical structure, comprising the court, local officials, gentry, clan leaders, and heads of families, formed a tightly knit patriarchal system, resulting in an exceptionally stable society that remained unchanged for millennia. The incident involving Fan Tinyu is a conflict between the Fan and Lu families concerning the two clans, hence the mediation was entrusted to the local gentry. There are two modes of gentry mediation. One involves appointing a gentry member that both parties acknowledge, while the other requires each side to select several gentry members to convene and deliberate together, in cases where the disputants are from the same village. The former mode is typically chosen. However, when the parties hail from different villages or even different towns, the latter mode is generally adopted. Jiabeiwen village belongs to Hengtong Township, while Jiangwan village is part of Muduzan. The two families could not find a mutually accepted gentry member, thus they resorted to the second mode. Since Fan Tinyu was a son-in-law to Jiabeiwen village, the mediation had to take place within Hengtong Township, specifically at the residence of the village head, Zhou Shuijian. In the courtyard, several large tables and long benches were arranged in a circle. A few elderly men, adorned in leather hats and satin jackets, sat on the benches engaging in casual conversation. The tables were laden with tea, sunflower seeds, and snacks. A rather sprightly and rotund middle-aged man, beaming with a smile, was serving a platter of exquisite pastries and candies to the elderly gentleman, sharing light-hearted banter with them from time to time. This jovial figure was Lu Yuanwai, the father-in-law of Fan Tinyu. He owned 600 acres of land and had 7 or 8 cows, making him a landlord in Jiabeiwen village. And his large family had relatives scattered throughout Hengtong Township. Although Lu Yuanwai's wealth was considerable, his only regret was the absence of a son. He had but one daughter. In the rural areas of Jiangnan, families like his generally sought a son-in-law to marry into their household. For the past decade, Lu Yuanwai had been on the lookout for a suitable son-in-law. During a market day, he fortuitously met Fan Tinyu, who had helped him carry burdens home. At first glance, he was impressed by Fan's honest demeanor and agreeable nature, finding him relatively easy to manage. Most notably, Fan Tinyu was robust. He could carry a load of 200 pounds for several miles without breaking a sweat. Lu Yuanwai approached Fan Dachuan, who happened to be distressed over his younger son's education expenses. The two families reached an agreement, with Lu Yuanwai offering a betrothal gift of 200 taels of silver, thus sealing the marriage pact and bringing Fan Tinyu into the Lu household as a son-in-law. In the countryside of Wuxian, it is not uncommon for families to invite sons-in-law to join them. However, there is a notable characteristic of such arrangements. The families must not be of equal standing, often with the daughter's family being wealthier than the son-in-law's. Economic status dictates familial hierarchy. Consequently, the son-in-law is typically expected to remain humble and submissive, enduring the occasional reprimands from his father-in-law or mother-in-law as a matter of routine. The complication arose from the fact that the Fan family was also a minor landlord, with Fan Dachuan possessing 80 acres of land and a prominent Fan clan residing in Muduzan. Although Fan Tinyu was mild-mannered and docile, he harbored a sense of dignity inherent to a member of a larger clan. Thus, he found it intolerable to endure the discrimination often faced by sons-in-law and the frequent scoldings and beatings from his father-in-law, leading him to abscond back home every few days, only to be sent back by the Fan family, accompanied by discussions aimed at resolving the discord. As time passed, the Lu family began to feel a sense of embarrassment. Furthermore, Master Lu was inherently rather harsh and petty. Typically, a dowry of 50 to 60 taels sufficed when seeking a son-in-law. However, the Fan family demanded a sum of 200 taels, which greatly displeased Master Lu. He fixated on the extra 100 taels he had spent, consumed by a desire to recoup his investment, and thus treated Fan Tinyu as little more than a laborer. Consequently, Tensions accumulated day by day. The catalyst for the current conflict arose when Fan Zhongyan expressed his wish for his daughter to bear his surname. He believed that since his son already carried the Liu surname, the surname of his daughter was of little consequence to the Liu family, yet for him, it represented a means of reclaiming his dignity. To placate Fan Zhongyan and secure the cultivation of 200 acres, Master Liu acquiesced. However, upon the autumn harvest, Master Liu discovered that Fan Zhongyan was capable of cultivating an additional 100 acres and subsequently reneged on his promise, denying ever having made such an agreement. The honest man, provoked, unleashed years of pent-up grievances. On the other side of the courtyard, Fan Zhongyan sat upright, flanked by his 4 sons, who stood silently with grave expressions, starkly contrasting the animated presence of Master Liu. The clan leader, Fan Zhongyan, sat across from them, visibly uncomfortable. He did not wish to attend but felt compelled by social obligation. He attributed blame to Fan Zhongyan, questioning why a member of the esteemed Fan family would stoop to becoming a son-in-law to another family, thereby tarnishing their reputation. At that moment, the village official, Zhou Shuijin, emerged. His primary role was to collect taxes for the government, but when disputes arose among neighbors, he often acted as a mediator, bringing in local gentry to resolve the matter and subsequently signing as a witness. Zhou Shuijin clapped his hands and announced, "Since everyone is present, let us commence." He surveyed the 2 families, noting the Liu family was represented by dozens, while the Fan family had only 4 or 5 members, creating a striking imbalance. Zhou Shuijin then cheerfully remarked, "I trust both parties have invited local gentry." Implicitly, he indicated that the matter should be adjudicated by the gentry, and others should refrain from interjecting. Master Liu promptly rose to introduce the gentry he had invited. "This is Master Li, Master Wang, and Master Zhao, all esteemed gentlemen of high repute." The elderly men nodded slowly, adopting an air of authority. Zhou Shuijin then turned to Fan Zhongyan, inquiring, "Might I ask which gentlemen have been invited by Master Fan?" Fan Zhongyan pointed to Fan Zhongyan beside him, stating, "This is our clan leader. He's here to mediate on behalf of the Fan family." No sooner had he spoken than Master Liu's brother sprang up, exclaiming that such arrangements were unacceptable. "We, the Liu family, have invited outsiders. How can we allow an insider to adjudicate a dispute between our families?" His logic was sound, leading the Fan family members to exchange glances, realizing they had miscalculated. At this juncture, Zhou Shuijin approached clan leader Fan Zhongyan, saying, "Master Fan, may we have a word?" The 2 stepped aside for a brief discussion, after which Fan Zhongyan returned to Fan Zhongyan and stated, "Brother, I am indeed not in a position to act as mediator. However, I can offer my opinions on behalf of the Fan family." The dynamic shifted dramatically, as now all 3 mediators were from the Liu family, effectively silencing the Fan family. Fan Taizhu furrowed his brow and addressed Zhou Shuijin, suggesting, "Perhaps we should reconvene tomorrow for mediation." Fan Zhongyan waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was no need for further delay. They would resolve the matter today and return home. Growing somewhat impatient, he believed his youngest son was overly delicate, frequently retreating to his parental home, which was unbecoming of a son-in-law, particularly after Fan Ning's analysis last night. He understood that the Liu family did not genuinely desire a divorce. If their demands were not excessive, he was prepared to acquiesce. Zhou Shuijin chuckled and remarked, "Since both parties are in agreement, let us commence." This mediation was proposed by Master Liu, so let him speak first regarding the Liu family's stance. The response came from Liu Shui, a brother of Master Liu, who had originally been a litigator and was now a clerk in the county office in Wuxian. He was articulate and shrewd, having drafted the list presented by the Liu family. "We believe that Fan Zhongyan lacks the intention to be a proper son-in-law, constantly retreating to his parents' home. The Liu family has been subjected to gossip, as if we were mistreating Fan Zhongyan. We are also a family with pride. We cannot afford such disgrace. If Fan Zhongyan does not wish to fulfill the role of a son-in-law, then divorce is the solution." Zhou Shuijin nodded and turned to Fan Zhongyan, inquiring about the Fan family's position. The response came from Fan Zhongyan, the 4th son of the Fan family, who was a scholar and the most articulate among them. Although the 2nd son, Fan Tej, believed that Fan Ning would be a better representative, both Fan Zhongyan and Fan Taizhu disagreed. Fan Zhongyan felt that sending a child to represent them would invite ridicule, while Fan Taizhu preferred to keep his son out of the matter. Fan Zhongyan stepped forward calmly and stated, "There are rules for being a son-in-law. It is not acceptable to resort to abuse or neglect. My 3rd brother has indeed suffered mistreatment at the hands of the Liu family, a fact that cannot be denied." Liu Shui snorted, retorting that a son-in-law is akin to a son, and it is perfectly normal for in-laws to reprimand an unruly son. If Fan Zhongyan cannot endure a few harsh words, then perhaps he should not assume the role of a son-in-law. Divorce is the answer. My siblings and I are of an age where we cannot tolerate such a domineering son-in-law. The Liu family's strategy was clear, to compel the Fan family into divorce by exploiting their vulnerabilities. Zhou Shuizhen glanced at the clan leader, Fan Zhongyan, and asked for his opinion. Fan Zhongyan slowly replied, I too agree to the divorce. Fan Taizhou looked at his father in astonishment, questioning how his father could discuss divorce without having the moral high ground, which would ultimately lead to their downfall. Fan Zhongyan remained silent. In truth, he had quarreled with Fan Zhongyan that morning, blaming the family for their lack of concern for him, while Fan Zhongyan reproached him for his reckless decision to have his son become a son-in-law, which brought shame upon the entire Fan family. Thus, Fan Zhongyan arrived with indignation, resolute in his stance for divorce, leaving the consequences of this dissolution to Fan Zhongyan, as it was not his concern. Sighing, Fan Zhongyan conceded, since this marriage has caused dissatisfaction among all, it is perhaps best to part ways. Master Liu exchanged a knowing glance with his brother, both feeling a sense of triumph as everything unfolded according to their plans. With the support of several local gentry behind them, the Liu family felt assured of their victory in this matter. Chapter 40. The arrival of the elephant. Zhou Shuizhen nodded. Since both parties desired to dissolve the marriage, there was no alternative. The property division was the final matter to address, and they should reach a consensus. Liu Ashi produced a document, stating, here are our divorce demands. In addition to the return of the 200 taels of silver given by the Fan family as a betrothal gift, we request compensation for Fan Zhongyan's living expenses while residing at the Liu household, which have accumulated to 300 taels over 4 years. In total, 500 taels should be refunded by the Fan family to annul this marriage. Fan Zhongyan then presented his own list, declaring, this is an account of my elder brother's services to the Fan family. For the first 3 years, he cultivated 100 acres each year, and in the 4th year, he cultivated 200 acres, totaling 500 acres. The minimum annual net income per acre is 1 guan, and additionally, expenses for house repairs, transporting goods, digging ditches, feeding cattle, mowing grass, and chopping wood can be equated to 200 guan. Thus, the Liu family should compensate my brother 700 guan. Mr. Liu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Zhongyan has been living in my house, which costs 10 yuan per day, adding up to 150 guan. Furthermore, considering clothing, shoes, bedding, copper basins, and hot water, we estimate an additional 50 guan. My daughter has been married to him for 4 years and can no longer marry again. Thus, at the very least, 500 guan should be compensated. Altogether, that amounts to 1,200 guan. How shall we reconcile this sum? Fan Zhongyan retorted, my brother has survived mainly on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, with meat only appearing every 10 days or so. How could he possibly account for 500 guan? At this moment, an aunt from the Liu family interjected, oh goodness, one must speak with integrity. The last time I visited the brother's home, I saw Zhongyan consuming an entire duck, leaving not even the head or tail behind. Another woman chimed in, Zhongyan enjoys drinking aged wine. My elder brother always buys him the finest rice wine at 200 yuan a bottle, and he consumes at least 1 bottle daily. Fan Zhongyan, squatting on the ground and tugging at his hair, lamented softly, I did not. Zhou Shuizhen raised his hand, stating that such disputes were difficult to resolve. It would be best to invite the local gentry to adjudicate and determine who is justified. Mr. Zhou, one of the gentlemen present, spoke first. Since we are all from the same village, we must uphold our reputations and speak truthfully. The Liu family is affluent and treats others kindly. They would not provide mere steamed buns to their workers, let alone to their own son-in-law. Therefore, I believe the Fan family's claims are somewhat excessive, and the Liu family has the stronger case. Mr. Li took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and added, allow me to speak impartially. I observe that Fan Zhongyan is quite robust and likely enjoys a hearty appetite. However, I think the 201 for aged wine could be a rare indulgence rather than a daily habit. It seems more plausible that he consumes wine worth 101 per day. Considering his substantial appetite, I estimate a reasonable daily food cost at around 301. Of course, we must also acknowledge Fan Zhongyan's contributions, leading me to conclude that a final expenditure of 300 guan seems appropriate. Mr. Wang concurred. The previous gentlemen have articulated valid points. I too believe that 300 guan is a reasonable figure, coupled with the initial betrothal gift. The Liu family's request for 500 taels of silver seems justified. Zhou Shuizhen smiled, and with the conclusions of the three gentlemen in hand, he declared, "Let it be settled then. The Fan family shall pay the Liu family 500 taels of silver, and this marriage shall be considered dissolved." In rural areas, when disputes are mediated by a local gentry and one party is dissatisfied with the outcome, they may resort to reporting the matter to the authorities. The officials, in such cases, typically do not conduct a thorough review. Instead, they regard the complainant as a troublesome citizen and promptly incarcerate them, followed by the auctioning of their property to benefit the winning party. Consequently, upon hearing this verdict, Fan Zhongyan's countenance darkened considerably. Where could he possibly procure 500 taels of silver? His chest contained merely 100 taels, which constituted his life savings. Should he refuse to comply, his land would be seized for auction, 500 taels, which equated to 60 mu of arable land. With only 80 mu in total, his family faced impending bankruptcy. Not only was Fan Zhongyan dismayed, but the other three brothers of the Fan family were also at a loss. Even if they pooled their resources, they could not amass 500 taels. "Dalong, is there any way you could contribute?" Fan Zhongyan asked. Fan Zhongyan quickly interjected, "Second brother's family is relatively well off. He might be able to assist third brother." Fan Taiju and Fan Tej exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. They could manage a few dozen taels, but several hundred was beyond their means, and even if they did have it, their wives would certainly oppose it. Fan Zhongyan was acutely aware of his son's limitations. He turned to the clan leader, pleading, "Daji, say something." Fan Daji let out a bitter laugh. He had no solution to offer. Fan Zhongyan had willingly agreed to the mediation today, and now, seeing it turn against him, he sought to overturn it. Such favorable circumstances are rare in this world. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, "Second brother, if all else fails, perhaps we should sell the land." In utter despair, Fan Zhongyan turned to Mr. Liu and suggested, "Shall we discuss this matter further?" Mr. Liu, feeling quite triumphant, feigned indifference. "I must admit, I have a fondness for Tiniu. If the Fan family truly wishes to avoid divorce, we could arrange a few stipulations to abide by in the future. Tiniu remains my son-in-law. What do you think?" "Esteemed father-in-law?" Just as Fan Zhongyan was about to acquiesce, a clear voice rang out from outside. "Mr. Liu speaks wisely. We must adhere to the rules." Everyone turned to see a young gentleman entering, followed by a young lady and a portly elder. Behind them was a remarkably tall woman, bearing a long sword, resembling an iron tower. The aunts and cousins in the courtyard began to murmur among themselves, fixating on the towering woman, whom they regarded as a veritable apparition. Mr. Liu was momentarily taken aback. Who was this young official? "I am also a member of the Fan family, named Fan Ning. Tiniu is my third uncle." At that moment, Zhou Shuigan's eyes widened in recognition of the portly elder. Alarmed, he rushed forward, bowing repeatedly. "I did not realize that Lord Zhu had arrived. I am guilty. Guilty." The three village elders quickly recognized that it was Lord Zhu from Mudu town who had come, the wealthiest man in Pingzheng Prefecture, before him. They felt as insignificant as ants. They hurriedly approached, bowing in respect. "We have long admired your esteemed name, my lord." Zhu Yuanfu chuckled, waving his hand. "We are all fellow villagers here. There is no need for such formality. I merely came to join in the festivities." Beside them, Zhu Pei could hardly contain her excitement at the unfolding drama of the two families embroiled in a divorce. Such captivating events were too intriguing to miss, and she insisted on accompanying them. With a cheerful grin, Zhu Pei suggested, "Standing here is rather dull. Grandfather, let us take a seat." Zhou Shuijian quickly realized the situation and hurried back to the hall to fetch a chair, wiping its surface with his sleeve as he jovially proclaimed, "Lord Zhu, please be seated." Zhu Yuanfu settled down with a smile, and Zhou Shuijian promptly brought another chair for Zhu Pei, saying, "Young sir, please take a seat." Zhu Pei boldly sat down, waving to Fan Ning, "Adai, come over here." As Fan Ning approached, he smiled and said, "At your service, your highness." Zhu Pei's face lit up with delight. "I hereby appoint you as my 1,000 cattle attendant to stand by my side." "Your humble servant obeys." Fan Ning dutifully took his place beside her. Filled with joy, Zhu Pei whispered, "What made you so obedient today?" Fan Ning winked at her. "Isn't it because I seek your favor, your highness?" "Precisely. If you behave, I shall reward you with a sweet treat later." "Payer, do not be foolish." Zhu Yuanfu interjected with a chuckle as he noticed the clan leader, Fan Daji, approaching. "Ah, Daji is also here." Fan Daji smiled and bowed. "Had I known the esteemed official would be present, I would have refrained from attending." "That cannot be said. As the clan leader, your presence is essential. I, however, Was dragged here by this little friend against my will. Zhu Yuanfu's words left everyone in the room astounded as countless gazes turned toward Fan Ning, questioning who this young man was that could command such respect from Lord Xiu. The Fan family, finally recovering from their shock, exchanged bewildered looks. Fan Zhongyan, no fool, recognized Zhu Yuanfu's significance and fixed an intense gaze on Fan Taizhu, eldest brother. Are you concealing something from me? With a bitter expression, Fan Taizhu replied, Father, I truly do not understand what is happening. You rascal, we shall settle this at home. Fan Zhongyan's frustration simmered. It was infuriating to discover such powerful connections within the family without his knowledge. Chapter 41. An unexpected outcome. Lu Yuanwei felt a surge of anxiety within him. Sensing that the situation was turning dire, he quietly inquired of his brother, Sheng, what shall we do? Lu Sheng glanced at Zhu Yuanfu, his eyes darting with contemplation. Perhaps we should first listen to what they have to say. Listen to what? Lu Yuanwei seethed internally at this critical juncture. It was imperative to finalize the terms with the Fan family, not to grant them any further opportunities. He cleared his throat and said, In law, let us converse privately. Fan Zhongyan, being a shrewd individual, understood that since his grandson Fan Ning had invited the esteemed Zhu de Guanren, it signified a potential shift in circumstances. At this moment, he would never agree to a humiliating treaty. He chuckled awkwardly. In law, let us wait a moment longer. Zhou Shuijin was perceptive and smiled knowingly at Fan Ning. What were you about to say, young Sir Fan? Fan Ning, unruffled, replied, Earlier, Lu Yuanwei mentioned regulations, so I shall address the mediation rules. According to tradition, the mediating gentry must either be mutually recommended or appointed by both parties, with the goal of amicably resolving the issue. These three gentlemen were invited by the Lu family to express their opinions, yet no representative from our Fan family has spoken, thus a conclusion cannot be reached, correct? Zhou Shuijin silently admired the young man's astuteness. This lad was truly remarkable. Why had the Fan family not brought him forth sooner? He chuckled. Indeed. That is how it is. But the Fan family did not invite a gentry member, and while the clan leader is a gentleman, he bears the Fan surname. Lu Yuanwei believes he cannot partake in the mediation, and thus the decision must follow the opinions of the three gentlemen. Fan Ning smiled slightly. However, we, the Fan family, have now also invited a gentry member. May he be allowed to speak? Zhou Shuijin sighed inwardly. Since Zhu de Yuanwei had spoken, what relevance did others hold? He could only manage a wry smile, of course. Zhou Shuijin then recounted the opinions expressed by both families and the final conclusion. Before Zhu Yuanfu could voice his thoughts, Zhu Pei cheerfully interjected, Allow me to speak on behalf of my grandfather. Fan Ning was taken aback, poised to intervene. Yet he noticed Zhu Yuanfu signaling him to remain silent. Thus, he refrained from stopping her. Suspecting that Zhu Pei had already conferred with her grandfather regarding how to handle the matter, Zhu Pei, poised and unperturbed, addressed the assembly. I believe the demands of the Lu family hold some merit. The courtyard erupted in astonishment. Fan Taizhu, in a state of alarm, hurriedly approached his son and whispered, Whom is Zhu de Guanren truly supporting? Fan Ning, casting a glance at Zhu Yuanfu and seeing his calm demeanor, replied with a subtle smile, Father, remain composed. The situation will surely take a turn. With no alternative, Fan Taizhu returned to inform his father. What was this young lady up to? Fan Ning felt intrigued. Zhu Yuanfu merely sat with a smile, refraining from interfering with his granddaughter. Everyone, please be quiet and allow me to finish. The courtyard fell silent, all eyes fixed on Zhu Pei, who exuded an air of confidence. Zhu Pei continued. We believe that the Fan family should compensate the Lu family with 500 taels of silver. However, given the dissolution of the marriage, the two children born to Fan Tinia should rightfully belong to the Fan family. The courtyard erupted in a flurry of activity, and Fan Taizhou let out a sigh of relief, silently giving a thumbs up to the clever young lady. Fan Ning smacked his forehead, exclaiming, What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? Zhu Pei shot him a triumphant glance, saying, You are Fan Dai. How could you possibly conceive of such a notion? In a fit of agitation, Master Lu expressed his frustration. Fan Tinia is a son-in-law by marriage. Any child he fathers must bear the Lu surname. That is the rule, and it cannot be arbitrarily changed. Zhu Pei retorted coldly, If you insist on settling accounts, then the concept of a son-in-law by marriage ceases to exist. Why then should the child carry the Lu name? Master Lu was rendered speechless. Zhu Yuanfu was quite pleased with his granddaughter's resolution and chuckled. My granddaughter's opinion is my own. Master Lu desperately signaled to the local gentry he had summoned, but the three gentlemen feigned ignorance. They were not fools and would not offend the Zhu family over such matters. At that moment, Lu Ashui pulled his brother aside, whispering, "This situation is dire. Perhaps we should consider yielding." Although Master Lu was miserly, nothing was more important than his grandson. He reluctantly returned to the discussion, stating, "If you simply return the 200 taels of the bride price, I shall no longer pursue the additional 300 guan." "Agreed," Zhu Pei responded decisively. "However, once the bride price is refunded, there will no longer be a son-in-law by marriage, and you must return the child to her." Master Lu was momentarily taken aback and, suddenly stomping his foot, declared, "Very well. I shall not demand a single coin. Today we shall divorce." Fan Zhongyan, who had remained silent until now, sprang up, exclaiming, "The daughter is mine. This was your promise." Master Lu, who cared only for his grandson, showed little regard for his granddaughter. He had initially been prepared to agree that she could take the Fan surname, but only on the condition that Fan Zhongyan would cultivate 300 acres of land. Now, with Zhu Degoran backing the Fan family, Master Lu understood he could not prevail. At this moment, preserving his grandson was paramount, and he was indifferent to what surname his granddaughter bore. He promptly acquiesced, saying, "Very well, you may have the daughter." Fan Zhongyan was overjoyed, hardly able to contain his delight at not having to pay another coin. "Excellent. Today, this marriage is annulled. Let us all bear witness." Master Lu sighed heavily. Although he had never intended to divorce, he found himself unable to back down, nodding in agreement. He began drafting a divorce agreement, inviting everyone to witness that the Fan and Lu families would henceforth part ways. "I will not agree to the divorce." A young woman suddenly burst into the scene, clad in a thick, light green coat, her eyes brimming with tears. She was none other than Fan Zhongyan's wife. Upon seeing her father, she began to weep. "Father, you promised there would be no divorce. How could you change your mind?" Sighing deeply, Master Lu lamented, "I do not understand how it has come to this." Fan Zhongyan's wife rushed forward, embracing her husband's leg and crying, "Zhongyan, you cannot abandon me." Feeling a pang of emotion, Fan Zhongyan replied, "But your father has been exceedingly harsh with me. But I have cared for you. When you fell ill last year, I stayed by your side for 3 days without sleep. Have you forgotten? Who was it that secretly saved meat for you when your father refused to let you have any? You wish for Nyo to adopt the surname Fan. Have you forgotten who persuaded your father to agree?" As the wife wept while lamenting, a little boy rushed in, clinging to Fan Zhongyan's other leg, crying out, "Father, do you no longer want your child?" At last, Fan Zhongyan could no longer contain himself. He embraced the mother and son tightly, sobbing, "I shall not leave you." The family of 3 wept openly together, while both families exchanged glances, embroiled in conflict, yet the couple themselves did not desire separation. At that moment, Zhu Yuanfu, with heartfelt sincerity, addressed Fan Ning, "Do you now understand? This is why I say it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break apart a single marriage." The couple has welcomed 2 children in 4 years, which signifies the strength of their bond. That little boy, though not bearing the surname Fan, is nonetheless his son. A mother and daughter share flesh, a father and son share a heart. They cannot be torn asunder. Fan Ning felt a pang of guilt. He had initially staunchly advocated for his uncle's divorce, but now he realized he had only considered the reputation of the Fan family, neglecting the familial ties of his uncle. He glanced at Zhu Pei, only to see her turning her head away to discreetly wipe her tears. Fan Ning quietly praised her, thinking, "This little girl indeed possesses a kind heart." At this juncture, Zhu Yuanfu rose and declared, "A family of 4 cannot be separated. I suggest that Fan Zhongyan, as the son-in-law, should continue in his role. However, the Lu family must cease to mistreat him. Let us establish a few rules, with all present as witnesses." Zhu Yuanfu then turned to Lu Yuanwai, saying, "Lu Yuanwai, there will come a day when you too shall grow old and frail. You certainly would not wish for your son-in-law to seek revenge then, would you? Thus, treat him kindly now, and he will care for you well in the future. Am I not correct?" Ashamed, Lu Yuanwai lowered his head, realizing Zhu Degoran's words rang true. He had been short-sighted in his considerations. What if Tainyo sought retribution in the future? His brother, Lu Ashui, however, was calculating. They had indeed underestimated the Fan family, who had managed to enlist Zhu Degoran's support. This relationship must be preserved. He quickly whispered, "Brother, let us agree to his terms." Lu Yuanwai nodded. Zhu Degoran was right. He had previously failed to consider the long-term implications, but he would not make that mistake again. Zhu Pei added, "Merely acknowledging the error is insufficient. We must establish detailed terms, with signatures and seals. Should any rules be violated, Lu Yuanwai's grandson shall be compelled to adopt the surname Fan." Though her words were harsh, it was indeed necessary to lay the unpleasant truths bare. With a bitter expression, Lu Yuanwei consented under Zhu Degoran's resolute stance. Zhu Yuanfu then addressed Fan Zhongyan. Since this son-in-law was part of a prior agreement, and you have accepted a substantial bride price from the Lu family, we must uphold our promises. As long as Lu Yuanwei treats his son-in-law well, you shall not interfere excessively in your son's life, correct? Fan Zhongyan hesitated, for he too harbored reservations about his son being a son-in-law, which felt somewhat shameful. Now, with the opportunity to dissolve the engagement without returning the bride price, he found himself somewhat tempted. At that moment, Fan Zhongyan leaned in to whisper to his father, "Father, Lu Yuanwei does not possess the characteristics of longevity. Once he passes, all his wealth and land will belong to third brother." Fan Zhongyan gave him a light tap, reproaching him softly. "You are always scheming." Though he understood the sentiment behind the words, Fan Zhongyan could not help but agree with his younger son. As long as the grandson of the Lu family acknowledged his father, the family's fortune would inevitably belong to his own son in due course. Suddenly, he found the prospective son-in-law to be quite appealing. Nodding in agreement, he acknowledged that Zhu Dogwan was correct. His demands were rather simple. He merely wished for the father-in-law to treat his son well, preferring to avoid involvement in myriad affairs. However, Fan Zhongyan's perspective did not reflect that of Fan Ning. Fan Ning was not merely concerned with his uncle's comfort. He sought not only a life of ease, but one imbued with dignity. Dignity entailed at least one child bearing the surname Fan, a prohibition against any form of abuse, and a genuine recognition of his uncle as a son-in-law. This necessitated a foundation of economic stability. Fan Ning presented his proposal. Either the Lu family would allow his uncle to reside separately with his wife and children, with his uncle renting the Lu family's land as a tenant farmer, or if they refused to permit the separation, the share of land profits for his uncle must be increased to 80%. After deliberation, Mr. Lu ultimately preferred not to have his daughter and son-in-law live apart. He acquiesced to Fan Ning's second proposal. 80% of the profits from the land cultivated by the son-in-law would belong to him and his daughter. Thus, if his uncle cultivated 100 acres, the income from 80 of those acres would be entirely his, yielding an annual income of approximately 100 guan after taxes. This was Mr. Lu's true concession. Only through economic independence could one attain personal autonomy. Chapter 42. The truth revealed on the journey home. Fan Ning boarded his father's boat, accompanied by his grandfather Fan Zhongyan and his fourth uncle Fan Zhongzhou. Fortunately, the sky had not yet darkened. Fan Ning sat at the bow, fishing with a line, while his fourth uncle engaged him in light conversation from the other side of the boat. Meanwhile, grandfather Fan Zhongyan, nestled within the boat's canopy, dozed with his eyes closed. Yet his ears were keenly attuned to the exchanges between the two. "Ninger, how did you come to know Master Zhu?" "How could I know Master Zhu? It was the courtyard master who invited him. I wish to invite Master Zhu for a cup of tea. Could you assist me in making the connection?" "Fourth uncle, you must have a bit more confidence. You have already conversed with him today. Go and invite him yourself. I will support you." "Ninger, there is another important matter." "Fourth uncle, please hold your tongue." "Ah, I've caught a fish." After a while, Fan Zhongyan could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Little rascal." As darkness enveloped the sky, the small boat finally docked at the village pier. Exhausted, Fan Zhongyan relied on his younger son's support to return home. "Ninger, let us go." Fan Taizhu secured the boat and, carrying the oar, walked home with his son. Although he too was filled with questions, he understood his son well. If Ning chose not to speak, it was best not to pry. "You have returned." Zhang Sanyang, hearing the footsteps of her husband and son, hurriedly opened the courtyard door to greet them. "Mother, we are starving." Fan Ning exclaimed upon seeing his mother. "There is food and dishes prepared. Just wait for a moment while I heat them up." Zhang Sanyang, however, momentarily set aside her son's hunger and quickly inquired of her husband. "How did the discussion go?" "It was settled. The third son has returned to his father-in-law, and they can live in peace." Zhang Sanyang was taken aback. "Isn't that the same as before?" "Not at all." Fan Taizhu shook his head. "The Lu family has completely conceded. The two families have drawn up an agreement. Nyonya will take the Fan surname, and Tinia will cultivate 100 acres of land each year, with 80 acres of profit going to him. He has everything a proper son-in-law should have. The local gentry, the village head, and Master Zhu have all signed. I suspect Mr. Lu fears retribution from the third son as he ages. It appears he is not foolish. But who is Master Zhu? That, you must ask Ninger. He is the one who invited that esteemed gentleman." Zhang Sanyang's gaze shifted curiously to her son, and suddenly she recalled a matter far more significant than her third son's divorce. She stepped forward and seized Ninger's ear. "You little rascal, come with me." "Mother, what are you doing? It hurts." "Let go." Why are you pulling Ning here? Zhang Sanyang, full of indignation, dragged her son into the parlor, where an oil lamp illuminated the scene. On the small square table lay an abundance of gleaming silver coins. Not only were there silver pieces, but Fan Ning's treasure chest had also been unearthed, its lid ajar, revealing a collection of various treasures. Fan Ning's heart sank. When had his mother transformed into a hound of the hunt? Fan Taizhu stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "What on earth is going on?" Inquiring about his dear son. Fan Taizhu gazed curiously at the boy. Fan Ning scratched his head, puzzled. Who placed this in my room? Zhang Sanyang, both amused and exasperated, playfully tapped her son on the head. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. My son is simply too entertaining. He actually wonders who put it there. Fan Taizhu chuckled lightly and stepped forward to examine a silver ingot. Just like the last time, this is official silver from the state treasury. Ning, have you discovered another exquisite Taihu stone for Master Zhou? Fan Ning silently gave a thumbs up, thinking, who says my father lacks intelligence? A glimpse reveals the whole picture. Indeed. I found a top-notch Taihu stone in the rare stone alley. He gave me 200 taels of silver for it. Zhang Sanyang raised an eyebrow, incredulous. You dare to demand 200 taels for a mere rock? How greedy of you. Mother, that Taihu stone could fetch at least 5,000 taels in the capital. I'm already at a loss. 5,000 taels. Zhang Sanyang felt a bit dizzy, struggling to comprehend what such an amount entailed. It could buy 10,000 sheepskin coats. Fan Ning understood his mother's bewildered expression and murmured softly, Father, when will we ever possess 5,000 taels? Zhang Sanyang sighed weakly, I wouldn't even require 5,000. A mere 1,000 taels would suffice. The bracelet on your wrist is worth at least 100,000 taels. Fan Ning suddenly noticed that his mother was wearing a string of purple jade on her wrist. Zhang Sanyang gasped, pointing at the bracelet with wide eyes. How much do you say this is worth? Fan Tiezhou's expression turned serious as he examined his wife's wrist. This should be jade, exceedingly precious. Over a decade ago, I saw a similar piece in a jewelry shop in Changzhou, priced at 2,000 guan, and it was far less dazzling than this. I won't wear it. Zhang Sanyang quickly removed the bracelet, placing it on the table as if it were a venomous snake. Ninger, you must tell your father where this came from. Fan Taizhou asked with unusual gravity. This was bestowed upon Grandfather San by the Emperor, and Grandfather San gifted it to me. Fan Ning, always eager to attribute matters to Fan Zhongyan, felt assured of his answer. Father, although this bracelet is valuable, it must not be sold. Nor should it be mentioned to anyone, for it could bring dire consequences. That is why I buried it and kept it from you. Fan Ning cast a confused glance at his mother, impressed that she could uncover something buried beneath half a foot of soil. By now, Zhang Sanyang had recovered from the shock of 100,000 taels. Do you think your mother is someone who lacks understanding? If you had mentioned it sooner, I would have worn it. She reached out to tap her son's head, but Fan Ning deftly dodged, asking warily, Mother, you haven't shown it to anyone else, have you? Zhang Sanyang's cheeks flushed. She had indeed intended to show it to the Liu family next door, just as you all returned. What are these? Fan Taizhou inquired, gesturing toward the other items in the box. All these gifts are from others, congratulating me on achieving first place. The fan was presented by the esteemed Zhu, while the agate gourd came from Liu, and the 2 yellow jade rings are already known to you. Additionally, there is a piece of white jade gifted by Zhu. Fan Ning spoke half-truths, weaving tales, as such matters are difficult to verify. Quickly, let us secure these, said Fan Taizhou. These items are merely mementos. I believe it is best to bury them, he added. Fan Ning stepped forward to carefully place the treasures into a jewel box and close the lid. Zhang Sanyang, being a woman of humble origins, found the notion of 100,000 taels of silver beyond her comprehension and interest. Conversely, the sight of 200 taels of silver made her eyes sparkle with delight. She stacked the silver and cheerfully said to her husband, Dear, let us use this silver to build a new house. I envision a spacious courtyard with 5 tiled rooms, a place where Ningo can eventually bring home a bride. Fan Ning, weary of his mother's constant talk of marriage, replied with irritation, This is the capital I intend to use for opening a medical clinic. What clinic? The couple spoke in unison, albeit with differing sentiments. Fan Taizhou expressed his discontent, while Zhang Sanyang voiced her curiosity. Fan Ning hastily shared his thoughts with his mother, understanding that in their household, she held the authority. Once she made a decision, his father would follow suit. After hearing Fan Ning's intentions, Zhang Sanyang remained silent, taken aback by the suddenness of the matter, requiring time to ponder. At that moment, she recalled that the 2 men had yet to eat and berated herself, exclaiming, Look at my memory, it seems to have been devoured by a dog. I completely forgot to heat your meals. She dashed to the kitchen, Prompting Fan Zhongyan to address his son, "We shall discuss the clinic matter later." Fan Ning nodded and said to his father, "Father, I wish to ask for your assistance." "What is it?" "Well," Fan Ning scratched his head, "I promised to find a high-quality Taihu stone for someone. Could you please reach out to your old fishing friends to procure some fine Taihu stones? I am willing to pay a premium." "You are seeking stones for that young lady, aren't you?" Fan Zhongyan replied with a smile. After dinner, Fan Ning felt drowsy, his eyelids heavy, and he dragged his weary body off to bed, deferring the handling of the jewel box until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Fan Zhongyan and his wife lay in bed conversing. He recounted the day's events in detail to his wife. Though Zhang Xinyang was concerned about their third son's fate, as long as he was well, she preferred not to inquire further. Her primary concern was whether the Fan family would incur any financial penalties, as such losses would necessitate sharing among the brothers, which she vehemently opposed. Upon learning there would be no financial repercussions, her interest quickly shifted. "You say Ninger has a close relationship with that young lady?" It was evident. Ninger stood by her side, and they were engaged in quiet conversation. "What does she look like?" Women often delve straight to the essence of such matters. "That young lady is remarkably beautiful. I have never encountered a girl as radiant as she." Zhang Xinyang's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. "Father, do you think Ninger and she could possibly?" "That is inconceivable. I have heard from your father that the Zhu family is the wealthiest in Pingjiang Prefecture. We cannot aspire to such heights." "What do you mean we cannot aspire?" "Our Ninger is not lacking in merit. Once she passes the imperial examinations, I might not even regard them highly. But what if she does not succeed? You have such a stubborn mind." She playfully poked her husband's forehead. "Have you forgotten? I possess a bracelet worth 100,000 taels of silver. How could we not marry her?" Fan Zhongyan remained silent, pondering when the bracelet had become solely hers. Zhang Xinyang began to envision the scene of her son and that young lady exchanging vows. The more she imagined, the more delightful it became, causing her to smile broadly. "Stop daydreaming and go to sleep." Fan Zhongyan's abrupt command shattered Zhang Xinyang's beautiful reverie. However, it did remind her of a practical matter. "Father, I have considered it, and you truly could open a clinic." Fan Zhongyan quickly turned to his wife. "The child speaks nonsense. Do you genuinely believe her? Besides, I have just switched to a passenger boat. Whenever someone in the village suffers from a headache or fever, they come to you, and you handle it quite well. Why then, could you not open a clinic? Moreover, running a clinic is more profitable than your boat, and it carries a certain prestige. Ninger cannot always say her father is merely a boatman. You must think of the child." His wife's final words swayed Fan Zhongyan, and he slowly fell into contemplation. Chapter 43. A single skill. The following morning, Fan Ning exerted immense effort to rebury the treasure chest, although he retrieved the jade pendant and the fan. The jade pendant was intended for sale, as he needed capital to purchase Taihu stones, while he planned to return the fan to Zhu Pei, for he was genuinely grateful for her assistance the previous day. "Ninger, why are you covered in mud?" Zhang Xinyang exclaimed irritably. "What do you think?" Fan Ning replied, his tone filled with conviction. "Enough of that. Go change your clothes. Accompany your father to the town," she instructed. "What is the purpose of going to town?" Zhang Xinyang pulled her son aside, smilingly revealing, "Your father contemplated all night and has finally decided to accept your suggestion to open a clinic." Fan Ning was elated. His father had finally come around. What a feat. After tidying himself up, he set off to the town with his father by boat. At the age of 13, when I failed to secure a place in the county school, I felt lost about my future. At that time, a rural healer arrived in the village, and I would follow him around. Noticing my diligence, he allowed me to assist him with his medicine box, and together we roamed the Taihu area, treating patients for 2 whole years. Fan Zhongyan sighed softly, his eyes filled with fond memories of that joyful period, which had been the happiest 2 years of his life, during which he learned a great deal. "And then?" Fan Ning inquired. "Eventually, the rural healer longed for his hometown and returned to Bashu, prompting your grandfather to send me to fish." "Father, you primarily excel in surgery, correct?" "Indeed. I have some knowledge in treating injuries, setting bones, and common ailments. But I am not well versed in advanced medical techniques." Fan Ning chuckled. "Rest assured, father, if one possessed exceptional medical skills, they would not remain in a small town. I suspect everyone is rather similar. Additionally, father must be prepared. Should you truly become a doctor, our family will need to relocate to the town. Let us discuss that later." Upon arriving in the town, the father and son proceeded directly to Guangji Dental Clinic, where Fan Ning encountered the middle-aged dentist from the previous visit. The dentist was both surprised and delighted to see him. "Young master, You have finally arrived. I did not know where to seek you. Have matters been resolved? Indeed, it was half luck and half my diligence. This is. The dentist glanced at Fan Zhongyan. This is my father. He intends to open a clinic. Please, take a seat. The dentist warmly invited Fan Zhongyan to sit down. Your son is quite capable. He is fortunate as well. Uncle, what does fortunate mean? Fan Ning inquired. The middle-aged dentist smiled and explained. I have secured a shop for you in a large pharmacy. It is fortuitous, as they are in need of a doctor specializing in surgery. Fan Zhongyan felt a surge of joy. Opening a clinic within the pharmacy would be ideal, and he quickly responded, Shall we go and take a look? The dentist prepared a formal commission agreement, cheerfully stating, Let us sign the agreement before we proceed. In Mudu town, there were 3 major pharmacies and 6 clinics, with an average of 2 clinics within each pharmacy. In addition to the clinics, there were several resident physicians, including those affiliated with the pharmacies as well as independent practitioners. In summary, there is a multitude of physicians, and the competition is fierce. The pharmacy that the dentist found for them is called Yixingtang, situated near Wangzhuang Bridge, in close proximity to Qishir Lane and the cargo dock. The pharmacy is a standalone building with black tiles, spanning a width of 2 zhang, featuring 3 steps leading up to it, adorned with a grand plaque inscribed with the flamboyant characters Yixingtang. Outside, a large flag billows with a yellow background and red borders, bearing the bold words Xinglin Guoxiu, save lives and heal the wounded. This phrase evokes a sense of pride, as Xinglin Guoxiu typically refers to imperial physicians. Please follow me. The dentist guided them into the main hall, where a strong medicinal aroma enveloped them. Since ancient times, the only establishments that have remained unchanged are likely bookstores and pharmacies. The hall is remarkably spacious, at least 300 square meters, with a long row of low counters on the left, where several pharmacy assistants were busily preparing prescriptions. Against the wall stood densely packed medicine cabinets. In the center, 4 or 5 rows of benches accommodated at least 50 or 60 patients, from whom incessant groans could be heard. In the corners, 4 round tables were set up, each occupied by a physician attending to patients' pulses. To the right, there were 2 rooms, each functioning as a medical clinic, with fabric curtains hanging at the entrances. One was named Wang's Internal Medicine, with a sign that read, Regulating the 5 Qi, Balancing Yin and Yang, which sounded somewhat esoteric and incomprehensible. The other was labeled as the Internal Medicine of the 5 Organs, also adorned with vague promotional phrases. At that moment, the dentist called out to a robust middle-aged man. Manager Luo. Manager Luo approached, and the dentist introduced him, stating that this was Dr. Fan, a specialist in surgery, a hereditary practitioner with 20 years of experience in the medical field. The dentist was quite eloquent, only mentioning 2 decades of practice without explicitly stating that Dr. Fan was a physician. Should his claim be challenged, he could easily retract it. Fan Zhongyan's face flushed. Just a moment ago, he was a boatman, and now he was presented as a physician of 20 years. Fortunately, his dark complexion concealed his embarrassment. Manager Luo scrutinized Fan Zhongyan, observing his rough hands and tan skin, which hardly resembled those of a physician but rather that of a laborer. Is Mr. Fan truly a physician? Manager Luo inquired skeptically. The dentist desperately signaled to Fan Zhongyan, but he shook his head. I was previously a fisherman from Taihu, occasionally tending to the ailments of villagers. I am not a professional physician. The dentist's face turned dark. This was disastrous. With that revelation, everything was ruined. Manager Luo chuckled. Mr. Fan's honesty is commendable, but the shop's owner has set a rule that only experienced physicians may practice here. I can only express my apologies. There is little I can do. Fan Zhongyan felt a deep flush of shame, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Ninger, we shall depart. Wait a moment. Fan Ning called out to her father, who was turning to leave, extending her hand. Father, please hand me the ointment. What are you going to do? Fan Zhongyan asked, perplexed as he handed over the medicine box. Fan Ning swiftly approached the row of benches in the center, where 5 or 6 patients were seated, seemingly there for the treatment of external injuries. She squatted down and gently patted the first patient's leg, then proceeded to examine it. What are you doing? The patient inquired. Bewildered. This is not right. Ignoring him, Fan Ning continued to probe 3 more individuals, each patient gazing at him with a look of utter confusion. The onlookers shared in the bewilderment, while Master Luo merely observed from the sidelines, offering no interference. With a sigh, Fan Zhongyan remarked, Ninger, let us depart. At that moment, Fan Ning firmly grasped the calf of a 4th individual. This man, a middle-aged farmer with a furrowed brow, was caught unawares and cried out in pain. Ah, that hurts terribly. Fan Ning felt a surge of joy. He had found his subject. He quickly knelt and inquired, "Uncle, what troubles your leg?" The farmer replied, "I twisted my ankle while plowing today. Let me take a look," urged Fan Ning. The middle-aged man rolled up his trousers to reveal a swollen, red area around his ankle. Fan Ning applied a generous amount of ointment to the injured joint. "How does it feel now, uncle?" The man nodded, expressing, "It feels quite cool and comfortable. Now, take a few steps," urged Fan Ning. "No, no." The farmer vehemently refused. "I cannot walk. The pain is unbearable. Just 2 steps. Lean on me, and I assure you it won't hurt," Fan Ning coaxed. The farmer, though skeptical, began to feel a sense of relief and, encouraged, slowly stood with Fan Ning as support. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Fan Ning released him, allowing the man to walk freely. After circling around, the farmer shook his leg in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, it truly does not hurt anymore." He joyfully took 2 more laps, laughing heartily, "I am completely healed. Not a trace of pain remains." "Young sir, how much do I owe you?" he inquired. "Typically, I would charge 300 coins, but today, consider it complimentary." This was the standard fee collected for treating sprains, as dictated by the local market, 300 coins for same-day treatment, reducing by 50 coins the following day. Having made his declaration, Fan Ning did not glance at Master Luo and turned to his father, saying, "Father, let us head to the Jai-Sai Hall." He grasped his father's hand and began to walk away, mentally counting, 1, 2, 3, speak. Suddenly, Master Luo called out urgently, "Dr. Fan, please, wait." Fan Ning halted, a triumphant smile on his face, and said to his father, "Father, feel free to negotiate." Fan Taizhou was astonished at how effortlessly they had established a clinic. He was required to pay a mere 5 guan in monthly rent to the apothecary, with no additional expenses. The apothecary had allocated a room of roughly 40 square meters for the clinic, which was named Fan Surgical Clinic. Beside the sign, a description read, "Ancestral Secret Recipes, Master of Bone Setting, specializing in treating sprains and injuries," an advertisement crafted by Fan Ning himself. "Ninger, what shall we do with the boat?" Fan Taizhou asked, steering as they made their way home. Fan Ning replied with a grin, "For sprains and injuries, patients often find it difficult to walk. As a physician, I must frequently travel to the countryside. We shall keep the boat for that purpose." Fan Taizhou chuckled, "Generally, we would need an apprentice. Would you consider leaving school to assist your father?" "Father, I will discuss it with mother. If she agrees, I have no objections. However, I suggest we prepare a pound of sprain treatment medicine first." The father and son exchanged a glance, and together they burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 44. The house purchased during dinner. Zhang Sanyang cheerfully placed a piece of braised meat into her husband's bowl and inquired, "Are you implying that opening a medical practice will not require 200 taels of silver?" Fan Taizhou shook his head, asserting that it would not require such an amount at all. "The apothecary has granted me a 3-month rent-free period. I will need to purchase some essential items, which will amount to roughly 10 guan, and I will set aside 30 guan as a reserve. In total, about 40 guan will suffice. Then we still have 160 taels of silver, which we can use to buy a house in town." Zhang Sanyang had long dreamed of residing in a spacious and bright brick-tiled house. A home is a cherished aspiration for every woman, a timeless desire that transcends generations. "Mother, the property in town spans 2 mil, featuring a large brick-tiled house that is approximately 80% new. It costs 120 guan, and we have already inquired about it." Zhang Sanyang was momentarily taken aback with joy. "So inexpensive?" Fan Taizhou chuckled. "How expensive could houses in a small town possibly be? Besides, it's not located on a main street suitable for a shop." "Have we secured the purchase?" Fan Ning, grinning widely, replied, "Of course. We still need your esteemed presence to make the final decision." "Impudent boy, are you teasing me? Since when am I so old?" "Where? My mother is youthful and beautiful." Full of grace, Fan Taizhou burst into laughter, inadvertently spitting out his food. Zhang Sanyang, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, seized her son and pinched his arm fiercely. "Impudent boy, how dare you say your mother is flirtatious? I shall not let you off easily today." "Mother, this flirtation is not what you think. It hurts." Purchasing a house is a significant matter, especially as it signifies their family's departure from Jiaowan village. Fan Taizhou felt it necessary to inform his father first. Surprisingly, Fan Dachuan did not object this time. He had been preoccupied with anger over his younger son's recent decisions. Fan Tongzhong, the younger son, had refused to teach just days prior, citing valid reasons. He argued that teaching severely hindered his preparations for the imperial examination and declared he must go to the county school to study in a conducive environment. Although Fan Zhongyan disagreed, after a day of his son's protests, Tang Zhong ultimately declared that if he were compelled to teach, he would abandon his pursuit of the examination altogether. Considering the investments he had made in his son's education over the years, Fan Zhongyan finally acquiesced and permitted him to resign and pursue his studies in the county. At this moment, the prospect of his elder son becoming a physician in town provided Fan Zhongyan with some solace. Thus, he consented to his elder son's relocation to the town. The following day marked the third day of the holiday. Fan Ning remained at home to catch up on his assignments, while Fan Taizhu and his wife joyfully ventured to town to purchase the house. They returned home just before dusk. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Fan Ning rushed out to greet them. Fan Taizhu smiled and announced, "We have successfully purchased the house." Fan Ning was overjoyed, asking, "When shall we move?" "It will still be a few days." Zhang Sanyang, exhausted, sank into a chair and wearily replied, "Your father and I have also ordered a set of furniture. Furniture is outrageously priced these days. Just a few items cost us 10 guan. Truly extortionate." Then, recalling something amusing, Zhang Sanyang's expression brightened as she said, "Ninger, let me share an interesting tidbit. The landlord, upon learning that your father is a physician at Yishintang, graciously offered a discount of 5 guan. Being a physician certainly has its advantages." As a rumble emanated from Fan Ning's stomach, he grimaced and lamented, "Mother, I believe being a chef is the best choice." "Enough," Zhang Sanyang retorted. "I am exhausted to the bone, and yet I must prepare meals for you, you little rascal." With that, she rose languidly to head to the kitchen. Fan Tiza smiled at Fan Ning, saying, "This afternoon, Father managed to heal the leg injuries of 3 patients and astonishingly earned a whole tael of silver. Who would have expected that? This is what they call having a unique skill to thrive in the world. That box of medicine will allow Father to earn a lifetime of income. This is merely the beginning. Once Father's reputation grows, he will earn even more." Fan Tiza was taken aback that 3 patients could yield such a sum, and he began to harbor a budding confidence in the medical profession. At that moment, a hurried knock resounded from outside. Startled, Fan Tiza listened as his wife, Zhang Sanyang, inquired from the courtyard, "Who are you looking for?" A man urgently replied, "Is Dr. Fan residing here? We have an urgent matter to discuss with him." Fan Tiza stepped outside. "What brings you here?" The man bowed in supplication. "My father fell from the mountain and has multiple fractures. We implore Dr. Fan to save him." "Understood. Please wait for me a moment," Fan Tiza responded. He donned a coat, gathered some splints and ointment, and instructed Fan Ning, "If I do not return by tomorrow morning, you shall take the boat with Water Root Grandpa to school." "Father, I understand. You go ahead." Fan Tiza hurriedly departed with the man, asking, "Where do you reside?" "Our home is in Sanshu Town, Wudun. We only learned that Dr. Fan lives here after we reached the town." Fan Ning shut the courtyard door and asked, "Mother, how did these patients find us?" "Your father posted the address at the clinic entrance, promising to make house calls even at midnight. I advised him against it, but he would not listen. Look, he just put it up this afternoon, and already someone has come knocking. Is this life still bearable?" Zhang Xinyang expressed her dissatisfaction. Fan Ning chuckled, "Mother, just think about how much money Father will earn from this trip. That should bring you comfort." "That is true." Zhang Sanyang's mood lightened as she smiled. "Then let us not worry about your father. Let us eat." Fan Tiza returned only at the 4th watch of the night. After resting for a mere moment, he rose to send his son to school, as he himself needed to attend to his duties at the clinic. Fan Ning arrived at school slightly earlier than usual, entering the classroom before the bell had rung. He immediately spotted the little girl, Zhu Pei, who was diligently focused on her homework. In fact, she was not alone. Most students were fervently completing their assignments, having become somewhat scattered after 3 days of holiday. "How much do you have left? Would you like me to help you?" Fan Ning inquired with a smile as he sat down. "Get lost. Your scribbles are hardly worth my time," she retorted. Before long, Zhu Pei finished her last word, set down her pen, and glanced at Fan Ning. "When are you moving?" Fan Ning was taken aback. "How do you know?" Zhu Pei grinned with pride. "I won't tell you. I possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Yesterday, I calculated and discerned that a certain fool has purchased a house in town." Fan Ning felt truly perplexed. Their lives had no intersection, so how could she possibly know? Fan Ning was utterly perplexed. He decided to cease his contemplation and handed her the fan, saying, "This is for you." Zhu Pei's eyes sparkled with delight as she seized the fan, opened it, and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Do you not want it anymore?" "It's not as if it could fetch any money. Giving it to me would merely result in it being cast aside. So it is far better to present it to someone who appreciates it." After a moment's thought, Zhu Pei returned the fan to him, pouting. I shall give it back to you. My grandfather would be displeased. Fanning placed the fan on her desk, asserting, first, this fan is no longer associated with your grandfather. It is mine, and I shall bestow it upon whomever I choose. Second, Fan Zhongyan is my third grandfather. I accompanied him to the capital last time, and requesting him to write is a trivial matter for me. Third, this fan bears your grandfather's name, and I would not feel right possessing it. Are those 3 reasons sufficient? The third reason is quite valid. Zhu Pei concurred, her face lighting up with joy as she picked up the fan to admire it once more before placing it into her book bag. You mentioned that requesting Master Fan to write is a simple task. Is that true? Fanning nodded, contemplating, what if I cannot find the finest Taihu stone? I might as well write a letter requesting my third grandfather to compose a piece for your grandfather as a birthday gift for you. What do you think? Zhu Pei's eyes twinkled mischievously as she laughed. I want the Taihu stone, and I also desire Master Fan's calligraphy. I cannot do without either. Fanning's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, isn't that a bit excessive? Zhu Pei, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, Fanning, are you trying to evade the debt you owe me? Fanning slumped over the desk, muttering, your favor is exceedingly difficult to repay. Indeed, Zhu Pei exclaimed triumphantly, my favor is akin to usury, with compounded interest. Repaying it is not so simple. During the lunch break, Lu Kang accompanied Fanning to visit their new residence. Upon hearing that Fanning's family had purchased a house in town, Lu Kang was particularly elated. Fanning's new home was situated near Zhaoguang Yuan Bridge, not far from the apothecary, nestled within a narrow, secluded alley. Towering, age-blue brick walls flanked the path, adorned with patches of moss. At the end of the alley, to the left, stood Fanning's new abode, its door somewhat antiquated, secured by a large brass lock. Fanning unlocked the door and pushed it open, revealing a spacious courtyard of at least 100 square feet, surrounded by 5 blue brick houses arranged in A shape. This was merely the first section. Passing through a corridor led to a courtyard with a large tree at its center, encircled by at least 6 additional large houses, with a 2-story building on the left. This is twice the size of my home. Lu Kang marveled. Cease your marveling. Your family operates a street-side shop. Although the area is slightly smaller, the value surpasses that of my home by a significant margin. That is indeed true. Lu Kang could hardly conceal his pride. Our family purchased this a decade ago for 300 guan. It is now worth at least 500 guan, and crucially, such a location is no longer available. At that moment, the voice of Fanning's father, Fan Taizhu, echoed from outside. This is the place. Let us move in. A flurry of individuals entered, carrying furniture of various sizes, instantly enlivening the courtyard. Chapter 45, The Peculiar Examination for Several Consecutive Days. Fan Ning's parents were particularly busy with tasks such as making beds, preparing meals, boiling water, and transporting various small items. On the 6th evening, they hired a large boat to ferry the remaining belongings to the town. There were no firecrackers set off, nor were there any celebratory feasts. They moved quietly from Jiangwan village to the town. As the end of the year approached, Yining Academy intensified the students' academic workload, resulting in a near-daily barrage of examinations that left the students lamenting in distress. Zhu Pei, during her time at the academy, focused on 2 matters. First, she urged Fan Ning to seek out stones and to write a letter to Fan Zhongyan. Secondly, she frequently compared her grades with Fan Ning's, with their scores alternating in the top position. If calligraphy held greater weight, Zhu Pei would claim first place. If it bore less significance, then Fan Ning would secure the top spot. Whenever Zhu Pei topped the rankings, she beamed with joy, teasing Fan Ning's handwriting, yet when Fan Ning prevailed, she would sulk, accusing the professors of favoritism. Time swiftly passed, and by mid-December, winter had firmly set in. One morning, over 100 students gathered on the playground, stamping their feet and rubbing their hands to fend off the cold. Complaints echoed among them about the absurdity of being assembled in such frigid weather. The group consisted of middle and lower grade students, while the upper grade students, who were preparing for the county examination in the spring, remained notably absent due to the heightened tension. At that moment, Principal Liu emerged, accompanied by 7 or 8 professors. Several teaching assistants promptly directed the students to form lines. Soon, the playground was organized into several queues, and with a wave of his hand, silence fell over the area. Principal Liu called out loudly, "Students aged 12 and above, please raise your hands." A handful of students complied, and those who raised their hands were instructed to return to the classroom. As a result, only a little over 100 students remained, all intrigued by the unusual selection based on age. They craned their necks to catch a glimpse of Principal Liu. With a slight smile, he continued, "In 10 days, the annual examination will take place. Traditionally, these exams have been conducted separately, but this year is unique. You will all be taking the same examination paper. Before he could finish, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The notion that middle and lower grade students would face the same exam was utterly preposterous. Silence. Principal Lu's command brought immediate quiet. I reiterate, this examination is the annual assessment, and I hope you will prepare earnestly. Furthermore, this year's rewards will be more substantial than last year's. With the principal's address concluded, the students dispersed in small groups back to their classrooms. Fan Ning waited for Lu Kang. Do you have any news? Despite having moved to the town over a month ago, Fan Ning remained somewhat uninformed, while Lu Kang, being well-connected, was swift in gathering information. This year is not only peculiar for our academy, other schools are experiencing the same. Students under 12 will be unified for the examination. It is indeed strange. Could it be a directive from the county? I do not know. As the crowd buzzed with chatter upon returning to the classroom, Fan Ning had scarcely settled into his seat when Zhu Pei entered. Adorned in a notably fashionable chiton-style cap, which was oversized and made her face appear smaller, she wore a thick white fox fur coat, with a silver-white fox tail wrapped around her neck. Seamlessly integrated with her cap, and draped a scarlet cloak over her shoulders, completing her ensemble with deer hide boots. From a distance, she resembled a meticulously crafted doll. However, Fan Ning privately thought she resembled a little vixen. Recently arrived, she had never participated in any collective activities at the academy. What are you all discussing? Zhu Pei inquired as she took her seat. This year's exam seems rather peculiar. All students under 12 are taking the same test. And it appears that other schools are doing the same. No one seems to understand what's going on. Zhu Pei's face bore her customary disdainful expression. You don't even know this? It's a selection process. Suddenly, Fan Ning recalled her sources of information and leaned in with a smile. Do tell me, what kind of selection? You little rascal, why are you leaning so close? Keep your distance. Then enlighten me. What is there to say? I don't know either. Also, when will you give me my stone? Let me warn you, no more of your fake Taihu stones. A few days prior, Fan Ning had received 2 calligraphic works sent by Fan Zhongyan, who praised his progress in writing and encouraged him to continue striving. One piece, inscribed with worry before the world worries, rejoice after the world rejoices, he retained for himself, while the other he gifted to Zhu Pei. She was quite pleased with that piece, yet infuriated by the fact that Fan Ning had deceived her with a counterfeit Taihu stone. Fan Ning could hardly be bothered to argue further. He had indeed acquired a Lingbai stone, yet she refused to believe him. She would not even consult her grandfather for verification. At that moment, Professor Yin entered the classroom, tapping the desk with his whip, and silence fell instantly. In yesterday's exam, Fan Ning secured first place, Zhu Pei second, and Lu Kang third. Those students whose names I call must come to me after class for punishment. Fan Jiang, Luo Pingzhou. Zhang Song. Out of the corner of his eye, Fan Ning swiftly glanced at Zhu Pei and, as anticipated, saw her pouting in displeasure at his first place. It's always this old curmudgeon. His judgment is entirely skewed, Zhu Pei muttered resentfully. Her complaints held some merit. Professor Yin did not place significant emphasis on calligraphy, assigning it a lower score, which allowed Fan Ning to consistently claim first place. However, Professor Kai, who taught the analects, placed greater value on calligraphy, resulting in Zhu Pei frequently outshining Fan Ning in his class. Today, they would recite 3 passages from the analects, Yin Yuan, Zi Lu, and Xian Wen. Adhering to the usual practice, 2 mistakes would earn a whip on the palm. Let us begin. Fan Ning unfolded the exam paper and took up his brush. His calligraphy had indeed improved remarkably. Having ascended to a new level merely 2 months prior, he had recently reached yet another. Fan Ning's regular script now matched the level of Fan Zhongyan's young apprentice, Xiaofu, and perhaps even surpassed it slightly, though he still lagged behind Zhu Pei. The handwriting of this young lady is indeed exquisite, imbued with a remarkable spirit, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Yining Academy. As noted by the esteemed Director Lu, Fan Ning began to quiet his thoughts and diligently practice writing, his pen moving increasingly swiftly, fully immersed in the aesthetic beauty of calligraphy. During lunch, all the students were abuzz with discussions regarding the forthcoming annual examination. The disparity between the lower and middle-class students in having to tackle the same exam was deemed utterly unreasonable. One student exclaimed vociferously, "The middle-class students have studied the Book of Songs and are currently learning the Book of Changes. We have not covered any of that material. Are we solely to be examined on the Analects and Mencius? That is impossible." Another student retorted, "Did you not hear Professor Yin subtly hinting today? We must find time to review the Book of Songs. Indeed, the annual examination will include it." The dining hall erupted into a cacophony akin to a boiling pot. Lu Kang remarked to Fan Ning, "This mixed examination with the middle-class students is undeniably unfair to us." Fan Ning inquired with a smile, "I've heard there are some formidable individuals among the middle-class students." Lu Kang nodded in agreement. "Our cohort is widely acknowledged as the weakest, while the best are in the middle-class lower division, known as the 7 worthies of the Bamboo Grove. In their first year, these 7 excelled in their written recitations, with no mistakes whatsoever, making it impossible to surpass them except through calligraphy. It is said that several of them could compose poetry by the age of 5, stemming from profound familial traditions." At that moment, 2 students burst into the dining hall, exclaiming loudly, "You must see the middle-class students' dining hall. They are predicting the results of the annual examination and have already compiled a list of the top 10 candidates. Is our name on it? How could it possibly be? They hold us lower-class students in utter disdain." Lu Kang stood up and asked, "Fifth brother, did they mention Fan Ning?" Fan Ning felt a flush rise to his cheeks. His ears perked up. Yes, they placed Fan Ning at 61st. Instantly, the dining hall erupted into chaos. With 60 students in the 2 middle-class divisions, placing Fan Ning at 61st implied he was deemed unworthy of competition with them. Lu Kang, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Fan Ning, you must prepare diligently. These fellows are exceedingly arrogant." Fan Ning chuckled softly, eager to experience the prowess of the 7 worthies of the Bamboo Grove. In the ensuing days, all students devoted themselves wholeheartedly to preparing for the annual examination, with Fan Ning no exception. Rising before dawn, he practiced writing incessantly, only retiring to sleep at the first watch of the night. For Fan Ning, poetry and prose posed no fear. His sole weakness lay in calligraphy. He could not leverage the advantage of foresight, but like every other student of his era, he diligently practiced writing, making steady progress. As December drew to a close, with merely 2 days remaining before the annual examination, the students' long-standing confusion regarding the unified examination was finally unveiled. It was indeed a county-wide directive, with the selection competition for Prodigy scheduled to take place in the county city on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. This competition was essentially a part of the Song Dynasty's juvenile examination, conducted concurrently with the imperial examination, mirroring its processes. However, upon the announcement of results, a separate juvenile list would be issued. Notably, the famous Chancellor Ouyang Xiu had achieved first place on the juvenile list at the age of 14, subsequently granted the status of a jinshi. The selection of prodigies for examinations in the capital is a duty incumbent upon local officials across various provinces, incorporated into the assessments of the Ministry of Personnel, thus garnering significant attention from officials everywhere. Despite this shared emphasis, the methods of implementation vary widely. Most counties only send representatives to seek out prodigies on the eve of the imperial examinations or rely on recommendations from local academies. However, certain counties with advanced educational systems, particularly in the Jiangnan region, prioritize the cultivation of prodigies. After each examination session, these locales immediately commence efforts to nurture new talents for the next round of imperial assessments. Wu County is no exception, as the selection and development of prodigies have become a cherished tradition. The Song Dynasty stipulates that candidates for the juvenile examination must be under the age of 15. Thus, for this year's prodigy selection in Wu County, candidates must not exceed 12 years of age by next April. The Prodigy Selection Contest is held every 3 years, strictly adhering to the procedures of the imperial examinations. Previously, local academies directly recommended students for participation in the Prodigy selection, a system fraught with drawbacks, as the recommended candidates were predominantly from affluent families, leaving few opportunities for those from humble backgrounds. This time, however, Zhao Xuezheng initiated reforms, mandating that academies conduct examinations to pre-select candidates. Consequently, the annual assessments of each academy have transformed into qualifying examinations for this purpose. Chapter 46, The Year-End Examination Before Dawn. The students of Yinning Academy waited anxiously outside the gates. This year marked the annual examination, and entry into the academy was strictly prohibited. Clusters of students gathered in small groups, murmuring quietly as they deliberated on the day's examination topics. Lu Kang approached Fan Ning and whispered, "Those fellows are the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove." Following Lu Kang's gaze, Fan Ning observed 7 students from the middle division standing together on the far right. The middle division was akin to the 3rd and 4th grades, and judging by their appearances, they were likely in the 3rd grade. This group of 7 formed a distinct clique, each adorned in exquisite attire, exuding an air of exceptional elegance. Their expressions were rather haughty. though they displayed slightly more courtesy towards other middle division students than they did towards those from the lower division, whom they regarded with contempt. Among the 7 stood a tall, slender student wearing a high hat, towering half a head above Fan Ning. His handsome visage was complemented by strikingly bright eyes. He donned a finely crafted satin scholar's robe, cinched at the waist with a leather belt, and a luxurious fur collar peeking out from his neckline. His refined demeanor and gentle elegance made him particularly eye-catching among the 7. "Who was that student in the high hat?" Fan Ning inquired, pointing his chin towards the young man. Lu Kang responded curtly, "Have you forgotten? We encountered him at the Qishir Pavilion." Realizing the truth, Fan Ning recalled having seen the pair, grandfather and grandson, at the entrance of the Qishir Pavilion, though it had slipped his mind. "What is his name?" he asked. Lu Kang shook his head. "It seems you truly didn't pay attention. His name is Su Ji, hailing from Wu County. He is 11 years old and 3 years ago entered Yanning Academy as the top student. Since his second year, he has never ranked second." "Impressive. What are his strengths?" Fan Ning asked, curiosity piquing his interest. "He excels in all areas. I've heard that he could write poetry at 4 and prose at 6. His calligraphy is particularly exceptional. His grandfather is the chief professor at the Pingzhong Academy, and his father is a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, now serving in the court. His family background is quite illustrious." Fan Ning nodded inwardly, recognizing him as a true prodigy. At that moment, the bell of Yanning Academy rang, signaling the students to enter the academy in an orderly fashion. The year-end examination was finally about to commence. 104 students were seated in 3 examination rooms, their positions largely unchanged. Beside Fan Ning sat Zhu Pei. The Dean Lu, accompanied by a dozen professors and teaching assistants, supervised the examination. 2 teaching assistants then brought in a large wooden board, unveiling the cloth covering it, and the examination questions finally appeared. A wave of gasps surged through the classroom. Almost all the lower division students were rendered speechless. The questions were manageable for the middle division students but presented a formidable challenge for those in the lower division. They were tasked with composing a poem on the theme of the winter solstice, crafting a couplet, reciting the first 3 chapters of the Analects and the first 3 chapters of the Mencius from memory. Additionally, they were to memorize any 5 chapters from the Book of Songs, the first 5 chapters of the Tao Te Ching, and the text from Zhuangzi's Autumn Waters. The examination was to be submitted by the hour of the rooster, or 5 p.m. The volume of questions was substantial, the content exceedingly demanding, and more importantly, many subjects had not been covered by the lower division students, such as the Book of Songs, which was only introduced in the second year. The Tao Te Ching and Zhuangzi, being supplementary readings, were far too advanced for the younger students. These questions were effortless for Fan Ning. However, his weakness lay in calligraphy. Unable to resist, he stole a glance at Zhu Pei, who appeared lost in thought, evidently grappling with a challenging question. By noon, Fan Ning had completed all examination segments except for the poetry section. At that moment, the bell for lunch rang. Today, there would be no break, and they had to eat in the examination hall. Shortly after, the sound of footsteps indicated the arrival of several teaching assistants bearing meals. Professor Yin, the invigilator, clapped his hands, signaling everyone to pause their writing and eat before resuming. The students promptly stored their papers and writing utensils in their drawers, and each went to collect a plate of food. Fan Ning brought back 2 portions, pushing one towards Zhu Pei. "Eat up. The meal is quite good today." In Fan Ning's opinion, the fare was indeed satisfactory: braised lion's head meatballs, a plate of oil-braised eggplant, a bowl of vegetable soup, and 2 meat buns. Zhu Pei shook her head, refusing. "I'm not hungry. You take it." She placed the lion's head meatball onto Fan Ning's plate. Observing her, he sensed her despondence. "Are you struggling with a question?" After a moment, her eyes reddened slightly. And pouting, she confessed, "I've never read the Tao Te Ching or Zhuangzi. That's a minor issue." Fan Ning quickly scanned the surroundings. Noting that several proctors were preoccupied with distributing meals, he swiftly handed his 2 papers to Zhu Pei. Startled, she exclaimed, "Isn't this cheating?" Fan Ning lowered his voice. "Take a quick look during lunch and memorize a few lines." Zhu Pei trembled with anxiety. Although she was bold and brash, she had never engaged in exam malpractice. Nevertheless, she steeled her resolve to scrutinize the passages from the Tao Te Ching and Zhuangzi that Fan Ning had transcribed. Meanwhile, Fan Ning busily devoured the lion's head meatballs, which were exceptionally well prepared, his favorite dish. Normally, the cafeteria served only 1 proportion, but today he had 2, relishing every bite. Once he finished his meal and glanced over at Zhu Pei, he found her joyfully indulging in some pastries. "Did you memorize everything?" Zhu Pei returned the papers to him. her demeanor triumphant. If you don't secure first place this time, don't blame me. But you brought this upon yourself. I just remembered. Fan Ning chuckled. I think I made an error in one part of the Autumn Waters poem. You. Zhu Pei erupted in anger, delivering a sharp kick to him. You scoundrel. Fan Ning, seeing her face flush with indignation, replied with a smile, I was just teasing you. I'm quite confident this time. You cannot outshine me in poetry and couplets. Zhu Pei huffed. Well, let us see about that. Once the examination concluded, the students congregated on the playground, reluctant to depart. Fan Ning, I'm doomed. As Fan Ning stepped onto the field, Lu Kang approached with a woeful expression. I couldn't recall any passages from the Book of Songs. The Tao Te Ching or Zhuangzi, I'm certain I'll be advised to withdraw, given the customary practice of dismissing students with poor exam results. Fan Ning surveyed the others, noticing their pale faces, indicating a collective struggle with the examination. Fan Ning comforted him, saying, if everyone has performed poorly, then the law cannot hold the masses accountable. Besides, we will only study the Book of Songs next year. This is not our responsibility. I believe it should be used to assess the middle scholars. It is of no consequence if we cannot accomplish it. Lu Kang pondered this and felt slightly better. With a hint of schadenfreude, he added, actually, I fared reasonably well. At least I managed to write both the poetry and couplets. That fellow Fan Zhong merely recited the Analects and Mincius, failing to complete anything else. If anyone should be expelled, it should be him. How did you fare? Lu Kang inquired. Not bad. I was able to complete it all, though I cannot say if my answers are correct. Just as Fan Ning finished speaking, Lu Kang whispered urgently, they're coming. Fan Ning turned to see a throng of middle scholars surrounding 7 students swiftly approaching. These were the 7 sages of the bamboo grove. With Su Ji at their center, all beaming with satisfaction, indicating they had likely performed well. Little ones, cease your weeping and hurry home to nurse. Someone called out in a mocking tone, prompting laughter from the crowd. The lower scholars glared at them in anger, with Lu Kang particularly incensed, pointing at Fan Ning and declaring, what are you so pleased about? Our Fan Ning has not fared any worse than you. Fan Ning quickly intervened, urging Lu Kang to remain silent. The 7 middle scholars exchanged glances, their faces betraying disdain. One of them contemptuously remarked, an ant king is still just an ant. How can it compare to an elephant? Fan Ning merely smiled faintly, refraining from engaging with their taunts. When one of the scholars approached and deliberately nudged him with his shoulder, he sneered, are you not a mere little ant? Fan Ning met his gaze and replied, indeed. I am just a small ant, quite insignificant and unworthy of mention. However, you do not qualify as elephants either. At most, you are merely a group of tadpoles, swimming aimlessly in a well. Scoundrel! The group of middle scholars suddenly grasped the sting in Fan Ning's words and erupted in rage, prepared to confront him. Su Ji restrained them, his tall and slender frame exuding an air of leadership as he approached with calm confidence, surveying Fan Ning with a cold, condescending demeanor. In truth, this examination was designed entirely for the middle scholars. The Tao Te Ching and Zhuangzi were on the required memorization list, and we have also studied poetry and couplets. It is perplexing why the Academy would include the lower scholars in this endeavor. We do not intend to look down upon you, but you are indeed quite feeble. I have always believed that the weak should possess self-awareness. Are you implying we lack self-awareness? Lu Kang retorted, displeased. Su Ji smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at Fan Ning. Everyone else is acceptable. I merely believe that some individuals overestimate themselves. These 7 gifted students hailed from esteemed scholarly families, steeped in tradition, and having diligently studied at the Academy for years, their arrogance palpable. How could they possibly hold in esteem someone who had only recently entered the Academy? Moreover, Fan Ning's impoverished background, having come from the countryside to study in town, placed him leagues below them, further fueling their innate contempt. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with someone derisively stating, indeed, one individual truly lacks self-regard, thinking that achieving the top of the entrance exam renders him invincible. It is utterly laughable. In Yin Ing Hall, there are hidden talents, and he is but a nobody. You all flatter me excessively, Fan Ning remarked with a hint of detachment. I have always been acutely aware of my own limitations, as a mere village schoolboy from the Pingzheng prefecture of the Song Dynasty. How could I dare to compare myself to the illustrious 7 sages of the bamboo grove? His demeanor was exceedingly polite, and his gestures exuded grace. However, his words pricked like needles. Su Ji's face flushed slightly as he observed Fan Ning's sharp tongue. Not wishing to engage further, he coldly replied, Junior, there is no need for self-deprecation. No one can claim to be the best. Among our peers in the Academy, there are many exceptionally talented individuals such as Shuejun, Lu Yue, Wu Jian, Zhang Miao, Wang Zheng, Wang Ying, and myself. Any of us could potentially claim the top spot. Yet, one thing we can be certain of is that the name of a lower academy student will not appear on this ranking. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, while the others held their heads high, deliberately ignoring them as they passed. Lu Kang seethed with indignation. Thinking how arrogant these fellows were, they genuinely looked down upon Fan Ning from the depths of their being. Fan Ning, however, smiled easily, recognizing that they indeed had the audacity to be arrogant. Having only recently enrolled, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in a rivalry with them. Chapter 47. Escalating tensions for the professors and teaching assistants, their arduous days were just beginning. This evening, they would endure an all-nighter to grade a mountain of papers, with results to be announced the following morning. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, each professor engrossed in the evaluation of thick stacks of papers. At that moment, Professor Yin approached Dean Lu and whispered, "Dean, take a look at Fan Ning's paper. It's quite intriguing." Dean Lu was immersed in grading Su Ji's paper. For Su Ji was his prized student, excelling remarkably in this examination, much to Lu's delight. Upon hearing that Fan Ning's paper had arrived, he promptly set aside his current work, exclaiming, "Let me see." He glanced at the first page, which featured a poem and a couplet. The poem, titled Miscellaneous Records of the Winter Solstice, read, "Testing the patterns of the 9 nines by the window, the lingering chill fades as warmth returns anew. Plum blossoms scatter, leaving no remaining white. Today, I see the apricot tree in bloom." Dean Lu nodded in approval. It was as refreshing and lively as ever, reminiscent of his own poetry from his days in the academy. "The couplet is quite commendable," Professor Yin remarked. The task was to compose a couplet for the entrance, a tradition during the new year, where many households would adorn their doors with auspicious phrases. Dean Lu examined Fan Ning's couplet closely, the clamorous market echoes. Yet the clear breeze and bright moon need not be purchased. Few guests grace the humble home, the birds chirp and the flowers bloom, bringing great joy. Although it lacked the typical celebratory tone and bore a hint of self-deprecation, it was indeed well-crafted. With a smile, Dean Lu declared, "I shall take this couplet to adorn my doorway." "Dean, that grand residence of yours is ill-suited for such a couplet," Professor Yin interjected. With a glare, Dean Lu retorted, "Who says so? Compared to the Zhu family, I am just as impoverished, you know." Professor Yin felt a twinge of disappointment, having also admired the couplet, only to have it snatched away by the dean. Dean Lu then inquired about the back section of the paper, jokingly asking, "How did the transcription fare?" "I have reviewed it, and the teaching assistant has meticulously verified it as well. Every word is correct. I believe Fan Ning deserves a top-tier grade." "How troublesome." Dean Lu sighed softly. If Yanning Academy were to promote Fan Ning, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Zhao Xuezheng to seize. Yet, failing to recommend Fan Ning would seem unjust. After much contemplation, Dean Lu finally inscribed a top-tier score on the paper. Regardless, a grade must be awarded to Fan Ning. "How did Su Ji perform?" Professor Yin inquired. Dean Lu handed him the paper, saying, "His performance was exceptional. I also wish to give him a top-tier grade, but alas, he forgot to write the title of Zhuangzi's Autumn Waters." The following morning, Fan Ning was at the well washing up when he heard Lu Kang's voice outside. "Fan Ning, we can leave now." "Just a moment." Fan Ning hurriedly washed up, raced back to his room to don his coat, and took his book bag as he exited the courtyard. "Why are you bringing your book bag?" "There are no classes today. After seeing the results, I wish to visit the bookshop. I'll accompany you. Just call for me when you're ready." With laughter and banter, the two departed the alley, making their way toward the academy. Just as they reached the entrance, a loud voice called out, "He.S. here." A dozen or so classmates rushed out, surrounding Fan Ning in a tight circle. Voices clamored, "Fan Ning, you've brought us honor this time. How did everyone fare?" "It's dreadful. Our class has suffered total annihilation." The results had already been released, and upon hearing the term total annihilation, Fan Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Did Zhu Pei also perform poorly? However, there was no time for further contemplation as the crowd ushered him towards the classroom. The results were prominently displayed on a notice board in the courtyard, flanked by red flowers, emblazoned with the words, "Annual Examination Gold List." A throng of students, predominantly from the middle class, surrounded the board, engaged in fervent debate. Upon Fan Ning's entrance, a hush fell over the assembly, and countless eyes turned towards him, filled with expressions of defiance and dissatisfaction. Ignoring their stares, Fan Ning approached the list. Traditionally, only the top 5 from each class were announced, but this year, due to a joint examination involving 100 students, the top 20 were revealed. Yet, Every name was marked as a middle-class student, save for the first place, Fan Ning, whose designation as a lower-class student was glaringly conspicuous. A broad smile spread across his face. Although he was aware of his commendable performance, the sheer exhilaration of having his name at the pinnacle was intoxicating. Strange. Where's Zhu Pei? Lu Kong murmured beside him, prompting Fan Ning to scan the list further. The second place was Su Ji, followed by Lu Yue, then Wu Jian. Fan Ning scrutinized the top 20, but Zhu Pei's name was conspicuously absent. It left him bewildered. She had completed all her work. Could the middle-class students truly be that formidable? Was Zhu Pei unable to break into the top 20? He must have cheated. A voice suddenly cut through the air coldly. Who? Who is spreading such slander? Lu Kong glared at the crowd, fury etched on his face. The assembly remained silent. Their gazes icy. At that moment, Su Ji stepped forward, nodding towards Fan Ning. Congratulations, Junior Fan. I must apologize sincerely for my remarks yesterday. Though he professed sincerity, his expression betrayed no warmth, and his eyes lacked any trace of genuineness. Fan Ning waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to force yourself, Su. Su Ji's demeanor darkened as he sternly declared, we cannot comprehend how you achieved first place. Could you enlighten us? Fan Ning's expression hardened. Did he truly owe anyone an explanation? We unanimously believe it is necessary. Su Ji glanced back at the crowd before fixing his gaze on Fan Ning again. You have only just enrolled. Previously, you studied at a rural school, where you neither learned the Book of Songs nor read the Tao Te Ching or Zhuangzi. Moreover, we have never seen you compose couplets. How could you excel so remarkably in the annual examination? It leaves us utterly perplexed. We had assumed you came from a scholarly background, only to find you living in a dilapidated house. Humph. Your mother can't even read. Fan Ning slowly clenched his fists, glaring at a middle-class student nearby. Please, speak respectfully and refrain from disparaging my parents. Who has insulted your parents? We are merely stating the truth. A group of students from the Zhangshi were engulfed in laughter, as one of them continued to maliciously taunt, like father, like son. How can a foolish child named Fan Dazi possibly rank first? Fan Ning remained silent, stepping forward to deliver a powerful uppercut. Caught off guard. The student was struck squarely beneath the chin, letting out a cry as he staggered backward, supported by a few peers. The group of Zhangshi students erupted in shouts. And Su Ji scoffed, asserting that this was indeed the behavior of a rough, unsophisticated country boy, resorting to violence when logic failed him. Fan Ning coldly retorted, You arrogant fools. When you cannot compete, you accuse others of cheating. What rationale do you possess? He had struck back. They demanded an apology. A dozen students from Zhangshi shouted loudly, encircling Fan Ning. At that moment, a burly student, Wu Jian, cracked his knuckles menacingly, declaring, Listen here, brat, I'll count to 3, if you do not apologize. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Fan Ning casually picked up a brick from the ground, responding, I fear your courtesy, bring it on. What is going on here? Roared Dean Lu, with Lu Kong trailing behind to report the incident. The throng of Zhongshi students parted, allowing Dean Lu to approach and glare at them. What are you all doing surrounding Fan Ning? Shuijun shouted, We believe it is unreasonable for him to rank first. Another chimed in, We suspect he cheated. Dean Lu trembled with fury, pointing at the crowd. Is this your justification? Because you cannot surpass others, you claim they cheat? You are exceedingly arrogant. Since he struck someone, by the rules he should be expelled. Someone shouted. Dean Lu shot back, You 20-some students are bullying a younger peer. And you still have the audacity to complain? Each of you will write a reflection. The crowd, intimidated by the dean, lowered their heads. Su Ji, standing tall, stepped forward. Dean Lu, I take responsibility for this matter. It is not their fault. Dean Lu, infuriated yet amused, replied, How noble of you to accept responsibility. Do you wish for praise as well? You did not rank first this time. Do you know where you faltered? And what about you? Dean Lu pointed at the others. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you envy a junior who performed better than you. With such a mindset, it would be miraculous if you were to succeed in the county examinations. If it were a fair competition, we would not feel envious. But we firmly believe you should not be the first. Su Ji remained unconvinced by Dean Lu's words. Dean Lu glanced at several other outstanding students from Zhangshi, observing their shared dissatisfaction and disdain towards Fan Ning. Deeply disappointed, he realized that despite his efforts, these students remained unyielding. He waved his hand dismissively, You may leave. The rankings are finalized. Whether you accept them is of no consequence. Su Ji held his head high, turning away with pride, and the others followed suit in silence, not uttering a single word. Moments later, the group of Zhongsha students departed without a trace. Dean Lu sighed and addressed Fan Ning. You should not have resorted to violence. Fan Ning scoffed, saying, I have already stated that I can engage in reasoned discourse. However, if one believes they can insult me merely because I hail from the countryside, then I must regretfully resort to settling matters with my fists. The head of the academy felt helpless and replied, These 7 students have consistently monopolized the top 7 positions among the students of the academy, maintaining their dominance for 3 years without falter. Even if another student were to seize the first position, they would be unable to accept it, let alone someone like you, a newcomer from the countryside. You must understand their perspective, and I hope you can also comprehend the difficulties I face. I fully grasp the challenges you encounter, Fan Ning replied calmly. Observing their attire, demeanor, and the backgrounds from which they come, it is evident they possess a sense of pride and entitlement. The headmaster relies on them to elevate the reputation of Yinning Academy. However, understanding their situation does not alter the reality we confront. I have achieved the first position, and they have not. Chapter 48. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Ning achieved the top rank in the annual examination, earning a substantial reward of 20 taels of silver. When he presented the 20 taels before his mother, Zhang Sanyang, she unexpectedly embraced him and burst into tears. Memories flooded her mind of the day she first sent her son to the primary school, enduring the scornful gazes and derogatory remarks, along with the discouragement from neighbors and friends who advised her against wasting money. Even her father-in-law had slammed the table in anger, chastising her for being wasteful. During his time at school, her son had consistently ranked last in his exams, subjected to relentless ridicule. The overwhelming tide of mockery had suffocated their family. And though she silently endured all the humiliation and indignities, she remained steadfast in her commitment to educate her son, sacrificing her own needs to save every coin for his tuition. She firmly believed that her son would eventually succeed. Today, her son had secured the first rank in the entire school, and all the years of pent-up frustration surged within Zhang Sanyang, rendering her overwhelmed with emotion. After much coaxing from Fan Taizhou, she gradually calmed herself, wiping away her tears as the weight of her past humiliations dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning joy. Zhang Sanyang repeatedly examined the certificate of honor that proclaimed Fan Ning as the first-place winner. Although her literacy was limited, she recognized the 3 characters denoting first place, causing her to beam with pride. Ninger, go show this to your grandfather and grandmother. Mother, please allow me to keep this 20 taels of silver as my reward. Fan Ning seized the moment, eager to claim the prize. You child, so adept at seizing opportunities. What does a little one like you need with such a sum? Zhang Sanyang affectionately stroked her son's head, saying, Ninger, dear, I will save this money for your future bride. Though her heart was soft and tender, she remained resolute on matters of principle. Noticing his son's crestfallen expression, Fan Taizhou interjected, My dear, with the new year approaching, why not give the child a couple of coins for pocket money? Having earned a decent income in recent months, Fan Taizhou's standing in the household had slightly improved. Zhang Sanyang pinched her son's adorable little face and replied, Very well. Since your father has spoken, I shall grant you 500 won as a reward for your first-place achievement. The 20 taels of silver had been reduced to 500 won, a staggering decrease of 40 times. Fortunately, Fan Ning was prepared for this reality, knowing well that once money passed into his mother's hands, it was unlikely to return. The fact that she was willing to bestow 500 won upon him was a remarkable act of generosity. After finishing lunch, Fan Ning returned to his room and lay on his bed, troubled by his financial constraints. He had previously sold a jade pendant for 4 taels of silver and spent 1 tael on a piece of Qiandong stone, while another 250 won had been spent on a premium Lingbai stone for Zhu Pei. With the year drawing to a close and vendors tightening their finances, the Qishir Alley was expected to unveil some hidden treasures. Having prepared for the exam recently, he had little time to pursue his interests. But now that the exams were over, Fan Ning was eager to explore Qishir Alley and seek his fortune. However, he was left with only 500 won, without capital. What could he do? But he still possessed that jade pendant. He recalled that it seemed to have fallen into some corner of the bedside, and at that time, he was in a hurry for school and did not retrieve it promptly. Eventually, he forgot about it. Fan Ning turned over, threw the bedding aside, and rummaged through the bed for quite a while before finally discovering the other jade pendant nestled within the crevice. Splendid. Wealth had returned to him. In his joy, Fan Ning planted a fervent kiss on the jade pendant. Ninger, do you have any dirty clothes? Hurry and bring them down. Zhang Sanyang shouted from downstairs. Coming. Fan Ning quickly descended with 2 pieces of soiled clothing. At that moment, Fan Zhongyan had just finished his lunch and was about to head to the clinic. Ning, Fan Zhongyan called to his son. Noticing his wife was absent, he discreetly slipped a silver ingot, weighing about an ounce, into Fan Ning's hand. Hide this well. And don't let your mother find it. Thank you, father. Fan Ning exclaimed with delight. His father truly was a timely benefactor. Fan Zhongyan chuckled and inquired, Are you planning to go rock hunting? Fan Ning smiled. His father truly understood him well. You go ahead. I must also head to the clinic. After taking a few steps, Fan Zhongyan suddenly recalled something and turned back to his son. Do you remember the last time you asked me to help you find stones? If his father hadn't mentioned it, Fan Ning would have nearly forgotten that matter. He hurriedly asked, Is there any news? Fan Zhongyan nodded. A couple of days ago, Uncle Wang from the village brought your mother to the clinic for a consultation and mentioned that he has several good stones set aside specifically for you. He suggested you go take a look when you have time. Fan Ning joyfully replied, I'll go during the New Year break, with matters at the clinic to attend to. Fan Zhongyan hurried off. Fan Ning took the dirty clothes to the outer yard, where he saw his mother, Zhang Sanyang, sitting by the well washing clothes. He placed the garments beside her and noticed her hands were red and frozen, causing him to feel a pang of sympathy. Mother, why not take them to the laundry? It's so cold, don't wash them yourself. The laundry is too expensive. Washing just one long shirt costs 10 won. It would cost our family 61 for a single wash, enough to buy 2 dough of rice. I'll wash them myself. How about I boil some hot water for you? Nonsense. Firewood is far too costly now. Don't waste it. Fan Ning scratched his head. But I just earned you 20 taels of silver, didn't I? You know not the value of money. That 20 taels won't last long. Zhang Sanyang sighed. Lamenting that a load of firewood costs 21, and living in town incurs expenses for everything. She began to reminisce about rural life, where apart from spending on oil, salt, and daily necessities, other expenses were minimal. A little frugality could make one's monthly allowance of 1 guan sufficient. Now that they resided in town, every item, firewood, rice, oil, salt, vinegar, tea, vegetables, meat, and eggs, cost money. Even clothing, shoes, and socks could not be too coarse and required a touch of refinement. Nearly everything demanded expenditure. Even a sip of hot water felt like a luxury. 3 to 4 guans a month simply were not enough. Fan Ning chuckled. Father earns quite a bit too. His father, Fan Zhongyan, now toils from dawn till dusk attending to patients, earning a modest sum of around 20 coins a month. After deducting the 5 coins for the pharmacy rent, 2 coins for the hired apprentice, and other necessary expenses at the clinic, his net income amounts to approximately 10 coins monthly. 10 coins is considered a respectable income in the countryside, yet it merely places them in the middle class in town. Comparable to the Liu family. Mother, why don't we hire a maid? A young and capable one, preferably without family obligations, to assist you with cooking and laundry, thus alleviating your burdens. Zhang San's sharp gaze bore down on him. You might as well state it plainly. You want your father to take a concubine. Fan Ning was taken aback and quickly rephrased. Well, a little maid would suffice, around 10 years old. The Liu family has one too. Zhang San chuckled. Liu's mother mentioned to me that little girl, Xiaoyu, is an orphan, intended to be a concubine for her son in the future. Are you envious of Liu Kong? Wishing for a little maid for yourself to keep you company later? Fan Ning was genuinely perplexed by his mother's thoughts, which often veered into such territories, leaving him speechless. He hastened his pace towards the exit. Where are you off to now? With a swift motion, Fan Ning dashed out, shouting from a distance, I'm going to Qishir Lane. Zhang San sighed in resignation, rising to toss her son's 2 pieces of dirty clothing into the basin. At his age, he still behaves like a mischievous child, running off to gaze at stones. What is so fascinating about a few broken rocks? As she chided her son, she failed to remember that their lives had drastically changed due to 2 stones. At that moment, a sweet voice called from outside, Excuse me. Is this the Fan Ning residence? Zhang San quickly stood, wiped her hands on her attire, and hurried to the door. There, she found a child. Around 7 or 8 years old, dressed as a young gentleman, yet Zhang San immediately recognized her as a young lady. Adorned in splendid clothing and wearing a grand leather hat, her eyes sparkled with liveliness. And her delicate face was as fair and refined as any beauty Zhang San had ever seen. Delighted by the presence of such a charming little lady seeking her son, Zhang San exclaimed, Fan Ning is my son, and you are? I am Zhu Pei, a classmate of Fan Ning. The girl replied with a particularly sweet and amiable smile. Zhang San then noticed a strikingly tall young woman standing at the end of the alley. And upon hearing the girl's surname, She recalled her husband's words and suddenly understood. I see now, you are the little official Zhu. My son often speaks of you. Come in. Come in. It's cold outside. Come sit in the house, Zhang San urged. Zhu Pei nodded and stepped into the yard, peering in to ask, Is Fan Ning not here? He is gone. To the bookstore. This child loves reading and often runs off there. Zhu Pei smiled knowingly. Thinking it was for the best that Fan Dai was absent, she handed a letter to Zhang San, saying, Auntie, this is a letter I left for Fan Ning. I must return to Wujiang and may not be back until after the Lantern Festival. Zhang Sanyang was somewhat taken aback. The young lady was returning to Wujiang and had even left a note for her son. Their relationship seemed quite strong. How courteous. Young sir, please come in for a sip of water. Thank you, dear lady. Zhu Pei, with her sweet lips and charming smile, was exceptionally pretty, which made Zhang Sanyang, who had longed for a daughter, feel a pang of affection. She poured honey water for Zhu Pei and went to fetch some snacks. That mischievous boy had devoured all the treats meant for guests. Unable to find any snacks, Zhang Sanyang returned, slightly disheartened. Dear lady, I'm not hungry. You mentioned earlier that Fan Ning often speaks of me? Zhang Sanyang quickly replied, Indeed. He frequently praises his classmate, the young Sir Zhu, for having the best character. Being gentle and lovely, kind-hearted, handsome, and exceptionally clever. Zhu Pei's face flushed. These were not Fan Ning's words, but rather flattery from his mother. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy. Dear lady, may I borrow a book from Fan Ning? Of course. I shall take you to his study. Fan Ning resided in a 2-story building in the west of the backyard. He occupied the second floor, which contained 4 rooms, 2 of which were vacant, one serving as a study and the other as a bedroom. Zhu Pei had long desired to uncover Fan Ning's secrets, and today, with him absent, presented a splendid opportunity. Smugly, she thought, that mischievous boy never anticipated I would intrude upon his lair. Upon entering the study, she was greeted by a grand hanging featuring the words, Worry for the world before oneself, and enjoy the world after. Below, it read, A message from my grandson Fan Ning, signed by his grandfather Fan Zhongyan. Zhu Pei's eyes widened in astonishment, her teeth clenched in frustration. That insufferable boy had hidden such a treasure. This was a letter from his third grandfather, encouraging him to study diligently and become a person of responsibility and accomplishment. Zhang Sanyang elucidated, his third grandfather adores our Ning heir and often writes to encourage him. Oh, Zhu Pei felt a twinge of disappointment. Why didn't she have such a wonderful third grandfather? Her own was a wealthy merchant, preoccupied solely with making money. Zhang Sanyang's gaze suddenly fell upon her son's bed, which was in disarray, akin to a dog's den. Startled, she hurried over to tidy it up. Zhu Pei approached Fan Ning's desk, observing a thick stack of practice notebooks piled high. In her heart, she admired Fan Ning's diligence in calligraphy. His swift improvement was no mere coincidence. This year, Zhu Pei had originally ranked 5th in her examinations, but she could not accept it, resolutely refusing to be on the list. Since she was merely an auditing student, Principal Lu no longer pressed her. Zhu Pei returned home in tears, and her grandfather Zhu Yuanfu, noticing her distress, decided to take her back to Wujiang for a while, coinciding with her mother's wish to visit relatives there. She would be away from Wuxian for some time, and today she had come specifically to bid farewell to Fan Ning. At that moment, Zhu Pei noticed a thick stack of letters in the upper left corner of the desk. Upon perusal, she found that most were letters penned by Fan Zhongyan. But 3 letters bore elegant handwriting unmistakably belonging to a girl. To her surprise, the signatures were from Ouyang Xiu of Bianliang. Zhu Pei felt a slight discomfort in her heart. However, being still young, her unease was simply the nature of a girl. Yet, more than discomfort, curiosity filled her mind. As she took advantage of the moment when Fan Ning's mother was tidying up the bed, she discreetly pulled out a letter from Ouyang Xiu from the bottom of the stack. She swiftly opened it and glanced through a few lines, but her interest waned quickly. It was merely a lengthy discourse on how to write, sprawling across 2 pages. Zhu Pei promptly returned the letter to its place. Auntie, I already possess all of Fan Ning's books, so I shall refrain from borrowing any. Very well. Let us proceed to the front for a drink of water. Thank you. Auntie, but it's getting late, and I must return home. My grandfather will be worried. What a well-behaved child you are, unlike my own troublesome son, who rushes out the moment he returns home. Zhu Pei smiled sweetly. Auntie, I shall take my leave now. Zhang Sanyang accompanied Zhu Pei to the door, watching her depart with a sigh. So charming, gentle, and cultured. How wonderful it would be if she were to become my daughter-in-law. She then thought of her son, realizing that he had managed to capture the attention of the granddaughter of the esteemed Zhu. This surely indicated that her son was quite accomplished. Chapter 49. The pursuit of wealth and pathways to prosperity. Fan Ning had lived 2 lives marked by financial constraints, with an insatiable yearning for wealth etched deeply in his heart. Although it is said that books contain treasures, this notion pertains to the privileges afforded by high office. However, having witnessed firsthand that even the esteemed Ouyang Xiu struggled to afford a home, Fan Ning relinquished the hope of amassing riches through officialdom. Money is a splendid asset. With it, his grandmother could thrive into her 80s, tending to her cherished little garden in her leisure. With affluence, his parents could reside in a grand estate akin to that of the Zhou family, alleviating his father from the relentless toil akin to that of an ox, and allowing his mother to send clothes to the laundry without the burden of financial strain. Fan Ning could never forget the image of his mother's hands, red and frozen from the cold. In the Song Dynasty, there were numerous avenues to earn a living. Yet few opportunities existed that promised substantial wealth while preserving the refined dignity of a scholar, free from the taint of mercenary pursuits. However, Fan Ning was aware from his previous life that only 2 such opportunities existed: publishing and the realm of literary curiosities. It was Zhou Lin who introduced him to the world of ornamental stones. Fan Ning had once estimated Zhou Lin's fortune. If he were to auction off his nearly 1,000 exquisite pieces of ornamental stone in the capital, that would fetch no less than 300,000 cash. Who could have imagined that the cultured Zhou Lin's collection of stones constituted such immense wealth, with an initial investment of merely 15,000 cash? Once initiated into this world, Fan Ning came to deeply appreciate the fervor with which the gentry of the Song Dynasty pursued ornamental stones, a passion that had reached unparalleled heights. Even the emperor would bestow upon him a string of gemstones, while Emperor Huizong Zhaoji harbored an insatiable desire to excavate all the Taihu stones for his imperial palace. The obsession of the gentry with these stones was profound, and affluent merchants emulated their refined tastes. The admiration for curious stones among the literati and affluent traders had ascended to an extraordinary realm, with the wisdom of a millennium beyond that of the Song people. Fan Ning was confident that he could carve out a prosperous path in the domain of ornamental stones, forging his own way so that future generations might find their paths obstructed. Nonetheless, Fan Ning understood that this endeavor could not be rushed. It required patience. At this moment, Fan Ning was wandering through the Qishir Alley, a 2-mile-long passage he had come to know intimately. Many vendors recognized him, for this young lad possessed a modicum of discernment and a touch of fortune. While he had familiarized himself with Qishir Alley, he also discovered that unearthing treasures here was a formidable challenge. The Taihu stones were predominantly of mediocre quality, unworthy of his attention, let alone that of the venerable Zhou Lin. Exceptional pieces were scarce, and truly remarkable specimens, such as the last piece of Qiandong stone, were indeed rare finds. Even if 1 or 2 superior items made an appearance, they would swiftly be intercepted by the larger establishments. These grand shops, having operated for decades, controlled both the sources of their merchandise and their clientele. Fan Ning had but one high-end client in Zhou Lin, yet lacked a steady supply, relegating him to mere amateur pursuits. "Uncle Li, do you have any hidden gems in your bag?" Fan Ning approached a rotund vendor, grinning as he rummaged through his bag. This vendor, a stout man named Liu from Jiangdun in Guangfu Township, was the same one who had previously sold him a remarkable Qiandong stone. A seasoned stone dealer, he spent his days acquiring Taihu stones from farmers around Taihu Lake, only to set up his stall and profit from the price difference. Fan Ning informed him that he had sold the last Taihu stone for 10 coins, to which Liu responded without anger. He had purchased that stone for a mere 51 and sold it to a scholar for 2 coins, reaping a 40-fold profit. For Fan Ning to buy back the coin for 10 and sell it for 10 times that amount was entirely reasonable. If the stone were genuine, it would indeed be worth the 10 coins. The notion of selling it for 200 taels of silver was beyond the comprehension of such a humble tradesman. Previously, Fan Ning had stumbled upon a fine Lingbai stone from Liu's stall, which he had given to Zhu Pei, who, much to Fan Ning's annoyance, had refused to acknowledge it and would not return it. Liu hurriedly covered his bag, insisting, "Go away. I have nothing of value here. I lost money on that Lingbai stone. You owe me 501 to make up for it." However, Fan Ning, quick-witted, pulled out a round stone the size of a pomelo. "What is this stone?" he inquired. Liu glanced at it dismissively and replied, "This is Shoshan stone, used for carving seals. If you want it, I can sell it to you at a bargain." An impulse to give Liu a sound thrashing surged within Fan Ning. He clearly held a premium Tianhuang stone in his hand, yet Liu dared to suggest selling it cheaply. Nevertheless, This was not entirely Liu Meo's fault. Although Shoshan stone had been utilized as a carving material since the Southern and Northern dynasties, it only gained popularity during the Yuan dynasty. The value of Tianhuang stone skyrocketed only during the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the Song dynasty, it was still relatively obscure, favored by few collectors. At least Liu Meo recognized it as Shoshan stone, while most people would use it merely for construction. Zhou Lin was one of the rare enthusiasts of Shoshan stone. Aware of the aesthetic value of Tianhuang stone, Fan Ning had even seen a piece the size of a water tank in his warehouse. How much for this stone? Fan Ning asked, deliberately not undermining the value of his own Tianhuang stone. There was no need for such tactics, since Liu Meo claimed he would sell it cheaply. Its price would not exceed 300 won. As old acquaintances, I won't ask for much. You can take it for 200 won. Liu Meo had acquired the stone for 10 won, believing it to be of good quality, which was why he displayed it at his stall. However, after 3 days without any inquiries, he had intended to reclaim it that afternoon, only to have Fan Ning find it. Too expensive. My money is scraped from between my teeth. How can you dare to ask me for 200 won? Then how much will you offer? At most, 20 won. Go away. Go away. Go play somewhere else. Liu Meo reached for the stone, but Fan Ning withheld it. Suddenly, he noticed a Taihu stone on the stall that looked eerily familiar and swiftly seized it. Sir, is this Taihu stone genuine? What kind of question is that? How could the stone not be real? Just moments ago, someone from the Rare Stones Gallery came to purchase it, but I refused to sell it to them. If you want it, it cannot be less than 3 taels. Fanning scrutinized the Taihu stone, and in an instant, he comprehended why it seemed familiar. This stone bore a striking resemblance to Fan Quan's Travelers Among Mountains and Streams, and astonishingly, there was even a white line in the middle, resembling the 1,000-foot waterfall. If a touch of moss were to be planted atop, it would be indistinguishable. Unfortunately, this Liu Meo lacked education and had never encountered travelers among mountains and streams. Otherwise, he would have made a small fortune. Of course, the number of individuals in the Song dynasty who had the opportunity to behold that masterpiece was exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, even without the reference of travelers among mountains and streams, the magnificent form of this Taihu stone alone rendered it a top-quality specimen. At that moment, Fanning noticed the proprietor of the Odd Stone Gallery, Mr. Li, hastily approaching, moving with an urgency akin to a rolling meatball. He promptly tossed 3 one-tael silver coins to Liu Meo and gestured towards the Tianhuang stone. Shall we consider the Shoshan stone as a bonus? Very well, it's yours, he exclaimed. Uncle, I'm in urgent need. I must take my leave. Swiftly, Fanning placed the 2 stones into a cloth bag and turned to hasten away. This little rascal is quite affluent, Liu Meo mused, squeezing the 3 taels of silver, his face lighting up with delight as he tucked them into his pocket. Just then, Mr. Li, the proprietor of the Odd Stone Gallery, rushed over with his assistant. Master, it's right here. Mr. Li surveyed the stall but could not find the exceptional Taihu stone his assistant had mentioned. Where's the stone? The assistant was also taken aback. It was just here a moment ago. Old Li, where did that stone go? What stone? I have nothing but stones here. After a moment of hesitation, the assistant stammered. The one I mentioned with a slight flaw. Sold. Liu Meo shot him a cold glare. Since you mentioned a flaw, I sold it at a discount. Mr. Li was left utterly dumbfounded. He suddenly turned and struck the assistant with a fierce slap. You incompetent fool, always causing more trouble than you resolve. The assistant, cradling his head in protest, replied, but you taught us to say there are flaws to negotiate a lower price for acquisition. Mr. Li wished he could drag this imbecilic assistant back and give him a thorough beating, but at that moment, he was far more concerned about the Taihu stone. Magnificent as Mount Tai, which could certainly fetch a high price of 50 strings of cash. With a forced smile, he inquired, Old Li, we are both of the same family. It would be impossible to write the character Li in 2 different ways. Could you not disclose to me who purchased that stone? Mr. Li hoped the buyer lacked discernment, allowing him to repurchase it. Liu Meo, wary of offending the Odd Stone Gallery too much, replied, your assistant mentioned the stone had flaws, which disheartened me. Just then, young Master Fan arrived, and he was immediately captivated by that stone, so I sold it to him at a bargain. Mr. Li stamped his foot in frustration. How is it that it's that wretched boy again? Chapter 50. The approach of the new year. Fan Ning hurriedly ran home and, unable to contain his excitement, dashed into his study to retrieve 2 stones. He first examined the Tianhuang stone, its grayish-white exterior having partially shed, revealing the warm, golden core within. If the outer layer were fully removed, its shape would resemble an oval, roughly the size of a pomelo. This was indeed an exquisite frozen Tianhuang stone. The entire stone was translucent, shimmering with a glass-like luster, reminiscent of solidified honey, exuding an unparalleled sheen. Its surface was adorned with intricate, tightly woven patterns akin to fine radish veins, arranged with a meticulous balance and order. In later times, a gram of Tianhuang would command a price exceeding that of gold by several folds. Alas, the people of the Song Dynasty showed little interest in it. Setting aside the Tianhuang stone, he lifted the Taihu stone. Fan Ning had developed a considerable appreciation for Taihu stones. If one were to mature perfectly, it could be deemed a fine or superior specimen, but to earn the title of an exceptional piece, it must possess extraordinary features. For instance, the previous stone, known as the thousand-hole stone, was remarkable for its myriad delicate perforations, truly one of a kind. This particular Taihu stone bore the silhouette of a grand mountain, its imposing stature reminiscent of Mount Tai, inspiring awe. Without fan quans traveling through streams and mountains painting, this Taihu stone would merely be classified as a fine piece, barely qualifying as superior. Yet, due to the presence of the painting, this stone was imbued with a soul, elevating it to exceptional status. Thus, it was referred to as the traveling through streams and mountain stone. The more Fan Ning gazed upon it, the more he cherished it. Although he yearned to keep these two stones for himself, he reluctantly resolved to part with them for the sake of his financial ambitions. He had no intention of selling this stone to Zhou Lin, who had offered a slightly lower price. Fan Ning needed to bide his time and sell it at a price reflective of the capital. At that moment, his mother's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Ninger, I'm coming." Fan Ning quickly concealed the two stones and dashed downstairs. "Mother, did you call me for dinner?" "Every time I call you, it's just for food." Zhang Sanyang shot him a disapproving glare. "When did you return?" "I had no idea. I just got back. I was in a hurry and ran to the latrine." Zhang Sanyang pointed towards the parlor. "A young lady brought you a letter this afternoon. She is waiting in the parlor." "A young lady?" Fan Ning scratched his head in confusion. "Who could it be?" "The letter is on the table. Go and read it yourself." Turning towards the parlor, Fan Ning indeed found a letter on the table. Upon glancing at it, he suddenly leapt up. "Mother, is it from a girl dressed like a boy?" Zhang Sanyang's expression darkened. "You mustn't speak of her like that. Such a gentle, amiable girl, well-educated and refined, and you dare to call her a wild girl. Have you become mischievous again?" Fan Ning rolled his eyes. "Gentle and amiable, well-educated and refined? Are we speaking of Zhu Pei?" As the 25th approached, the new year drew near. On the 25th, they ground tofu. On the 26th, they went to buy meat. On the 27th, they slaughtered roosters. By the 28th, the sound of firecrackers began to resonate through the town, as every household put up door charms, hung spring couplets, prepared tissue wine, and thoroughly cleaned their homes. While groups of children donned new clothes and ran about joyfully, the school closed for vacation on the 28th at noon, resuming classes on the 6th day of the new year. As soon as school was dismissed, Fan Ning hurriedly led Lu Kong towards the stone street. Lu Kong had heard that Fan Ning's cylindrical Taihu stone had fetched 10 guan, yielding a tenfold profit, which made him eager to seek a small fortune of his own. Fan Ning, on the other hand, yearned to acquire a piece of Tianchi yellow stone, which was only 200 yuan for a grapefruit-sized specimen. He felt a sense of guilt if he did not clear out all the Tianchi yellow stones from the stone street. However, to their surprise, the street was desolate and devoid of vendors. They had all returned home for the new year, and even the shops were locked up with signs announcing their holiday closure. Disheartened, the two friends made their way back home. As they walked, an idea suddenly struck Fan Ning, prompting him to divert to his father's medical clinic. The surgeon was indeed quite busy. In ancient times, people engaged in manual labor and were prone to injuries, leaving little time for anyone to rest and recuperate at home. To hasten their recovery, individuals sought out doctors for treatment. Fan Taizha was bustling about like a top, hardly pausing for breath, while Fan Ning sat nearby, observing his father as he skillfully treated patients. "What brings you here?" Fan Taizha finally exhaled after sending off a patient. "Father, I wish to visit Jiangwan village." Now, Fan Taizha was taken aback, as he had no time to spare. "Perhaps tomorrow." Fan Ning hesitated before adding, "I want to see Grandma and also visit Uncle Wang." "Didn't you mention he had some stones set aside for me?" Fan Taizha chuckled. "You've mixed it up. You should visit Uncle Wang first, then see Grandma. Either way, it's the same." Fan Ning scratched his head, laughing. "It's difficult to rent a boat during the new year." "Father, could you take me tomorrow?" Fan Taizha smiled. "Your mother is going to your grandmother's house tomorrow. You can accompany her. It's south quite close, and you can find time to visit Jiangwan village." Fan Ning's mother hailed from Shaoyan village, which was less than 3 miles from Jiangwan village, situated just on the other side of the mountain. Shaoyan village was also a small community, with 30 to 40 households, the majority of which bore the surname Zhang. The villagers primarily made their living through agriculture. And Fan Ning's maternal grandfather was considered a middle-class farmer, owning over 40 acres of arable land. Old Zhang had only one son and one daughter, his eldest daughter. Zhang Sanyang married the fisherman Fan Taizhou from the neighboring village 10 years ago. His son, Zhang Ping, was a capable young man who married 5 years ago and had a daughter. The couple was diligently working towards the goal of having a son. Fan Ning and his mother traveled to Shaoyan village on the boat belonging to Zhang Shuijian, which fortuitously had availability today. Dear niece, you are truly fortunate. Taizhou has become a physician, and his income has multiplied several times. He has moved to the town and secured a large residence. Your father is boasting about you throughout the village. Zhang Shuijian praised as they journeyed. However, Zhang Sanyang appeared somewhat pensive, gazing at the passing villages. A feeling of indescribable melancholy washing over her. She increasingly yearned for her old house. Although her new dwelling was spacious and bright, it left her feeling profoundly lonely, devoid of even a single person to converse with. Unlike her days in Jiangwan village, where a multitude of aunts and cousins would gather, exchanging tales of their lives, the hours would slip away unnoticed. The 3 dilapidated huts, though worn, were filled with warmth and joy. How starkly different it was now. Having resided there for over a month, her neighbors across the way had not exchanged a single word with her. Even when the lady of the house passed by her, they pretended not to see one another. Ninger, let us return to Jiangwan village. Zhang Sanyang exclaimed impulsively. Mother, if you truly wish to go back, I have no objections. Fan Ning replied with a smile. Zhang Sanyang sighed, acknowledging that she was merely speaking out of sentiment. The prospect of actually moving back seemed implausible. She had moved to town to the envy of the entire village, with every villager who visited her home marveling at her good fortune, their expressions tinged with jealousy, which had delighted her for a month. To return now would surely invite ridicule from the villagers. She could not bear such humiliation. Moreover, what of Ouyang? He resided alone in town, and the thought of what might happen in his solitude was too dreadful to contemplate, causing a flicker of irritation to cross Zhang Sanyang's face. He wouldn't dare. Fan Ning, understanding her mother's sentiments, cheerfully suggested, Mother, perhaps we should hire a maid to keep you company. Just as he spoke, Zhang Shuijian interjected. Niece, if you wish to employ a maid, just let me know. My granddaughter is looking for work, the one you've met, Xiaopinger. Zhang Sanyang shot her son a disapproving glare, reproaching him for his meddling. Fan Ning stuck out his tongue, turning away. Bemused by the excessive length of the old man's ears, Zhang Sanyang had no choice but to decline politely. Third uncle, let us hold off for now. We don't require assistance at home just yet, but I will certainly seek you out when the need arises. Very well. She was indeed working at the village head's house. But as one might know, the pay in the countryside was meager, earning merely 31 a day, whereas a maid in town could command 51. Zhang Sanyang rolled her eyes. Xiaopinga was only 7 years old, being sent out to work as a maid, and their relationship, albeit convoluted by kinship, was questionable. Was she to serve as a maid or be treated as a daughter? If she were somewhat more charming, she could accept the arrangement, perhaps envisioning her as a companion for her son in the future. Yet, her looks were regrettably unattractive, with skin darker than her own husband's. She would not entertain such an idea. Though winter was upon them, the waters of the Jiangnan rivers remained unfrozen, allowing boats to traverse swiftly. Reaching Shaoyan village in half an hour, Fan Ning was reunited with his grandparents and uncle, and the praises he received were abundant. He indulged in 2 of his grandmother's glutinous rice dumplings filled with meat, but his thoughts were already wandering to Jiangwan village, like a fish caught on a hook. He wondered what the Taihu stone left by Uncle Wang might be like. Fortunately, there were matters at home that required the attention of his grandfather and uncle, allowing his mother, Zhang Sanyang, to let him go. The journey from Shaoyan village to Jiangwan village was merely a matter of traversing a hill, approximately 3 miles away, and a straight path would make it even shorter. After taking on Fan Dadai's place, he had visited his grandmother's house once with his mother and still remembered the way. He followed the narrow path toward the other side of the hill, occasionally encountering villagers visiting relatives. Adai, it's been a long time. Fool. Could you kindly convey to your father that among our kin, medical assistance should be rendered free of charge? What right do they have to demand payment? Fan Ning scoffed inwardly, hastening his pace, and before long, he arrived at Jiangwan village. His heart surged with excitement as he traversed a grove of bamboo, making his way towards the village. However, just as he was about to exit the bamboo thicket, he suddenly halted. Before him, his 4th uncle, Fan Zhongyan was stealthily approaching, glancing furtively around. Could there be a ghost? The thought crossed Fan Ning's mind, and he quickly turned to look. Ah, isn't Widow Yang's home just to the east of the bamboo grove? He swiftly crouched behind a stone. Moments later, Fan Zhongyan neared the edge of the bamboo. Yet he did not venture inside. Instead, he followed the narrow path along the front of the grove towards the east, where Widow Yang's residence lay. Soon, he darted into her yard, his silhouette vanishing. That scoundrel, always up to no good, stealing chickens and engaging in mischief. Fan Ning cursed vehemently, kicking a stone in frustration. A sharp pain shot through his foot, almost eliciting a cry. Why is this stone so jagged? He couldn't help but scrutinize the peculiar stone closely. Oh, Chapter 51. When fortune comes knocking, Fan Ning finally noticed the sharp edges of the stone before him, its rugged form suggesting it was indeed a Taihu stone. The use of the word seems reflects uncertainty, as it was covered in dirt. However, Fan Ning was able to see beyond appearances. Envisioning the stone's true form once the earth was removed, instantly filled with both surprise and delight. He hastily drew his small dagger and began to carefully scrape the mud off the stone. It appeared that the stone's sharp edges had led many farmers to utilize it for clearing the mud from their shoe soles, resulting in it being completely encrusted over time. After removing several clumps of dirt, Fan Ning sighed, lamenting that such a fine Taihu stone had been carelessly discarded in the bamboo grove. What a waste of nature's treasures. He could tell that this particular green Taihu stone was of at least exceptional quality. The stone was elongated, with a flat shape and several holes at both ends, exuding an air reminiscent of the Wei and Jin dynasties, resembling a graceful dancer with flowing skirts. Regrettably, despite its beautiful exterior, the internal pores of the stone were somewhat underdeveloped, preventing the evaporation of moisture. Had the internal structure been perfected, it would have been a rare gem indeed. What are you up to, Adai? A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Fan Ning saw his neighbor, Uncle Lu Air, who was wielding a sickle, presumably to forage for bamboo shoots in the grove. Uncle Lu, you've come at just the right time. Please help me carry this stone back home. Fan Ning requested eagerly. Uncle Lu examined the heavy stone, estimating it weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds. Carrying this back home will tire you out. He chuckled, a hint of bitterness in his smile. Of course, back to the old house. Fan Ning replied. Uncle Lu recalled an earlier visit and remarked, last time, your second aunt and I visited your new home in town. It's quite spacious, though a bit too desolate. He approached the Taihu stone, shaking it slightly. What do you need this broken stone for? Fan Ning, thinking quickly, replied, I need a cornerstone for my new house, and this stone is just perfect. Come on, don't pretend in front of me. You intend to sell it for money, don't you? Uncle Lu teased. Caught off guard, Fan Ning scratched his head sheepishly. There's a street of curiosities in town. I estimate this stone could fetch 101. Have you lost your mind over money? 101? I think this worthless stone isn't worth a single coin. Uncle Lu scoffed, lifting the hefty stone with surprising ease. Gritting his teeth, he declared, let us go. Fan Ning, trailing behind, smirked in disdain. Worthless, you say? How many exquisite Taihu stones have been ruined by such clumsy hands? Yet, he mused, if they truly understood the value of stones, would this exceptional Taihu stone even belong to him? He had to thank the small-time merchants who came to collect stones. Their mission was to devalue the Taihu stones, purchasing them at prices fit for beggars. Over time, the simple villagers had come to undervalue these oddly shaped treasures. This particular stone had likely been discarded in the bamboo grove by a vendor who deemed it too heavy. Fan Ning's old house was locked, preventing him from entering. Thus, he proceeded to fetch a few buckets of water from the yard to cleanse the stone. As the dirt was washed away from the stone, the true essence of the Taihu stone was finally revealed. However, Fan Ning felt a tinge of regret. While it was indeed beautiful, it still fell a half-step short of perfection. He temporarily placed the Taihu stone in the kitchen before leaving home to visit his grandmother. Upon entering his grandfather's courtyard, he spotted his grandmother basking in the sun. Grandma! Fan Ning greeted her with a smile. Yang, seeing her grandson, immediately beamed with joy. My dear boy has come. Fan Ning approached, took his grandmother's hand, and presented her with a box of pastries. I bought this for you, the finest pastries in town. Your grandmother has pearl teeth. Let you eat them. Yang returned the box to Fan Ning. He hurried into the main hall to set down the pastries, noticing the hall was quite serene, and stepped back out to inquire, is Grandpa not home? Your grandfather is in the room, sulking. What happened? Yang sighed. It's your fourth uncle again. Always coming back asking for money. Last time he claimed he needed 2 taels for some examination questions. And today he insists on 3 taels to buy gifts for his teacher for the new year. Your grandfather refused, and he threw a fit. As she spoke, Yang wiped away her tears. At this rate, your 4th uncle won't have children, and his wife doesn't care. How will this end? Reflecting on this, Fan Ning asked, Is Annie at home? Yes. She is upset as well. She can't find a silver hairpin. Your 4th uncle just returned and then went out again, which made her even angrier. Fan Ning nodded. I will go call him back. I saw him on the way here. Hurry, hurry. Bring him back and calm his wife down. Fan Ning swiftly left his grandfather's house and hurried toward Widow Yang's residence. The gate to Widow Yang's yard was ajar, and faint sounds of laughter drifted from within. His 4th uncle was there. Fan Ning coughed loudly twice under the window, and the room fell silent. He called out, 4th uncle. Auntie sent me to call you home. Hurry back. Auntie's jewelry is missing, and she's quite upset. After shouting, Fan Ning dashed into the bamboo forest. Moments later, he saw his 4th uncle, Fan Zhongyan, rush out in a fluster. A young woman behind him shouted angrily, You gave the hairpin to me, and now want it back? I must be blind to have chosen such a useless man. Get lost and don't come back. Fan Zhongyan dared not argue and, feeling lost, ran home. Although he found his wife too plump, he feared his father-in-law greatly. If this matter reached his ears, his life would be in jeopardy. Surely, his wife had discovered the truth about the hairpin. How would he ever explain himself? Fan Ning then slipped away to Uncle Wang Er's house. Wang Erlang was also a fisherman, burdened by his mother's poor health and the family's dire poverty. To earn a little more money for his mother's treatment, he had purchased an old fishing boat from Fan Taizhou months ago, but could only pay half the 10 taels up front, promising to settle the remaining 5 taels by next autumn. Grateful for Wang Erlang's kindness, Fan Taizhou had asked him to help retrieve some stones. And Wang Erlang had diligently gathered several pieces of Taihu stone over the past 2 months, awaiting Fan Ning's arrival. Uncle Wang, I appreciate your help, Fan Ning said as he entered Wang Erlang's home, bowing respectfully. Not at all. Not at all. Fan Ning bowed to Wang Erlang, who was somewhat taken aback by the gesture. He hurriedly invited Fan Ning inside and poured him a bowl of warm water. Upon hearing that Adai had ranked first in the annual examination, Wang Erlang sighed. He is becoming increasingly accomplished. Once he finds success, let us hope he does not forget us. Fan Ning scratched his head and smiled. My father often says that no matter how successful one becomes, one must not forget their hometown and kin. Wang Erlang gave a thumbs up. Your father speaks wisely. He is indeed a man of great integrity. When my wife needed medical attention, he refused to accept any payment, despite the inconvenience. Feeling a bit anxious and wishing to divert the conversation, Fan Ning cheerfully inquired. Uncle Wang, my father mentioned that you found some stones for me. May I see them? Just a moment, I will fetch them, Wang Erlang replied. Moments later, he dragged over a large burlap sack, which clanked noisily, startling Fan Ning, who exclaimed, Uncle Wang, allow me. He rushed into the courtyard, carefully extracting the Taihu stones from the sack. There were 7 stones in total. As Fan Ning examined them, he found that although they were all Taihu stones, their quality was rather mediocre, mostly of lower grade, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Observing the look of dismay on Fan Ning's face, Wang Erlang pondered for a moment before retrieving another stone from his room. Adai, how about this one? At that moment, Fan Ning's eyes brightened. The stone in Wang Erlang's hand was of commendable quality. He stepped forward to take it, inspecting it closely, and discovered it was a piece known as 3 pools mirroring the moon. This term refers to the 3 indentations on the Taihu stone, which, when placed in water, slowly fill with water through the fine veins, creating 3 small pools that reflect the moonlight, thus earning its name. It was considered a superior piece, slightly inferior to the 7 stars gaze at the moon that Fan Ning had previously sold, primarily due to a lack of aesthetic appeal. Wang Luan's family possessed a piece called 9 pools mirroring the moon, which Fan Ning had seen in person, and it was truly a masterpiece. Wang Erlang approached with a smile. I fished this out several years ago. I thought it was beautiful, so I kept it in my room as a decoration. If Adai likes it, you may have it. I cannot accept Uncle Wang's gift without proper compensation. How about you name a price? Fan Ning suggested. This kind of stone isn't worth much. A few vendors have come by and only offered 51. I dislike them and would rather gift it to you. Fan Ning shook his head. Those vendors are taking advantage of you. They buy low and sell high. Their intentions are quite unscrupulous. I am well aware of that. They must profit. Otherwise, why would they buy stones? Wang Erlang replied, still not fully grasping the situation. Fan Ning pointed to the 7 Taihu stones on the ground, explaining. These 7 stones are of inferior quality. they would only fetch 200 to 300 when at most in the market. If you sold them to the vendors for 50 each, you would still not be at a loss, but this one is different. He held up the Taihu stone in his hand, declaring, "This stone has developed exceptionally well. It is a superior piece, valued at 3 or 4 guan. Selling it to the vendors for 50 would be a significant loss." Wang Erlang was taken aback. "Is it truly that expensive?" Fan Ning nodded. "Uncle, you share a deep bond with my father. I would never deceive you. If sold to a curio shop, after some haggling, they would offer at most 4 guan. Which is the market price?" Wang Erlang hesitated, reluctant to part with such a fine item to give to Fan Ning. Selling it would provide funds for his mother-esh treatment. Fan Ning smiled and said, "If I intended to take advantage of my uncle, I wouldn't speak the truth. Here's a proposition. I shall take the stone, which will offset the 5 guan of boat fare that my uncle owes my father." "What do you say?" "Really?" Wang Erlang exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, it is true. In fact, I cannot produce the 4 guan to give to you. It conveniently cancels the boat fee. I will even write you a receipt." "There is no need for a receipt. I trust you and your father. Feel free to take it. Consider this a small favor from your uncle today." "Uncle Wang, I shall take my leave now. Do visit my home for tea when you have the time." With that, Fan Ning cradled the stone and departed, while Wang Erlang gazed at Fan Ning's upright silhouette and sighed. A father-esque character is reflected in his son. How true this is. The day had been quite fruitful, as he had unexpectedly obtained a fine and a superior stone, which he could sell to Zhou Lin to accumulate some capital. Fan Ning first went to his grandmother's house to bid her farewell before heading directly back to Shaoyan village. However, upon arriving at his grandmother's doorstep, he was met with the anguished cries of his fourth aunt, demanding, "You must confess honestly, what is your relationship with that widow Yang? And did you give her my cherished pearl hairpin?" "I swear to the heavens, I did not. My dear wife, allow me to explain." "Kneel. Who permitted you to rise?" Fan Ning stifled a laugh, nearly bursting with mirth at the slip of his fourth uncle. He could only imagine the regret that would wash over him upon discovering the truth. "Fourth uncle, you have brought this upon yourself." Chapter 52, The Lantern Festival, Part 1. Fan Zhongyan knelt upon the ground, overwhelmed by a tumult of regret, cursing himself for his reckless words. Simultaneously, he berated Fan Ning, that little rascal, for leading him into this dire predicament. Lu Shimei collapsed onto the bed, weeping inconsolably, her heart heavy with grievance. Her father had reassured her that she was marrying a refined scholar, a notion that seemed splendid at first, yet after marriage, she discovered he was an idle, frivolous man with no ambition. The scholar failed to achieve any scholarly distinction, rendering him less admirable than a mere farmer. Over a year had passed since their union, during which he squandered his days in the county, mingling with a band of rascals, leaving her to languish in the countryside. What difference was there from being a widow? The thought of widowhood pierced her heart anew, especially as she recalled his infatuation with widow Yang, that shameless siren. Moreover, Lu Shimei lamented the disappearance of her dowry, the pearl hairpin, which she had initially blamed on her mother-in-law's tidying up. Now, it dawned on her that her husband must have gifted it to that vixen. "No, I shall seek a divorce." The more she contemplated, the deeper her resentment grew, and she rose with a fierce declaration, "This life is unbearable. I shall return home and seek a divorce." Fan Zhongyan wept bitterly, bowing repeatedly, pleading, "My dear wife, I acknowledge my faults. Please grant me this one reprieve." Fan Ning, observing the scene, silently shook his head. His uncle's capitulation at this moment would surely result in a future of subservience. Realizing the situation had become clear, Fan Ning decided to take his leave, slipping away quietly. Before long, Lu Shimei departed, clutching her bundle and sobbing. Fan Zhongyan knelt at the entrance, resembling a wilted plant, gazing longingly as his wife walked away. Behind him, Fan Dachuan wore a stormy expression, brandishing a stick, seething with rage directed at his son. This wayward child must face his reckoning today. The deep, resonant chimes of Lingyan Temple signaled the arrival of the 8th year of the Qingli era. The month of January passed swiftly amidst various social engagements and leisure, and in the blink of an eye, mid-January arrived. The townsfolk finally awaited the long-anticipated Lantern Festival. The festival, a grand occasion for lantern viewing, was far more vibrant in the county than in the town, where only a few lanterns adorned the streets. Families, accompanied by their children, closed their doors and ventured to the county to partake in the festivities. At noon, Zhang Sanyang donned a new, vibrantly colored robe crafted from fine silk, her hair adorned with a fragrant osmanthus oil, and a phoenix silver hairpin nestled in her glossy bun. Joyfully, she retrieved the rouge and powder her son had purchased for her in the capital, sitting before a copper mirror to touch up her makeup. After applying a delicate layer of rouge, she scrutinized her reflection, dissatisfied, and promptly wiped it away to start anew. In the courtyard, father and son grew increasingly impatient as her preparations consumed half an hour. How much longer must they wait? Fan Taizhou signaled to his son, Ninger, go and tell your mother to hurry with her makeup. Fan Ning rolled his eyes. Why must I be the one to say it? You could say something sweet to coax her, his father retorted. Approaching the door, Fan Ning smiled at his mother, who was still busy perfecting her makeup. Mother, you are naturally beautiful. There is no need for such embellishments. Zhang Sanyang, preoccupied with her face, replied casually, if I am indeed naturally beautiful, then why would you purchase rouge and powder for me? Fanning cast a glance back at his father, shaking his head in resignation. Fan Tiza gestured with a finger, urging him to think before speaking. Fanning then addressed his mother. In truth, it is father who disapproves of your made-up appearance. He dares not voice it himself. So he has sent me to dissuade you. With a thud, Zhang Sandang, incensed, hurled her powder compact onto the small table, exclaiming, I shall not adorn myself any longer. Let us depart. Accompanying them to see the lanterns were the Liu family. Liu Kang's mother was similarly adorned with a pallid visage, cradling her 2-year-old daughter in her arms. When the two women met, their conversation flowed endlessly. The families boarded Fan Tiza's passenger boat, which swayed gently as it made its way toward the Sioux River. The river was crowded with vessels, filled with villagers from miles around who had come to the county to witness the lanterns. Each woman was resplendently dressed, and the children wore new garments, clutching last year's small lanterns. Excitement filled the air, and laughter echoed along the waterways. This year, Fanning donned a scholarly robe of azure satin, his head adorned with a scholar's cap, and held a folding fan in hand. This gift, bestowed by Professor Yin in congratulation for his top examination score, lent him an air of refined elegance. Liu Kang, similarly attired and also wielding a folding fan, appeared less graceful due to his darker complexion and robust physique, lacking the refined demeanor of Fanning. Have I yet to visit the county? Fanning mused, gazing longingly at the distant town. Surely not. We journeyed there together 2 years ago. That outing was with Fan Dai, not you, Fanning corrected, shaking his head. I cannot recall. What delights might the county hold? Truly a good friend, Liu Kang remarked, fully aware of Fanning's thoughts, chuckling as he replied, you may find it disappointing. Wu County lacks the marvelous stone alley, and the only stone market in Pingzhong Prefecture resides in our town. I had intended to explore it in the coming days. Liu Kang said, eyeing Fanning with suspicion. Are you, perchance, contemplating a career as a stone merchant? Fanning closed his fan and smiled, responding, certainly not. I merely wish to collect notable stones. Collecting, you say? You simply wish to profit. I wager you have amassed a considerable sum these past months? Liu Kang expressed with envy, admiring Fanning's business acumen. The stones he purchased for a mere 10 coins had been easily sold for a profit, and his keen eye for value astounded Liu Kang. Fanning patted the cloth bag slung over his shoulder, the clinking of copper coins resonating within. Do you believe me? My entire fortune amounts to a mere 201. In truth, Fanning was indeed in a precarious financial situation. During his last visit to Jiangwan village, he had not encountered Zhou Lin, and 2 pieces of Taihu stone still lay beneath his bed. After gifting his grandmother 501 for the new year, only 201 remained. The one tael of silver gifted by his father had ultimately fallen prey to his mother's astute scrutiny, confiscated from the crevices of their bed. Ever since his mother, Zhang Sandang, unearthed Fanning's treasure box from the corner of the old house, searching her son's room had become one of her pastimes. As for the 501 promised for his top score last year, Fanning had never expected his mother to honor the commitment. You are better off than I, Liu Kang declared proudly, patting his waist pouch. I possess 8 coins of silver. Today, I shall treat you. At this moment, Fan Ning recalled something and inquired with a smile. Are there any colorful pavilions at the county's Lantern Festival, where one can guess riddles and redeem prizes for couplets? Indeed, the Winyu Square is the liveliest spot during the Lantern Festival each year. Fan Ning felt a surge of excitement. That was precisely where he wished to be tonight. Finally, the boats arrived at Wu County, where the moat was densely populated with an array of vessels, luxurious pleasure boats belonging to affluent families and simple wooden skiffs for those of modest means. Some better-off families adorned their boats with awnings and vibrant cloths. After considerable effort, Fan Taizhou found a suitable place to dock. The 2 families disembarked and made their way toward the county town. Father, let us find a place to dine first, suggested Liu Kang. Liu Kang's father turned to his wife. As in the Fan family, decisions were made by the women. Ning's mother, what do you think? He asked with a smile. Zhang Sanyang pondered for a moment and replied, we should eat dinner early. Last year, we waited until it was dark to dine, only to find all the restaurants closed, leaving us to return home hungry. Then let us go. We shall find a small eatery. Although there was still a good half-hour before darkness fell, the county town was already bustling with crowds, and the eateries were particularly crowded with diners. They were fortunate to quickly find a vacant table in a small food stall. Everyone sat down, ordered 7 or 8 dishes, and requested several plates of steamed buns. Fan Zhongyan even ordered a pot of wine to share with Lu Kang's father. The food stall was merely a canopy set up on the street, and the narrow roads could barely accommodate a single ox cart. The streets were teeming with people, creating a lively yet congested atmosphere. At that moment, a sedan chair appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of gongs and several officials brandishing various signs, prompting the townsfolk to clear a path. "Is that an official on a tour?" Fan Ning asked, pointing toward the procession. "It seems so, doesn't it?" Lu Kang replied uncertainly. Lu Kang's father chuckled. "It certainly is. Look at those uniforms. Given this display, it must be either the county magistrate or the deputy magistrate. I shall take a look." This was Fan Ning's first encounter with an official procession since arriving in the Song Dynasty, and he felt a keen interest. He set down his chopsticks and dashed off. Zhang Sanyang, unable to catch him, shouted in frustration from behind, "What is so interesting? Eating is the priority." Fan Ning squeezed into the crowd on the left. Craning his neck to observe the procession, he saw 16 officials clad in dark uniforms, wearing octagonal caps, each with a broadsword at their waist, strong and imposing. Marching in perfect formation, eyes fixed ahead as they carried signs. In the center was a green sedan chair, borne by 4 men, its curtains drawn, obscuring the view within. Beside the chair rode a middle-aged man, resembling a secretary, on a donkey, lean and sharp, frequently peering ahead. "Lift the signs higher," the officials called, raising the placards even higher. It was then that Fan Ning noticed the inscriptions on the signs. He initially assumed they were instructions for silence and yielding. But upon closer inspection, he realized they detailed the official's rank and background, his title, position, whether he was a scholar by examination, the year he achieved the highest rank, and even his examination placement. The details are enumerated with such precision that one cannot help but feel the distinguished origins of the official. It turns out that the dignitary within the sedan is the magistrate of Wujiang County. At that moment, a resounding gong echoed from across the way, clang, and a group of several yamen runners surrounded an official mounted on horseback, approaching with great authority. The path was narrow, and the imposing presence of the official created a rather troublesome situation. Chapter 53, The Lantern Festival, Part 2. At that moment, Lu Kang rushed forward and tugged at Fan Ning, saying, "Do you not wish to see what our county magistrate looks like? The one riding ahead is him. Let us go take a look." Fan Ning followed Lu Kang as they hurried towards the magistrate, soon arriving not far from him. Fan Ning knew only that the magistrate's surname was Li, that he hailed from Kunshan, and that his reputation was rather average. In the local dialect of Wuxian, they described him as competent in significant matters yet clear-headed in trivial ones, earning him commendation from his superiors. This magistrate Li was in his early 30s. Possessing a commendable appearance, his nose was straight, his mouth square, and a tuft of black beard adorned his chin. He wore a double-winged black gauze cap and a deep azure official robe, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Lu Kang remarked to Fan Ning, "I have heard that Magistrate Li's father-in-law is a powerful figure in the court. For his daughter's dowry, he has provided 3,000 acres of land, 100,000 coins, and a plethora of treasures filling several ships, with many people counting them on the shore." As Lu Kang spoke, his envy grew, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. His parents often used this tale to inspire him to study diligently and pass the imperial examinations. Fan Ning listened, filled with dreamy aspirations. He himself was not lacking in appearance. Once he succeeded in the examinations, noble families would surely vie to marry their daughters to him. As he envisioned this scene, the once dry texts of the classics became imbued with life, and he felt a profound yearning for the future, deeming the 10 years of hard study worthwhile. Accompanying the magistrate were 4 archers wielding fire and water batons, with 8 yamen runners before and behind him. A scribe on a donkey followed, his beady eyes and shifty expression suggesting cunning. "Your Honor, the magistrate of Wujiang, Magistrate Zhang, should be ahead. I have heard he is a disciple of Minister Wen. Should we not yield?" Magistrate Li shot a displeased glare at the scribe. "Why should I yield? Is it because he is a disciple of Minister Wen that he can ride over me?" The scribe, realizing his blunder, understood that the 2 magistrates had conflicting backers. He hurriedly instructed those nearby to check their insignia. One of the attendants dashed forward, while a yamen runner approached from the opposite side, both seeking to ascertain the insignia. Fan Ning then noticed that Magistrate Li's insignia was identical to that of the magistrate ahead, both having passed the imperial examinations in the second year of Qingli. Moments later, the attendant returned to report, "Your Honor, the other party is also a jinshi from the second year of Qingli, ranked 94th on the second list." Magistrate Li waved his hand dismissively, "Then we shall not yield. I am ranked 7th in the first list, conferred as a jinshi. While he is merely the 94th in the second list, he should be yielding to me." This was the custom amongst civil officials in encounters on narrow paths. The higher-ranking official prevails, and if they are of the same rank, precedence is given to those who performed better in the examinations. The magistrate of Wuzhong began to slowly retreat, backing up to a small bridge to clear a path. At that moment, the opposing scribe approached, clasping his fist in greeting. "Your Honor, our magistrate is passing through your esteemed county with pressing matters and will return another day to pay his respects." "No trouble at all. Today is the Lantern Festival, and I have official duties to attend to. We shall properly host your magistrate another time." Though the two officials held mutual disdain, they exchanged courteous words, acknowledging their respective urgent affairs. With a command from Magistrate Li, the procession resumed. The yamen runners rang their bells, and as the two parties passed one another, the two magistrates exchanged cordial greetings. The younger brother must attend to public safety duties and will treat his elder brother to drinks another day, vowing to indulge until intoxication is achieved. With pressing matters at hand, there will surely be ample opportunities to meet in the future, he chuckled. Magistrate Li clasped his hands in a respectful gesture before departing with his attendants. Once he was out of sight, the magistrate of Wu County resumed his stroll along the street. Fan Ning found the scene quite amusing. It was evident that officials of the Song Dynasty engaged in various competitions, vying for seniority, comparing achievements, and if those were equal, contending for ranking. Even the act of yielding on the road depended on one's official status, determining who would give way. Meanwhile, two mothers seated at a snack stall gazed longingly, pondering when their sons might ascend to the ranks of officials, parading with grandeur through the streets. Although the lanterns of Wu County could not rival those of the capital, they were nonetheless resplendent, shimmering with vibrant colors. In addition, the affluence of the Pingzheng populace meant that many affluent families contributed splendid lanterns to the festivities: beauty lanterns, longevity lanterns, lotus lanterns, carp lanterns, dragon lanterns, and deer lanterns. Amidst the dazzling array of lanterns, a particularly exquisite revolving lantern caught the eye, its shade spinning, making the painted horses appear to gallop endlessly. In this enchanting atmosphere, various large, ornate lanterns captivated the attention of passers-by. Yet, the Lantern Festival required more than just the main attraction of lanterns. It called for an assortment of supporting characters to enhance the occasion. Vendors and colorful stalls were ubiquitous. Groups of young ladies, clad in elegant jackets and flowing skirts, adorned themselves with beauty, occasionally drawn to the wares at the stalls, clustering to select jewelry. Meanwhile, mischievous children donned new garments, their hair styled in top knots, darting through the crowd with lanterns in hand, reminiscent of fireflies dancing along the shore. Liu Kang's 2-year-old sister perched upon her father's shoulders, holding a small fish lantern, her cherubic face beaming with joy. "Isn't that our third uncle?" Fan Ning suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. Third brother. Fan Taizhou recognized his sibling as well, waving and calling out. A robust man turned, revealing himself to be Fan Tainyo, Fan Ning's third uncle. Upon seeing his brother's family, he broke into a wide grin. Dressed in a brand-new short tunic and fresh trousers, with a cloth belt cinching his waist, he carried his beloved daughter on one shoulder and held his son by the hand, while his wife, Lu, bartered with a vendor for lanterns for their children. The family of 4 had come to the county to enjoy the lanterns. Fan Tainyo gestured toward his wife, who was haggling with the vendor, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Fan Taizhou waved them off, suggesting they should enjoy themselves and that a brief greeting sufficed. "It seems third uncle is doing well," Fan Ning remarked, noting their new attire. Fan Taizhou sighed, observing, though they share a good relationship, without the previous court summons, how would he have had the chance to bring his wife and children to the Lantern Festival? It appears that court proceedings can indeed yield results. Certainly effective. Lu Yuanhua would not dare offend the esteemed official Zhu. This brought Fan Taizhou to recall another matter, turning to his son with a smile. "Your third uncle holds you in high regard. He wishes for you to name his daughter." Nearby, Zhang Sanyang furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. "They are not from a wealthy family. What name can a young lady expect? I think simply calling her Fan Zhongyan would suffice." Fan Taizhou quickly smiled and said, "There are already 3 Fan Zhonyangs in the family, and my third brother means to give her a nickname." Zhang Sanyang fell silent. She too had a nickname, which she disliked greatly and thus never mentioned. Fan Ning pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us call her Aqiao." Fan Taizhu praised the name enthusiastically, promising to relay it later. At that moment, Fan Ning noticed Lu Kang giving him a significant look and understanding the cue. He turned to his mother with a charming smile, saying, "Mother, Lu Kang and I are going to the Wenchang Temple to solve some lantern riddles and earn a few hundred won to buy vegetables for you." Zhang Sanyang felt delighted, thinking how filial her son was. "Very well, but remember, the money you earn must be handed over. No keeping it for yourselves. My eyes can see through any tricks." "But that's true. Hurry back. You have half an hour." Fan Ning turned and dashed off, while Fan Taizhu called after him, "Let's south meet at the place where we eat." "Understood," came Fan Ning's distant reply as he and Lu Kang vanished from sight. The Wenchang Temple was a favorite spot for scholars, usually flanked by various bookstores and stationery shops. During the Lantern Festival, the temple square buzzed with activity, filled with riddles and competitions, drawing numerous scholars. The temple lay north of the Jingshan Bridge, which divided Wuxian County. The river beneath, the Yingshan River, separated the county into two halves. The south was bustling with shops, warehouses, taverns, and inns, while the north housed official buildings, schools, temples, and the Wenchang Temple. Grand boats belonging to dignitaries were moored along the Yingshan River, where they leisurely enjoyed the lantern displays on both banks. Just as Fan Ning was about to descend the bridge, he suddenly heard someone calling him, "Fan Ning, Fanadai." It sounded like Zhu Pei's voice. How could she be here? She had written in her letter that she would not return until the end of the month after last year's examinations. Had he misheard? "Fan Ning, I think I heard Zhu Pei calling you." Lu Kang pointed toward the east of the bridge. Indeed, Fan Ning rushed down the bridge, heading east. To the east of the bridge, 3 brightly adorned pleasure boats were docked, sparkling with colorful lanterns. Without needing to search, Fan Ning spotted Zhu Pei at once. She wore a short fox fur coat and a black silk skirt threaded with gold, her hair styled in twin loops, returning to her demure lady-s attire. She stood at the edge of the boat, bouncing with excitement, waving to Fan Ning, drawing the attention of many on the shore who marveled at her beauty. "I'll go tell grandfather. Just wait for me." Zhu Pei called out and dashed into the cabin like a gust of wind. At that moment, a tall, slender young man strolled leisurely from the other side of the boat. He was strikingly handsome, clad in a pale blue scholar's robe, a long tasseled cap atop his head, and a leather belt cinching his waist, radiating an air of elegance. Fan Ning was momentarily taken aback. How was he also on the boat? Lu Kang, quick to speak, directly asked, "How did you come to be on Zhu Pei's boat?" The young man was none other than Su Ji, the second-place finisher in the annual examination. He glanced at Lu Kang with a hint of disdain before addressing Fan Ning with a nonchalant tone. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter a junior here." Following the examination, the students from the academy would either mock Fan Ning or glare at him with hostility, and he never reciprocated their sentiments. His relationship with Su Ji had become as distant as strangers, and they would ignore each other when crossing paths. However, at that moment, Fan Ning felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was Zhu Pei with him? Just then, Zhu Pei rushed out from the cabin. Adorned with a black cap and a loose scholar's robe, her beauty striking, with eyes sparkling like gemstones. She sprinted towards the shore, closely followed by her bodyguard, the valiant Bao Jian. "Where are you heading, Xiao Qinyang?" Su Ji called after her. Zhu Pei ignored him completely, dashing onto the shore, her face beaming as she greeted Fan Ning. "I was just thinking about whether I would run into you, and here you are." Fan Ning, smiling, inquired, "When did you return? Why aren't you at school?" "I just got back this morning, planning to go back to school after the Lantern Festival," she replied cheerfully. "Where are you off to?" "I want to join you." Fan Ning scratched his head and chuckled. "We intend to go to the Confucius Temple. You can come along." "But have you mentioned it to your grandfather?" "I did tell him, and he said it was fine as long as I was with you." "Let's hurry." Zhu Pei, feeling stifled in the boat, was elated to encounter Fan Ning, akin to a bird freed from its cage, and she took his hand, racing towards the Confucius Temple. Su Ji watched them depart, frustration boiling within him, and he kicked the side of the boat in anger. At that moment, an elderly man with a graceful crown and youthful countenance emerged, standing behind Su Ji, observing the retreating figures of Zhu Pei. "Who is that young man accompanying Xiao Qinyang?" the elder inquired. Reporting to grandfather, "He is her classmate from Yanning Academy." "Classmate?" the elder scoffed. "You are also her classmate. Why would she not choose to go with you to see the lanterns?" Su Ji remained silent as the elder lowered his gaze to scrutinize his grandson and continued with a hint of curiosity. "What is his family background?" "He seems to be a relative of Fan Zhongyan." A flicker of coldness crossed the elder's eyes. "Fan Zhongyan has fallen. How dare his descendants act so arrogantly? There are hundreds of relatives of Fan Zhongyan. What does his family do? The elder pressed further. Reporting to grandfather, his family resides in the countryside near Taihu Lake. His father is merely a fisherman. Is he the one who topped the annual examination? Indeed. The elder scoffed coldly. You ought to be proud. You can't even surpass the son of a fisherman. Displeased, the elder shot a glare at his grandson before turning to return to the cabin. At the door, he uttered a final remark. What does a mere country boy have to offer Zhu Xiaonyang? Suji's eyes brightened. His grandfather was hinting at something. How is that fellow with you? Fan Ning glanced back at the distant ship. Zhu Pei curled her lips in disdain and said, let us not dwell on that. Their family S-boat is the one behind. We happened to encounter them today, and my grandfather invited them over for a chat. Suji wants to take me to see the lanterns, which is rather tiresome. You arrived just in time. Are your two families close friends? Indeed. We are considered family friends. Our grandfathers were acquainted in their youth, and my father and his father were classmates at the county academy, both passing the imperial examinations and serving in the court. The two families share a fine relationship, with a hint of indirect kinship as well. But in the academy, he acts as though he doesn't know you at all. Lu Kong interjected. Zhu Pei frowned. This individual was quite adept at feigning ignorance. Despite his young age, he exhibited considerable cunning, a type of person I find most detestable. Fan Ning, amused by her rather mature tone, couldn't help but chuckle. After all, she herself was still quite young. The Confucian Temple Square buzzed with excitement, crowded with scholars in front of numerous vibrant pavilions. It bore a striking resemblance to the colorful pavilions of the great Xianghua Temple, albeit at night, adorned with lanterns that shone brightly, adding to the festive atmosphere. Which one shall we visit first? Fan Ning inquired with a smile. Zhu Pei pondered for a moment and pointed towards the riddle pavilion. I wish to try my hand at guessing riddles first. The sword maiden led the way, her long arms and considerable strength parting the crowd of scholars effortlessly. Those in her path stumbled and jumped aside. Many scholars felt a surge of irritation upon seeing such a tall woman with a sword at her back. They couldn't help but mutter, a true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with a woman, and they sulkily moved away, fearing that the sword maiden might overhear. Fan Ning lowered her voice and asked Zhu Pei, from where did your family find her? In an unusually cheerful mood today, Zhu Pei, shedding her usual haughty demeanor, replied with a smile, Sister Jian is actually a female Taoist priestess who has been in the order since childhood. Her temple, the Zillion Monastery, was supported by my family, and she has been with me for a full year now. Fan Ning was enlightened. It turned out that the sword maiden was indeed a Taoist priestess, thus alleviating any concerns about marriage prospects. The three of them entered the riddle pavilion, where numerous lantern riddle papers hung from ropes. Guessing one correctly allowed one to take it down. Beneath the papers, many scholars were deep in thought, gazing upward. Lu Kong rushed over, brimming with excitement. I've inquired, and the reward for guessing one correctly is 10 cash. Fan Ning playfully tapped him on the head with her fan, scoffing, you're this thrilled over 10 cash? Yet, he forgot that when he had first heard in the capital that guessing a riddle could earn 5 cash, he had been far more exhilarated than Lu Kong was now. Simpleton, come and guess this riddle. Zhu Pei called out from another spot. Chapter 54, Lantern Festival, Part 2. Fan Ning approached with a smile. Is there truly a riddle you cannot decipher? Zhu Pei shot him a glare. Of course I can solve it. I merely required a little assistant to bring you over. Observing the booth owner standing nearby, Fan Ning couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she must have eagerly called him over only to falter in her guess. He glanced at the riddle. The first day of the first month, shoot a character. Turning back, he inquired of Lu Kong, have you figured it out? Lu Kong scratched his head. I'm notoriously inept at riddles. The booth owner, growing impatient, urged Zhu Pei, young sir, you've guessed incorrectly twice. If you cannot solve it this time, I shall take my leave. Exposed, Zhu Pei fumed. Who said I couldn't solve it? I've known the answer all along. I was merely testing them. With that, she shot a glance at Fan Ning. Understanding her cue, he smiled. I believe it is the character Ken. Zhu Pei's eyes sparkled as she huffed at the booth owner. Did you hear that? The first day of the first month is Jiyue, combined they form Ken. I had deduced it long ago. Bring forth the token. The booth owner handed her a small copper token, which could be exchanged for 10 coins. He promptly tore down the riddle and departed. Zhu Pei, bursting with pride, declared, 10 coins in hand. You two ought to exert yourselves. She then turned to another riddle nearby. Lu Kong whispered, how can you endure sitting with such a headstrong young lady? Who wishes to sit with her? During her absence, I found solitary enjoyment, Fan Ning retorted. Lu Kong chuckled. having just asked her when she would return to school, now feigning indifference. At that moment, Zhu Pei called out, "A Dai, I have another riddle for you." The name A Dai drew the attention of those around, and Fan Ning felt his face flush as he stepped forward, gritting his teeth. "Please do not call me a Dai any longer." Zhu Pei giggled. "A Dai rolls off the tongue so nicely. Perhaps I should call you Dai Dai? I wouldn't want you to feel embarrassed." Fan Ning found himself at a loss, finally asking, "What riddle has you stumped now?" "What nonsense. I would never be stumped by a riddle. I simply wish to challenge you with this one." She pointed to the riddle above her head. Fan Ning looked up closely. This riddle held intrigue, akin to the previous one. Ascending into the clouds, shoot a character. Just as he was about to reveal the answer, someone from behind interjected. "Little 7, that is the character Chu." The answer was correct, but the one revealing it darkened the expressions of the trio. It was Su Ji. Lu Kang glared at him. "What brings you here?" Su Ji glanced at him coldly. "Is this your family's booth? Am I forbidden from being here?" Lu Kang was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Ji then turned to Zhu Pei. "Little 7, your grandfather has sent me to fetch you. It is getting late. Come with me." "I shall not go with you." Zhu Pei took a step back, positioning herself beside Fan Ning, her dissatisfaction evident as she glared at Su Ji. She was thoroughly enjoying herself, and his interruption dampened her spirits significantly. "Fan Ning, little 7 is still young and naive. You wouldn't be unreasonable, would you?" Su Ji redirected the conflict towards Fan Ning. With a faint smile, Fan Ning replied, "Zhu Pei came out to see the lanterns with us at her grandfather's consent. When it's time to return, I shall escort her back. We all understand your concern for Zhu Pei, but I kindly ask you to leave." Her seemingly casual remark struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Su Ji questioning who was truly dishonest. Su Ji's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he possessed a cunning disposition, he was still merely an 11-year-old boy, prone to impulsiveness. Suddenly, he recalled his grandfather's words, reminding him that Fan Ning was merely the son of a fisherman, while he himself hailed from a distinguished family. Anger welled up within him, and he could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Fan Ning. "One must possess self-awareness. What family background does Xiao Qingyang come from? And what about you? Do you really think you can elevate yourself? Just because you ranked first does not entitle you to act recklessly. You are far too arrogant." Su Ji's scorn incited Lu Kang, who charged forward in a fit of rage, only to be restrained by Fan Ning. There are those who, instead of behaving decently, choose to bark like dogs. You need not stoop to their level. "You scoundrel." Su Ji trembled with rage and turned to Zhu Pei, commanding, "You will return with me." "I shall not." Zhu Pei retorted firmly, calling out, "Sister Jian." Before Su Ji could react, a long arm seized him by the collar and tossed him out of the colorful tent, eliciting laughter from those inside. Fan Ning then turned to Zhu Pei and Lu Kang with a grin. "The prize in this tent is rather meager. Let us find another tent to enjoy. We shall head to the couplet's tent." Zhu Pei clapped her hands in delight. The trio exited the riddle tent, yet Su Ji remained behind. He stepped forward, calmly challenging Fan Ning. "I propose we compete. Do you dare?" Fan Ning admired Su Ji's audacity. Even after such humiliation, he refused to retreat, tilting his head with amusement. He replied, "Why should I compete with you?" Su Ji found himself momentarily speechless. From behind, Lu Kang exclaimed, "Father told me, if you are to strike a dog, strike it hard enough that it learns to fear you." Zhu Pei wholeheartedly agreed. "Some people are utterly shameless, even when you wish to ignore them. They presume you are afraid and boast everywhere. Foolishness, engage him." Fan Ning nodded and smiled at Su Ji. "I fear you may find yourself embarrassed in defeat. However, since you seem unconcerned, let us draw the lines." Su Ji pretended not to hear their mockery and pointed towards a distant colorful tent, declaring, "Let us compete in the 5 classics fill in the blank." With a slight smile, Fan Ning responded, "Then let us proceed." At the Great Xianghua Temple, the colorful tent known as 9 Stars is designated for the 5 classics fill in the blank, officially referred to as Tai Jing, one of the subjects in provincial examinations. Due to its engaging nature, it has become a widely circulated literary game among scholars, often employed in literary competitions between schools. The task involves completing a segment of text that is missing a few lines, with varying levels of difficulty. Unlike composing poetry, where one merely needs to be well-versed in the 300 Tang poems to craft a verse, the 5 classics fill in the blank requires thorough memorization and recitation of various classical texts, showcasing genuine skill. When 2 individuals engage in a contest of wit and intellect, it is referred to as a duel of classical texts. A throng of scholars, having heard of the impending competition between these two young men, eagerly followed them to the pavilion of the five classics, their numbers swelling as many rushed to witness the spectacle. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, Lu Kang had encouraged Fan Ning to participate in this intellectual duel. But now he felt a twinge of regret and suggested to Fan Ning that perhaps they should make their escape. Fan Ning, with a smile, replied, "If anyone should flee, it ought to be him, not us." Su Ji, continuously greeting acquaintances with a composed demeanor, exuded an air of privilege and refinement. However, in a fleeting glance towards Fan Ning, a flicker of deep-seated animosity crossed his eyes, quickly masked by his courteous smile. This hatred, however, did not escape the keen observation of Zhu Pei, who recalled her grandfather's assessment of Su Ji, a kind face concealing a ruthless heart. Lacking in generosity, this thought left her somewhat concerned for Fan Ning. The crowd, now coalescing around Fan Ning and Su Ji, arrived at the pavilion of the five classics, which was already bustling with scholars. Upon learning of the duel, the audience parted to make way for the contenders. The host of the pavilion, a middle-aged man with a square face and a long beard, recognized Su Ji and felt a spark of interest. He was aware that Su Ji was a renowned prodigy from Wu County. 3 years prior, Su Ji had not participated in the youth examination due to his tender age, but he was now poised to compete in this year's selection. Not only the host, but many others in attendance were familiar with Su Ji. He was the grandson of the chief professor of the academy, his father a successful scholar, and his family held considerable prominence, which naturally piqued the crowd's curiosity about Fan Ning, the challenger. "What grade of draw will you select, young sir?" the host inquired with a smile. Su Ji replied without hesitation, "I shall choose the superior grade." The surrounding scholars erupted in astonishment. The five classics contest was categorized into 3 grades: superior, middle, and inferior. The inferior grade primarily consisted of simpler texts from the Mencius and Analects, appealing mostly to students of the academy, while the middle grade encompassed the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, Book of Rites, I Ching, and Spring and Autumn Annals, representing the true quintessence of classical literature, a choice favored by most scholars. The superior grade, however, bore no restrictions. It included a wide array of obscure texts, occasionally even the classic of mountains and seas. It was rare for anyone to select the superior grade, as it was a considerable risk in public settings due to its difficulty and the high stakes involved. Correctly answering a question would yield a reward of 500 coins, with even more challenging queries beyond the realm of casual literary games. Yet, today Su Ji boldly opted for the superior grade, leaving the audience in awe. Turning coldly to Fan Ning, Su Ji stated, "You still have time to concede." Fan Ning, with a faint smile, replied, "That is precisely what I wish to say to you, senior. It is not too late for you to admit defeat." "Humph, you are blissfully unaware of your peril," Su Ji retorted, then addressed the host. "I shall draw the first lot." The host retrieved a bamboo tube filled with tightly packed question slips and removed its lid. Su Ji extended his hand to draw a slip, presenting it to the host. The topic is inscribed on a bamboo slip, and the host slowly unfolds it to read. Duke Wei of Wei once said to Li Ku, "Sir, you have taught me that. Now what is placed here is either success or failure. What do you think, gentlemen?" The host then inquires of Su Ji, noting that 2 phrases are missing. Without hesitation, Su Ji responds, "When a family is impoverished, one seeks a virtuous wife. When a nation is chaotic, one seeks a capable minister." A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd, with many applauding. Clearly some are familiar with the question. The host chuckles. "Young Master Su has answered correctly. This question is derived from the records of the grand historian, Wei Shijia." A glimmer of pride flashes in Su Ji's eyes as he glances at Fan Ning. Fan Ning also reaches for a question slip and hands it to the host. The host opens it with a smile, exclaiming, "This is a poetry question." He reads aloud, "Do not blame the tea smoke for being dim. Please tell me the next line." A hush falls over the crowd. This question is quite obscure, as it is not recorded in the Book of Songs, and no one knows the answer. Even Su Ji furrows his brow. Fan Ning glances at Zhu Pei, who mutters softly, "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Fan Ning inwardly chuckles, pleased that the girl finally admits her ignorance. With unhurried composure, he states, "But it is, yet rejoice when the sun shines upon the harvested grain." The host praises, "Correct. This line is from Mountain Home by Gu Kuang of the Tang Dynasty. You may all look it up." The crowd erupts in enthusiastic applause. This young man is quite impressive, truly a worthy rival to Su Ji, as he is aware of such an obscure poem. Suji realizes that had he drawn this slip, he would have lost. However, being young and impetuous, he is consumed by competitive fervor and, slamming the table, declares, "I shall draw the 5-1 slip." The term 5-1 slip is merely colloquial. Its true name is the Supreme Slip, which comprises the most challenging questions among the elite, and if answered correctly, one can win a prize of 5-1. Gasps of surprise ripple through the crowd as they surge forward. Those in the back strain to see, astounded that someone dares to draw the 5-1 slip. Fan Ning, however, beams with delight at this unexpected fortune and quietly asks Zhu Pei, "Does the 5-1 slip mean the prize is 5-1? Isn't that a bit ambitious?" Zhu Pei shoots him a disapproving glance. The most difficult 5-1 slip is also known as the heartbreaking slip. One slip can shatter your heart. The host retrieves a small tube containing 10 golden slips and smiles gently. "Please, gentlemen, draw your slips." Chapter 55. The school's challenging sutra. Suji's hands trembled slightly as he pondered the situation. His grandfather had once faltered on an absolute sign during their family's playful word games. Was it wise for him to draw such a sign himself? Yet, he found himself in a predicament. Having proposed the challenge, he could not shy away from it without losing face. Fan Ning, observing his distress, chuckled, "Sushiwexiong. Shall I draw first?" Suji secretly hoped Fan Ning would take the initiative, but the rules dictated that the proposer must draw first. The sign was laid out before him, and with all eyes upon him, he could not afford to pass the sign over to Fan Ning. With a disdainful huff, he declared, "Since I posed the question, I shall certainly go first." Left with no other choice, he gritted his teeth and drew a stick. The host examined the sign and rummaged through the bookcase for quite some time before retrieving a tome. Internally, he shook his head. Suji's luck was indeed unfortunate. He had drawn the heartbreaking sign. He addressed Suji, "Please recite volume 73 of the Book of Han." The surrounding scholars fell silent, almost in disbelief. Perhaps elderly individuals might occasionally peruse the Book of Han during their leisure, but the young scholars, all fervently preparing for the imperial examinations, had little time for such dry historical accounts. Few had even read the Book of Han, let alone commit one of its chapters to memory. Who could possibly recall the contents of the 73rd volume? Suji's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Under his grandfather's strict guidance, he had indeed read the Book of Han and was aware that volume 73 contained the biography of Wei Xian. However, reciting it from memory was a task he found insurmountable. In that moment, he understood why his grandfather had repeatedly cautioned him against selecting the absolute sign in public. A wave of regret washed over him. Why had he not heeded his grandfather's advice? Why had he not been bolder and allowed Fan Ning to draw this sign instead? After standing in silence for a considerable time, Suji finally coldly declared, "I forfeit this question." A chorus of disappointment arose from the crowd. Indeed, even Suji, the young gentleman, could not provide an answer. The host then presented the sign-drawing tube to Fan Ning, who, with a cheerful smile, turned to Zhu Pei and said, "Your luck has always been commendable. Please draw a sign for me." Zhu Pei, eager yet playful, had never drawn an absolute sign before. With a mischievous wink, she replied, "You said it. If I draw the heartbreaking sign, you cannot blame me." She extended her delicate, fair hand and drew a sign on behalf of Fan Ning. The host inspected the sign and chuckled. "The young gentleman's fortune is indeed splendid. You have drawn the life-saving sign. Please recite Red Leaves by Wu Rong." Among the absolute signs, the most challenging was the heartbreaking sign, while the simplest was the life-saving sign, comparable in difficulty to the upper-tier signs. Zhu Pei's face flushed with excitement, and with a triumphant air, she turned to Fan Ning and said, "You should quickly express your gratitude to this young lady for her favor." Fan Ning clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Such grace is beyond mere words. "I shall express my thanks at a later time." Seizing the moment when no one was looking, Zhu Pei playfully kicked Fan Ning, attempting to escape her obligation. But he would not let her off so easily. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Although this poem was equally obscure, most would struggle to recite it. Yet it was undoubtedly simpler than the Book of Han. Suji gritted his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel had indeed drawn the life-saving sign by sheer luck. Fan Ning contemplated for a moment before reciting the poem. Red leaves, dew-stained and frost-dried, each leaf dances lightly, the slanting sun shining brightly as it turns. With a single breath, Fan Ning recited the entire poem, earning a round of applause from those around him. It was evident that he had emerged victorious in this contest. Glancing at Suji, who wore an expression of discontent, Fan Ning casually remarked, "If I were to triumph over you so easily, you would surely remain unsatisfied. How about this? I shall answer the question regarding the Book of Han for you. This unexpected turn of events left the crowd astonished, and Su Ji, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Ignoring him, Fan Ning continued calmly, "The 73rd volume of the Book of Han is the biography of Wei Xian, which reads as follows." His voice was soft, yet each word was articulated with exceptional clarity. Wei Xian, styled Changru, hailed from the state of Lu. A native of Zhou, his ancestor Wei Ming, originally from Pingqing, served as a tutor to King Yuan of Chu. He recited until the very end, and the applause from outside grew increasingly fervent, accompanied by shouts of approval. Su Ji's face reddened with humiliation before Fan Ning could finish. He stamped his foot in frustration and fled from the crowd in disgrace, utterly humiliated and unsure how to face his grandfather. As Fan Ning and his companions exited the Confucian temple, he lightly weighed 5 taels of silver in his hand and complained to them, "This lottery booth is being deceitful. Since it is called the 5 guan's ticket, having answered 2 tickets, I should receive 10 taels of silver, yet they only granted me 5. How infuriating." Lu Kang chuckled. "Did they not explain it to you? The rule is that each person may only answer 1 ticket. If a great scholar were to answer all 10 of their 5 guan's tickets, they would suffer significant losses." Fan Ning dismissed this explanation with disdain. "That's merely an excuse. If they display 10 tickets, they should be prepared for someone to answer them. How could a booth that dares to offer the 5 classics fill-in-the-blanks fail to pay 50 guans?" Zhu Pei tilted her head and regarded Fan Ning for a moment before sighing. "It's rather petty to dwell on a few guans. Since you cherish money so dearly, why not accept the 500 when given to Su Ji by the host?" Fan Ning scoffed, lifting his chin. "If it's not my money, why should I take it? Although I have a fondness for wealth, I acquire it through rightful means. Away with you. It is clear you're a miser. Yet you strive to embellish your own image." At that moment, Lu Kang suddenly cried out in despair, "It's over. It's over." "What do you mean over?" Lu Kang, with a woeful expression, replied, "We've forgotten the time we agreed upon. My mother will surely be furious." Fan Ning was startled as well. His mother had allocated him half an hour, which had long since passed. He quickly turned to Zhu Pei. "I shall escort you to the boat. We must hurry back." Zhu Pei graciously waved her hand. "No need for you to see me off. Sister Jian will accompany me home. You two should hurry along." Fan Ning and Lu Kang turned and dashed away, their escape appearing frantic. Zhu Pei laughed heartily, lamenting that she did not witness the sight of Fan Adi receiving a thorough scolding from his mother. As the Lantern Festival concluded, the sound of eager scholars once again filled the halls of the Yanning Academy. On that morning, Zhao Xiuan, the educational official of Wu County, entered the academy with a displeased countenance. He stormed into Lu Xuezhen's office, only to find it empty. Turning to a young attendant, he inquired, "Where is your principal?" The young tea attendant felt a twinge of fear and pointed towards the direction of the latrine, for the host had suffered an upset stomach that morning. Disturbing others, especially in such a manner, is an exceedingly discourteous act. However, Zhao Xiuan, disregarding all decorum, approached the latrine and let out a forceful cough. Inside, Lu the host lazily remarked, "There is a proper order to everything. Even if you are in a hurry, Brother Zhao, you must wait your turn. Old Lu, come out at once. Today, I shall pluck each and every one of your whiskers." He retorted with a chuckle. It seems the Zhao family has fallen into dire straits, desperate enough to resort to such threats. After a considerable time, Lu finally emerged, clutching his abdomen, moving at a leisurely pace. Just as Zhao was about to speak, Lu interjected, "Allow me to wash my hands before we converse, otherwise, it would be quite rude." Zhao Xiuan had no choice but to stifle his irritation as he awaited Lu's return, which took an eternity. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao glared at him and demanded, "Will the Yanqing Academy still participate in the county scholar selection? Today is already the 20th of January, and your academy is the only one yet to submit the list. I have waited for you for days, yet you refuse to show up." The county scholar selection, colloquially known as the child prodigy competition among the populace, aims to select young scholars for the juvenile examination. Those chosen are designated as county scholars and may proceed to the provincial examination if they succeed. Becoming a county scholar bestows numerous advantages, such as free access to the county school, financial support for studies, exemption from labor for parents, reduced taxes, and even travel expenses for attending the capital's examination. However, attaining this status is no simple feat, as the selection occurs once every 3 years, with only 10 spots available. Merely qualifying for the county selection is already a significant honor, as not all academies are permitted to participate, and each academy is limited to 3 candidates. With a resigned gesture, Lu replied, I had intended to approach you tomorrow, but I have encountered a slight complication. What sort of complication? Zhao pressed. Let us return to my study to discuss it. Zhao cast a fierce glare at him, unwilling to part with the list, and yet having to chase him down. In other academies, failure to submit would be considered forfeiture. Lu invited Zhao into his study, poured him a cup of tea, and then divulged the troubles currently besieging Yanqing Academy. Zhao was taken aback. Are you suggesting that if Fan Ning wishes to participate in the county scholar selection, the other students will collectively resist? Lu nodded. I have spoken with them on several occasions, but their stance is remarkably obstinate. They are adamant in refusing to participate alongside Fan Ning, which is quite vexing. For a long moment, Zhao was left speechless. He had never encountered such a situation where students were in open rebellion. His brow furrowed in contemplation. What could be the reason behind such animosity toward Fan Ning? Isn't it due to the joint examination system you implemented? Lu then explained the circumstances surrounding the annual examination in detail, concluding with a sigh, I have inquired. And other academies performed normally, with the top 3 positions all going to students from the middle tier. Yet, our Yanqing Academy produced a student from the lower tier, and he was the top scorer. What do you expect me to do? You cannot manage the conflicts within your own academy and yet lay the blame at my feet? Zhao Xiuwen expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, regardless, I shall not concern myself further. Today, I have made my reminder, and I have fulfilled my duty. If Yanqing Academy fails to submit the roster, will you forfeit this opportunity? Forfeiture is out of the question. I wish to discuss the possibility of allowing Yanqing Academy to send 2 teams to participate in the selection competition. It was evident that Zhao Xiuwen was speaking out of frustration. Even if no one else from Yanqing Academy participated, he was determined that Fan Ning would take part. After waiting for months for such a favorable opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Zhao Xiuwen took a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back, ultimately shaking his head. The regulations dictate that each academy is entitled to 3 slots. I cannot make an exception for Yanqing Academy. Otherwise, other academies would demand the same. I must regretfully decline. Dean Lu, unwilling to concede, replied, I am not suggesting that we simply increase slots for Yanqing alone. The same should apply to the other 3 major academies. As for the other ordinary academies, they need not be considered. Zhao Xiuwen rapped the table lightly and clarified. You must understand that such alterations would entail numerous changes to existing rules. One concern is time. More importantly, the county magistrate and deputy magistrate would not consent. Of course, I shall advocate on your behalf, but I advise against harboring hope. According to the established regulations, 3 candidates must be chosen, and the roster must be submitted to me by tomorrow at the latest. Otherwise, it shall be deemed as Yanqing Academy's withdrawal from the competition. Is there absolutely no chance? Dean Lu inquired, his face displaying deep disappointment. Zhao Xiuwen shook his head, stating, the likelihood is exceedingly slim. I advise you not to jeopardize your prospects for the sake of a minor gain and risk missing this competition. Chapter 56. The indecisive candidate. As soon as Zhao Xiuwen departed, Dean Lu summoned the 5 professors of the academy to his chamber. With a countenance marred by difficulty, Dean Lu addressed the assembly. I have just conferred with Zhao Xuezhing, and it seems our plan may not be feasible. Professor Yang, responsible for the middle scholars, nodded in agreement. This had been anticipated, for it was improbable that the county's selection competition would amend its rules for our establishment alone. Thus, the dean must make a decision. I propose, for the sake of prudence, that we select 3 middle scholars to compete. Professor Yin furrowed his brow slightly, voicing concern over the fairness to Fan Ning, who was, after all, the top scorer of the previous examination. What does that matter? Retorted Professor Jia, another educator of the middle scholars, casting a discontented glance at Professor Yin. He rapped his knuckles on the table, asserting, this contest transcends individual interests. It is also a competition of prestige among academies. We have consistently been overshadowed by the county school and Yuqing Academy, ranking 3rd in the county due to our lackluster performances in the previous 2 contests. Professor Yin remained unconvinced, emphasizing the gravity of the students' futures regarding the imperial examination, insisting that they ought not to act hastily. Dean Lu then solicited the esteemed Professor Zhang for his insight. Professor Zhang, over 60 years of age with a head of white hair, presided over the upper scholars and was pivotal to their success in the county examination. Having been with Yanqing Academy for nearly 15 years, his reputation was formidable. Professor Zhang replied thoughtfully, the county selection contest is fundamentally a team competition. Since it is a collective endeavor, it necessitates that the 3 students work in unison and exhibit harmonious cooperation. I harbor concerns that a team composed of 2 middle scholars and Fan Ning might lead to internal discord. Although Fan Ning possesses formidable individual talent, even the strongest warrior cannot prevail against 4 hands. Without a cohesive team, individual prowess, no matter how exceptional, may lead to defeat. Should our academy fail to reach the top 4, even if Fan Ning excels in individual events, he would still be unable to qualify for the county selection, leaving Ning Academy with nothing to show for its efforts. I believe we must consider the larger picture and select 3 middle scholars who can collaborate effectively. At that moment, Professor Kai, who taught the Book of Mencius, interjected, "Professor Zhang is correct. Fan Ning has his weaknesses. His calligraphy is subpar, necessitating that Su Ji and Lu Yue compensate for his deficiencies. However, given the current circumstances, they are unlikely to agree, placing our Yanqing Academy in jeopardy. I fear that, in the end, none of the 3 may qualify for the county selection." Seeing that further discussion was unwarranted, Dean Lu initiated the final process. "Let us hold a vote. Those in favor of allowing Fan Ning to compete, please raise your hands." Except for Professor Yan, the remaining 4 did not raise their hands. With a heavy heart, Dean Lu was compelled to make a decision. "Very well. We shall send Su Ji, Wu Jian, and Lu Yue to represent our academy in the competition. I must reiterate, this list is to remain strictly confidential and must not be disclosed to any student." As the group dispersed, Dean Lu paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating alternative strategies. It was imperative that Fan Ning be afforded the opportunity to participate in the county selection. Losing this chance would mean that Fan Ning would be ineligible for the Tongzi examination, a process governed by recommendations, wherein each academy submits candidates to the county, and the county then forwards these to the provincial government for further consideration. It is not akin to the adult imperial examination, where 3 candidates can collaborate to participate in the assessment. If Fan Ning is unable to partake in the county scholar selection, it would amount to manipulation behind closed doors, thereby utterly obliterating the spirit of fairness and justice that Ning Academy embodies. However, should Fan Ning be compelled to represent Ning Academy alongside Su Ji and Lu Yue, the likelihood of internal discord among the trio may lead to their elimination in the initial round of the team competition. Their foundational scores are exceedingly poor, and even if they advance to the individual competition, they are still destined for failure. The director, Lu, must contemplate a solution that accommodates all parties involved. He has long believed that the approach of dividing himself into 2 competing teams is the most suitable. The crux of the matter lies in how to realize his plan. After a prolonged contemplation, he turned to the tea boy at the door and instructed, "Go fetch Professor Yan." Before long, Professor Yan hurriedly arrived. Expressing his dissatisfaction upon entering, "Director, we cannot deprive Fan Ning of the opportunity to compete in the county scholar contest. I am aware, and I have no desire to strip him of this chance. He is the foremost candidate and ought to represent Ning Academy. However, hasn't the list been finalized? The list is merely a draft. We must find a way to establish a new one." Professor Yan appeared somewhat perplexed, recalling that the director had mentioned Zhao Xuezheng's disapproval of their proposal. Lu, with a slight smile, reassured him. Zhao Xuezheng's disagreement is inconsequential as long as the county magistrate consents. Professor Yan's spirits lifted significantly. "What shall we do then?" Lu leaned in to whisper a few suggestions, to which Professor Yan nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I will seek him out at once." As the midday bell tolled, Su Ji waved to his friend Wu Jian outside the classroom. The 2 ventured into the bamboo grove adjacent to the academy, where Su Ji quietly informed Wu Jian, "It has been decided. You are the 3rd candidate." Wu Jian was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain himself as he covered his face and exclaimed softly, "That's wonderful." Having placed 4th in the annual examination, he narrowly missed the top 3, thus disqualifying him from the county scholar selection and forfeiting his chance to participate in the juvenile examination. This explains his fury upon encountering Fan Ning on the announcement day. As Fan Ning had usurped his position, Su Ji scoffed, "Our firm resistance has borne fruit. The director and professors were compelled to abandon that provincial bumpkin. Humph. Those who oppose me, Su Ji, will surely meet a dire fate. Old Su, I truly appreciate your help this time. There's no need for such formalities. We are brothers. Next time we visit the county, simply treat me to a drink." "Absolutely. Definitely." The 2 linked arms and headed to the dining hall. As the midday bell rang once more, Fan Ning and Lu Kong made their way to the dining hall. Passing beneath the wisteria trellis, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. "Fan Ning." Turning around, he saw Professor Yin hiding behind a pillar, beckoning to him. Intrigued, Fan Ning approached and inquired, "Is there something you need from me, Professor Yin?" With urgency, Professor Yin replied, "You must come with me. I have something very important to tell you." "Lu Kong, you go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Be quick." Lu Kong departed, and Fan Ning followed Professor Yin to a secluded spot. Professor Yin glanced around to ensure no one was present before whispering, "The situation is rather dire." Fan Ning was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Professor Yin, with a look of profound regret, replied, "This morning, the list of candidates for the county selection competition was finalized, and unfortunately, you did not make the cut." Fan Ning's anger surged instantly. "On what grounds?" Professor Yin sighed, explaining, "The students from Zhongxi were adamantly opposed to your participation. The other 4 professors unanimously agreed that your involvement would jeopardize the academy, and Director Lu was powerless to intervene." Fan Ning scoffed derisively. "What a unanimous decision. Would this have occurred without the pressure from Su Ji's grandfather behind the scenes? And what of Director Lu's stance?" Fan Ning inquired calmly. "Fan Ning," Professor Yin replied, "Director Lu is under immense pressure. The day before yesterday, Su Ji's grandfather visited the academy to pressurize him into demanding your public apology to Su Ji. Otherwise, Su Ji would transfer. Numerous parents of Zhongxi students have also written in, demanding your expulsion due to the incident where you struck a Zhongxi student on the day of the announcement. These students have gone home to complain." "Professor, discussing this is futile," Fan Ning interrupted, gesturing. "Has the list been submitted to the county yet?" "Not yet, but registration closes by noon tomorrow. The director will depart early in the morning. You should seek out Master Zhu. He may have a solution." "Understood. Thank you for relaying this information, Professor." With that, Fan Ning turned and dashed away. Professor Yin sighed softly, hoping that the director's earnest efforts would be understood by the boy. Fan Ning rushed to the entrance just in time to see Zhu Pei preparing to board a carriage. "Zhu Pei, wait." Zhu Pei turned, winking with a smile. "Has the simpleton grown weary of the academy's drudgery?" "It's not that. I need your assistance." Zhu Pei grinned mischievously. "Go ahead. I'll consider it before deciding how much interest to charge." Fan Ning recounted the professor's voting incident from earlier that day. Zhu Pei's expression darkened as she coldly remarked, "I suspected some individuals would not relent. Time is of the essence. The director will submit the list to the county tomorrow morning." "I understand. I shall seek out my grandfather at once." Zhu Pei smiled charmingly, extending her delicate hand. "Agreed then. This time the interest shall be 3 parts. Fan Ning was taken aback, exclaiming, "That's exorbitant, harsher than loan sharks. How about 1 part?" "No, a minimum of 2 parts. Zhu Pei insisted. Fan Ning, with a sheepish grin, countered, 1.5 parts is already quite generous." Zhu Pei huffed, "Very well. Today, I shall concede a loss for your sake." The 2 clasped hands in agreement. Zhu Pei then instructed her maid, "No time for meals. We must return to the estate immediately." In the afternoon, Director Lu was in his office filling out the registration form when a low, commanding voice echoed from outside. "Quickly inform me. I must see Director Lu at once." A hint of satisfaction crossed Director Lu's face. Master Zhu had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. "Please, do come in." Director Lu called out eagerly. The door creaked open, and a tall, stout figure stepped inside. It was indeed Zhu Pei's grandfather, Zhu Yuanfu, who prompted the immediate smile on the face of Lu Yuan Master, who exclaimed, "Ah, it is the esteemed Mr. Zhu. What a rare visitor. Please, take a seat." "Spare me your insincerity," Zhu Yuanfu retorted, his face a mask of anger. Lu Yuan Master, undeterred, replied with a smile, "What seems to be the matter? Have I inadvertently offended the esteemed gentleman?" "Humph. I am here to inquire why Fan Ning, who topped the annual examination, is barred from participating in the county's scholar selection competition." Feigning surprise, Lu Yuan Master questioned, "How did you come by this information?" "That is of no concern to you. I simply wish to know if it is true." With a sigh, Lu Yuan Master responded, "I too regret this decision, as the professors believe he cannot represent the Yining Academy in the competition." "Humph. It is merely because Fan Zhongyan has fallen from grace. Everyone is quick to turn against him. Even you, the academy head, are so mercenary." "How am I being mercenary?" Lu Yuan Master, feeling the sting of Zhu Yuanfu's words, was indeed somewhat vexed. "As the head of the academy, it is my duty to consider not only the individual students' interests but also the welfare of the academy itself. Thus, I had no choice but to make this reluctant decision, yet it does not imply that I do not wish to assist Fan Ning." "And how do you intend to help him?" Zhu Yuanfu asked, his tone laced with sarcasm. I have already contacted Han Yuan Master from the official academy in Mudu Town. I am negotiating terms with him. If Yining Academy can grant him 10 positions over the next 3 years, he has agreed to allow Fan Ning to represent them in the competition. And what will be the outcome? I am still awaiting the results. Han Yuan Master needs to go to the county to exchange the list and revert to the original one. It is too late. Zhu Yuanfu firmly asserted, his face darkening. Their list has already been approved and cannot be altered. I thought your list had already been submitted. I am astounded that such a blunder occurred. If it weren't for Pei Er informing me, Fan Ning's future would have been ruined. You are being reckless, almost jeopardizing everything. Lu Yuan Master was fully aware that time was of the essence. He had not expected any assistance from Han Yuan Master's end. Maintaining his composure, he replied, in truth, I devised 2 plans. If Han Yuan Master's proposal falters, I have another solution, contingent upon whether the esteemed Mr. Zhu is willing to assist. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanfu felt ensnared. Sensing that Lu Yuan Master had anticipated his arrival and had laid a trap for him. Yet, he was not angered. To aid Fan Ning's progression was worth any entrapment he might face. Do tell. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Lu Yuan Master's eyes as he stroked his beard and chuckled. Initially, my plan was to send 2 teams to the county for the selection competition, one comprising Fan Ning and Zhu Pei, and the other with 3 additional participants, thus ensuring that all 5 had a chance to excel. However, this proposal was outright rejected by the educational commissioner. Zhu Yuanfu's interest peaked significantly. Are you suggesting that Pei Er could also participate? She is, after all, a young lady. With a slight smile, Lu Yuan Master replied, rules are established by man, moreover. The competition's regulations do not explicitly prohibit young ladies from participating. The crux lies in the requirement for 5 participants, which would necessitate numerous adjustments to the competition's rules. Old Zhao finds it troublesome and is reluctant to assist. Is it as simple as altering a few rules? Lu Yuan Master chuckled, in truth. It hinges on a single word from County Magistrate Li. Zhu Yuanfu chuckled, why didn't you mention it earlier? Magistrate Li still owes me a favor. If he refuses, I shall seek out Prefect Dong. I cannot believe he would not yield. You exaggerate, my lord, responded the official. This matter is but a trifling concern for Magistrate Li. Zhu Yuanfu nodded in agreement. It is settled then. I shall proceed to the county now. Master Lu rose and said, I shall accompany you. Chapter 57. The rules have changed. The following noon, an assistant brought Fan Ning to the room of Dean Lu. Dean, he has arrived. Oh, Fan Ning is here. Dean Lu chuckled, rising to greet him. Please, come in. Fan Ning entered and bowed, inquiring, did you summon me for something? First, have a seat and enjoy a cup of hot tea, Dean Lu urged, motioning for him to sit as the tea attendant served them. During the Lantern Festival, our Yining Academy gained notoriety when 2 students engaged in a debate. One was Su Ji, and the identity of the other remains unknown. Though I suspect it is you. Fan Ning was aware that Su Ji's grandfather had approached Dean Lu a couple of days prior, reportedly intending to publicly apologize to Su Ji in front of the academy, or else Su Ji would transfer to another institution. Could it be that Dean Lu had summoned him regarding this matter? Indeed, it is me. What do you intend to do about it? Fan Ning inquired coldly. Wait. Dean Lu sensed the unusual tone in Fan Ning's voice and quickly interjected, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no blame towards you. Have you heard any rumors? I have certainly heard. Anger flickered in Fan Ning's eyes. Some claim I am undermining the unity of Yining Academy. That my actions have jeopardized our team's ability to participate in the county selection competition. It is said that the chief professor of the prefectural academy has also pressured you. Dean Lu regarded Fan Ning for a moment before shaking his head. In every selection competition, various troubles arise, not only at our Yining Academy, but across all institutions. Everyone resorts to unscrupulous means to vie for participation slots. I am not surprised by any unfavorable rumors regarding you. As for who has pressured me, do not let it trouble you. Although I, Lu Yentong, may appear slender, I possess a sturdy backbone. You need not apologize to anyone. Initially, Fan Ning felt some dissatisfaction with Dean Lu, but the latter's clear stance moved him profoundly. He rose and bowed to Dean Lu, expressing, your care for your students is deeply appreciated. Sit down. Sit down. Dean Lu laughed, inviting Fan Ning to resume his seat. He continued earnestly, because you are a descendant of Fan Zhongyan, you will naturally attract jealousy. Some may even seek to curry favor with certain powerful figures in the court by deliberately undermining you. In every forest, the tall trees are bound to be swayed by the wind. There are always petty individuals everywhere, so do not pay them any mind. Fan Ning nodded silently. During the Qingli reforms, Fan Zhongyan had offended many powerful nobles, and to protect himself, he had insisted on leaving the capital to return to his hometown for his studies. Yet even so, there would still be petty individuals like those from the Su family aiming their hidden arrows at him. The only way to deal with such individuals is to return their tactics in kind. Avoidance will only embolden their audacity. Seeing Fan Ning lost in thought, Dean Lu smiled and said, "I called you here today to discuss the county selection competition." Fan Ning understood well. Yesterday, the esteemed official, Zhu, had taken decisive action, and results were likely at hand. Dean Lu observed him and continued, "Our Yanning Academy has secured 5 participation slots. So I have decided to form 2 teams to compete. Zhao Xuezheng has already consented. Aren't there only 3 slots?" Fan Ning asked, somewhat taken aback. Director Lu let out a gentle sigh, remarking on the numerous twists and turns surrounding this matter. He expressed gratitude towards Zhu Pei and her grandfather. Lu then succinctly recounted the circumstances to Fan Ning. "Do not hold it against the professors for their silence on your behalf. After all, your time here has been brief, and they are yet unfamiliar with you. These 7 students from the Zhongsha have enjoyed 3 prosperous years at the academy, each having been taught by the professors who hold them in high regard. It is only natural for the professors to wish to reserve opportunities for them." While Lu's defense of the professors was understandable, Fan Ning saw through the essence of the situation. Being a member of the Fan family, he believed that had Fan Zhongyan not fallen from grace, the professors would have made different choices. Human emotions are complex, particularly those of scholars, whose thoughts are often inscrutable. For a considerable time after the annual examination, Fan Ning presumed that his top score had provoked envy among the Zhongsha students, especially the so-called 7 sages of the bamboo grove. However, a serendipitous discovery during the Lantern Festival made him realize that his understanding of the situation had been overly simplistic. Su Ji's animosity towards him was likely not solely due to academic standings. Zhu Pei was perhaps the primary catalyst. What of the others? Zhu Pei, not only the granddaughter of the wealthiest man in Pingjiang, but also a member of the royal family, with her father holding a high office in the court, had an illustrious lineage. Countless individuals sought to ingratiate themselves with her, to draw near. Yet, she happened to be seated next to him, which undoubtedly stirred considerable discontent. Su Ji's words at the riddle booth served as the most poignant evidence of this. Zhu Pei was indeed striking in appearance, and with such a prestigious background. Many prominent families in Pingjiang were surely vying for her attention. Now, Fan Ning had identified yet another reason for the Zhongsha students' disdain towards him. As Director Lu mentioned, there were only 3 slots for county scholar selection at the Yanning Academy, which directly influenced their chances of participating in the Tongzi examination. Director Lu's greatest concern at present was the tumultuous relationship between Fan Ning and Su Ji. It appeared they were at odds, and he feared potential calamity during the county scholar selection. "Fan Ning, I am aware of your discord with Su Ji. Yet I implore you to cherish this hard-won opportunity to compete. You are both my students, and as the director, I wish for you to seize the county scholar title together and secure eligibility for the Tongzi examination." Fan Ning smiled faintly, fully comprehending the director's sentiments. For Lu's sake, he could overlook Su's transgressions this time, but he would not allow a repeat of such affronts. As human hearts are difficult to gauge and hidden malice is challenging to guard against, I must candidly state that I, Fan Ning, will not tolerate insult. Those who demean me shall face retribution. Upon returning home, his mother, Zhang Shenyang, sat listlessly by the well, washing clothes. In Jiangwan village, a throng of women would gather by the river, chatting and laughing, creating a joyful atmosphere. However, in the small town, there was not a soul to converse with. Zhang Shenyang deeply regretted moving to the town. "Mother, I am home," Fan Ning announced as he stepped through the door. Zhang Shenyang was somewhat taken aback. It was not a scheduled break, so why had Ninger returned? Fan Ning hurried into the kitchen, found a large bun, and while munching on it, said, "There is an important matter that the director insists I share with you." "What is it?" Zhang Shenyang felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if her son had been expelled from school. In just 10 days, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the county would hold the scholar selection competition, a contest for prodigies. Our school would send 5 participants, and I had been chosen. Zhang Shenyang exhaled in relief, then widened her eyes, her voice transformed. "Did I hear correctly? My son Ninger is actually going to partake in the Prodigy competition?" The triennial Prodigy contest in Wu County had been a tradition for many years, well known across the villages. To everyone, The prodigies participating were the finest students from each school, akin to celestial literary stars descended to earth. Not to mention Zhongwan village. Even the neighboring villages had not heard of anyone who had participated before. Zhang Sanyang often listened to her neighbor, Lu Er's wife, boast about her nephew studying in the county who had competed in the Prodigy contest. That achievement had given Lu Er's wife something to brag about for 3 whole years, always placing her in a position of psychological superiority over Zhang Sanyang. Today, however, upon learning that her own son would be competing, Zhang Sanyang could hardly contain her elation. Ning, go tell your father. He is not allowed to attend to patients tonight. He must return for dinner. Mother, let me catch my breath first. Stop dawdling, go quickly. Pushed out of the house by his mother, Fan Ning had no choice but to head to his father's clinic. Upon entering the Yixingtang pharmacy, he was startled by an earth-shattering scream that seemed to emanate from his father's clinic. Alarmed, Fan Ning hurriedly stopped the passing servant, asking Zhang, "What has happened at my father's clinic? Master Luo is having a tooth extracted. Several men are struggling to hold him down." Fan Ning chuckled in disbelief. His father, who usually treated legs and arms, was now playing the role of a dentist. Just then, another roar erupted from the clinic, prompting Fan Ning to rush to the front. The curtain had been pulled back, revealing a crowd of onlookers. On the small bed sat a drunken, rotund man, wielding a chair leg, glaring fiercely at anyone who dared approach him. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 men, including his father, Fan Taizhou, who held a pair of small iron pliers. Looking helplessly at the drunken man brandished his makeshift weapon, accusing Fan Taizhou, "You intend to use those pliers to crush my throat, don't you?" Fan Ning pulled the young apprentice closer, asking, "Qing, what is going on?" "Master, it's quite amusing," Qing replied, his expression a mixture of laughter and exasperation. He explained to the gathered crowd, "This Master Luo has been suffering from a toothache for a month. His 2 sons finally persuaded him to come in for an extraction, but fearing the procedure, he made a deal with the doctor. He would only consent while inebriated. And then, a patient inquired. Then he drank too much. And now he is in this state," Qing articulated vividly, prompting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding patients. Fan Taizhou, setting down the pliers, exchanged a knowing glance with Master Luo's eldest son before stepping out of the clinic. The eldest son picked up a jar of wine, pouring a bowl, and urged his father, "Father, this is the finest Pingjiang bridge wine, which you usually hesitate to indulge in." Master Luo waved his hand dismissively, "Take it home to drink." The son of Lord Luo understood his father well enough to know how to coax him into drinking the bowl of wine. "Father, this is not our wine. It was purchased by Dr. Fan. How can we take it home? Isn't it bought with our money?" "No." "Then let us indulge in a couple more bowls. If we don't drink, what is the point?" He raised the bowl, gulping it down in one swift motion, and poured himself another. Before he could finish the second bowl, his head tilted, and he collapsed onto the bed, snoring loudly. Lord Luo's eldest son gently nudged his father and exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Fan, my father has passed out." Dr. Fan Taizhou entered, instructing everyone, "Hold him down and pry his mouth open. Qing, prepare the salt water for rinsing." After a flurry of activity, Lord Luo's 2 sons finally managed to lift their father onto the ox cart, and the family set off. "Will father still be able to extract teeth?" Fang Ning asked with a chuckle as he entered. "I've pulled teeth from cows before. My skills are still quite sharp," replied Dr. Fan Taizhou, washing his hands while laughing. However, Fang Ning was intrigued by the remaining half jar of wine. He had noticed its high alcohol content while outside. It was unlike any wine he usually drank. He poured a small bowl, savoring it, and concluded that it was at least 20 degrees strong, unlike the milder brews sold at local taverns that resembled sweet rice wine. Dr. Fan Taizhou noticed his son's tasting and quickly cautioned, "Do not drink that wine. It is quite potent." "Father, what kind of wine is this?" "It is the strongest wine brought by Lord Luo's son, known as Pingjiang Bridge, from our Pingjiang prefecture." An idea suddenly sparked in Fang Ning's mind. What would happen if this wine were distilled further? "Ninger, have you come for something?" Dr. Fan Taizhou asked with a smile as he approached. Fang Ning set down the bowl and replied, "Mother sent me to tell you that she insists you return home for dinner tonight." Dr. Fan Taizhou smiled and inquired, "Why? Is there some joyous occasion?" "Perhaps it is because I am preparing to participate in the Child Prodigy competition." Dr. Fan Taizhou was overjoyed. "You will enter the Child Prodigy competition?" Fang Ning nodded, explaining that the head of the academy had already spoken to him, and he would represent the Yining Academy. Only then did Dr. Fan Taizhou grasp why his wife wished to celebrate. He could fully empathize with her feelings, especially since Mrs. Lu from next door had boasted about her child's achievements countless times, leaving his wife in tears, holding her silly son and lamenting. Now, however, their son would also partake in the child prodigy contest, and a wave of emotion washed over Dr. Fan Zhongyan, though not as exuberant as his wife. He recognized that this was indeed an occasion worthy of celebration. Let me tidy up a bit, and then we shall go to the Baiyun restaurant to reserve a table. Tonight we shall celebrate properly. Chapter 58. Fan Zhongyan's aspiration as Fan Ning and his family exited the Baiyun restaurant. Darkness had already enveloped the sky. Although it was early spring, the night air was still biting cold, prompting Fan Ning to tighten his sheepskin coat. Turning around, he noticed his mother lagging behind. Seemingly lost in thought. "Mother, we've already dined. What are you still calculating?" "Dalong, that's not right." Zhang San quickened her pace to catch up with her husband, exclaiming, "No matter how I added up, I've discovered that the restaurant overcharged us by 200 yuan. We were not overcharged." Fan Zhongyan chuckled. The two waiters congratulated Ninger for participating in the child prodigy competition, so I generously rewarded them with 200 yuan. Now I understand. Zhang San elongated her tone. Visibly displeased, "We spent 521 on the meal, and you want to give away another 200? Fan Zhongyan, when did you become so extravagant?" With a sigh, Fan Zhongyan replied, "It's a rare occasion. Let us not be so calculative. I feel uneasy about it." Ninger earned his place in the child prodigy contest through hard work. Why should mere compliments warrant a reward of 200 yuan? Why not give it to Ninger instead? I can hardly bear to spend it myself, always being frugal at home, and yet you casually part with 200 yuan, which could buy a 6 dough of rice, enough for 2 months. Fan Zhongyan signaled to his son to speak on his behalf. However, Fan Ning merely smiled in silence. Recognizing that sometimes silence is golden, the three of them returned home amidst Zhang San's incessant chatter. Just as they stepped into the alley, Fan Zhongyan suddenly sensed something amiss. He spotted a figure crouching behind the drumstone at their doorstep. He barked, "Who goes there?" Zhang San jumped in surprise, her reflexes quick. She pulled her son behind her and nervously inquired, "Dalong, could it be a thief?" At that moment, the shadow rose, adjusting his attire. "Big brother, it's me." It was the voice of their youngest sibling, Fan Zhongyan. Fan Zhongyan sighed in relief but expressed his displeasure. "What are you doing lurking there? Tea it cold? Why not find a warmer place? I thought you might be a thief. Have you eaten yet?" Fan Zhongyan, feeling cold and famished, had intended to visit his elder brother's home for a meal. However, upon seeing the family returning from what appeared to be a restaurant outing without inviting him, he felt a twinge of resentment. Normally, he would have been furious, but today he had a matter to discuss with Fan Ning. So he suppressed his dissatisfaction and vaguely replied, "Big brother, I've already eaten. I came to find Adai for something." Zhang San was instantly displeased. "Youngest, why do you still refer to him as Adai? I've told you several times." "Apologies, sister-in-law, it slipped my tongue." Fan Ning, intrigued by his uncle Fan Zhongyan, wondered how the previous incident had been resolved. He only knew that his uncle had brought Aunt Four back from the county, but was curious about the details in between. "Uncle, you seek me?" Fan Zhongyan nodded. "Yes. I first went to your school, but it was already closed. I waited for nearly half an hour before coming here." "Why are you looking for Ninger, Lao Si?" Fan Zhongyan asked, puzzled. "I'm just asking her something. It won't take long. You all go inside first." Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Fan Zhongyan ceased his inquiries and turned to his wife, saying, "Sanyang, let us go in and allow them to converse." Zhang Sanyang felt a twinge of worry, but still followed her husband into the courtyard, whispering, "Ninger won't come to any harm, will she?" "Ah, he is Ninger's fourth uncle. Where are your thoughts wandering?" In the alley, Fan Ning cheerfully inquired, "How did fourth aunt return home?" Upon mentioning this matter, Fan Zhongyan was filled with frustration, yet he had a request of Fan Ning and thus suppressed his anger, saying, "You caused me great trouble last time, but I won't hold it against you. You must help me this time. Then tell me, how did fourth aunt return home?" Fan Ning continued to press him. With no way to counter him, Fan Zhongyan begrudgingly replied, "By begging. What else could I do? I wrote her a guarantee letter, then resorted to a bit of self-inflicted torment, grinding my knee until it bled. She thought I was kneeling in supplication. And then my father-in-law spoke a few kind words on my behalf. After I vowed to study diligently, fourth aunt softened and returned with me." To think he resorted to such self-mortification, Fan Ning found it amusing. Does fourth uncle truly intend to study diligently? Fan Ning could hardly believe it. Her uncle had always been insincere, raising doubts. "Why wouldn't I want to study well? Do you think fourth uncle lacks self-respect?" Fan Zhongyan declared, thumping his chest with a face full of righteous determination. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance today. This matter was stirred up because of you. And you must help me. Me? I didn't intentionally drop a bag of money under the bridge. It should be that bag of money causing the trouble, right? Fan Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Fan Zhongyan's face flushed crimson, but fortunately, it was dark, so it went unnoticed. He was astonished. How did Adai know about the dropped money? He quickly cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Let us not discuss that anymore. Regardless, as a gesture between uncle and nephew, you must assist me. Consider this fourth uncle requesting a favor. First, tell me what the matter is, and then I shall decide whether I can help you. Fan Zhongyan sighed. Today I received news that the Provincial Academy is offering 3 special enrollment spots this year, with no entrance exam and no tuition fees. I believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fan Ning furrowed her brow. Fourth uncle, are you mistaken? What does the special enrollment at the Provincial Academy have to do with me? It doesn't concern you directly, but you can help me, Fan Zhongyan explained. There are 3 conditions for special enrollment. One must have completed the county school curriculum, which I fully meet. The second is to have participated in the examination, which I also fulfill. However, the third condition is somewhat stringent, and I fear I may encounter some issues. Fan Ning felt somewhat speechless. The first 2 conditions were ones most people could meet, and the third was likely the key. What is the third condition? The third condition is to have a reputable gentleman's recommendation. A reputable gentleman? Fan Ning scratched her head. Fourth uncle, having been around in the county for so long. Surely you know a few? Fan Zhongyan chuckled lightly, acknowledging that he indeed knew quite a number of esteemed gentlemen, yet the sheer volume of applicants this time was overwhelming. The usual gentry might not suffice. Could you possibly ask Lord Zhu for a recommendation on my behalf? To which Fan Ning rolled his eyes. Realizing that his uncle was indeed harboring such an intention, how could he shamelessly ask for a favor from Lord Zhu? With a smile, Fan Ning replied, Uncle, you have met Lord Zhu before. I recall you even established a rapport with him. Such trivial matters hardly require your nephew's intervention. You can manage it yourself. You little rascal, will you assist your uncle or not? Fan Zhongyan inquired. It is commendable that you aspire for advancement. How could I not support you? However, I must admit I owe Lord Zhu a favor and feel quite reluctant to impose again. Uncle, muster the courage you once showed in persuading Aunt C to return home. I have faith in you, but I am not well acquainted with Lord Zhu. How can you say that? I remember distinctly that Lord Zhu presented you with a name card. Did he pay attention to any of the other local gentry? Fan Zhongyan hesitated, realizing that indeed, Lord Zhu had only given him a name card, ignoring others, including those who sought to curry favor with him. Could it be that Lord Zhu truly regarded him with distinction? Seeing his uncle wavering, Fan Ning eloquently encouraged him. Uncle, your future must be forged by your own efforts. You must demonstrate to Lord Zhu that you possess both responsibility and courage. Only then will he regard you with newfound respect. Trust me, success is within your grasp. Fan Zhongyan, swayed by his nephew's persuasive words, began to feel a surge of confidence. Perhaps he could indeed succeed. If I must ask, then let it be. I am a man. What is there to fear? Precisely, Fan Ning replied with a smile. Where there is a will, there is a way. I believe my uncle is capable of achieving great things. This matter is trifling enough that you need not trouble your nephew. As he watched his uncle, now brimming with confidence, depart, Fan Ning sighed in relief. He then turned to head home, where upon entering, he found his father, Fan Taizhu, and mother, Zhang Sanyan, waiting for him in the courtyard. Noticing that his fourth uncle had seemingly left, Fan Taizhu inquired, Ninger, what did your uncle want with you? Why does he seem so jubilant? He intends to pursue studies at the Provincial Academy as an exempted student and sought my assistance in asking Lord Zhu for help. After encouraging him thoroughly, he decided to approach Lord Zhu himself. You little trickster. Fan Taizhu laughed heartily. However, it is indeed a positive sign that your uncle is seeking self-improvement. Positive? Zhang Sanyan interjected with a scoff. He only wishes to escape the county school because he cannot cope. For him, it is all just a matter of muddling through. If he goes to the Provincial Academy, what will become of his wife? Zhang Sanyan astutely pinpointed her fourth brother's most significant dilemma. While Fan Taizhu also felt that his brother's neglect of his wife was somewhat inappropriate, he recognized that the pursuit of education at the Provincial Academy was a commendable aspiration. Regardless, it was certainly preferable to spending his days mingling with that band of rascals in the county. The following midday, Zhu Yuanfu, accompanied by his granddaughter Zhu Pei, emerged from the Sanqing restaurant after their meal. A splendid carriage awaited them at the entrance. Just as he was about to board, a young man suddenly dashed forth from the side, making a beeline towards Zhu Yuanfu. The two bodyguards stationed beside him were startled, with agility. They swiftly turned and seized the young man's arms, one on each side. The young man was none other than Fan Zhongyan, who had spent several hundred coins to ascertain that Zhu Yuanfu was dining at the Sanxing restaurant and had patiently awaited his arrival outside. In a state of urgency, Fan Zhongyan called out, "Master Zhu, I am Fan Ning's fourth uncle. We have met before." Zhu Yuanfu paused, gesturing for his guards to release the young man. He scrutinized Fan Zhongyan, recalling a vague impression of him. Nodding slightly, he inquired, "What brings you to me?" Fan Zhongyan hastily replied, "It is about my nephew. He feels too embarrassed to ask you himself, so he sent me. There is a matter I wish to request your assistance with, Master Zhu." Zhu Yuanfu chuckled heartily, amused at the notion that the young lad could ever feel shy. "Speak freely. What is it? Let us see if I can be of service." Zhu Pei shot a disapproving glance at Fan Zhongyan and promptly pulled her grandfather aside, whispering, "If Fan Ning were to seek your help, he would come himself. Moreover, I have heard him speak of you, and he mentioned that his fourth uncle is rather idle and unproductive." Zhu Yuanfu replied earnestly, "Whether or not to assist him is a matter I can discern for myself. Your grandfather engages in many undertakings, and it will take you a decade to comprehend this. Thus, you need not concern yourself." "Grandfather, I fear you may be deceived," Zhu Pei expressed, her concern evident. Zhu Yuanfu burst into laughter, patting his granddaughter's head with a twinkle in his eye. "What manner of person do you believe your grandfather to be? In this day and age, no one has yet been born who could deceive me." Displeased that her grandfather disregarded her counsel, Zhu Pei turned with a huff and boarded the carriage. Zhu Yuanfu approached Fan Zhongyan once more, observing that he possessed a well-proportioned physique, fair complexion, and a tall stature, exuding a certain elegance. This favorable impression led Zhu Yuanfu to gesture towards the restaurant, cheerfully suggesting, "It is quite windy outside. Let us speak within." Fan Zhongyan, taken by surprise, hurriedly followed Zhu Yuanfu into the establishment. Zhu Yuanfu chose a seat and waved his hand, saying, "You too, have a seat." "I cannot, esteemed scholar," Fan Zhongyan protested. Zhu Yuanfu nodded in understanding, not insisting further, and smiled, "Pray tell, what is it that you wish to request of me?" "Well, it is about." Fan Zhongyan proceeded to recount the circumstances regarding the special admissions to the academy, casting anxious glances at Zhu Yuanfu. Zhu Yuanfu squinted and smiled, realizing that the matter at hand was merely a request for assistance in pursuing an education at the academy. Such a trivial affair was but a simple task for him. A small act of kindness to win hearts. Why not? Particularly when it involved Fan Ning's fourth uncle. Without hastening to respond, Zhu Yuanfu stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Since you are Fan Ning's fourth uncle, you must be well acquainted with your nephew. I am aware that he was somewhat slow-witted. What, then, has caused this transformation into a prodigy? You ought to know the reason, I presume?" Although Fan Zhongyan may lack talent, he possesses a certain cleverness. Adept at reading others' expressions and knowing how to respond to please the esteemed official, Zhu Degoran. "The student believes the crux lies with my sister-in-law, Ninger's mother." "How so?" Zhu Yuanfu immediately became intrigued. Little did the official know that during those years, everyone claimed Ninger was wasting her education, including my father, who had quarreled with my sister-in-law countless times over this matter. Yet, she withstood all pressure, resolutely insisting that Ninger attend school. During that period, my sister-in-law was like a protective hen, bearing all grievances herself while forbidding anyone from disparaging Ninger's abilities. In retrospect, I feel that her unwavering love moved heaven, granting her a normal son. Zhu Yuanfu nodded and sighed, saying, "You are absolutely right. The love of parents is indeed the key to transforming Fan Ning. I concur with your perspective." Rising, he continued, "I can assist you with the academy matters. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. For now, please have your meal." He beckoned the steward, instructing him to take the young man's order and charge it to his account. Fan Zhongyan, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowed, vowing to remember the official's kindness and to serve him with utmost diligence. Zhu Yuanfu chuckled heartily, stood, and departed. Chapter 59. The journey to the county town. On the first day of February, the dock at Mudu town was alive with the sound of gongs and drums. Bustling with excitement, a group of young men performed a lion dance, drawing a throng of children who joyfully ran alongside them, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the New Year celebrations. Although the spring festival was to arrive the following day, the merriment at the dock was not in anticipation of the festival. A long red banner hung from the dock's crossbeam, boldly proclaiming, "Wishing the Prodigy of Mudu Town great success, bringing glory to our town." The triennial county scholar selection competition in Wu County had commenced, a significant event for every township. Various ceremonies were held to encourage local youth to excel and bring honor to their communities. The status of a prodigy held particular reverence in the hearts of the common folk during the Song Dynasty, as every household harbored hopes that their children might achieve such distinction. Thus, the county scholar selection deeply resonated with countless families, capturing the attention of Wu County's populace. Mudu Town boasted 7 schools, however. Only 2 were eligible to participate in the county scholar selection due to the quality of education and the number of students who had successfully entered the county academy. One was the government-run school, while the other was Ning Academy. Although Ning Academy was one of the 4 prestigious institutions, its students hailed from various regions of Pingjiang Prefecture, with few from Mudu Town. The government school was purely a local institution. Among the 5 students representing Ning Academy this year, 2 were from Mudu Town, along with 3 from the government school, making a total of 5 students competing on behalf of their town. Today marked the farewell for these 5 individuals, and nearly all the respected gentry of the town gathered at the dock. 2 boats adorned with vibrant red silk flowers were moored at the dock, flying a grand banner that read Prodigies of Mudu Town. Fan Ning was dressed in a brand new blue satin scholar's robe, wearing a gauze hat and cinched with a leather belt, exuding an extraordinary spirit and demeanor. Following closely behind was Zhu Pei, also clad in similar attire. As one of the 4 leading teams in the county selection, Ning Academy had drawn blue as their color. Thus all competing students donned matching blue robes for their expedition. Beside them stood 3 students from the government school, lacking a uniform dress code. They wore new long robes, albeit in differing colors and styles, creating a somewhat disorganized appearance. Zhu Yuanfu, representing the gentry, passionately recited a stirring proclamation for their departure. In the early spring of the 8th year of Qing Yuan, amidst the biting cold winds and soaring ambitions, the 5 prodigious youths of Mudu Town bear the hopes of 8,000 elders, embarking on their grand journey. While Fan Ning listened absently to Zhu Yuanfu's impassioned speech, his gaze wandered to a long row of tables nearby, where 5 wine cups were set. A gentleman was pouring wine into a teacup, while another young man held a large rooster, swiftly severing its throat and allowing the blood to drip into the wine cups. A shiver ran down Fan Ning's spine. Could this be the origin of the saying to invigorate with chicken blood? Behind him, Zhu Pei covered her mouth in disgust and whispered to Fan Ning, "Fool, you'll have to drink that wine for me later." Fan Ning rolled his eyes. He was still uncertain about who would drink it for him. Zhu Yuanfu read until his throat was parched, ultimately finishing an extensive piece of writing, the authorship of which remained unknown. An elder from the village shouted, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Prepare for departure." Zhu Yuanfu stepped forward, and 2 local gentry presented him with cups of chicken blood wine. He handed the first cup to Fan Ning, saying, "Young Master Fan, you are the greatest hope of our town. We aspire for you to become the 3rd county scholar of Mudu Town. The students will surely exert their utmost efforts to achieve this. Come, drink this wine and board the ship." As Fan Ning accepted the cup, a strong and unpleasant odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to discard it. He pinched his nose, held his breath, and forced himself to down the cup of chicken blood wine, a fiery sensation surging from his stomach. To his astonishment, it was still the 20-degree Pingjiang bridge wine. Observing Zhu Yuanfu lifting another cup, Fan Ning hesitated and said, "Please give me Zhu Pei's wine as well." A flicker of approval crossed Zhu Yuanfu's eyes as he chuckled. "No need. Let her drink it herself." The gentry offered the second cup of chicken blood wine, but the pungent aroma made Zhu Pei recoil in fear. Casting a pitiful glance at Fan Ning, reluctantly, he declared, "I shall drink on her behalf." Zhu Yuanfu, with no other recourse, handed the cup to Fan Ning, who held his breath and suppressed the acrid scent, consuming it in one gulp. Applause erupted around them. 5 young men sequentially drank the ceremonial wine. Bowing respectfully to the gathered gentry, and amidst jubilant cheers, they boarded 2 grand ships adorned with colorful ribbons and flowers. Standing at the bow, they clasped their fists in farewell, evoking a sense of poignant heroism akin to the chilling winds of the Yi River. The 2 great vessels departed slowly, sailing towards the Sioux River amid the sounds of gongs and drums. Fan Ning and Zhu Pei found themselves aboard the second ship. This time, the Ning Academy was dispatching 2 teams. The previous day, 3 middle scholars had already accompanied Principal Liu, forming the primary contingent of the academy. These included Su Ji, Lu Yue, and Wu Jian, who had placed 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in last year's examinations, thus constituting a team widely supported by the academy. Although Fan Ning had achieved the highest score, he was, after all, a lower scholar of tender age, and with a young lady accompanying him. He was not regarded favorably by many, including Principal Liu and other professors. They unanimously decided to designate the three middle scholars as the main team, relegating Fan Ning and Zhu Pei to the status of substitutes. The original aim of the county scholar selection was to identify and nurture talented youths to represent the county in the Tongzi examination. However, due to the competitive nature among various academies, it had effectively transformed into a literary contest held every 3 years, influencing the rankings of the institutions. Fan Ning typically preferred to sit at the bow of the boat, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze. Yet today, with a hint of chill in the river wind, he found himself obliged to sit at the stern. The space occupied by the formidable swordswoman was excessively vast, compounded by Zhu Pei's numerous belongings and her personal maid, leaving little room for him within the cramped cabin. Accompanying them to the county town was a young assistant, whom Fan Ning had first encountered on his initial day reporting to the academy. His name is Pei Guang, a native of Changzhou County, hailing from a family of moderate means. 3 years prior, he attempted the imperial examination but suffered defeat in the provincial test in the capital. Consequently, he accepted a position as an assistant teacher at the Ning Academy, striving to earn a living while diligently preparing for his next attempt. Last autumn, Pei Guang planned to participate in the imperial examination for the second time. However, the untimely death of his father compelled him to forego the exam and observe a period of mourning at home, with the intention of attempting the examination again in 3 years. Although Pei Guang's name feels somewhat awkward, being bestowed by his parents, he refrains from altering it and typically prefers to be addressed by his courtesy name, Qianhua. This name was derived from an oracle his father consulted at his birth, symbolizing the hexagram of Qian, heaven, and Hua, fire, which conveys the notion that heavenly action is vigorous and a gentleman strives unceasingly. Nevertheless, it still possesses an element of awkwardness. Pei Guang sat at the bow of the boat, elucidating the rules of the selection competition to Fan Ning. The selection competition is divided into 2 segments, a team competition and an individual competition, spanning a total of 7 days, with the venue located at the county academy, presided over by Magistrate Li. After pondering briefly, Fan Ning inquired, "Earlier, Brother Pei mentioned the 4 great academies. Could you elaborate on that?" Pei Guang smiled slightly and replied, "The 4 great academies of Wu County include the affiliated academy of the county school, the Yuqing Academy in Sutai Town, the Yining Academy in Mudu Town, and the Changqing Academy in Changqiao Town, where we currently rank 3rd. The county scholar selection competition has been held 5 times. The first saw our Yining Academy claim 1st place, while the 2nd and 3rd were won by the affiliated academy of the county school. The 4th was secured by the Changqing Academy, and the 5th, 3 years ago, was won by the Yuqing Academy." Pei Guang sighed, reflecting on the 15 years since Yining Academy last achieved 1st place. Just yesterday, the academy head paid respects to the former head, determined to reclaim victory in this selection competition. "What are you discussing?" Zhu Pei, still groggy from sleep, emerged from beneath the boat canopy. She had been restless the previous night, unable to sleep well due to excitement, and had been catching up on her rest since boarding. Fan Ning chuckled. "We are analyzing the competition. Would you care to join us?" "Of course," Zhu Pei replied cheerfully, sitting cross-legged. "I heard from my grandfather that there are new regulations this time, dividing the competition into Zone A and Zone B. Zone A comprises the stronger teams, while Zone B is relatively weaker. We are likely to be placed in Zone B." Fan Ning struck his fist into his palm, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "That's excellent news. We'll be in the weaker zone." "What is so good about that?" Zhu Pei retorted, rolling her eyes. "Zone A has 3 slots for the semifinals, while Zone B only has 1, which will make it even more fiercely contested." Fan Ning's gaze shifted to a topic of personal interest, saying, "Before the troops march, provisions must be arranged. Let us discuss logistics. Brother Pei, what are our living conditions like? How's the food?" Zhu Pei scoffed, "You only care about eating and sleeping. What is the difference between you and a pig? From now on, I'll call you Fan Little Pig, hee hee. It sounds better than Fan Deity." Reclining on the deck with his hands behind his head and legs crossed leisurely, Fan Ning declared, "I am Fan Little Pig. You are Pei Little Pig. We shall become Pig Lord and Pig Lady. No, rather, Pig Brothers and Pig Sisters." Zhu Pei froze momentarily before her face flushed crimson. She lunged at him, grasping his neck. "You ridiculous pig-head, Fan Deity, how dare you call me a pig? Just wait until I squeeze the life out of you." Fan Ning found himself at the bow of the boat, subjected to relentless teasing from the girl beside him. He raised his hands in a plea for mercy, exclaiming, "My dear sister, please, do not push me any further. I might tumble into the river." At that moment, a gap in the boat's canopy revealed the sword maiden, who peeked out momentarily before retreating back to her slumber. The vessel soon docked in Wu County, halting beneath the Jingxian Bridge. With the competition set to commence the day after tomorrow, students from various academies began to arrive in succession. The bridge and the shoreline were thronged with scholars and gentlemen who had come from all corners of the county to catch a glimpse of the prodigious youths, their voices buzzing with excitement. Someone called out, "The prodigies from Yinying Academy and Yuqing Academy have arrived." The crowd craned their necks in anticipation. As Van Ning's boat approached the shore, it coincided with the arrival of several competing teams, creating a lively atmosphere at the dock. Just then, a large ship anchored first, from which a middle-aged scholar disembarked. He bore a prominent hooked nose and piercing eyes. Following him were 5 young competitors, all around 11 or 12 years of age, clad in identical green scholar robes, adorned with gauze hats, and cinched with black leather belts, each carrying identical travel bags. The surrounding students and onlookers erupted into applause. Pei Guang turned to Van Ning and Zhu Pei, declaring, "This is the Yuqing Academy from Sutai Town. They were last year's champions." Van Ning observed a triangular flag on the ship, emblazoned with the characters Yuqing Hall. "Who is that leader with the large nose? He looks rather fierce," Zhu Pei inquired. "I am not certain," Van Ning replied, shaking his head. Beside them, Pei Guang quickly chimed in. "His name is Cheng Zhu, the head of Yuqing Hall. He is notorious for being protective of his students and is cunning as well." They achieved an unexpected victory in the 4th Prodigy competition. Zhu Pei cast a triumphant glance at Van Ning, saying, "I told you. Unexpected strategies are crucial. Are you not going to employ them?" Van Ning scoffed, retorting, "Then I shall call you Zhu Xiaonyang. Let them underestimate us. This too is an unexpected strategy. You dare." A chilling short sword suddenly materialized in Zhu Pei's hand, brandished before Van Ning. "Utter another word, and I shall make you regret it." While others were unaware of where Zhu Pei concealed her short sword, Van Ning was well aware that it was ingeniously hidden within her unusual belt. At that moment, Pei Guang interjected, "Enough of your banter. He is approaching." Both turned their gaze to the shore, where Cheng Zhu, the head of Yuqing Academy, was sauntering over. He reached the water's edge and scrutinized Van Ning and Zhu Pei, snorting. "So, these are our opponents? A couple of lower-tier students." Given that Cheng Zhu could accurately identify them as lower-tier, it was evident that his intelligence gathering had been thorough. The crowd turned as Lu Yuanzhu swiftly approached, smiling at Van Ning and Zhu Pei before addressing Cheng Zhu. "I was correct, wasn't I, Cheng Yuanzhu?" Cheng Zhu chuckled. "Indeed, indeed." He cast a lingering glance at Van Ning before turning to depart. Lu Yuanzhu stepped onto the boat, grinning, "I have been waiting for you. I finally have you both here. Come with me." Chapter 60. The wind unceasing despite Lin's desire for tranquility. The inn where Fan Ning resides is known as Yuan Pavilion, its entrance graced by a centuries-old, withered tree, standing like a steadfast sentinel, gazing upon the gates of the county school across the street. The innkeeper, Mr. Hu, is said to be a descendant of the first instructional official of the county school, a lineage so ancient that its verification proves elusive. Yet, his corpulent physique stubbornly bears the legacy of his ancestors. Yuan Pavilion lies directly opposite the gates of the county school, occupying approximately 5 acres. To be precise, it is an integral part of the county school, its architectural style mirroring that of the school itself, characterized by azure bricks and black tiles, tall walls, and deep courtyards. Yet it stands in stark contrast to the surrounding residences, much like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. During this prodigy competition, nearly all the students have taken up residence here, with Dean Lu having specifically secured a spacious courtyard comprising 5 rooms. Zhu Pei does not reside here, and Su Ji also opts for a different lodging at night, resulting in the courtyard being occupied by 3 students in separate rooms, 2 teaching assistants sharing one, and Dean Lu enjoying solitude in another. Meals are provided by the inn, with dishes sourced from the county school, affordable and diverse, allowing guests to dine at their convenience. In one of the rooms, the group gathers to hear Dean Lu elaborate on the competition details. Zhu Pei, feeling somewhat fatigued, returns home early, while Fan Ning sits alone at the easternmost corner, and the 3 students from the middle dormitory occupy the westernmost side. A few competitors regard each other with animosity, which has left Dean Lu perplexed and powerless. As the dean, he must uphold the image of unity within the academy, making it impossible for them to reside separately. Internally, he strives to mediate the conflicts between the 2 factions, Even if reconciliation proves unattainable, Dean Lu endeavors to minimize their encounters. However, on days like today, when a briefing is mandated, both sides must be present. Fan Ning and the three middle dormitory students maintain their silence upon encountering one another, behaving as if they were strangers, with Fan Ning not daring to cast a glance at Su Ji, who occasionally steals glances at Fan Ning, his gaze betraying a hint of profound animosity. Rumors circulating within the academy have now been substantiated. After this competition, regardless of whether he is selected as a county scholar, Su Ji will depart from Yinying Academy to pursue his studies at the county school. As the seven sages of the Bamboo Grove would say, since one party is unwilling to publicly apologize to Su Ji, he sees no reason to remain at Yinying Academy any longer. The trio from the middle dormitory occasionally whispers among themselves, casting derisive glances toward Fan Ning, clearly looking down upon him for his role as a substitute competitor. Their lack of focus draws Dean Lu's ire, prompting him to rap the table and raise his voice. This Prodigy competition features a total of 24 teams, comprising 70 students. Apart from our Yinying Academy, the other three major institutions are also participating with 2 teams each. According to this year's new regulations, the competition will be divided into 2 zones, A and B, with the top 3 from Zone A and the first from Zone B advancing to the final round. The draw for the zones has yet to take place, but I hope that both of our teams from Yinying Academy can meet in the final 4. Fan Ning raises his hand to inquire. May I ask, Dean Lu, what format will the competition take? Will it be a written examination or something else? Dean Lu pauses, taken aback. Did you not research this beforehand? Fan Ning glanced at the rule explanations in his hand, which were rather straightforward, merely stating that 4 teams would compete simultaneously, with the highest scorer emerging victorious. However, the specifics of the competition were not elaborated upon. Dean Lu smiled slightly and remarked, the competition format is quite simple, resembling a contest of strategies, only with 4 teams battling together and the one with the highest score advancing to the next round. Upon mentioning the contest of strategies, Fan Ning was instantly reminded of the events of the Lantern Festival. He quickly shot a glance at Su Ji, who happened to be looking back at him, their gazes locking, with Su Ji's eyes glinting with deep-seated animosity. The conflict between the two had become irreconcilable following the Lantern Festival incident, rendering it impossible for them to coexist under the same roof. Fan Ning snorted coldly in his heart and raised his hand with a smile, asking, could the dean provide a simple example? Dean Lu nodded, explaining that, for instance, in District B, there would be approximately 12 teams competing tomorrow, divided into 3 groups. The first-place team from each group would proceed to the next round. The second round would take place the day after, where the 3 winning teams from the first round would once again compete, with the victor claiming the title of District B champion and advancing to the final 4. As for the specifics of the contest of strategies, I shall discuss them with you in detail this evening. At this juncture, Dean Lu turned to his assistant, Pei Guang, and inquired about the time. It is nearly noon. Dean Lu then addressed the group. I shall now proceed to draw lots. You may go to have your meal. In the afternoon, feel free to take a stroll, but it is advisable to remain close by and not wander too far. Rushing out. Dean Lu suddenly turned back at the doorway, his gaze stern as he warned the group. I caution you all against internal strife, drinking, or causing trouble. Otherwise, I shall impose severe penalties. Once Dean Lu departed, Wu Jian suddenly asked Pei Guang with a smile, Assistant Pei, where is Lady Zhu? We haven't seen her. Pei Guang chuckled. It seems her grandfather has made arrangements for her. She is not staying with us, but I am not entirely sure of the details. Lu Yue also laughed. Indeed. What status does she hold, to share accommodations with us mere scholars and fishermen's sons? The 3 exchanged glances with Fan Ning and burst into laughter. Su Ji then declared, It's on me. Let us go out for lunch and sample the renowned Luo family fish lung soup from Wu County. The trio sauntered away, while Pei Guang, somewhat concerned, advised Fan Ning, These 3 are deliberately trying to provoke you. Do not fall for their tricks. Fan Ning smiled faintly. If something bites me, I cannot simply retaliate. Pei Guang gave a thumbs up in approval and added, Come, let us go eat. This inn offers a rich variety of dishes, and the flavors are truly delightful. The 2 then rose and made their way to the dining hall ahead. Meanwhile, Su Ji and his companions stepped out of the inn. Su Ji's face darkened as he coldly remarked, I never anticipated that this scoundrel would also enter the competition. Wu Jian hastily interjected, He is merely fortunate. If it were not for Lord Zhu's insistence on having his granddaughter compete and persuading the county magistrate to amend the rules, he would not have had a chance. Su Ji gritted his teeth, but upon seeing him, I can hardly contain my fury. It would be best to devise a way to eliminate him and strip him of his competition eligibility. Wu Jian smiled faintly and whispered, I know a few street ruffians. Perhaps we could find an opportunity to incapacitate him, and he would be unable to compete. Su Ji sighed after a moment of contemplation. I would indeed relish such an endeavor, but the risks are considerable. If the authorities were to apprehend the ruffians, we would be in peril. We must devise an alternative strategy. Lu Yue, well acquainted with Su Ji, understood that his friend had a plan in mind. He chuckled and said, Old Su, do enlighten us with your brilliant stratagem. Su Ji, with a smug smile, replied, I shall employ a tactic known as striking at the root of the problem. Tomorrow morning, we shall leave that scoundrel in tears. First, let us dine. After our meal, I shall set my plan into motion. After lunch, Fan Ning wandered alone on the nearby streets. He meandered to the Confucius Temple Square, recalling that it was there, during the Lantern Festival, he had engaged in a literary contest with Su Ji amidst a throng of townsfolk enjoying the festivities. The square, now tranquil, basked in the warmth of the afternoon sun, evoking a sense of leisure and ease. Flanking the square were several shops, including 2 bookstores and 3 stationery stores, along with a porcelain shop. Each establishment was substantial, occupying nearly an acre, with elegantly designed eaves and a rustic charm, harmonizing beautifully with the imposing and solemn structure of the Confucius Temple. During this afternoon hour, patrons were few, and the shopkeepers, basking in the sun, appeared somewhat lethargic. Upon entering one of the bookstores, Fan Ning was greeted by the thunderous sound of snoring. Peering over the counter, he saw the shop owner reclining behind it, a warm ray of sunlight illuminating his figure as he slumbered soundly. A shop assistant approached, raising a finger to his lips and softly said, Xiu, young sir, feel free to browse. If you find a book of interest, simply call for me. The layout of the bookstore resembled that of later generations, with several large tables in the center, neatly arranged with stacks of new books. The walls were lined with wooden shelves brimming with a plethora of titles. A glance around revealed a predominance of examination-related literature, including past provincial examination papers and critiques, notable essays, as well as the examination questions from various major prefectures. Additionally, there were works from the 5 classics and writings from various philosophical schools, alongside poetry collections from Tang poets and assorted novels. Fan Ning approached the large wooden table, laden with an array of books, presumably the most popular titles of the time. At that moment, the shop owner, now awake, was revealed to be a middle-aged man with fair skin, a few strands of black beard beneath his chin, and a slightly portly figure, exuding a gentle smile. He ambled over to Fan Ning and remarked, Young sir, it has been a while. Fan Ning felt a flicker of familiarity but could not recall their previous encounter. I must have met you before, yet I cannot place where, he mused. You certainly have. The middle-aged man replied with a grin. On Lantern Night, you were competing with young Sir Su at my stall. I was the one who drew the topics for you. Suddenly, Fan Ning remembered. He was indeed the host of the literary contest. He promptly bowed and said, I apologize for not recognizing you, esteemed elder. Please do not take offense. It is of no consequence. It is of no consequence. You have come to participate in the county scholar selection competition, I presume? Indeed. I am a student at Yanning Academy in Mudu Town, and my surname is Fan. The middle-aged man nodded, saying, My surname is Dong. And this humble establishment is my enterprise, albeit struggling to thrive. You are overly modest, senior. Fan Ning understood that one capable of affording the grand display of the 5 classics must undoubtedly hail from a wealthy family. Otherwise, he could not bear the burden of such splendor. It could only be said that this bookstore was but one of his ventures. The middle-aged man handed him a book, remarking, Young sir, this is freshly printed, the entrance examination questions from the County Academy taken 10 days ago. Should you be interested, you may purchase a copy. I am still far from the County Academy. Fan Ning needed to study at the Academy for 5 years, rendering the County Academy a distant prospect. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. If you were selected as a county scholar, then the County Academy will not be far off. For one who can answer all the questions on the 2 examination papers, the County Academy is merely the beginning of your journey. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Fan Ning flipped through the book in his hands, disinterested in the entrance examination questions, and casually picked up a nearby thin volume. This is the collection of examination questions from the 7th year of the Qingli era in Pingjiang Prefecture, specifically the questions from the autumn examination last year. My 4th uncle, Fan Zhongyan, unfortunately did not pass this examination. At that moment, an unfamiliar name suddenly sprang to Fan Ning's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Was the top scholar last year named Yang Yi? Precisely. He hails from the County Academy in Wujiang. Fan Ning was taken aback and tentatively asked. And the second place was Zhang Wenjin, while the third was he Yuanji? The middle-aged man chuckled and nodded. Indeed, young sir, you have spoken correctly. They were the top 3 scholars of last year's examination. Fan Ning was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, he questioned. Was last year's examination topic concerning the benefits of the Jiangnan Canal? The middle-aged man stroked his beard and smiled. That was indeed the topic for last year's examination essay. It seems young sir has already studied it. Fan Ning hastily opened the examination collection in his hands and found the essay topic, which was unmistakably about the benefits of the Jiangnan Canal. Fan Ning was utterly astonished. He had certainly not seen it before, yet. How could he possibly know all this? Chapter 61. Striking at the root in his previous life, Fan Ning had recited numerous texts, including the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as various esteemed literary works passed down through generations. However, he could confidently assert that he had never concerned himself with the examination circumstances of the 7th year of the Qingli era in Pingjiang Prefecture, nor had he any means of knowing such details. How, then, could he possibly be aware of the names of the top 3 candidates in the examination? How could he know the topics of the test? A few rays of afternoon sunlight filtered through the bright tiled roof, casting a gentle glow upon Fan Ning's still youthful visage, imbuing it with an aura of mystery. A middle-aged man observed the contemplative youth before him with keen interest. The fact that the boy had managed to answer 2 top-tier questions during the Lantern Festival's contest, one of which was the notoriously difficult heartbreak question, was an occurrence he had never encountered in his decade of hosting such events. Naturally, he was eager to share this extraordinary revelation with his influential brothers. But his busy political duties had thus far prevented him from doing so. After pondering for a stick of incense's length of time, Fan Ning racked his brain but could not recall where he had seen the list or the examination questions. He was almost certain that he had never engaged with such materials. Changing his approach, he inquired, Uncle, apart from printed examination books, where else could one find information about last year's examination results, particularly just the names of the top 3 candidates? Surely there must be many sources. Lists can be found everywhere. No. Fan Ning quickly waved his hands. Uncle, you misunderstood me. I am not referring to the entire list, but rather solely to the top 3 names, with no further details. The middle-aged man contemplated for a moment and replied, perhaps it is the Pingjiang Prefecture Gazette. Typically, such gazettes would mention the examination results, but they usually do not elaborate, merely listing the top 3 candidates according to convention. Fan Ning eagerly pressed on. Has last year's Pingjiang Gazette been published yet? The man chuckled lightly. Not so soon. The earliest it would be available is around May or June, and sometimes it may even take several years to compile. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Fan Ning took his leave from the bookshop. However, after a short distance, he suddenly returned with another question. What about the Pingjiang Gazette from 3 years ago? Does it exist? He had just remembered that he was aware of the top 3 candidates from the previous examination. There seems to be one. Just a moment. The middle-aged man rummaged through the attic for quite some time before finally retrieving a dusty tome, which he handed to Fan Ning with a smile. Such gazettes are seldom purchased. Typically, only schools acquire a copy. If you wish to have it, consider it a gift. Thank you, uncle. Fan Ning stepped out of the bookshop, slowly flipping through the pages of the Pingjiang Gazette from the 4th year of the Qingli era. He was utterly astonished. He had indeed seen this gazette before, and its contents were vividly etched in his memory. What was happening? He was certain he had never read this local gazette. So how could he recall its contents so vividly, almost as if he could recite them by heart? Fan Ning felt a wave of confusion wash over him. In truth, this was not the first instance of such an anomaly. During his time in Ouyang Xiu's residence in the capital, while studying the spring and autumn annals, he had experienced a similar perplexity. It seemed as though he had never studied the text. At that time, he had attributed it to a mere memory lapse and had not pursued the matter further. Similarly, during the Yining entrance examination, this peculiar phenomenon had reoccurred. He distinctly remembered not having studied Guanzi, yet he was able to recite it fluently, regardless of whether it be the spring and autumn annals or the Guanzi. These texts are ultimately ancient classics, and Fan Ning could not ascertain whether he had ever truly read them. However, the anomaly presented by the Pingjiang Prefecture Gazette was inexplicable. It was something he could not have possibly encountered. This peculiar situation loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, compelling him to confront it directly. Fan Ning stood in contemplation for an extended period, habitually scratching the back of his head, when suddenly his hand came to a halt at a certain point, and a fleeting thought illuminated his mind. Could it be? How could that be possible? He immediately dismissed his absurd notion, after all. This was the body of Fan Zhongyan. How could it traverse a millennium? Yet, if not, how could one explain the phenomena before him? Zhu Pei resided in a grand, garden-like mansion in the eastern city of Wu County, which belonged to her aunt. Her uncle served as the magistrate of Qizhou, and their family was of considerable repute. Her uncle's surname was Su, and he had a cousin currently serving in the capital, who happened to be the father of Su Ji. Zhu Pei's aunt was, in fact, the cousin of Su Ji, reflecting the often intricate kinship ties among the affluent families of Pingjiang Prefecture, a natural consequence of marriages between families of similar standing. Zhu Pei's grandfather also possessed another residence within the county, but her aunt had long invited her to stay for a few days. And she seized the opportunity presented by the county's scholar selection examination to reside in her aunt's home. Dressed in a flowing green silk skirt embroidered with gold and silver threads, Zhu Pei wore a matching top and a fitted deer-hide jacket. She favored wide skirts, believing they imbued her with a semblance of maturity and sophistication. However, what captivated others was not merely her attire, but her porcelain-like complexion and the exquisitely crafted features that resembled the work of a master painter. Of course, what truly etched her into the memories of her classmates at Jinming Hall was not her appearance, but her fierce display of strength when she had bested Fan Zhongyan. At this moment, Zhu Pei sat comfortably in an expansive chair, engrossed in her reading, while a warm fire blazed in the corner, filling the room with a cozy ambience. Her maid, Chui'er, crouched by the fire preparing tea, though her ears were attuned to the report being delivered by the sword-wielding protector. This protector, known as the Sword Heroine, was a figure of considerable renown. Her secular surname had long been forgotten, and she was called Jian Meizi, the tallest among the maids, thus collecting the most plums. She had been dispatched by Zhu Pei to safeguard Fan Ning, who, though somewhat careless regarding his safety, was under Zhu Pei's meticulous watch. For she was acutely aware of the animosity some harbored towards him, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Fan Ning had already returned to the inn when the sword protector hurried back to report to Zhu Pei. Young master, this afternoon, Fan Shaoling ventured alone to the Confucian Temple Square. He entered a bookstore, and fortuitously, the proprietor was the very host of the debate on the classics. They conversed briefly, after which the proprietor gifted Fan Shaoling a book, seemingly the Pingjiang Prefecture Gazette, before he returned to the inn. While the events were few, his demeanor appeared somewhat unusual. Zhu Pei, uninterested in the bookstore owner, set her book aside, curiosity piqued by the mention of Fan Ning's peculiar behavior. What was unusual about his demeanor? She inquired. Jian Meizi stifled a laugh, remarking that he had stood in the bookshop, lost in thought for nearly a whole incense stick's burning time. Later, he sat by the Yingshun River, gazing into the water in a daze for almost half an hour, before suddenly tilting his head to the sky and shouting. What did he shout? Zhu Pei's interest deepened. He exclaimed, I understand now. It must be for this reason. The little maid, Chui'er, chuckled softly. He truly is a fool. Zhu Pei's delicate face darkened as she reprimanded. You mustn't call him a fool. Startled, Chui'er stood up, lowering her head in dismay. But young lady, don't you always call him Adai? It is my prerogative to call him Adai, but it is not for you to label him a fool. He ranked first in the annual examination at Jinming Hall. Can he truly be a fool? But Su Xiaoguan said he only ranked first by cheating. Chui'er murmured quietly. When did Su Ji tell you this? Zhu Pei, ever astute, quickly discerned the inconsistency in her maid's words. She had been with her the entire time. How could Su Ji have shared such information without her knowledge? With a piercing gaze, she demanded, Speak. Chui'er, her face paling in fear, finally whispered, Last time. When I was waiting for you at the school gate, he came out and said a few words to me. What did he say? He complained that Fan Ning had clearly cheated to take first place, yet you defended Fan Ning, showing no regard for his reputation. Did you accept any favors from him? Zhu Pei pressed. He offered me a tael of silver to buy flowers, but I dared not accept it. Humph. Why did you not inform me of such an important matter? I feared it would upset you, Chui'er mumbled, her head bowed in silence. I warn you. Zhu Pei scolded angrily. If I discover you have dared to accept favors from others behind my back, you shall return home, and I will no longer keep you. Having followed Zhu Pei for 2 years, Chui'er had never encountered such anger from her before. Her eyes turned red as she turned away, sobbing quietly. At that moment, a woman in her 40s entered the room. Upon seeing the weeping Chui'er, she smiled and said, Who has bullied our Chui'er, turning her into a little tearful creature? Zhu Pei, feeling flustered, waved her hand dismissively, instructing her to cry outside and not disturb her here. Jian Meizi quickly took Chui'er away. The woman was Zhu Pei's aunt, surnamed Wang. She was the elder sister, married into the Su family, and bore a son and a daughter. Her eldest son, Su Shouchuan, had passed the provincial examination last year and was currently in the capital for the imperial exam. When Fan Ning named the Bailuo Chun tea at the tea house, Su Shouchuan was also present. He was a handsome young scholar of 17 or 18, well-mannered and knowledgeable, leaving a good impression on Fan Ning. Wang's sister was Zhu Pei's mother. Wang glanced at Zhu Pei and said with a smile, "Why the long face in front of your aunt?" Zhu Pei, filled with resentment, replied, "This little maid is becoming increasingly disrespectful, inserting herself without any regard for propriety. I ought to scold her properly to teach her some manners." Wang sat down beside her niece, taking her hand in hers, and said with a smile, "It seems you are the one in a bad mood. If you wish, I can have a Zhu accompany you for a stroll to lift your spirits." A Zhuer is the daughter of the Wang family, aged 16, already betrothed, diligently practicing her domestic skills in preparation for marriage. "Forget it. Sister Zhu has no time to go out," Zhu Pei lamented. "Then let Gio accompany you for a stroll," Wang hastily suggested. Zhu Pei furrowed her brow. "Has Su Ji come over?" Wang replied, "I invited him for lunch today, but he couldn't make it. There's a competition tomorrow." Zhu Pei scoffed, "I told you. They are facing a formidable opponent, the Yu Qingtang team, so he certainly has no time to visit now." "Oh, your sources of information are quite astute. The draw just concluded at noon, and yet you already know the outcome." Zhu Pei was momentarily taken aback. Her aunt rarely ventured outside, so how could she possibly know about the draw? A seed of doubt took root in her heart, prompting her to cautiously inquire, "Aunt, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Wang spoke gently, "I have come to advise you. Your mother was already displeased with your decision to attend school, and now you wish to participate in the county scholar competition, publicly exposing yourself. I fear she may, in a fit of anger, forbid you from continuing your studies. Pay her. People are already murmuring about you. It could tarnish your reputation. I believe it would be wise for you to exercise caution." Zhu Pei, maintaining her composure, asked, "What do you believe I should do to be prudent?" "Refrain from participating in this county scholar competition, and I shall write a letter to your mother, assuring her that you can continue your studies." Zhu Pei pondered for a moment. "If I do not partake in the competition, I must at least inform Principal Lu." Wang was overjoyed. "I shall speak on your behalf. Do not concern yourself with these matters." "No, I will handle it myself. Aunt, please do not meddle, lest it cause difficulty for grandfather." Wang regarded her niece thoughtfully, then nodded, "Very well. You may manage it on your own. I shall not interfere." After Wang departed, Zhu Pei's countenance darkened immediately. She expressed her discontent with a huff and stepped out of the courtyard, noticing Chui'er still weeping. Anger flared within her, and she glared. "Are you not finished yet?" Chui'er, frightened, ceased her tears and timidly approached. "Quickly pack my belongings. I intend to return to the other residence. This place is no longer safe." Zhu Pei then turned to Jian Meizi with a scowl, "Find out if Su Ji came by around noon today." Chapter 62. The excuse in the afternoon. Fan Ning awakened from his slumber, stretching languidly and feeling remarkably refreshed, his mind exceptionally clear. He had emerged from the perplexing entanglement of the midday hour, feeling no inclination to delve into its origins. He chose instead to let things unfold naturally. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a note by the door. Approaching, he picked it up, the handwriting crooked and reminiscent of his own, yet distinctly feminine. It bore a single line: "Someone intends to prevent Zhu Pei from participating in tomorrow's competition." Fan Ning chuckled to himself, noting the poor penmanship of the note's writer. The audacity to attempt to thwart Zhu Pei's participation was glaringly obvious. It could only be Su Ji, who possessed the means to rally his family against her. Fan Ning was well aware of Su Ji's intentions. Should Zhu Pei withdraw, he would be left without a partner and would consequently have to forfeit as well. Su Ji's scheme, though cleverly conceived, was foolish. Zhu Pei was not someone easily swayed, not even by her own parents, let alone by distant relatives. Fan Ning had yet to settle the score with Su Ji for the previous underhanded tactics employed against him, and now Su Ji had foolishly presented himself as a target. Arriving at the inn-s dining hall, Fan Ning quickly spotted Assistant Zhang, who was already dining. This time, the Yining Academy had sent 2 assistants, primarily to run errands and manage the students' needs. Pei Guang was assigned to accompany Fan Ning and Zhu Pei, while Zhang was responsible for the other 3 students. Fan Ning filled a lacquer tray with several dishes and a bowl of rice, taking a seat opposite Assistant Zhang. He smiled and inquired, "Why is it just you?" "Assistant Zhang? Where are the others?" "They are dining elsewhere. Their families are well off and look down upon the food here," Zhang replied. Where are they dining? Fan Ning probed subtly, aware of the rumors surrounding the other academies. It should be fine. They mentioned they were at the Juxian restaurant, which is quite close to the inn, Zhang answered. The Juxian restaurant was located just south of the Jingxian Bridge, the nearest establishment to the county school and quite renowned in Wu County. As dusk began to fall, Su Ji and his companions exited the restaurant. Su Ji had received word from his aunt that Zhu Pei had agreed not to compete the following day, which filled him with delight. A long sigh of relief escaped him, prompting him to indulge in a few more drinks, leading to a slight intoxication. Let us drink to our heart's content after the competition, Su Ji declared, his speech becoming increasingly boisterous. As they stepped out of the restaurant, they raised their heads to find Fan Ning standing directly before them. Su Ji grinned, stepping forward to scrutinize Fan Ning. What brings a country bumpkin like you to this place? Beside him, Wu Jian and Lu Yue, though having consumed their fair share of alcohol, were slightly more sober and quickly sensed the tension. Wu Jian scowled. Fan Ning, what do you intend to do? With a cheerful smile, Fan Ning replied, I have brought a bucket of hangover soup for you three young masters. This way, please. He turned and walked towards the back of the tavern. Lu Yue, feeling somewhat timid, expressed his apprehension towards Fan Ning, suggesting, let us ignore him and return to the inn. Su Ji shot him a fierce glare, retorting, what are you afraid of? 3 of us against 1, can we not handle him? Wu Jian, equally eager for a confrontation, had long desired to settle scores with Fan Ning. Today presented the perfect opportunity for him to act. If you're scared, you can go back alone, he asserted. I'm not afraid. I'll go with you. Even though I can't fight, once you pin him down, I can at least kick him a couple of times, Lu Yue said, summoning courage from the wine and following the two towards the back of the tavern. There, beneath the moonlight, Fan Ning awaited their arrival. Bring it out. Where's your hangover remedy? Su Ji flexed his wrists, casting a scornful glance at Fan Ning. In such a hurry? Afraid you want to get it before them? Fan Ning replied, still smiling. Don't worry. There's plenty of hangover remedy. Enough for the 3 of you. Su Ji was perplexed as to why Fan Ning had summoned him. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Surely, the Zhu Pei family had informed Master Lu that Zhu Pei could not compete tomorrow. Realizing this, Su Ji burst into raucous laughter. This is simply delightful. Little beggar. Look at you now. You were so arrogant, but now you've crossed paths with me, Su Ji. Your dreams of a bright future and the imperial examination are all but shattered. Perhaps it is you who is dreaming, Fan Ning remarked slowly, picking up a wooden stick from the ground and casting a sidelong glance at Wu Jian. Wu Jian, having long fixed his gaze on Fan Ning, charged at him with a roar, aiming a fierce kick at him. A robust figure, Wu Jian had practiced martial arts for a few days, and his kick aimed directly at Fan Ning's head was merciless. However, before his foot could connect, a sharp pain surged through his calf, akin to a mosquito bite that intensified. He collapsed at his knees, clutching his leg and howling in agony. Fan Ning, puzzled, wondered if this fellow was perhaps having a seizure. He discarded the stick and, with lightning speed, charged at Su Ji, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. Su Ji cried out in pain, staggering backward for several paces before crashing into a slop bucket, toppling it over and drenching himself from head to toe in its foul contents. Frightened, Wu Jian attempted to flee but was seized by Fan Ning. Oh, trying to escape before even partaking? That won't he do. Come. You owe me 3 cups. Fan Ning forcefully dragged him into the slop, kicking the bucket onto him. So, how does the hangover remedy taste? He mocked. Turning to see Lu Yue, who had already fled in terror, Fan Ning clapped his hands, took a moment to bow respectfully to the shadows, and then strode away. Su Ji and Wu Jian, soaked and humiliated, struggled to rise, the overwhelming stench igniting their indignation, compelling them to kneel and weep bitterly. Upon returning to the inn, Fan Ning washed his face, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, Pei Guang. The master requests your presence. Understood. I shall be there shortly. After washing up, Fan Ning made his way to Master Lu's room. Fan Ning, please take a seat, said the head of the institute, Lu, with a serious expression. He realized that his emotions had affected Fan Ning, so he forced a light-hearted smile and remarked, our luck was not particularly good at noon. We drew a bad lot. Fan Ning nodded, recalling what Assistant Pei had informed him. Tomorrow, we'll be teamed up with the vice team from Yuqing Academy. If it were merely the B district encountering them, it would have been one thing. However, this time, the A district would also face them. Lu let out a bitter laugh. Both A and B districts will confront Yuqing Academy tomorrow. When the soldiers come, let them be met. When the waters rise, let them be contained. There is no need for the head to be overly anxious, Fan Ning reassured Lu. Beside them, Pei Guang interjected, "You may not be aware, young sir, but our Yining Academy and Yuqing Academy are sworn rivals. In the past 2 competitions, we were eliminated by Yuqing Academy in the second round. It is quite unexpected that our main and vice teams are to face each other in the first round this time. Well, there is no use lamenting over it now." Lu waved his hand dismissively. "We must confront reality and strive to perform exceptionally tomorrow, aiming to eliminate them." Lu then explained to Fan Ning. "The competition format is rather straightforward. We will take turns answering questions. Each academy must respond to 5 fundamental questions, with each question graded on a scale of 5. The specific question types will be drawn on-site, and we might encounter all sorts, including riddles as seen last year." "What if the scores are tied after the 5 questions?" Fan Ning inquired. "That is an excellent question." Lu chuckled. "It would be akin to drawing a decisive lot during a duel. If a tie occurs after 5 questions, both sides can choose a question to answer from categories of low, medium, high, or even ultimate difficulty. The victor of this round will advance to the next stage." Fan Ning understood completely. This was reminiscent of the intellectual competitions that later gained widespread popularity. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. "Head, this is terrible," came the voice of another assistant, Zhang. Lu sprang to his feet, opening the door to ask, "What has happened?" 3 of them got drunk and were thrown into a filthy ditch. "What?" Lu's face flushed with rage as he bellowed. "Where are they?" "They have already been sent back to the inn and are waiting outside the main gate." Lu was nearly beside himself with fury. Despite his repeated warnings against drinking and causing trouble, these 11 or 12-year-old boys had not only become intoxicated, but had also been thrown into a stinking ditch. It was an utter disgrace. Lu stormed out in a fit of anger, and Fan Ning chuckled softly, following him. Pei Guang whispered, "It's quite likely the work of Yuqing Academy. Their head is notorious for being unscrupulous and resorting to any means." "Perhaps," replied Fan Ning. "Let us go and see." He followed Lu toward the inn's entrance, where a throng of young scholars had gathered, eagerly discussing the spectacle with expressions brimming with schadenfreude. "Huh, the famed 3 heroes of Yining? More like the 3 rats of Yining, scurrying through a stinking ditch," exclaimed one. "That tall and lanky one is Su Ji, the grandson of the esteemed Su Deru. He has utterly humiliated his grandfather,